For those under 18, viewing is prohibited. For those over 18, prepare tissues. On August 28th, in Jiang Han City, the sweltering summer was drawing to a close. At Jiang Han University of Science and Technology, the students of design class sat in their classroom, eagerly awaiting the inaugural lesson of the new semester from their new instructor. In a location near the entrance, two young men huddled together. Jiang Han, you should check the confession wall. It appears you've been featured again. The slightly slender boy beside him, with a face full of curiosity, uttered these words. Jiang Han paused for a moment, then picked up his phone to open the confession wall. Oh, how dull. Jiang Han squinted his eyes, meticulously perusing the contents on the confession wall. The boy in the photograph was indeed him, standing just over 6 feet tall, with fair skin and an artful play of sunlight upon his tousled hair. One must concede, Jiang Han's visage was sculpted with strikingly clear lines and sharp angles, exuding a subtly frigid aura that proved quite captivating to the naive and innocent gazes of female university students. After a cursory glance at the details of this particular post, Jiang Han felt no stirrings within. He was no stranger to the confession wall. It was merely a place of amusement for him in his idle moments. What Jiang Han hadn't anticipated was that today he would transition from a casual observer seeking entertainment to the subject of gossip displayed on the wall. Embracing a philosophy of minimizing unnecessary complications, he adeptly navigated to the comments section beneath the post, "I am the male in question, and I already have a girlfriend. Please refrain from further contact." He silenced the notifications on his phone and redirected his focus to the rankings on his writing app. For Jiang Han, a somewhat novice online literature author, analyzing these rankings was of paramount importance at present. This day marked the first day of his junior year, bringing him one step closer to the harsh realities of society. Jiang Han was a distinguished student from a prestigious university in China. In the eyes of many, graduates from such institutions were destined for a brilliant future. Upon graduation, they would effortlessly secure offers from major companies, along with respectable salaries. However, the reality was far from this. It represented merely a fraction of university life. The vast majority of students, with their naive and earnest gazes, meandered aimlessly through their days. Though Jiang Han was not among the fortunate few who would land a lucrative offer immediately after graduation, he possessed a clear understanding of his aspirations. He desired a job that afforded him freedom, with a remuneration that was reasonably satisfactory. Having completed his sophomore year, Jiang Han successfully shed the label of a novice author. Yet this was merely a starting point. To pursue full-time writing, his income would need to at least double. Regarding his anonymous feature on the confession wall, Jiang Han felt no aversion. Perhaps it was the exuberance of youth or the tender subtlety of a girl's infatuation. Or perhaps it was an excessive interpretation of the word like, laden with the faint tremors of burgeoning hormones. In response, Jiang Han could only shake his head in resignation. A young man of ambition and ideals in this new era. How can one speak of romantic entanglements when the nation has yet to achieve prosperity? At present, he is solely focused on enhancing himself without hindering his university studies, aspiring to become a leading figure in his field. To be candid, Jiang Han finds little interest in many girls of a younger age, or even those of his own age, perceiving them as somewhat immature. He sees no significance in such romantic pursuits, merely to satiate the primal revelry stemming from hormones. There is no need to squander one's life in such a manner. Rather than engage with these immature young girls, Jiang Han would prefer to engage in profound conversations with a gentle and considerate older sister. His thoughts are not unfounded, as he has personal experience to draw upon. Upon graduating from high school, just after turning 18, he had a rather ambiguous romantic involvement with a neighbor sister. Though they had long since parted ways, he still recalls that sweet sensation. After reading Jiang Han's comments on the confession wall, his close friend Li Zongyang displayed a look of exasperation, as if he were a teacher disappointed in a student. What sort of response is that? Jiang Han, you'll cause a spirited young girl to lose her yearning for beautiful things. Why not? Why don't you go rescue her? Lest you continue to indulge yourself in secret. A hint of amusement danced in Jiang Han's eyes as he spoke with a subtle undertone. Zongyang coughed symbolically twice before shifting the topic. So, what type do you actually prefer? Emotionally stable, gentle, and a bit more mature, Jiang Han replied thoughtfully, his tone earnest at s. It seems we are kindred spirits. No wonder you're my good buddy. Upon hearing this, Li Zongyang's face lit up with an expression that seemed to scream, I understand completely. I meant psychologically. Jiang Han felt exasperation rise within him. What poor ideas had this chubby friend of his been influenced by? Could it be that he had watched too many action films from a certain island? The thought sent a shiver down Jiang Han's spine, and no wonder he felt a bit off lately. It was evidently due to the influence of Li Zongyang, the reward brother. The adage, one who stays close to vermilion will turn red, while one who stays close to ink will turn black, aptly describes this situation. Perhaps after 2 years of acquaintance, hearing Jiang Han's standards for a partner piqued Li Zongyang's interest. How about, I introduce someone to you? Really? Jiang Han looked at Li Zongyang in surprise that he actually has access to beautiful women and is willing to share. Based on his understanding of Li Zongyang, there must be something amiss. You have beautiful women, yet you still think of me? TSK. What are you saying? We're good buddies, of course. I would think of you when something good comes along. Li Zongyang vowed earnestly. After all, one should not let good fortune flow to outsiders. Wait a moment. What do you mean by one should not let good fortune flow to outsiders? Jiang Han cast a significant glance at Li Zongyang, sighing inwardly, deciding against further commentary. Noticing the disdainful look Jiang Han was giving him, Li Zongyang feigned a heartbroken expression. You actually find me so repugnant? Have you lost your affection for me? Do you dare to believe I could fiercely condemn you in your very being? Have you not condemned me enough in secret already? Jiang Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. His naive disposition prevented him from grasping the profound affection Li Zongyang harbored. With a nonchalant sigh, Li Zongyang thought that all of this was worth it for the happiness of his brother. My cousin is a gentle and charming girl from Sichuan and Chongqing, stunning and melodious. Would you care for an introduction? Jiang Han. But upon hearing the words Sichuan and Chongqing, Jiang Han fell silent immediately. This was hardly an introduction to a potential partner. It was merely an urge to seize a mealed tea that moment. The sound of high heels clicking echoed from outside the classroom. The instructor must be arriving. Jiang Han quickly changed the subject, withdrawing his thoughts to resume studying the leaderboard. He had no desire to engage in any clandestine dealings with Li Zongyang. It was far more prudent to focus on earning money. As the sound of high heels making intimate contact with the floor resonated down the corridor, the once boisterous classroom gradually fell into silence, save for the quiet chatter of Jiang Han and his companion in the cornered Zongyang retrieved 2 pieces of fruit candy from his pocket, tossing one to Jiang Han while consuming the other, then leaning in to whisper in Jiang Han's ear. Hangu, I heard the new instructor is a freshly graduated student, and apparently, she's quite the beauty. Any thoughts? Please, she's the instructor. Even if you lent me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. You can only chatter away here, just a mere timid pup. Jiang Han continued to poke at his phone screen, dismissively mocking him. Zongyang rolled his eyes, his curiosity waning as he observed Jiang Han engrossed in his novel app. Could you not show even a modicum of interest? Must you always present yourself as the aloof type? Am I? Jiang Han turned and replied earnestly. What do you think? Including today, when you turned down that girl asking for your contact information. Li Zongyang counted on his fingers. You've rejected a total of 6 adorable girls. Jiang Han. That I truly appreciate your concern, but there's no need for it next time. I know you're not particularly fond of cute girls, so I've already forwarded my cousin's WeChat to you. What do you think? Are you touched? I was just joking. I could certainly consider cute girls. I don't care the WeChat has been sent your way, and you owe me a drink of mint milk green. That what's so delightful about mint milk green? I might as well treat you to a set of Farmer's 3 punches. It's good for your health. You certainly didn't say that when you visited Tang. Zongyang picked up his phone and opened the page of the Sugar app. Today, the 2nd cup of mint milk green is half price. Jiang Han placed his phone on the table and, in a swift motion, stealthily stuffed the candy wrapper into the pocket of the neighboring creepy guy. I've been working out lately and cutting sugar. Li Zongyang retrieved the crumpled candy wrapper from his pocket, his face showing disdain. Jiang Han, you really ought to be damned. Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Han replied with a smile, then resumed fiddling with his phone. Classroom 626. This must be the right place. Su Qian halted at the doorway, glancing at her watch with a graceful lift of her wrist. There's still 5 minutes until the meeting starts. I should review my notes once more. The young woman stood elegantly in the corridor, dappled sunlight casting a soft glow upon her. She was a remarkably beautiful girl, perhaps in her early 20s, clad in a light khaki jacket over a white camisole that accentuated her unique aura. Her long, lustrous black hair shimmered, her straight nose lending her an air of refinement. Her eyes sparkled like clear springs, imbued with vitality, and her soft, pale pink lips appeared particularly tender and sweet. Her unadorned face was clean and fair, with a delicate blush that glowed softly in the scattered sunlight. Leaning against the corridor wall, Su Qian repeatedly rehearsed the carefully prepared speech from the previous night. A graduate student from Imperial College, she returned to her homeland after some familial arrangements and submitted her resume to Jiang Han University of Science and Technology, temporarily taking on the role of counselor in the School of Electronic Design. With the differing holiday schedules between domestic and international institutions, Su Qian had just returned home from her vacation and immediately immersed herself in the thrilling demands of her new job. She had never anticipated that she would one day find herself on the podium. Though merely a counselor, the experience felt strangely exhilarating. As a high-achieving graduate from a globally renowned institution, Su Qian had spent the last 3 years entrenched in laboratory research, which had left her somewhat socially anxious in this new role. For a girl with a tendency towards social anxiety, the position of counselor presented a considerable challenge. Perhaps it was the rigorous work ethic cultivated from years in the lab. Last night, to ensure her speech would not encounter any fundamental issues, Su Qian dedicated a full hour to preparation. Sigh, being a counselor is no simple task. She had mentally prepared herself for the day's arrangements, hoping everything would proceed smoothly and that her social anxiety would not hinder her. As the time approached, Su Qian adjusted her attire, striving to appear more composed and dignified. Su Qian, you are the best. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the classroom door and stepped inside. As the door swung open, a gentle fragrance wafted into the air, mingling with the sound of her high heels. Simultaneously, Su Qian's visage came into view of her classmates. Wow, what a stunning beauty! Her skin is so tender it looks like it could yield moisture. A.S. the beauty appraiser. Li Zongyang couldn't help but express his admiration. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was engrossed in studying the list, still preoccupied with his own matters. The lewd voice of the man beside him caused a faint smile to emerge in his heart. Women, he mused, merely affect his typing speed. Su Qian ascended to the podium, her slender, jade-like fingers gently tapping the surface of the table. After a brief glance around, she began, "All right, please be quiet." Her voice, as refreshing as a gentle breeze, swept through the room, calming the commotion. I am your counselor for the next 2 years. My name is Su Qian. I hope to cultivate a good relationship with all of you during this time. Although I am a newcomer, feel free to approach me with any issues or difficulties you may encounter. I will do my utmost to assist you. With the image of the elder sister, Su Qian firmly established, the meeting was drawing to a close. Now let's have a brief self-introduction from each of you, so I can get to know you better. From the very beginning, Su Qian had noticed Jiang Han, who was seated near the classroom door, absorbed in his phone while wearing headphones. To be honest, she felt somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Han's current demeanor. Narrowing her eyes, Su Qian spoke clearly, "You over there, please start." Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, who was still wearing his headphones, the counselor was calling him until Li Zongyang beside him removed them and whispered, "The counselor is asking you to go up for a self-introduction." Simultaneously, all the students' gazes converged on Jiang Han. As he raised his head, Su Qian's fair face suddenly flashed before his eyes, merging with the image from his memories. How could it be her? This thought quietly took root in Jiang Han's mind. Equally, the smile that had adorned Su Qian's face froze in an instant. Why him? And he is my student? What a bizarre turn of events! As their astonished gazes met on the podium, the moment lingered for only a few seconds. Perhaps due to their current identities, Su Qian averted her gaze. Her mind quickly cleared. She and Jiang Han shared a pristine relationship, merely a typical teacher-student dynamic. "This student, please provide a brief self-introduction." The podium was not far from the front row, so Jiang Han clearly heard her words. Following Su Qian's voice, he inadvertently locked eyes with her once more. Though many senior sisters and junior sisters had engaged him in conversation before, most were shy and awkward on their first encounters. However, this strange counselor was entirely different. Her familiarity felt excessive, and she spoke with a calmness that set her apart from those he had encountered online. From Jiang Han's perspective, it was akin to the calm before a storm. This sensation of being interrogated by an ex-girlfriend was oddly intriguing. The university counselor. Life is truly becoming more intriguing. Jiang Han chuckled. Counselor sister, my name is Jiang Han. With a sweet demeanor and a bright, sunny smile, Jiang Han effortlessly melted the serious expression off Su Qian's face. What did Jiang Han just call me? Counselor sister? In front of so many classmates? Su Qian momentarily froze, feeling an odd tickle in her ears, as if something was awakening in her mind. The next student. Su Qian feigned composure, yet her lips subtly curled upwards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's usually placid heart experienced an unexpected stir. Likely due to Su Qian's earlier, heartwarming smile, he vaguely recalled the day the college entrance examination concluded, as he stepped out of the school after finishing his last exam. This neighborly older sister, holding a bouquet of baby's breath, handed him the flowers. Jiang Han, how did you do on the exam? Pretty well, and receiving your baby's breath has greatly boosted my confidence. Hee, that's wonderful. Jiang Han, do you know the meaning of the purple baby's breath? It symbolizes watchfulness and longing. From now on, I will watch over and cherish you, just like the meaning of the baby's breath. This neighborly sister, who grew up alongside him, became Jiang Han's companion throughout an entire summer, taking on the role of a girlfriend. That summer was filled with the sweet fragrance of baby's breath. To this day, Jiang Han still remembers her words. I will watch over and cherish you, just like the baby's breath. As the personal introductions drew to a close, Jiang Han gradually regained his focus. Today's class meeting concludes here. Does anyone have questions? Su Qian said with a radiant smile. Seeing no replies from her classmates, she took their silence as consent. Very well then, you may all leave. Wait, class monitor, please stay behind. As her words echoed, the students began to exit the classroom, and Su Qian started to tidy the materials on her desk. Su Qian, did you need something from me? Noticing that the classroom had emptied, leaving just the two of them, Jiang Han approached and lightly tapped the desk. Su Qian looked up, her gaze landing on a familiar yet sharply defined face. I didn't, she instinctively responded, her tone unexpectedly playful. Really? Didn't you ask me to stay, Counselor Su Qian? Jiang Han's expression was intriguing. What did you just call me? Su Qian. Before he could finish, she interrupted with a serious tone. I am now your counselor, Jiang Han. As Jiang Han absorbed the weighty emphasis on the word counselor, he scrutinized the pouty expression on Su Qian's face. What an extraordinary role-playing game is this? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. For perhaps 2 or 3 seconds, a gentle and fragrant aroma wafted into Jiang Han's nostrils as Su Qian rose. At the same time, those expressive, enchanting eyes once again met his gaze. Though Jiang Han was undeniably familiar with this difficult ex-girlfriend before him, he found himself unable to avert his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Han desperately yearned for the ability to pause time so that he could unabashedly peer into the depths of this woman's thoughts through those captivating eyes. Meeting Jiang Han's gaze, Su Qian was momentarily stunned, as while perhaps the youthful innocence of the boy had completely faded, his sharply defined profile now exuding an ethereal charm that tantalized the heartstrings of the older woman. Gently tucking her hair behind her ear, Su Qian inquired, Jiang Han, where's your class monitor? I thought I asked. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Qian scrutinized Jiang Han, as if realizing something. You can't possibly be. Indeed, that is I. Su Qian's tone rose slightly, while Jiang Han stifled a laugh, remaining composed as ever. After enduring 3 seconds of Jiang Han's incredulous gaze, Su Qian's fair cheeks tinged with a hint of blush, her slender waist straightening even in a camisole, she appeared. Quite statuesque, that it had indeed been 2 years since their last meeting, and she was no longer merely a young lady. Jiang Han's heart stirred. He truly wished to question Su Qian about her whereabouts over the past 2 years. Why had she vanished without a trace? In those years, Jiang Han had even pondered some unpleasant outcomes. Yet, in what capacity should he address her? As an ex-boyfriend? Or as her student? Neither seemed particularly reasonable. In the south, Su Qian was quite tall, however. Standing beneath Jiang Han's 1.83 meters, she appeared somewhat petite. They exchanged glances, both eyes reflecting a flicker of awkwardness. Just as Jiang Han prepared to utter something to alleviate the tension, Su Qian suddenly spoke, her voice cool and clear. Since you, Jiang Han, are the class monitor, you must cooperate well with my work starting today. Understood? Tonight, I will send the students electronic files to your WeChat. Remember to print them out and hand them to me later. Su Qian paused for a moment. Make sure to submit them to me tomorrow. Observing Jiang Han's obedient demeanor, an inexplicable sense of delight welled up within Su Qian. It seemed the role of a counselor was rather enjoyable. There's nothing else. Jiang Han, you may return now. As Su Qian turned to leave, Jiang Han's resigned voice floated beside her. Su, the counselor, we are no longer WeChat friends. I deleted you. You deleted me? Su Qian's serene smile abruptly transformed into something more ominous. How could you, Jiang Han, actually remove me from your WeChat friends list? The neighbor's younger brother has gone astray. Jiang Han pressed his forehead, adopting an expression that perfectly embodied the sentiment of even dogs would shake their heads in disbelief. I was the one who was deleted by you. Chapter 4. Cultivatable and untroubled. I am the one you deleted. Impossible. I distinctly remember. Just as Su Qian was about to retort, Jiang Han presented a chat record adorned with a striking red exclamation mark directly in her line of sight. Following the vivid red mark, Su Qian's gaze shifted downward. A line of text shattered the indomitable spirit of the esteemed director. Su, Sister Qian has activated friend verification. You are not yet her friend. Please send a friend request. And once verified, you may chat. Thus, dear teacher Su, what else do you wish to convey? Su Qian, I've added you. Please remember to accept. Jiang Han left those words hanging in the air before turning away. A refreshing scent of laundry detergent wafted past as he brushed by, mingling with a hint of dust. Perhaps a remnant of this deserted classroom long devoid of visitors. Bang! That little brother remains as mischievous as he was 2 years ago, Su Qian pouted. Her cheeks slightly puffed with indignation. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a sweet smile graced her face. That evening, after thoroughly tidying her rented apartment, Su Qian collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a long sigh of exhaustion. Due to the rush of time, some of her belongings had only arrived that afternoon. A brief reflection on the day, well, it was rather pleasant, save for a rather surprising class monitor. The thought that her ex-boyfriend was now her student sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. After all, there was something quite novel about the teacher-student dynamic. She set her phone aside and rose to retrieve a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, standing on the balcony to survey her surroundings. The gentle evening breeze carried with it the faint fragrance of flowers, and the cool, refreshing soda was a delight to her senses. Her apartment was situated near the university town. In a place as valuable as Jiangnan, this nearly 90-square-meter rental was not inexpensive. Nevertheless, for the sake of convenience and a smidgen of quality of life, Su Qian deemed these material sacrifices worthwhile. As a single woman endowed with nearly every talent, save for culinary skills that seemed to dwell in the negative, ordering takeout had become part of her daily routine. Hello, Mom. Qian, have you eaten? Not yet. Just ordered takeout. It should arrive shortly. How about you? Your father and I have finished eating. You should cut back on takeout. It's not healthy. When you have time, buy some groceries and try cooking for yourself. Got it, Mom. So, how was your first day at work? It was quite good, although there were a few unexpected incidents. Su Qian cooed at her mother's image on the video call. Oh, you encountered surprises on the very first day? Do tell me more. Mother, do you remember that little boy from our former neighbor's house named Jiang Han? Of course, I recall. That child once declared he wanted to marry you. Mother, Jiang Han is now my student. Ah, students are delightful. Aren't teacher-student relationships often depicted in dramas? Oh, come on. Mother, I'm being serious. It feels rather peculiar. Su Qian playfully pouted at her mother, not wishing for her to discover the prior connection between the two. If her mother were to find out, she would surely be the subject of endless teasing. Very well, I shall refrain from meddling in your romantic affairs. But you must cease the habit of ordering takeout. No more of that. Understood. How's the neighborhood? If you're dissatisfied, I shall instruct your father to find another place. It's quite nice, conveniently located near the university. Since Jiang Han is your student, take good care of him. He is already an adult. He hardly needs any looking after. In the video call, her mother chuckled, having noticed her daughter's slight irritation. Oh, I can hardly recall. Wasn't it you who sweetly called him Brother Jiang Han back then? Mother, the signal is poor. I'll call you back later. Su Qian felt quite embarrassed and hastily ended the call. It wasn't until the screen went dark that she exhaled in relief. Why must her mother be so frivolous? What does she mean by liking the dramas? Although Jiang Han was indeed handsome, Su Qian began to count his flaws on her fingers. After a moment of silence, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Still nothing. After tossing about on her bed for a while, she rose, alone in her 90-square-meter apartment. The quietness of the night enveloped her, stirring a sense of inexplicable loneliness. How wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend by her side. Just as she pondered this, a vague figure appeared in her line of sight. Ugh, what a scoundrel. It seemed the elders were right. Relationships only hinder one's work efficiency. With the takeout yet to arrive, Su Qian decided to tidy up once more. She cherished cleanliness and preferred to ensure her surroundings were spotless before settling in. Feeling a bit hungry, she grabbed an apple from the coffee table and began to nibble. Her thoughts drifting back to her mother's words. As Jiang Han's former girlfriend, she ought to provide some meaningful assistance to the somewhat unruly class monitor. Meanwhile, at Su Qian's parents' home, her mother sat on the couch, addressing her husband, who was cleaning the house. Dear, guess who our daughter encountered at school today? Her husband. Unable to guess, asked somewhat dismissively. Who? Jiang Han. Who? The little boy from the Jiang Jixia family before we moved. Oh, and then? Her husband appeared confused, questioning her excitement. So what? Leave me be. I'm in a good mood today and can't be bothered with you, Su's mother chided playfully. Then mused to herself with a smile, Oh, Xiao Jiang Han, as your future mother-in-law, I can only assist you this far. The tales of the diary of a groom's development and the affairs of the university counselor and her siblings are far more delightful than the currently popular idol dramas. After all, they are nourishing and reassuring. Chapter 5, delivered to my home today, marks the official commencement of the academic year. As bona fide third-year students, Jiang Han and Li Zongyang have no intention of joining the throngs of students preparing for graduate examinations, nor do they aspire to cross the narrow bridge together. After enduring until the last class of the day, the two departed from the campus together. According to their established custom, the moment the semester begins, they would indulge in a feast at the seafood buffet just outside the school. At 5:30 in the evening, as they arrived at the buffet and received their number, Jiang Han's phone rang. Hello? Who is this? Due to the overwhelming noise around him, Jiang Han turned the speaker volume to its maximum. Idiot Jiang Han, where's the information I requested? Upon hearing that familiar voice, he froze momentarily, then instinctively hung up, silently regretting his decision. Clearly, the caller was his beloved counselor. Why did I turn the volume up? Oh no, Li Zongyang must have heard that. Old Jiang, whose call was that? Li Zongyang's eyes sparkled with clarity, seemingly reassuring Jiang Han that there was no need for concern. It was the counselor. What did she want? Jiang Han's expression darkened slightly. She assigned me some tasks yesterday, and I forgot them today. Is it important? Jiang Han sighed and reopened his contacts. Yes, it's related to our upcoming internships. I should call her back. Hopefully, she's still at school. All right. Jiang Han hesitated briefly as he glanced at the name displayed on his screen before dialing the number. Meanwhile, Su Qian was sulking on her sofa. Jiang Han actually hung up on me. Am I really that terrifying? Before Su Qian could delve deeper into her thoughts, the ringtone echoed in her ears. It was Jiang Han's call. Without a second thought, she answered. Moments later, the familiar voice of the young man resonated from the other end. Dear classmate Jiang Han, am I really worthy of a return call? Listening to Su Qian's sarcastic tone, Jiang Han felt a twinge of embarrassment as he attempted to explain. Counselor, I had a classmate next to me just now. All right, I understand. Su Qian was acutely aware that there were pressing matters to attend to. This was not the moment for personal grievances. Did you forget to hand in that information today? Jiang Han replied, Counselor, are you still at school? I can deliver it immediately. Su Qian had been at home for over half an hour. Jiang Han, it is now the time when faculty and staff finish their work. Where do you think I should be? Jiang Han glanced at Li Zongyang beside him and pondered for a moment. Shall I deliver it to you? On the other end of the line, Su Qian raised an eyebrow and replied almost instinctively, Sure, I live at City Star, District 1052. It's getting late, so please hurry. All right, I'll be there shortly. As soon as the call ended, Li Zongyang immediately inquired, What's the situation now? Jiang Han glanced at the time displayed on his phone. Their instructor was not at school, and the materials were somewhat urgent. He needed to deliver them to her residence. He paused before adding, I should be back in about half an hour. Then go ahead. I'll wait for you in the cafeteria. Jiang Han, clutching the printed documents, hailed a taxi at the entrance of the mall and headed towards City Star. Although it was merely a matter of delivering materials, fulfilling his responsibilities as class leader, he couldn't shake off the peculiar feeling of visiting his ex-girlfriend's home, akin to approaching the guillotine. As the taxi sped along the road, the driver muttered, "Our city has recently reported several suspected cases of infection. Citizens are advised to wear masks when going out, and unless necessary, avoid crowded public places like malls." Jiang Han heard the broadcast and wondered aloud. "It's only been less than a month. That seems unlikely." The taxi driver replied, "Let us hope it isn't true. The impact of such matters on all sectors is truly significant." Jiang Han nodded, sharing the driver's concerns. In just over 10 minutes, thanks to the driver's adept skills, Jiang Han arrived at the entrance of City Star. After scanning the payment code, he swiftly made his way to Su Qian's apartment. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Han as he stepped through the community gate, an emergency health vehicle had also arrived, from which a group of medical personnel clad in protective gear disembarked. Within 5 minutes, Jiang Han stood at Su Qian's door. Taking a deep breath, he knocked. "Su Qian, I've brought the materials." A distinctively cool voice floated from inside. "Just come in. The door is unlocked, and the slippers are by the entrance." Jiang Han instinctively responded and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was enveloped by the unique fragrance that belonged to Su Qian. The room was as immaculate and orderly as ever, reflecting Su Qian's consistent style. "Su Qian, where are you?" "In the bedroom." Su Qian was lying comfortably on her bed, eagerly awaiting a food delivery while engrossed in a romance novel targeted at a male audience, reminiscent of an older style. Nevertheless, the author's portrayal of emotional scenes was exquisite, and the storyline exuded a warmth that was unexpectedly swift, particularly suitable for a single lady who has been unattached for quite some time. The narrative unfolds with an intriguing sense of déjà vu, as the younger brother character evokes a persistent resemblance to the male lead, Jiang Han. This peculiar sensation continually piques Su Qian's interest, compelling her to delve deeper into the story. However, the author, afflicted with a profound case of laziness, has crafted a plot rich in detail but disappointingly sparse in updates. The latest chapter features the female protagonist enticing the male lead back to their rented abode, culminating in a climactic moment. Yet the entire sequence is disappointingly condensed into a mere 4,000 words across 2 chapters. Su Qian's demeanor soured slightly as she inwardly cursed the author, equating them to Jiang Han in their lack of diligence. She emerged somewhat reluctantly from her bedroom, only to find Jiang Han standing at the door, his smile a blend of mirth and sarcasm. "You're quite prompt, Jiang Han. Have you brought the documents?" "Yes, I have," he replied. Su Qian, clad in a loose-fitting shirt, her dark hair damp and cascading down her back, perfectly paired her upper attire with denim shorts that accentuated her long legs. After stretching languidly, she glanced at Jiang Han, her tone softening as she remarked, "You could just come in. Haven't you visited my house since that summer after high school graduation?" Jiang Han opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. The thrill of discussing a clandestine romance in the presence of one's parents was undeniably exhilarating. He reluctantly placed the documents on the coffee table, announcing, "The materials have been delivered. I must be on my way." As he turned to leave, he caught sight of Su Qian sipping water by the side and hesitated, intrigued by her playful remark, "Why the hurry? Am I going to devour you?" His impulse to exit waned as he appraised her casual attire, instinctively nodding in acknowledgement. "Don't come again next time," she teased. As the man turned towards the door, Su Qian prepared to retreat to her bedroom. Just as Jiang Han was about to push the door open, the elevator doors suddenly swung open, revealing a group of individuals clad in protective suits. Chapter 6. You two must get along well. A contingent of people in protective gear emerged from the elevator. One of them, spotting Jiang Han about to leave, stepped forward to intercept him, stating, "Excuse me, sir. During this morning's routine inspections, a batch of test tubes from your community revealed cases of infection. In accordance with the official containment guidelines, this neighborhood will be under lockdown for the next fortnight. No one is permitted to leave without higher authorization." As the individual emphasized the gravity of the situation, they retrieved a registration form from their disinfection backpack. "You are the head of this household, correct? Please record your details here, including the number of residents and contact information. The authorities will arrange for unified material distribution." After listening to the fluent and official discourse delivered by Dabai, Jiang Han silently applauded this display of professionalism in his heart. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, furrowing his brow in response. "This is my ex-girlfriend's residence. I am merely delivering an item. Is there any way you could allow it?" Dabai, recognizing the embarrassment etched on Jiang Han's face, remained steadfast in his duty. regardless of the circumstances. This is not permissible. I hope you understand that our work is also a matter of ensuring personal safety, as well as the safety of others. Jiang Han replied. But the voices of the two conversing at the entrance captured the attention of Su Qian, who had just returned to her bedroom. She walked slowly to the door and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Da Bai, fully armed, outside. What is happening? Da Bai, observing Su Qian's bewilderment, reiterated the situation without alteration. Miss, is this residence occupied solely by the two of you? Su Qian instinctively nodded, then suddenly shook her head. No. Are we not allowed to enter or exit during this period? She unconsciously glanced at Jiang Han beside her, who likewise turned to look at her. Their gazes briefly intersected before they awkwardly redirected their attention to Da Bai. Two people. Da Bai nodded and began to write in his notebook. May I have your contact information? We need both. Su Qian and Jiang Han, feeling rather helpless, recited their phone numbers. Da Bai nodded and said, Please maintain proper ventilation indoors and stay updated with the property management's announcements. In approximately an hour, medical personnel will arrive to conduct nasal swabs for both of you. So please cooperate when the time comes. Now, please close the door. The diligent and meticulous Da Bai, as he departed, kindly ensured that the door was closed behind him. With a resounding thud, the door shut, and Da Bai and his colleagues proceeded to notify the next household. Inside Su Qian's rental apartment, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the two. Oh my goodness. On my second day of work, a man is living in the same house as me. This small space felt increasingly cramped for her. In just 2 days, Su Qian felt as though she could have easily found a 3-bedroom apartment. Being cooped up with her ex-boyfriend, who was also her student, felt like a scene straight out of a melodramatic idol drama. After a brief silence, Jiang Han broke the uncomfortable quiet. Ahem, so what should we do now, Su Qian? Su Qian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her exquisite features reflecting her helplessness. Although cohabiting with Jiang Han under the same roof was undeniably awkward, the objective circumstances dictated that as his teacher, she could not turn a blind eye to his plight. Her decision to keep him there stemmed solely from a sense of professional responsibility, devoid of any personal sentiment. Sighing, Su Qian feigned a look of distress. Jiang Han, please take a moment to sit in the living room while I make a call to my superior, Su Qian said, pausing momentarily with a somewhat serious expression. Furthermore, from now on, remember to address me as teacher, do not be so informal. Jiang Han replied with an acknowledgement. Understood, instructor, you may attend to your matters. Watching Su Qian turn and walk towards the bedroom, he couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, Jiang Han's mind was almost a blank slate, his heart brimming with indescribable excitement. Yes, it was excitement. The current situation was that for the next half-month, he would be living with this former girlfriend, who was now immersed in her role as an instructor. Moreover, during this time, he would not even be able to step outside. He could only remain in this rented space, engaging in all manner of activities, in every corner, with various unspeakable collaborations. What on earth was he thinking? Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Han began to take in the arrangement of Su Qian's home anew. Aside from the inherent decor of the apartment, the placement of each item exuded a vague charm, a reflection of Su Qian's innate elegance. After a careful analysis, he shifted his gaze back to the novel on his phone screen. It seemed to be the only means to alleviate his awkwardness. From the bedroom, Su Qian's voice, tinged with exasperation, reached him. Mom, my neighborhood has been sealed off due to reported cases of infection. She hesitated, clearly unsure of how to continue, and after a long pause, added, Mom, I've finished, please don't overreact. A male student from my class is also trapped in the rented apartment with me. On the other end of the line, Su Qian's mother raised her voice considerably. What did you say? A man is in your apartment, and you're both trapped together? Su Qian had evidently anticipated her mother's dramatic reaction, placing the phone at a distance as she spoke those words. Qian, please take care of yourself. These young people nowadays are not to be trusted. Her mother's tone grew increasingly somber. If that man dares to lay a hand on you, call the police immediately. Mom, Jiang Han is trustworthy, Su Qian reassured. Qian, repeat what you just said. On the other end, Su Qian was somewhat bewildered but recounted her previous statement. Jiang Han's character, not that one. Go back a sentence. I'm trapped with a male classmate? Su Qian ventured cautiously. What do you mean by a male classmate? Does Jiang Han merely register as an ordinary student in your eyes? All those years and so many older sisters were in vain? Su Qian retorted. And you must not bully Jiang Han. If I find out, there will be no place for you in this family. But what if Jiang Han were to act inappropriately towards me? Su Qian asked softly. Little Jiang Han would never do that. Even if he did, it would be you who benefits. All right, that's enough. You two should get along well. Before Su Qian could retort, the sound of a dial tone echoed in her ear. She cast a glance at the bedroom door, her expression subtly shifting. So, am I not her biological child? Chapter 7. Come, stretch out your foot. After the call ended, the woman sat in silence on the bed for a moment. Her mother's reaction felt rather peculiar. Am I truly not her flesh and blood? After a brief bout of wild speculation, Su Qian slipped on her slippers and approached the bedroom door, peering at Jiang Han, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a novel on his phone. She pondered whether this young man truly possessed such remarkable qualities. Was it merely his handsome appearance and refined demeanor? What was so extraordinary about him? It's not as if I haven't interacted with him before. Given the current circumstances, one could say I am fortunate amidst misfortune. She was quite familiar with Jiang Han. Had it been a stranger living with her, well, she shuddered at the thought. Yet their identities. Su Qian gazed at Jiang Han's profile, her lips pursed slightly, and aside from the awkwardness, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Ever since she met this young boy, why had she become increasingly peculiar? After her thoughts fluttered for a while, she found herself unable to speak first, so she simply shook her head and closed the bedroom door. A shrewd hunter often appears in the guise of prey. She needed him to take the initiative. In the living room, Jiang Han sat on the sofa, his fingers gliding across the screen, absorbing the scrolling text before him. Yet, he found himself so embarrassed that he had forgotten the contents of the novel. Hello? Jiang Han answered a call, listening to the sound of someone chewing heartily. Jiang Han. When are you coming over? I've already started eating. Li Zongyang's voice was casual. Jiang Han chuckled politely, albeit awkwardly, glancing at the quartz clock on the wall. Enjoy your meal. I have encountered a minor mishap and may not make it to school for a while. Gorging on little Qing Long, he curiously inquired, what happened? You didn't get into trouble with the instructor, did you? Which hospital? I'll come by after I finish eating. Jiang Han's expression darkened. How could you not choke on that? I'm a grown man. How could she bully me? I told you, such a gentle girl. How could she give you an experience card? Jiang Han replied. Are you on bad terms with the hospital? If you're not in the hospital, then there's nothing wrong, right? I've got plenty of seafood. If you don't come over soon, I might eat it all. Jiang Han scoffed coldly. Go ahead. Eat to your heart's content. The instructor's neighborhood is sealed off. I'll have to stay with her for a while. On the other end of the line, Li Zongyang, still indulging in his feast, was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The seafood in his mouth suddenly lost its appeal. What did you say? You're stuck with the instructor? No way, are you serious? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Jiang Han nodded thoughtfully and replied with a simple You truly deserve your fate. I feel as though my molars are on the verge of shattering. So when will you be able to come out? Once you do, just make sure I don't suddenly have an extra sister-in-law. Jiang Han fell silent. Was he truly that type of person? Clearly, he was not. The teasing remarks of his close friend echoed in his ears, when suddenly, he heard a clatter coming from Su Qian's bedroom. What mischief is she up to now? I can't discuss this further. I have matters to attend to. Jiang Han ended the call and hurried to the bedroom door. He gazed at the firmly closed door, hesitated for a moment, and then knocked gently. Su Qian, are you all right? What was that noise just now? Driven by an inexplicable urge, before Su Qian could respond, Jiang Han pushed the door open. In that instant, his gaze fell upon Su Qian sitting on the floor, nursing her right ankle. Scattered around her were clothes and other household items in disarray. What happened? Su Qian looked up at Jiang Han, biting back the pain in her ankle, her autumn-like eyes glistening with unshed tears. It's nothing. I was just looking for a blanket, and the clothes on top fell down. I think I might have twisted my ankle. Upon seeing this, Jiang Han swiftly rushed to her side, lifting her gently and placing her by the bed. She must have just showered. Her long hair was damp and cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her delicate, fair neck. The late summer heat of Jiangnan lingered, and below, she wore a pair of knee-length shorts. Jiang Han's gaze inadvertently drifted downward, where her smooth calves met her slender ankles, perfectly encased in pure white cotton socks that embraced her petite feet. The cuff of the socks tightly hugged her tender skin, creating a subtle indentation. The contrast of her fair skin and the pristine white of the socks captivated Jiang Han's attention. The gently flowing air within the room carried her scent to Jiang Han's nostrils, a subtly sweet aroma, an essence that belonged to her, utterly delightful. This fragrance, enveloping his senses, compelled Jiang Han to draw in a deep breath, indulging in the pheromones that wafted through the air. Hey, Jiang Han, you're getting a bit too close. Su Qian's soft murmur jolted him back to reality. Oh, he quickly shifted back a step. He looked at Su Qian, whose delicate brows were slightly furrowed. Are you all right? Su Qian? With a brave attempt to suppress the moisture welling in her eyes, Su Qian replied, I'm fine. I was just trying to find you a blanket. But the clothes fell down unexpectedly. Jiang Han quipped, a blanket for me? I certainly don't want someone freezing to death while sleeping at night. Su Qian huffed in response, her already stunning face adorned with a touch of pride. Girls are indeed curious creatures. Their toughness often resides solely in their words. Jiang Han gazed at the scattered garments on the floor, refraining from assisting with the cleanup, merely uttering, Where's the medicine box? Su Qian glanced at him once more, smiling as she replied, It's beneath the coffee table in the living room. All right, I shall apply the medicine for you shortly. After Jiang Han exited the room, Su Qian pressed her lips together. Wasn't Jiang Han's warm-hearted demeanor simply overwhelming? With such striking good looks, how could he possibly be a scoundrel? No, Su Qian. You must not succumb. He is your student, and still quite young. Although these thoughts swirled in her mind, a sweet smile unconsciously graced her lips. Su Qian, sit up in bed. I will apply the safflower oil for you. Jiang Han entered the room holding the oil. Su Qian looked at him and softly said, It's all right. I can manage on my own. Jiang Han stepped closer, his expression serious as he insisted, No, you won't be able to exert any strength by yourself. Be good and extend your foot. His slightly domineering tone momentarily left Su Qian in a daze. But she obediently stretched out her small foot encased in a white cotton sock. She comforted herself internally, reminding herself, he is merely applying medicine. Our relationship is completely innocent. Unbeknownst to her, the smile on her face blossomed like a fleeting flower. Chapter 8. Many opportunities await suppressing the throbbing pain in her ankle. Su Qian slowly rested her foot in Jiang Han's hands. Perhaps due to her nervousness, her delicate white sock slightly swelled, indicating the movement of her toes within. Jiang Han carefully removed her small white sock, his touch as gentle as possible. He glanced at her and delicately held her pristine little foot. It may hurt a bit. Bear with it. Okay. Su Qian lowered her head, her fair cheeks already tinged with a rosy hue. Jiang Han refocused his attention on her tender foot. Oh no. Suddenly, I have an overwhelming urge to take a bite. It seemed as though unclean thoughts had invaded his mind. Jiang Han cast aside those unsavory ideas, fully aware that if he were to indulge in such a whim, the ensuing narrative would reach a definitive end. After all, there would be many opportunities in the future. He evenly spread the safflower oil across his palms, taking a deep breath. His large hand then enveloped Su Qian's ankle, gradually applying more pressure. Ouch! Su Qian let out a soft cry, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Han did not ease his grip. Rather, he employed a specific technique to circulate the oil around her ankle. It was not out of a lack of tenderness. Only by increasing the pressure and applying the correct massage technique could he promote blood circulation and alleviate the bruising. In his heart, Jiang Han swore it was not because he wished to see Su Qian in tears. Absolutely not. The cool, slippery safflower oil, under Jiang Han's unique technique, unleashed a marvelous warmth at Su Qian's ankle. Ah, that feels so good, she sighed. Moments later, Jiang Han's large hand came to a halt, scrutinizing Su Qian's delicate ankle. It's perfect. You should be fine by tomorrow. Why did you stop? It felt wonderful. I want more, she urged. Jiang Han paused for a moment, then gazed at Su Qian, who had closed her eyes, utterly immersed in the pleasurable massage. Ahem, that's enough. Continuing would only be counterproductive. After Jiang Han exited the room, Su Qian finally came to her senses, burying her flushed face in the pillow, her fair legs dangling in the air. What had she just said? As a graduate who had slipped through the cracks of higher education, how could she utter such embarrassing words? Nevertheless, she found Jiang Han's character quite trustworthy. He harbored no ill intentions toward her little feet. Though Jiang Han had returned to the living room, his attention remained keenly focused on the sounds from the bedroom, wary of any potential mishaps from their somewhat unreliable instructor. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Su Qian's voice echoed again in surprise. Ah, Jiang Han, come help me. Entering the bedroom, Jiang Han found Su Qian once more sprawled on the floor, his expression instantly turning cold. Why are you down again? His tone was stern, tinged with reproach. I just wanted to tidy up. It's such a mess, she stammered, feeling dazed by his reprimand, an inexplicable tension rising within her. You could have just called me. Why did you have to come down? Do you not care about your foot? Despite his frosty demeanor, Jiang Han lifted Su Qian into his arms and placed her back on the bed. After ensuring she had not sustained further injury, he turned to address the disarray in the room. Watching Jiang Han's back, Su Qian bit her lip. Why so harsh? She gazed at him as he organized the clothes and bedding. Once everything was neatly placed in the cabinet, she suddenly remarked, "You're quite efficient at this." "Not bad. But are you sure this blanket is usable now?" Jiang Han questioned, pointing at the thick duvet on the bed, puzzled. "Is there a problem?" Su Qian replied without a second thought. "Well, the room temperature is nearly 30 degrees today." The two exchanged glances, both seemingly at a loss for words. Their encounters were inherently awkward, and finding a topic to discuss felt forced, only exacerbating the tension in the air. Su Qian smiled and asked, "Jiang Han, haven't you at dinner yet? There are some hot and sour noodles in the fridge. If you're hungry, feel free to help yourself." Jiang Han nodded, not pondering why she had suggested this. "All right, I understand. What will you have?" With a smile, Su Qian replied, "Bring me a portion as well." Jiang Han asked with a smile, "After all these years, you still can't cook, can you?" Su Qian's smile faltered, "I can manage a little, but I'm not particularly skilled." "Really?" Su Qian bit her lip, conceding, "I can only make scrambled eggs, nothing else." Jiang Han seemed to have anticipated her reply. "Are there fresh vegetables in the fridge?" Su Qian nodded. "Yes, there is some frozen beef too." "That should suffice," Jiang Han remarked confidently. "Eating junk food won't help your foot heal any faster. What do you want to eat? I'll prepare it." "Spicy beef." "No, you can't have spicy food today." After Jiang Han left the bedroom, Su Qian crossed her arms, her expression one of indignation. "If I can't have spicy food, then I won't eat it all." "Why are you being so harsh? What's so great about it?" Jiang Han opened the refrigerator door and took a quick survey. Unable to suppress a quiet click of his tongue, a variety of fresh vegetables were neatly arranged on the top shelf. Although he didn't consider Su Qian, his counselor, particularly reliable, he had to commend her for this habit of stockpiling. In these unusual times, having a refrigerator full of groceries was indeed a blessing. "Let's make eggplant and garlic sauce." Jiang Han's tall figure busied itself behind the glass door of the kitchen. It was once said that to capture a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach, a truth Jiang Han understood well. As the neighborly older sister to his counselor, this identity felt oddly enchanting. Chapter 9. As his teacher, it has been said that time spent working and attending classes drags on interminably, as if controlled by some peculiar switch, stretching nearly tenfold compared to leisurely weekends. Su Qian had once held this belief, but today she found herself entirely reevaluating her absurd perception. With her ex-boyfriend cooking in the kitchen, time seemed to crawl. After what felt like a century, Jiang Han's voice finally broke the torturous silence. "Su Qian, sit patiently on the bed. I'll assist you." Jiang Han placed the prepared dishes on the table and quickly approached her. "Is your foot feeling any better?" Su Qian nodded slightly. With Jiang Han's support, she attempted to take a small step, a soft hiss escaping her lips. Though the sound was barely audible, it resonated clearly in Jiang Han's ears. "Does it hurt a lot?" he inquired casually. "Not really," she replied, quickly conceding under his gaze. At the same time, Jiang Han looked down at this not-so-tall sister. Their eyes met in the air for a brief moment before Jiang Han effortlessly lifted Su Qian in his arms. Startled by the sudden sensation of weightlessness, she let out a small cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around Jiang Han's neck. In a sudden close encounter against the light, Su Qian observed his exquisite features, so near that her cheeks involuntarily flushed. The intoxicating scent of musk enveloped her, and her heartbeat seemed to falter for a moment. "Put me down." Su Qian's voice carried a hint of playful reproach, akin to a gentle tease directed at Jiang Han. "Should I let you walk to the dining table on your own?" Jiang Han paid no heed to Su Qian's playful protest, recalling how he had held her this way during the summer of their senior year. He gently placed her in a chair and then pulled an alcohol wipe from his bag, offering it to her. Su Qian, momentarily disoriented, murmured a soft thank you. "Give it a try. It should taste delightful." She glanced at Jiang Han, then picked up a piece of eggplant with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. Noticing Jiang Han's unwavering gaze upon her, she quickly took another piece. "How does it taste?" Jiang Han inquired. Delicious. This is a flavor I could never replicate in my lifetime," Su Qian affirmed with a nod. Jiang Han paused at her words, pondering if this was the sensation of being praised by an ex-girlfriend. Why did his heart skip a beat? It was indeed a curious feeling. Su Qian bore no intention of flattering Jiang Han. During her time studying abroad, she had been surrounded by various fast foods, lacking the opportunity to savor authentic Chinese cuisine. Due to her limited culinary skills, she had resorted to takeout these past few days. In some respects, the taste of technology paled in comparison to Jiang Han's eggplant dish. With a hint of pride, Jiang Han replied, "Perhaps it's because I've made this dish numerous times, so I've become quite adept at it." "Oh, so that's how it is," Su Qian mused, resting her chopsticks against her lips. Jiang Han glanced at her and then resumed his meal. The atmosphere of their dinner imbued with a certain charm. Suddenly, shifting the conversation, Su Qian remarked seriously, "It seems that Jiang Han has had his fair share of girlfriends these past few years, hasn't he?" He responded, somewhat taken aback. "Otherwise, how could your culinary skills be so refined?" Su Qian asserted, her tone resolute, whether as a classmate or an older sister figure. It was essential for her to understand her peer's romantic circumstances and offer guidance. After all, Jiang Han was still young. One could never tell when he might be led astray by a temptress from the streets, lured to a nightclub, and become a gigolo. Jiang Han, holding the chopsticks with the eggplant suspended in midair, felt a tremor at the corners of his eyes. He thought to himself, "Have I really dated anyone in the past 2 years? How was I not aware of this?" The eggplant suddenly tasted a bit sour. Had he perhaps added rice vinegar? No, he hadn't. Su Qian smiled lightly. That's a relief. In today's world, there are many deceivers, especially in matters of the heart. Heart deceivers? TSK, Jiang Han mused, thinking that being deceived would be preferable to remaining where he was. "Thank you for the warning. Remember to call the instructor and repeat it," Su Qian said with calm assurance. "Thank you, instructor. Now let us eat." After hastily finishing their meal, Jiang Han proceeded to wash the dishes, and Su Qian said nothing, as her injured foot rendered her unable to assist. Furthermore, Jiang Han was not a stranger. It was acceptable to take advantage of him a little. With Jiang Han's support, Su Qian returned to the bedroom. Just as Jiang Han was about to exit the room, he paused and turned back, inquiring, "What is it, instructor?" "Please take the blanket from the bed and place it under you while you sleep. It will be more comfortable," Su Qian instructed. Pointing to the blanket at the foot of the bed, Jiang Han appeared pleasantly surprised, obediently nodding. "All right, thank you, instructor." After he picked up the blanket and closed the bedroom door, Su Qian comfortably lay down on the bed. She pondered extensively, contemplating her future work while also considering her communication style with Jiang Han. In the upcoming period, work would undoubtedly be conducted online. As for Jiang Han's coursework, she would check if the Academic Affairs Office had any arrangements. If not, she would reluctantly offer some tutoring. After all, as a graduate of Imperial College, she should be capable of guiding a younger student. With proper teaching strategies and perhaps a touch of discipline, she could ensure that Jiang Han's learning efficiency would double. It was only when Su Qian became exceedingly tired that she broke free from the study plan she had devised for Jiang Han. Before long, she was snuggled under her small blanket, dozing off in a daze. In the adjacent room, Jiang Han made his bed and lay down, engaging in a conversation with his editor. "Editor, how is the romantic theme I mentioned to you a few days ago coming along?" Jiang Han, "I've read a few books and have a general idea now." Editor, "That is good. Can you possibly incorporate a big sister element? Preferably one with a contrasting personality?" Jiang Han, Editor, "The minimum price is negotiable." Jiang Han, "I'll give it a try." Jiang Han set down his phone, inhaling the fragrant scent of the blanket, and a certain teacher's image unexpectedly flashed through his mind. The concept of a big sister with a contrasting charm lingered. Time passed without notice, and soon, the even sound of Jiang Han's snoring filled the bedroom. He slept soundly and peacefully. Chapter 10. A bit excited at 6:30 in the morning, the methodical Su Qian was already up, preparing breakfast. Although there was still a slight ache in her ankle, it did not hinder her from boiling eggs and heating milk. Despite her culinary skills being almost non-existent, she could manage a simple breakfast. However, today she was preparing a meal for two. Turning to glance at the closed door of the adjacent room, she was about to knock when she heard a click. The doorknob turned inward, revealing a capable figure clad in a short-sleeved shirt. "Good morning," Jiang Han said, rubbing his sleepy eyes and speaking first. "Morning," Su Qian instinctively replied. "I have prepared breakfast, so please wash your hands quickly and come to eat. The milk will soon cool down." Jiang Han stepped forward, sidestepping Su Qian, and then halted, his eyelids lowering as his gaze fixed upon her ankle. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Han residing here at that moment. Su Qian was clad in long pajamas that reached her calves. The fabric, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, pale skin, added an air of tranquil beauty. Standing there, her right foot, adorned with cartoon slippers, gently tapped the ground, hesitant and cautious, likely due to a muscle strain. Noticing Jiang Han's gaze, Su Qian smiled and remarked, "It's just a slight ache. It's nothing serious." "Oh," Jiang Han replied simply before turning to enter the bathroom. Su Qian remained where she was, somewhat bewildered as she watched the silhouette of the young man. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. According to the dramas, the caring younger brother should be showing meticulous concern for his older neighbor. No, Su Qian, how many inappropriate thoughts have you been harboring? He is your student." Shaking her head, she limped towards the dining table. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Han discovered a set of unopened dental supplies neatly arranged on the vanity, accompanied by a note. "These are your dental supplies. Please make do with them given the limited conditions." Glancing at the elegant handwriting, Jiang Han smiled faintly. After a quick wash, he joined Su Qian at the table, silently consuming the boiled egg and warm milk before her eyes. Sensing a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere, Su Qian spoke softly. "Jiang Han, given your current situation, you are unable to return to school. However, to ensure your studies do not suffer." She paused deliberately, a playful smile gracing her face as she gazed at him. Jiang Han met Su Qian's mischievous eyes with a hint of apprehension. "I have requested the school's permission to tutor you during this time." As Su Qian exuded confidence, Jiang Han felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Was she reliable? And was her tutoring legitimate? Noticing the skepticism in Jiang Han's eyes, Su Qian placed her hands on her hips, straightening her posture slightly. "First of all, I am older than you, and as your elder sister, I have an obligation to educate you. Furthermore, I graduated from Imperial College London, and my major intersects significantly with your studies. I am more than capable of tutoring you." Taken aback by her assertiveness, Jiang Han stammered, "You're indeed not a child anymore. What are you talking about? Little brat, if you don't study hard, you'll end up with regrets." Just moments ago, she had worn a mischievous smile, but now her demeanor shifted, leaving her looking somewhat flustered. Her cheeks flushed as she bent her upright posture. Could it be that her appearance was deceiving? The past 2 years of university life have seemingly enlightened him. However, Jiang Han does not appear to be as straightforward as one might think. As he averted his gaze, he lowered his head to consume his egg. This simple breakfast concluded in a rather delicate atmosphere. After the meal, Su Qian did not ask Jiang Han to clear the table. Instead, she sent him to the living room to watch television. Jiang Han sat on the sofa, his mind occasionally drifting to the image of Su Qian limping about. After a moment, he rose to head to the restroom. As a vibrant young man, Jiang Han could not afford to be passive. In the presence of the alluring counselor, he must take the initiative. This woman, it seemed, was formidable, save for her mouth. Jiang Han, Su Qian, after washing the dishes, noticed that the tall young man had vanished. "Counselor, I'm in the restroom. Please remain seated on the sofa and wait for me. Remember to be obedient." Jiang Han's voice carried a hint of seduction, making Su Qian feel as though she were under a spell, obediently taking a seat on the sofa. "Su Qian, do not rush. Your younger brother will be there shortly to serve you." Jiang Han emerged from the restroom with a smile. "Serve? What kind of service?" "Massage service." Was this massage service legitimate? The young woman eyed Jiang Han warily as he approached, instinctively tightening her body and preparing her left leg's muscles. In broad daylight, alone together, if Jiang Han dared to utter the words Thai massage, she would strike with precision. "I'll apply a compress to your ankle." Su Qian paused, her peripheral vision catching sight of the damp towel in Jiang Han's hand. Gradually, her tense body relaxed, and her expression softened. Jiang Han settled beside her, observing her ankle with earnest intent. "I noticed there might be some bruising." Understanding dawned upon Su Qian, and she relaxed, inexplicably extending her delicate foot toward him. Although it might not be proper to allow a boy to touch her feet, Jiang Han was so proactive. As the older sister, she felt compelled to respond to this impudent younger brother. Otherwise, she might hurt Jiang Han's tender feelings. With mutual initiative, time would surely fly, and the effects of their interaction would be heightened. Su Qian implied a massage. "Jiang Han, please do not bring your face too close. My feet are somewhat dirty." Jiang Han meticulously examined her exquisite foot, momentarily becoming too engrossed to heed the distance. "Oh, all right, I got a bit too excited." He pulled back slightly and spoke earnestly. "It might hurt a little, counselor. Bear with me, just for a moment." Su Qian nodded obediently, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. "Remember to be gentle." "Of course, counselor." Jiang Han found himself increasingly accustomed to addressing Su Qian as instructor. It seemed he could grasp the joy that filled Su Qian's days. A single day without uttering her name made him feel as though ants were crawling all over him, itchy and unbearable, as a damp towel enveloped his ankle. A refreshing chill gradually ascended to his heart. However, this sensation was abruptly interrupted by the pressure of Jiang Han's hand. As he intensified his grip, Su Qian's brow furrowed tighter, a hint of discomfort surfacing. "It hurts," she whimpered, prompting Jiang Han to cease his movements. "All right, you should be nearly recovered by tomorrow." Su Qian nodded lightly, then smiled. "Jiang Han, we ought to discuss your academic matters now." Chapter 11. Prepare for physical punishment. Su Qian maintained a demure posture. Her knees together, hands resting on her thighs, and her upper body slightly upright. "Jiang Han should respond directly to my previous question," she asserted with an earnest tone, emphasizing the forthcoming academic plan. To be candid, during breakfast, when Su Qian initially broached this plan, he found himself filled with doubt. This apprehension stemmed from two primary concerns, one regarding Su Qian's teaching abilities, and the other a lack of faith in his own self-discipline. With such a stunning beauty providing one-on-one tutoring daily, could he truly focus? It was a matter of efficiency. Observing Jiang Han's silence, Su Qian fell into brief contemplation. "You don't doubt my professional capabilities, do you?" Jiang Han nodded slightly, then quickly shook his head. "A bit of both?" he suggested, indicating a duality in his reasoning. "Yes," Jiang Han affirmed, offering Su Qian a significant acknowledgement. Indeed, the saying online held true. The one who understands an ex-boyfriend best is undoubtedly the ex-girlfriend. "Jiang Han, you are rather cautious," Su Qian remarked, her smile both playful and sardonic. "Now, aside from me, do you have any better options?" Jiang Han's once stable psychological defenses showed a crack, and he stared at the triumphant Su Qian, his gaze filled with melancholy. "Do you wish to excel in your final exams?" "Jiang Han," Su Qian gently probed. Of course, Jiang Han hesitated, aware that the final exams were often likened to a college entrance examination for university students. How could he not desire to excel? "And what about achieving honors for your finals?" "I want that too. And a scholarship?" I can't manage that." With mirth sparkling in her eyes, Su Qian recognized that the proud university student's mental fortifications had crumbled. She gazed at the woeful expression on Jiang Han's face, amusement dancing in her demeanor. "Compete with me? Oh, dear brother, you are still too inexperienced. What if I could help you attain all of the above? Would you be willing to give it a try? After all, there is nothing to lose, is there?" Su Qian boldly laid her cards on the table. "Indeed. This is the snare designed by me, your elder sister. Dear brother, come and play with your sister." Jiang Han lifted his head, subtly shifting away a seat. "No, I must keep my distance from this woman. She emanates an aura of danger. So, are you suggesting that I should accept this?" A delicate smile lingered on Su Qian's stunning visage as she gently shook her head. "No, you are mistaken. I am not negotiating with you. Rather, I am urging you to swiftly embrace this reality." Jiang Han gazed at her in disbelief. If looks could kill, Su Qian would have been slain by him countless times over. "Are you saying that this is the school's arrangement? Something that is already set in stone?" "Indeed it is." Su Qian was quite pleased with Jiang Han's current reaction. She leaned in closer to him, a teasing demeanor on her face. "Could it be that you harbor an interest in your teacher? If that is the case, perhaps I could be persuaded." Her thoughts laid bare. Jiang Han hastily clarified, "No. Instructor, you are far too self-absorbed." "Su Qian, could you repeat that?" "Huh. Sister Su Qian, did you mishear? I said nothing at all." With such audacity, combined with the sweetness of a sister akin to honey, even Su Qian found herself at a loss for words. "Oh, is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is." Noticing that Jiang Han's tone had softened, Su Qian sighed. "I understand that. Dear brother, you maintain a profound skepticism regarding my professional abilities. If you feel this way, I cannot guarantee the quality of my teaching. However, if you were to praise me, who knows? How infuriating. This woman dares to play such games. Am I, Jiang Han, the kind of person easily manipulated like a soft persimmon? No." With Su Qian's words, Jiang Han felt utterly defeated. This unorthodox counselor's barrage left him incapable of countering her advances. It was akin to the disparity between a master and a grandmaster. "Since you, dear brother Jiang Han, are unwilling, I shall simply mark you absent on your attendance sheet." With that, Su Qian prepared to rise and depart. "Oh, Sister Su Qian, I know you are the kindest of all. How could you bear to see your brother fail? With a beautiful instructor like you, possessing such gentle and caring qualities, Encountering you is a blessing I have earned over 8 lifetimes. I firmly believe that under your guidance, I will achieve comprehensive development. Jiang Han, in his excitement, sprang from the sofa, his face adorned with a devout expression, nearly swearing to the heavens. Very well. Su Qian nodded in satisfaction. Although her relationship with Jiang Han was somewhat intricate, she still relished teasing him, just as she did in their childhood. Teasing Jiang Han truly alleviated her stress, though. At times, it stirred some rather improper thoughts within her heart. Alas, the romantic light novels on my phone truly ought to be reduced in consumption, for they impair her judgment. Will I refrain entirely? Perhaps just a chapter less? For someone like Su Qian, who has been single for an extended period, the sweet taste of love remains an unattainable experience. If she cannot indulge in romantic light novels, it may very well be the end of her spirit. Since classmate Jiang Han has attained such awareness, I too must summon all my strength, Su Qian declared with utmost confidence. Classmate Jiang Han, do you possess confidence? Indeed. Speak louder. I did not catch that. Jiang Han inhaled deeply, gathering his resolve before exclaiming with fervor. I believe that under the devoted guidance of the kind-hearted and beautiful sister Su Qian, I shall undoubtedly secure the top position in my major this semester. Su Qian, satisfied, rose and limped toward the bedroom. Instructor, she waved her hand and smiled. I shall devise a specialized study plan for you. Should you fail to complete it, there will be consequences to face. Chapter 12. May I borrow your computer? Consequences? Jiang Han gazed at Su Qian in astonishment. Is this truly something a compassionate neighborly sister would utter? How cruel. Su Qian turned to him, nodding earnestly, her tone resolute. I can be quite strict, you know. Just wait patiently on the sofa. I will fetch my notebook. With that, Su Qian hobbled with enthusiasm into her bedroom. Dear brother Jiang Han, as your most beloved sister, I shall take wonderful care of you. As for Jiang Han, he had already become as rigid as a statue upon the sofa, his sharp features displaying a dazed expression. Why did he come to Su Qian's den of wolves? It was all due to his wretched memory. In a short while, Su Qian returned to the living room, cradling her laptop. She navigated the browser to the back end of the Jiangnan University of Science and Technology's academic system. Look here. Su Qian maneuvered the cursor, circling the grades section. Your current average GPA is 2.47. While it meets the school's graduation standards, given your academic performance last year, securing a scholarship or any preferential qualifications would be nearly impossible. Turning to Jiang Han, she spoke earnestly. Thus, classmate Jiang Han, you must exert yourself diligently. The gentle sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon Su Qian's hair, rendering her a vision of tenderness. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Han found himself lost in thought. Classmate Jiang Han, are you listening? Ah, yes. Jiang Han replied, somewhat distracted. Silly brother Jiang Han. Su Qian waved her hand in front of his eyes. Oh, I was just pondering some matters. Matters? Is there anything more important than studying? Jiang Han pondered for a moment and teased, I've been sealed with my sister, and for the next half-month, we must coexist beneath the same roof. Wouldn't the brother-in-law feel a twinge of jealousy? At such a tender age, instead of diligently pursuing education, he engages in gossip. Upon hearing this topic, Su Qian playfully rolled her eyes, and then with unwavering conviction, she pronounced, what is so great about romance? All I desire now is to earn a good living. That is what truly matters. Logically speaking, with Su Qian's striking beauty, she must have numerous admirers. Jiang Han responded without a moment's hesitation. By Jiang Han's discerning standards for female protagonists, Su Qian undoubtedly epitomized the essence of beauty, embodying the ideal characteristics of a leading lady. With her graceful demeanor, stunning visage, and impressive academic credentials, she fit the archetype of a heroine. Her subtly accentuated curves were even more pronounced than 2 years prior. All these attributes combined, Su Qian was clearly the embodiment of every young man's dream. Few older women could withstand the flattery of a fresh-faced young lad praising their beauty. And Su Qian was no exception. She found herself utterly defenseless against such unvarnished compliments, and her already buoyant spirits soared even higher. What? If no one is pursuing me, will you introduce me to a charming young lad? She mused. That wouldn't be out of the question, Jiang Han thought to himself with a smirk. Ah, women, aren't you satisfied with me? What type of boy does my sister prefer? He inquired. I like those who are handsome, gentle, preferably affluent, and most importantly, inexperienced in love. A naive young lad is best. One I can train, Su Qian replied, resting her chin on her hand with utmost seriousness. And one final requirement. I want to entertain anyone else's partner, no matter how appealing they may be. If no one desires me, then I shall not desire them either. Though her tone carried a hint of arrogance, it was not without merit. Noticing Jiang Han's eye twitch in response, Su Qian quickly added, I'm just joking. My career is only just beginning. I have no time for romance. Indeed, under the influence of external factors, one's perceptions of another can gradually shift with familiarity. Su Qian reflected that perhaps Jiang Han was so bad after all. Could this be what the forums often discussed, that after a breakup, one could still remain friends? In a situation of isolation and control, having someone to confide in could be quite pleasant. But wait, how did the conversation veer off course due to this irritating young man? How vexing. Clearing her throat. With a mischievous smile playing at her lips and a glint of playful menace in her eyes, Su Qian remarked, Jiang Han, have we strayed a bit from our topic? Oh dear, I've been discovered. Jiang Han stammered. What did you say? Nothing. I just complimented your looks, he replied, awkwardly grinning. Really? She asked, incredulous. Indeed. All right, I will take your word for it this once, Su Qian conceded, her tone laced with reluctance. Though perhaps no one would guess that a certain teacher was secretly reveling in this exchange. If trained in my manner, I can assure you that your GPA this semester will reach 40, Su Qian remarked nonchalantly. She then cast a furtive glance at Jiang Han, hoping to discern admiration in his expression. Unfortunately, Jiang Han seemed unimpressed by Su Qian's grand promises. After a moment of contemplation, he exaggeratedly complimented, Well, with Sister Su Qian's assistance, the scholarship is surely mine. Although his reaction was somewhat dismissive, Su Qian, being a magnanimous and caring elder sister, did not take offense. I understand your skepticism, but fret not. Time will reveal all. Observing Su Qian's confident demeanor, Jiang Han could only console himself, regardless of its reliability. Having something is better than nothing under the current circumstances. For today, let us take a break. You should acclimate first. With that, Su Qian prepared to retrieve her laptop and return to her room. Just as she stood, Jiang Han called out to her. Hey, what's the matter? Do you have something else to discuss, Jiang Han? Su Qian inquired, her face a canvas of curiosity as she regarded the boy fidgeting on the sofa. Could I borrow your laptop for a moment? Jiang Han asked, his gaze earnest. After a brief contemplation, Su Qian chuckled softly. The password is my birthday. She then placed the laptop on the coffee table and limped back to her room. Aren't you curious about what I need the laptop for? Jiang Han queried. Su Qian halted at the doorway, turned, and smiled sweetly. Will you? No, Jiang Han replied instinctively without a second thought. Then why should I be concerned? Remember to call me teacher, she said as she retreated to her room, leaving behind a lingering fragrance that subtly stirred Jiang Han's emotions. After a moment of mental vacuity, Jiang Han opened his notebook and logged into the writer's backend. As the cursor flickered momentarily, an unnamed work had already been established. After a few swift keystrokes, a succinct and clear title appeared, caught with the beautiful instructor on the first day of school, alternatively titled This Instructor is Quite Unusual. Chapter 13, Sneaking with a Secondary Account. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window onto Jiang Han's workspace. Gazing at the completed opening of his new book, he meticulously proofread it once more, the sunlight casting a confident glow on his tousled hair. Such is the life of an online writer. Aside from crafting stories, they analyze trends and scrutinize the ever-evolving landscape of literary platforms. Life can feel monotonous, devoid of the vibrant freelancers who thrive on short video platforms. The notion of freedom often turns out to be less liberating than it seems. To ensure that readers are left yearning for more after an update, some less scrupulous authors may spend entire days glued to their screens, devising ways to push themselves. However, Jiang Han was certainly not one of those relentless authors. He was a master of procrastination, languishing in the throes of chronic laziness. He stretched languidly, easing the fatigue from his weary muscles. Unconsciously glancing at the tightly shut door of the master bedroom, Jiang Han found himself wondering what Su Qian was up to. To his astonishment, he realized that he instinctively thought of her. What shall I prepare for dinner tonight? Perhaps fish-flavored shredded pork? She would likely enjoy it alongside some vegetables. After contemplating for a moment, he reconsidered. The vegetables in the refrigerator were rather scarce. He was unsure when he would be able to order groceries again. Jiang Han momentarily drifted into thought before picking up his phone to scroll through the screen. Almost as if compelled by some unseen force, he opened Su Qian's moments. Earlier that morning, around 10 o'clock, she had posted a picture of a bored panda, captioned, "Being confined is truly so boring." As he continued scrolling, He came across a photo of a plate of braised eggplant from the previous evening, accompanied by an endearing caption. "My home has a chef now. It's really, really delicious." Drooling emoji. These were the only 2 posts she had made in the past 6 months. Jiang Han, who rarely liked anything, found his gaze lingering on the second post for quite some time before a small smile crept onto his lips, and he gave her a like. Su Qian's moments were set to be visible for only 6 months, so these 2 posts were all that remained. Just as his phone was about to dim, he seemed to recall something, and his fingers tapped the screen once more. That earlier post deserved a like as well. Otherwise, knowing Su Qian, she might suspect he harbored ulterior motives. Perfect, Jiang Han murmured to himself before returning to the bedroom. A brief slumber would rejuvenate him, after which he would prepare dinner. Meanwhile, lying on the bed in the master bedroom, Su Qian almost synchronously opened Jiang Han's moments. 2 years had passed, and she was curious about the life of her ex-boyfriend. Over these 2 years, Jiang Han had also posted on Moments, sharing nothing particularly profound, mostly scenic photographs. Su Qian's attention gradually intensified as she cradled her phone, becoming quite engrossed. The composition of the images was indeed commendable. No wonder he studied design. His aesthetic sense was evidently refined. After scrutinizing each photo, one screenshot caught her eye. Jiang Han had taken to writing novels. Su Qian was somewhat taken aback, her tone laced with surprise. He borrowed the computer to write a novel. Initially, when she heard Jiang Han wanted to borrow a computer, she had mentally questioned the purpose. His laptop was a brand that hardly supported gaming. However, upon seeing that screenshot with the title of a signed manuscript, she was genuinely astonished. The title was not of a genre she favored, yet that did not deter Su Qian from seeking out the pen name, Han Jiangshui. She searched for this pseudonym on a novel website and, upon discovering that the author was categorized under fantasy, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, every boy has a soul steeped in youthful idealism." In a moment, Su Qian's peripheral vision caught sight of the group beneath the introduction. A playful notion quietly blossomed in her mind. Was it true that one needed 10,000 fan points to join? After pondering for a moment, her fingers hesitated between the exit and recharge buttons. Wasn't it merely 1,000 yuan? Consider it a tip. Jiang Han, my dear brother, please do not let me down. Subsequently, Su Qian effortlessly joined the fan group using her secondary account. At that moment, a WeChat message from her best friend, Chu He, popped up, prompting Su Qian to exit the group. Chu He was her roommate during university and also one of the counselors at Jiang Han University of Technology, albeit responsible for this year's incoming freshmen. Qian. You're not in a romantic relationship, are you? Qian, huh? No, am I? When did that happen? The person involved didn't even inform me. Humorous. What about your moments? Qian, my moments? Questioning. The one with the picture of the roasted eggplant. Didn't you mention you have a chef? Qian, having a chef doesn't necessarily mean I'm in a relationship. Laughing heartily. Is it a sister? Qian, no, it's a younger brother. TSK. I never would have guessed. Our Qian actually likes the younger ones. Handsome. ISNT? Qian, just a little. Skeptical. No way, I must tell them. It seems our Qian's romantic prospects are blossoming. Indeed, beautiful people are always so fortunate. It's only been a few days since he returned, and spring has already arrived. Qian, don't spread rumors. I have a pure relationship with him. How can this be spring? Besides, he is my student. What thoughts could I possibly have? TSK, a little handsome guy from our school, a teacher-student romance. You truly astound me. No wonder it's you. Qian, silent until you make a stunning revelation. Qian, ahem. Kindly contain your excitement. I genuinely have reason to doubt your professional capabilities as a counselor. Thoughtful. The more Su Qian contemplated, the more absurd it appeared. Her close friends, who were once demure girls, had transformed into quite the eccentric bunch after 4 years of university culture, leaving her, in her innocence, feeling somewhat out of place. I intended to suppress my excitement. Alas, I am leading freshman, and the age gap is quite significant. If I were in your position, guiding third-year students, Su Qian shook her head helplessly and placed her phone on the bedside to charge, lying down to prepare for a restful slumber. 5 minutes later, a delicate, pale hand tugged the power strip onto the bed. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. With her mind racing and sleep eluding her, Su Qian inevitably became that very cat. How exhilarating it was to eavesdrop on messages in the group with her secondary account. As her fingers glided across the screen, she observed the messages urging for updates. Wrapped in her summer quilt, Su Qian's breathing gradually became steady and even as drowsiness began to envelop her. Her phone slowly slipping from her grasp. The late summer breeze wafted into the room, stirring sweet ripples in the air. Chapter 14. It seems quite substantial as the alarm clock rang. The late summer sun was just beginning to approach the horizon. Unlike the refreshing evenings of late summer and early autumn in the north, the summer in Jiangnan remained somewhat sticky. Awoken by the ringing, Jiang Han slightly furrowed his brows, struggling to open his still drowsy eyes while reaching for his phone beside him. After a brief moment of wrestling with his slumber, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, glancing at his phone to find a notification from the group chat. New member joined the group chat. As Jiang Han observed the flurry of welcome messages flooding the chat, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Perhaps he should first update these fellows about his new book. His fingers glided over the screen, and within mere seconds, a message was composed. Send. Han Jiang Shui. The new book is ready and will be published soon. After sending the message, Jiang Han closed his phone. Little did he realize that, from that moment onward, the gears of fate would quietly begin to turn. At 5:30 in the afternoon, it was time to prepare dinner. Jiang Han yawned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. If he didn't start cooking soon, hunger would set in. He strolled leisurely out of his bedroom, heading straight for the kitchen. Oddly enough, he was someone who could cook yet detested it. However, when it came to Su Qian, he found himself inexplicably driven to cook with care. It was a strange yet delightful sensation. Perhaps this was the essence of companionship. Reaching the gas stove, he touched the countertop, the artificial marble's texture stimulating his senses. And his thoughts began to crystallize. In this era of rapid advancement, the pressure on young shoulders was steadily increasing. What should have been a time for rest had transformed into working from home due to various corporate demands. No one wished to return home after a long day only to drag their weary bodies into the kitchen. Thus, takeout naturally became the preferred substitute for home cooking. As a result, young individuals like Jiang Han, who could cook and ensure delicious meals, were few and far between. Although it consumed some of his leisure time, it provided him with a substantial guarantee of good health. His regular routines and positive lifestyle habits made him appear far more vibrant than those consumed by the allure of instant gratification. Jiang Han swiftly opened the refrigerator door and retrieved a box of pre-sliced meat, contemplating for a moment before pulling out a pack of beef. Spicy beef, right? He recalled Su Qian mentioning this dish yesterday. Just a quick preparation would suffice. Indeed, it was just a quick preparation. How could a college student with grand aspirations succumb to the whims of a beautiful instructor? As Jiang Han gazed at the whole piece of beef on the cutting board, he deftly wielded his knife. Just as he was about to heat the oil in the pan, a soft, sleepy voice floated in from behind him. Su Qian, rubbing her eyes, entered the kitchen. In stark contrast to Jiang Han's spirited demeanor, Su Qian appeared somewhat dazed, her eyes reflecting a profound confusion about the clarity of the world surrounding her. Stray strands of hair cascaded onto her shoulders, and her pink cartoon pajamas added an endearing charm to her otherwise alluring figure. What are you doing? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Han turned and was met with Su Qian's radiant smile. Her smile possessed a healing warmth, capable of soothing the scars within one's heart. And Jiang Han found himself unable to articulate the source of this comforting sensation. Was it the lively sparkle in her eyes, reminiscent of a clear spring? Or was it simply Su Qian herself? Regardless, her smile was undeniably a formidable force that could easily breach Jiang Han's defenses. Imagining Su Qian as the heroine of a novel, he couldn't help but find it amusing to envision how adorably flustered his beautiful instructor would be if she were to discover this fact. Despite this whimsical thought, Jiang Han felt a pang of guilt. The novel had yet to be penned, and it was certainly not the kind of narrative that would allow for leniency in confession or strictness in resistance. What are you doing? As the words left her lips, Su Qian realized her tone was somewhat misplaced, prompting her to feign composure and take a step back. Being an unofficial staff member, she was aware of the importance of granting the chef adequate space. While proximity could foster intimacy, an overwhelming heat could disrupt Jiang Han's focus, hindering the longevity of their endeavor. Conversely, excessive distance was not a wise choice either, as the exchange of pheromones was a reciprocal process. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Jiang Han paused before adding, and spicy stir-fried beef. Really? At the mention of spicy stir-fried beef, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she instinctively stepped closer. The limited space at the cooking station quickly became cramped. Su Qian's right foot, still not fully healed, faltered, and she nearly toppled into Jiang Han's embrace. The warmth radiating from the young man's body felt through the fabric of her pajamas, enveloped her in a long-lost sensation that left her momentarily dazed. That pot. Jiang Han's voice came out slightly hoarse. Oh. Su Qian hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace, her fair cheeks flushed, giving her the appearance of someone slightly inebriated. Instructor? You must have overslept. Jiang Han turned, continuing to work while wearing a playful smile. Ah, no, not at all. Su Qian had just experienced the heat of Jiang Han's body, causing her own to soften involuntarily, and a strange warmth began to stir within her. Additionally, the scent emanating from him was quite intoxicating. The nature of their current roles was exhilarating, a feeling she, as a well-behaved girl, had never encountered before. Instructor and student, wait. What was Su Qian thinking? She couldn't let those perverse friends influence her. After all, Jiang Han was still just a child. Is it really so wrong to guide him? Su Qian gazed at his focused figure at the cooking station, a smile playing on her lips, before turning to leave. Listening to the footsteps gradually fading away, Jiang Han smiled earnestly and remarked, "It seems quite substantial." His gaze was resolute as he observed the beef slices in the pot, which were indeed transforming remarkably. To ensure tenderness, the spatula in Jiang Han's hand danced gracefully, employing an exquisite technique akin to a massage. Such elegant methods were essential, and the duration must not be excessive. This was a perfect judgment from a university student who doubled as a driver. Chapter 15. Better than my ex. After a little over 10 minutes, Jiang Han placed the prepared dishes on the table, meticulously setting down chopsticks in front of Su Qian. Su Qian looked at Jiang Han with a smile, teasingly saying, "I never expected that in just 2 years, Jiang Han has transformed into a warm-hearted man. A boy who can cook certainly earns extra points in the eyes of girls." She hoped it was indeed as the instructor had mentioned. Jiang Han smiled subtly, urging, "Instructor, you must try these 2 dishes. They won't taste as good once they cool down." Su Qian nodded lightly, picked up her chopsticks, and placed a piece of beef into her mouth. The tender beef and the piquancy of the chili exploded in her palate. "Delicious. You should try the fish-flavored shredded pork." Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with delight. "If it's tasty, eat more. I prepared this especially for you." Su Qian took another bite of the fish-flavored shredded pork, marveling at the anticipated delight. "Why is this stir-fried beef so tender? Jiang Han, have you added some secret ingredient?" Su Qian inquired curiously. "I added an egg." "An egg?" Su Qian looked at the beef and chili on the plate, perplexed, unable to spot any trace of an egg. It was indeed another aspect of cooking that baffled her as a culinary novice. Seeing Jiang Han smile and nod without elaborating, Su Qian realized she had guessed correctly. But where was the egg? She pinched her chin, and a rather popular internet meme unexpectedly popped into her mind. With some confusion, Su Qian remarked, "The answer wouldn't be that a pigeon laid the egg, would it?" Observing the increasingly expressive look on Jiang Han's face, her conviction grew stronger. Had she truly created such a vast ideological chasm with these vibrant university students, despite having just graduated from her master's program? Yet, where was the egg in this dish? Jiang Han chuckled at the question marks on Su Qian's face, laughing heartily. "I used a bit of egg wash on the beef slices, which is why the stir-fried beef remains tender. However, the instructor's thought process is indeed quite unique." "What?" "I clearly answered correctly, yet you just laugh and say nothing." "Didn't I nod in affirmation? Isn't that what you youngsters intend to express?" Seeing Su Qian, full of vigor, Jiang Han wisely chose not to pursue the matter further, knowing that continuing this conversation could jeopardize his safety. One must never attempt to argue with a woman, especially a gentle and delightful girl like Su Qian. Otherwise, in the evening, do not lock the door, and remember not to sleep too soundly. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually grew silent. As Su Qian focused on savoring the delectable dishes, she would occasionally steal glances at Jiang Han, who was leisurely chewing his food. His not-so-prominent Adam's apple occasionally bobbed, and the light in the room illuminated his dark, tousled hair, accentuating his remarkably refined features. Were she a novelist, Jiang Han would undoubtedly embody the hero of her tale. Humans often find themselves irresistibly drawn to endeavors they know are futile, and throughout their lives, they remain unable to attain satisfaction. Ultimately, they can only place their hopes in novels and other works of art. Many netizens have expressed a sentiment: life is already so exhausting. Why not indulge in a bit of light reading? Age indeed presents a disparity. Hey, Su Qian, you unambitious elder sister, what nonsense are you daydreaming about again? Perhaps the spiciness of the chili was too intense, as Su Qian felt a tickle in her throat, clearing it to steer the conversation anew. Jiang Han, in the days to come, do not devote all your energy solely to your studies. You should utilize some of your free time for meaningful pursuits and appropriately shift your focus. This way, you can maximize your efficiency. What do you mean, instructor? Jiang Han completely failed to grasp the underlying implications of Su Qian's words. From now on, the laptop will be entrusted to you. Huh? Jiang Han replied incredulously. But what about your work, instructor? I can manage with the tablet. I believe you require the laptop more than I do, don't you? Jiang Han nodded. Su Qian was right. He indeed needed the laptop more, whether for prolonged writing or website uploads. Thank you, instructor. But let us make it clear. No using the laptop for anything peculiar. Su Qian regarded him with a serious expression. Peculiar things? Like those secret little love letters from junior girls. Do not save them on my computer, for if I were to find them. Su Qian's lips curled into a mischievous smile, a playful allure that was hard to contain. At this point, she immediately set down her chopsticks, her spirit invigorated. Her delicate form gently leaning forward, albeit slightly compromising her perfectly poised silhouette. Her inquisitive expression made Jiang Han inexplicably shiver. Who knows how many charming and adorable juniors have been captivated by the gentleness of Jiang Han. Jiang Han mused. How is it that in just a few years, Su Qian has become so gossipy? Let me guess. It must be no fewer than 10, right? As Su Qian expanded on the topic, she seemed to have forgotten their current student-teacher relationship. Well, so far, there should be at least 13. That number is quite impressive. It seems my judgment remains sound. Su Qian smiled contentedly, then curiously inquired, but among these 13 junior sisters, is there not one with a temperament similar to that of Jiang Han? She lifted her gaze to him, cautiously responding, could it be that all 13 have already been? Jiang Han, upon encountering such a rich array of expressions in her peach blossom eyes, 3 parts vigilance and 7 parts gossip, subtly shifted back, adopting the demeanor of someone observing a dubious character. What are you pondering? I have remained single since the beginning of the semester. Su Qian sighed with relief, yet a hint of disappointment crept into her voice. I had thought that Jiang Han's gentleness stemmed from a wealth of romantic experiences, but it seems he is self-taught. Thankfully, Jiang Han is not a scoundrel. Well, why not? He queried. Not appealing enough? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han scrutinized Su Qian, nodding earnestly as he replied, I prefer those with a good figure and a considerate nature. Besides, they do not compare to my ex in looks or physique, and most importantly, they lack her understanding. You mustn't speak carelessly, instructor. Wasn't Jiang Han's ex none other than Su Qian herself? Such unabashed praise made Su Qian's heart race, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. She is younger and still has room to develop. You don't understand. Who wouldn't he appreciate an older sister who knows how to be tolerant and understanding? At this, Su Qian instinctively recoiled slightly. Jiang Han. You. Chapter 16. Tomorrow's Retribution. Jiang Han, with an expression that was anything but natural, 3 parts vigilance, 4 parts excitement, and perhaps 3 parts secret delight? As a meticulous observer of psychological nuances, Jiang Han felt quite confident in his assessment. In truth, being misinterpreted by a familiar opposite sex can often render one feeling quite helpless. Instructor, what are you talking about? Jiang Han's fresh complexion radiated vitality at this moment. He appeared merely as an innocuous little puppy. Gazing at the seemingly harmless Jiang Han, Su Qian nearly lost her formidable linguistic prowess as an educator. You can't possibly be the type who has a masochistic fixation on older sisters, could you? Instructor, your misunderstanding is rather significant, Jiang Han replied, unperturbed. Tossing his hat to Su Qian. What do you mean by older sister fixation? I am only interested in you, my dear instructor. Observing Jiang Han's upright demeanor, Su Qian felt a twinge of guilt for her previous suspicions. However, she would never admit it. Occasionally teasing Jiang Han was, after all, quite harmless. What nonsense. Clearly, it was Jiang Han who misled the teacher. I thought you had genuinely been led astray. It is you, instructor, who has thought incorrectly. As a fine young man of the new era, how could I possibly harbor any masochistic tendencies? Jiang Han spoke as he lifted his bowl, preparing to embark on the final battle of the evening. Su Qian, however, could not fathom how Jiang Han had so deftly directed the conversation's focus towards her with merely a single phrase. A sense of vague embarrassment washed over her. As a counselor frequently interacting with students, how could she harbor such unwarranted scrutiny towards an optimistic and proactive student? Clearly, Jiang Han embodied the virtues of an exemplary individual. Given the immense pressures of employment looming over graduates, it was likely that Jiang Han was also feeling the weight of impending graduation. As his sister and counselor, it was her duty to encourage him to face life with resilience. Their relationship had always been pure and unblemished, devoid of any inappropriate sentiments. Indeed, Su Qian, you must align your thoughts. As the perpetrator of any hurt towards Jiang Han, she decided to swiftly change the subject, her tone softening. What would you like to have for breakfast tomorrow, Jiang Han? Steamed buns. How does that sound? That works. As long as you make them, I'll eat. Jiang Han readily replied, then added after a moment's thought, how about pork and scallion filling? That's perfect. We still have some pork in the fridge, Jiang Han smiled. By the way, how long can we hold out with the current supplies in the fridge? Ever since she had sealed her bond with Jiang Han, she had ceased to monitor the contents of the refrigerator. If we continue like this, about 3 days, he replied. Oh, that will suffice until the next batch of groceries arrives. Their somewhat convoluted dinner concluded amidst their light-hearted banter. After finishing their meal around 6:30 in the evening, the time still felt ample. Su Qian took it upon herself to clear the dishes while Jiang Han was playfully shooed to the living room to watch television. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Han, feeling a tad bored, began to scroll through a group chat. This newcomer seems to be a girl. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, for in this day and age, it was rare to find girls who enjoyed the typically male-centric genres of action-packed fantasy. His fingers glided across the screen. Han Jiangshui, the new book is a contemporary romance. Not so important. Passerby A? A fantasy author writing romance? Passerby B. Could it be that I've read too many novels recently? Is my vision failing me? Passerby C. Han Jiangshui, you rascal. Does this book guarantee sweetness? No knives, right? Same question. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Han's screen was inundated with a torrent of messages. The phrase "no knives" alone garnered a staggering 99 responses. What was happening? As an author, how could he not possess an anonymous yet influential following? Han Jiangshui to him. Perhaps not sweating. Passerby D. The tone of that statement from the author reeks of denial, so it's probably not a knife, but rather a sudden plot twist. Dog author. I demand a satisfying ending. Jiang Han gazed at the overwhelming flood of comments, his already limited mental capacity short-circuiting. What did these endearing friends mean? Wasn't he merely an author of sweet narratives? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han resolved to divulge more information about his new book. Han Jiangshui, the new book is undeniably sweet. Urban dog food, big sister. Note, adapted from the author's personal experiences. A bystander, whose name escapes me. Are you certain it isn't the same Klitsch story of a demonic sect saintess and a righteous waste? Same question. Same question 1. Same question 10, 010, 10, 086. Jiang Han was unleashing the prowess of a seasoned keyboard warrior, engaging with his readers fervently. Is there truly no fundamental trust between individuals? Jiang Han, what are you doing? Why do you have such an expression of impotent rage? Su Qian, having tidied up the dishes, approached Jiang Han with a curious inquiry. Upon hearing Su Qian's voice, Jiang Han instinctively turned to look at her. Her profile was exceptionally lovely, with delicate, pristine skin and a petite, refined nose. Due to the lingering warmth of late summer in Jiangnan, a sheen of perspiration glistened on the tip of Su Qian's nose, and some disheveled strands of hair clung to her ear. The gentle summer breeze wafting through the window caressed the young girl's slightly flushed cheek, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Perhaps due to the warmth, Su Qian spoke with a slight breathlessness. Instructor, am I rather wicked? Jiang Han's tone was sincere, his expression utterly guileless, resembling a novice just stepping into society. Oh no, Jiang Han has truly fallen into a misunderstanding. Su Qian, you big sister, are indeed incorrigibly wicked. This fragile little brother, with such a weak psychological fortitude, truly requires your healing. No, Jiang Han is a very kind person. Su Qian pondered for a moment before offering a resolute affirmation. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Sister Su Qian. Jiang Han stood, flashed a faint smile at Su Qian, and then retreated to his room with his laptop. Su Qian, however, was left in a state of bewilderment. Is that all? It seems Jiang Han is not as fragile as before. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Su Qian fished her phone out of her pajama pocket and soon fell into a brief silence due to the flood of messages in Jiang Han's fan group. So it was the friendly interaction with fans that led to a crisis of confidence. Su Qian rested her chin on her hand, her peach blossom eyes scanning the hundreds of messages, gradually curving into a crescent shape. It seems her remarks might have put her at a disadvantage. Oh well. She could always repay the favor during class tomorrow. Chapter 17. Who is the female protagonist? After lingering in the living room for a moment, Su Qian glanced at the tightly shut door of Jiang Han's room before returning to her bedroom. Throughout this time, she pondered the meaning behind Jiang Han's words. What does it mean to be adapted from the author's personal experiences? Su Qian found herself perplexed, in the absence of any deviation from reality. Who exactly is this big sister character that serves as the female protagonist? Through the course of these past 2 days of exploration, one thing became abundantly clear to Su Qian. Jiang Han had only experienced one romantic relationship, and that was with her. Could it be that the female protagonist was none other than herself? The mere thought caused Su Qian to shake her head vigorously. How could that possibly be? They had not been in contact for 2 years. Could a mere few days' worth of interactions inspire a novel? Su Qian found this notion utterly implausible. Was it possible that the petite green tea girl she had seen shopping with Jiang Han at the end of summer vacation was the inspiration? As she glanced at her phone, a message from Han Jiangshui distracted her thoughts. Sigh, perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. Who the female lead of Jiang Han's new book was had no bearing on her life. Their relationship was purely that of teacher and student, innocent and unblemished. Su Qian reclined on her bed, playfully kicking her feet, causing her adorable cartoon slippers to soar through the air in a whimsical arc. If one cannot guess, then one should cease to speculate. She found a comfortable position, ready to indulge in her nightly ritual of relaxation. Pondering over Jiang Han was simply exhausting. It would be far more enjoyable to immerse herself in an irresistible romantic light novel instead. Suddenly, her fingers paused on her phone screen. Yes, reading a novel. Su Qian already knew Jiang Han's pen name, and when his new book was released, she could simply read it then. Ah, how fitting. Su Qian playfully drawled, gazing at the chat group page with Han Jiangshui's avatar, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Achoo. In the second bedroom of Su Qian's rented apartment, Jiang Han leaned against the wall, deep in thought with his notebook, when he suddenly sneezed several times in succession, as if some unseen force had compelled him. Did I just mention the new book, and already those delightful readers are thinking of me? The drowsiness that had momentarily enveloped him dissipated in an instant. For the sake of those endearing readers, I assure you, this book will contain no heart-wrenching twists. As a writer who primarily crafted light-hearted romantic tales, Jiang Han harbored the grand ambition of being surrounded by luxury vehicles at a book signing event. Such a scene would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Half an hour later, Jiang Han set aside his laptop, stretching his weary back muscles. Today's tasks had concluded splendidly. With ample time remaining, he decided to check on the discussions happening in his fan group. With that thought in mind, he retrieved his phone and opened the pinned group chat. This was the group where he had just hinted at the theme of his new book, an officially certified subscription group. As a responsible author, it was only fitting that he nurture his devoted supporters. From monthly giveaways to concluding gift distributions, and now the pre-release buzz for his new book, this space had naturally become Jiang Han's online stronghold. He began composing a message in the chat window. Han Jiangshui, I would like to address some questions regarding the new book. A few readers in the group responded promptly. Lan Yin San Xiao. Has the theme of this book been firmly established as a male-oriented urban romance? Tian, just one question. Is there any tragedy? Xiangwei Coffee. Could you possibly provide more updates? The pace of the previous book's updates was truly not commendable. Hansu. Has the sudden change in theme left the author without a girlfriend? Due to the overwhelming influx of messages in the group, Jiang Han could only randomly select a few to respond to. Han Jiangshui. It has been confirmed. The constant themes of violence have become rather tedious. I need to be healed by the sweetness of romance to mend my somewhat fragile, youthful soul. There may be some, but the ending will be sweet. For the necessary emotional elevation, doghead for protection. In the upcoming period, I will maintain a steady update pace, as I currently have ample free time. However, the idea of explosive updates upon release has not crossed my mind, and you all should understand that the quality of writing is inversely related to the quantity of updates. Regarding why the author has switched themes, Jiang Han paused for a moment, contemplating the question posed by the reader Hansu. However, since we are all online friends, it matters little to be candid about the reasons for starting this book. His fingers swiftly glided across the screen, sending forth a genuine message. Han Jiangshui, The primary tone of this book was prepared half a month ago, but some unexpected events have occurred recently, prompting the addition of certain elements. Hansu. Unexpected events? Lanine Sanshao. Oh, could it be? Wicked smile. Xiang Wei Coffee. Did you earn the favor of an older sister? Tian, author. You must clarify quickly. If you are secretly dating behind our backs, you are truly despicable. On the other end of the phone, Su Qian was fervently messaging in the fan group, fueled by Han Su's enthusiasm. To uncover all the information about the new book, one must delve into the author's fan group. Jiang Han could never have imagined that a traitor lurked within his own fan group. Su Qian drifted off momentarily, only to be awakened by the notification sound from Jiang Han's message. The message on the phone screen reflected in Su Qian's beautiful, peach blossom eyes. Han Jiang Shui. Due to preventive measures, I am currently confined at my ex-girlfriend's home. Through these past couple of days, the somewhat vague image of the female protagonist suddenly became vivid. Furthermore, my ex-girlfriend is still my counselor. Laughing and crying. In short, my situation is quite complicated. Lanine Sanshao. What the heck? Tian. Is this perhaps the legendary battlefield of love? Xiang Wei Coffee. No. This is an opportunity. A chance for a fresh start. Su Qian gazed at the message before her, instinctively typing a string of ellipses. Could it be that the female protagonist is indeed herself? Jiang Han Jiang Shui. I am merely drawing inspiration. It is not my intention to. Su Qian, having read Jiang Han's message, promptly shut off her phone and, clutching her small blanket, quietly stared at the ceiling. Drawing inspiration, huh? Surely, it wouldn't hurt to secretly glean some experience from him, would it? No. Su Qian, you must not let your thoughts wander. You must not harm the pure-hearted Jiang Han. You are merely an elder sister. After a prolonged internal struggle, she curled up with a small blanket, her nose catching the rhythm of even breaths. The silvery moonlight filtered through the delicate gauzy curtain, casting a dreamlike glow. It was sweet, exceedingly sweet. Chapter 18. The most delicious steamed buns in the world. The soft morning light gently crept through the window, illuminating the empty bed in the secondary bedroom. From the kitchen came the rhythmic sound of a knife meeting a cutting board. Jiang Han had already kneaded the dough and was now engaged in a fierce battle with the filling for the buns. He stacked 2 pieces of pork together, the knife rising and falling as a heap of finely chopped pork spread across the board, which he then gathered back together with the blade for further preparation. Making steamed buns was quite a cumbersome task. If he were alone, he would hardly bother. Yet, Su Qian wished to indulge in them. This was not a mere ploy to please a girl. He simply felt a sense of indebtedness for staying at Su Qian's place and sought to offer her some form of compensation. The sound of Jiang Han chopping the filling carried through the poorly insulated walls into the master bedroom. Su Qian, with her mouth slightly agape and a glimmer of dew upon her lips, was forcibly pulled from her dreams. She gazed at the ceiling with a dazed expression, her thoughts timidly climbing into her somewhat vacant mind. Today, how should she face her younger brother Jiang Han? She had learned yesterday that the female protagonist in Jiang Han's new book was her. Upon discovering this last night, she experienced a mix of confusion, which gradually transformed into delight. Su Qian pondered. If the protagonist were not her, would she truly be happy? Perhaps she would be. This statement bore 2 interpretations. The first was a blessing for Jiang Han. Seeing him find his heart's heroine naturally brought her joy, as both his elder sister and teacher. The second, stemming from her former girlfriend's status, carried a hint of melancholy. She could not deny her discontent, since she had become the heroine of his story. It affirmed that the youthful university student still harbored innocence. Indeed, what was there for her to be dissatisfied with? Girls are a curious species. If he does not care, one feels a sense of loss. Conversely, if he does, it breeds anxiety, for they fear being hurt, uncertain of the boundary. Su Qian rolled over a few times in bed, her gaze resolute. She resolved to act as if she were unaware of how to deal with it. Unless the portrayal of the heroine he crafted was flawed. If he intended to pursue her, she mused, this thick-headed boy would likely not dare. As she opened her bedroom door, she caught sight of Jiang Han's busy figure in the kitchen. Good morning, Jiang Han. Su Qian yawned, appearing somewhat dazed. Good morning. Jiang Han replied, turning to face her. The traces of sleep still lingered on her stunning face, her skin radiant and refined from a restful night. Perhaps due to just waking from slumber, her summer pajamas bore slight wrinkles, and her hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an endearing charm that belied her age. Her unadorned visage, devoid of makeup, provoked an almost irresistible urge to reach out and pinch her cheeks. As she stirred from her dreams, Su Qian's voice emerged with a bubbly timbre that could easily ensnare the hearts of any male university student. "Why are you up so early?" "Making dumplings." Jiang Han shifted his tall frame slightly, revealing the morning's culinary achievements. "Oh." Su Qian seemed to momentarily forget that Jiang Han's gaze was fixed upon her, and instinctively stretched her limbs. That delightful sensation of full relaxation and awakening filled her with a thrill, prompting her to rise onto her toes. "Instructor." Jiang Han swallowed hard, his hands halting their movements. Although enveloped in loose sleepwear, he realized he had underestimated the striking presence of this somewhat peculiar instructor. What's wrong?" Su Qian appeared oblivious to the oddity in Jiang Han's gaze, taking a few steps closer to him. "It's nothing." The familiar aroma wafted around Jiang Han, compelling him to avert his gaze, his voice tinged with an air of insecurity. "Nothing at all. Let us make dumplings together." Su Qian chimed cheerfully. Jiang Han remained silent, merely regarding her with a skeptical expression. "Jiang Han, what kind of look is that? Do you not trust me?" Su Qian's cheeks flushed under his scrutiny, and she spoke hastily. "Then shall we see?" "Instructor, are you truly capable?" "Of course. Have you forgotten how I always brought you dumplings when we were little? I made those." Her confidence surged as she playfully tapped Jiang Han's chest with her finger. "Ah, so that is how it is." "Jiang Han, did you not enjoy the dumplings I made?" "Of course they were delightful. Hand me the rolling pin. I shall prepare the dumpling skins, while you handle the filling." Jiang Han pondered for a moment before handing her the rolling pin. As she took it, a subtle shift in her demeanor became apparent. Not that of a master chef, but rather the essence of a hard-working spirit. Su Qian embodied the delicate, yet spirited nature of a girl from Sichuan. "Jiang Han, today your sister will treat you to the most delicious dumplings in the world." "All right." Jiang Han nodded, refraining from further comments. The filling was prepared by him, ensuring its flavor was assured. A successful dish often necessitates an appealing presentation. He reminisced about the meat dumplings Su Qian had presented to him in their childhood, recalling their decent appearance. Indeed, beautiful individuals often maintain a consistent aesthetic, and he counted himself among them. However, even with all these factors considered, Jiang Han remained unconvinced by Su Qian's assertion. While the best dumplings indeed originated from her hands, they certainly were not crafted by her own. Before her appeared a fleeting vision of ripples, an innate phenomenon. How could one be startled? No, it must be anticipation. Su Qian smiled charmingly, adeptly rolling out the dough for the dumplings. The kitchen, though modest in size, often facilitated moments of unintentional physical closeness between the two, quickening their heartbeats. "All right, let us place them in the steamer." Su Qian fanned her slightly flushed face with her small hand. She responded to Jiang Han, and with that, she gracefully exited the kitchen. The feeling of resting after a busy spell was truly delightful. With a contented expression, she relaxed her muscles, leaning against the soft sofa. She stretched her legs slightly forward, causing the already loose cuffs of her pants to rise, revealing a delicate white ankle. Her bare foot, unadorned by socks, playfully kicked. Though regrettably, Jiang Han was preoccupied and could not appreciate this alluring sight. This manner of interaction proved unexpectedly pleasant. Su Qian felt quite satisfied with her performance today. She had not embarrassed herself in front of Jiang Han and had firmly validated her capabilities. She pondered about the dumplings simmering in the pot and couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Chapter 19. Hand over your phone, the dumplings are ready. Jiang Han emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of steaming pork and scallion soup dumplings. "Here they come." Moments later, Su Qian composed herself and seated herself at the dining table. Jiang Han first prepared a spicy, fragrant dipping sauce for her, then handed her a pair of chopsticks. As an elder sister who had been single for quite some time, Su Qian greatly appreciated Jiang Han's thoughtful gestures. If only all boys were as considerate as Jiang Han, she mused. Perhaps she wouldn't have remained single for so long, had it not been for the knowledge that their classmate Jiang Han was incapable of deceit. The instructor might have been genuinely curious about what kind of girl could transform this mischievous boy into a warm-hearted young man. Su Qian smiled at Jiang Han, her tone laced with playful teasing. "What kind of girl could that be? Don't you have a hint in your heart, instructor?" Jiang Han, playing with the dumplings using his chopsticks, replied earnestly, "The only woman who could induce such a transformation in me is the one sitting across from me." Su Qian. Typically, boys tend to compensate for everything they owe to their previous relationships, meticulously making amends with their next partner. Jiang Han found himself in such a situation. Yet he was compensating for his former love. Listening to Jiang Han's words, Su Qian halted her chopsticks mid-air, biting her lip. Jiang Han, come here to me. Huh? Jiang Han looked up at Su Qian. Be good, come closer to your sister, she urged, her voice enchanting and her beauty captivating, causing Jiang Han's muscles to tense involuntarily. Instructor, something seems off. Isn't it time for you to come over? Su Qian couldn't help but scold. What peculiar thoughts are swirling in Jiang Han's mind? No, she must thoroughly inspect her laptop tonight. What if there are some unspeakable mysterious websites? For instance, the Bureau of Management or the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Her voice seemed to possess an enchanting charm, compelling Jiang Han to unconsciously stride towards her side. Give me your hand. Before Jiang Han could extend his arm, Su Qian seized his large hand firmly, tightly. Her smooth skin struck Jiang Han's heart like a hammer, evoking a fleeting, strange emotion within him. Her petite hand was still as delightful to hold as before, while Jiang Han was lost in thought. Su Qian raised their hands to the table and snapped a photo. Done. She quickly released Jiang Han's hand, granting herself a moment to breathe. As the elder sister, her worldview had long since matured. Why was she experiencing such bizarre feelings towards a younger brother? Jiang Han, please hand me your phone. Then return to your seat and eat properly. Is that all? Jiang Han remained somewhat dazed. Well, what else could it be? Su Qian pretended to be alarmed, pinching her chin. Could it be that Jiang Han has developed some peculiar thoughts about the teacher? No way. You're too young. We are not suited for each other. I'm referring to age. Now, hand over your phone to your sister and eat your meal obediently. Gazing at Su Qian's fair and delicate hand, Jiang Han fell silent, passing her the phone before sulkingly devouring his dumplings. What? How am I still young? I'm already a junior. In 2 years, I will reach the legal marriage age. I am not young. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken. He had no desire to experience the geographical lectures typical of girls from Sichuan and Chongqing. As Su Qian took Jiang Han's phone, her mood resembled that of the little rabbit going crazy meme. Lock screen password. She discreetly glanced at the silently grappling with his dumplings Jiang Han and casually entered her birthday. Guess what? It actually unlocked. Su Qian posted the recent photo on Jiang Han's moments, captioned in my eyes, there is only you. Naturally, she remembered to block a certain classmate from the male protagonist's moments. Subsequently, she shared the same photo on her own moments, albeit with a different caption. The return date, you still linger in place. This post was set to be visible only to herself. After completing all this, Su Qian contentedly began to eat her soup dumplings. She did not harbor any affection for the immature Jiang Han. Rather, she was thinking of him from the perspectives of a teacher and sister. She must not allow the chaotic outside world to disrupt Jiang Han's studies and work. Hey, weren't today's dumplings supposed to be pork and scallion? Why do they taste a bit sweet? After the meal, under Su Qian's guidance, Jiang Han entered an intense and exhilarating study session. Since the moment he was confined here, the once monotonous life at Xianyu University gradually slipped away from him. Perhaps it is somewhat related to the passage of time, however. Jiang Han firmly believes that everything unfolding now is due to the intrusion of a girl named Su Qian into his dull, gray world. He held no expectations, not even the slightest, regarding his academic performance. Yet, astonishingly, from the moment Su Qian proposed to tutor him, the long-lost zeal for learning returned with fervor. If Su Qian's words hold true, Jiang Han could scarcely fathom the prowess he might display during the impending finals. Jiang Han, look here. Remember these shortcuts belonging to the limits. If the syllabus poses no discrepancies, the exercises in the workbook will resemble the final exam by 80%. It is indeed true that the environment shapes one's character. Immersed in the atmosphere of university dormitories, Jiang Han's expectations for his academic achievements hovered around a mere 60. Any excess was wasted, and any deficiency could cost dearly. This sentiment echoed among the student body as a unified mantra during finals week. As makeshift structures named exam periods surged forth like a poorly constructed edifice. Yet, under Su Qian's influence, Jiang Han found himself more capable of concentrating on problem solving. As for the distractions that lingered, they likely stemmed from the fragrant aroma wafting through the air or the occasional accidental brush of their bodies. Su Qian stretched her weary upper body, glanced at the time on her phone, and declared, "Let us call it a day." As someone who had traversed this path before, she understood profoundly that efficient studying was far more meaningful than merely enduring hours of toil. Achieving 3 consecutive hours of effective study represented the pinnacle of cognitive capacity. All right, I'll study for a bit longer. The problems on the draft paper, under Su Qian's guidance, seemed to be imbued with an enchanting magic, captivating this diligent youth. The draft paper before him was filled with elegant black characters in a delicate script. In some respects, Jiang Han's handwriting surpassed hers in beauty and aesthetic appeal. Watching him write earnestly, Su Qian found herself momentarily entranced. His script seemed crafted for the purpose of signatures. A book that undergoes physical adaptation must possess exceptional content. Coupled with such exquisite handwriting, Su Qian could only imagine the excitement of his fans. Stop studying. Overexertion will only lead to diminishing returns. Gently, Su Qian took the carbon pen from his hand. I believe Jiang Han still has other important matters to attend to today, right? Other matters? Jiang Han paused, momentarily stunned. Could it be that his novel writing had been discovered? That seemed unlikely, as he had never divulged such information to Su Qian. Suddenly, he recalled his phone. This morning, Su Qian had taken it and seemed to be up to something mysterious. Almost as if guided by fate, Jiang Han opened his social media feed. Looking at the phrase "you are in my eyes," I found myself lost in contemplation. Something seems amiss with my advisor. Is she attempting to entice me? What could this mean? Nevertheless, it is preferable this way, as it saves me from the harassment of those informed girls. Chapter 20. Ignition. Hello? In the living room, Jiang Han, typing on his laptop, answered the video call from WeChat. Jiang Han, my son, come explore the canyon with me. The familiar yet vexing voice of Li Zongyang echoed in his ears. I've recently mastered a technique as formidable as Zhong Kuei, known as the Canyon Claw Machine. I guarantee to help you rank up. As Li Zongyang's enthusiasm escalated in the video, Jiang Han stole a glance before redirecting his focus back to the screen. Once a dazzling swordsman in the canyon, he now prepared to confront the challenges of his own life. As a player on Earth, he and Li Zongyang were about to emerge from the novice village, facing the harsh realities of existence. Time was scarce. Who had the luxury to play games now? Son, what is the matter? Don't worry, I promise I won't let you down this time. Li Zongyang smiled awkwardly, believing Jiang Han merely disdained his gaming skills. However, Jiang Han's next words gradually transformed Li Zongyang's expression into one of sheer astonishment. Jiang Han set down his laptop, picked up his phone, and turned the camera to showcase the draft paper he had studied earlier that day. The pristine sheets were filled with evidence of Jiang Han's diligent efforts. As the video interface shifted to the sight of the meticulously inscribed pages, Li Zongyang's reaction was a splendid blend of disbelief and admiration. Whoa, Jiang Han, you've been secretly studying and launching a surprise attack? That is not very sportsmanlike. Li, could you speak properly? Has the sun risen from the west? The usually lethargic Jiang Han has actually turned over a new leaf, and the handwriting is remarkably neat. Could it be that he was threatened by our advisor? Jiang Han turned the phone camera towards himself, wearing a gentle smile, and said, "What do you mean by being threatened? Our advisor is so gentle. How could I possibly be coerced?" Taking a deep breath, he added, "Could it not simply be that I have awakened to my own potential?" Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Li Zongyang's previously dull eyes. "What is this? Have you attained enlightenment? Preparing to ascend? Ascend, you say? Nonsense. Learning is the most tedious pursuit. I'd much rather play games with friends." Just as Li Zongyang was about to deliver a righteous speech, he caught sight of Jiang Han's piercing glare and promptly closed his mouth. After a brief pause, he shifted to a more inquisitive tone. "Could it be that our advisor has touched your heart with her kindness? Li, I sense that you might be missing my massages lately." "No. I'm just curious how someone who despises studying has suddenly become so disciplined. If I were to say that our instructor is currently teaching me, would you believe it?" Upon hearing that the new and beautiful counselor was mentoring his good friend, Li Zongyang instantly became intrigued. "The counselor is mentoring? Oh, I mean tutoring your studies?" Jiang Han nodded naturally at the camera of his phone. "You really ought to be ashamed. My dear brother, I have practically ground my molars to dust." Li Zongyang now regretted not having taken the initiative to deliver something that day. Perhaps, had he done so, he might now be enjoying a close interaction with the counselor. Little did he know that even if he had delivered the documents that day, the wheels of fate would not have turned in his favor. As a close friend of Li Zongyang during their university years, Jiang Han naturally understood the lewd intentions behind that gaze. "Stop right there. Let us talk about something serious," he said. "Oh, are you perhaps trying to set me up with a girl?" "Wait a moment." Jiang Han gazed at the screen, momentarily speechless. "So, in your understanding, The so-called serious matter revolves around finding a girlfriend? ISNT, that rather trivial. What else could it be? ISNT, a significant life event, a serious matter? I'm being serious here. We are already in our 3rd year. Soon we shall enter society and face harsh realities. You can't remain in the novice village forever. I recall that last semester, during our online exams, you failed 3 subjects. Jiang Han's words struck Li Zongyang like a cold needle, piercing his souls. Jiang Han, you really ought to be ashamed. Could you not bring that up? Think carefully. Our time is running short. Although it may be a bit late to strive for improvement now, given Li Zongyang's current situation, if he does not make an effort soon, he might not even graduate. In today's society, college students are considered a cheap labor resource. For $10 an hour, you may struggle to attract migrant workers. Yet, for the same $10 an hour, you can certainly have a line of university students waiting to interview with you. That is the reality. Jiang Han looked at Li Zongyang seriously and pondered for a moment before saying, "What was the name of that girl who ranks first in our major?" "What? Are you actually interested in that little girl, Lin Xiaoxiao?" To be fair, her grades are indeed far ahead. This semester, she can only aim for 2nd place. First belongs to me. I admit, your words are indeed inspiring, but if I unleash my 5th gear like Luffy, how would you respond? All right, enough said. You should really play fewer games. Otherwise, obtaining your diploma may prove quite challenging. Jiang Han hung up the phone and began his final push for tonight's updates. At Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, in the dormitory building, room 626, Li Zongyang had just launched the game Honor of Kings, ready to enter the matchmaking interface, when he suddenly felt a lack of desire to play. Following his conversation with Jiang Han, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. Thus, he uninstalled the game, turned off his phone, and prepared to study. As a student of a prestigious school, isn't it rather ironic that I might fail to obtain my diploma? He picked up the book today, and even the 5th gear of Luffy pales in comparison to his fervor. The diploma is mine. I must acquire it. Chapter 21. The unexpected call at 6 in the evening. Su Qian and Jiang Han were enjoying their dinner when an unwelcome video call popped up on Jiang Han's phone. He glanced down, and the name flashing across the screen was none other than his father, Jiang Jixia. Hastily, he gestured for Su Qian to be silent. As a trusted confidant, Su Qian nodded lightly, continuing to eat her meal. As the saying goes, there is seldom anything of substance for a father and son to discuss. When there is, it typically signifies that Jiang Han has incurred his father's displeasure. After much internal conflict, Jiang Han finally pressed the answer button. As expected, his father erupted with indignation, wielding his words like a sword. "You little rascal. Why didn't you inform the family about your relationship? You're living together now? Are you out of your mind? Do you miss my 7 wolves?" Jiang Han remained silent, gazing at the slightly aged face of his father on the screen. After being his son for so many years, whether he has been of any worth is another matter. At the very least, he has discerned his father's temperament. If he retorted during this reprimand, the aftermath would be far worse. Jiang Han had no desire to experience the calm before the storm, only to later face the judgment of his father's wrath. "You little rascal, are you mute? Why aren't you speaking?" Jiang's father's voice grew more intense, as if he wished to pull Jiang Han through the screen and chastise him thoroughly. Across the table, Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Jiang Han, who appeared as meek as a lamb. Who would have imagined he would find himself in such a predicament? However, what was this about cohabiting with a girl? Could it be that Jiang Han had past romantic entanglements? Did a girl come knocking at his door after they had moved in together? Hadn't he claimed to possess no romantic history? At this thought, a fleeting image of a girl entwined with Jiang Han's arm flickered through Su Qian's mind. Her gaze towards him grew increasingly icy. Humph, what a scoundrel. Not a single truth escapes his lips. Suddenly, Jiang Han felt a chill run down his spine. Following the source of that coldness, he found it was Su Qian's gaze directed at him. Jiang Han thought, "Have I wronged this woman? Why does she look as though she wants to stab me? You little rascal, what are you staring at? Speak." Jiang's father glared at his son, his tone growing increasingly stern. Just as Jiang Han was about to explain, a gentle woman's voice emerged from the other end of the call. "You scoundrel. Give me the phone. Have you even given your son a chance to explain?" Jiang's mother, Xia Chan, snatched the phone from Jiang Jixia's hands. "Chanjia, look at this little rascal. His eyes are darting around. Be quiet. Go to your room and wait." Xia Chan shot back, casting a fierce glare at her husband. "What now? Today, do you feel like sleeping on the sofa?" Under the formidable threat posed by Jiang Mu's summer cicadas, Jiang Jixia could only return to the house with a dejected expression. "Mom, Are you calling my brother? In the glow of her phone screen, Jiang turned her head to smile at her daughter. Indeed, if I don't call your brother soon, he might come home at the end of the year with a +1. Mom, I am a lifelong single aristocrat with no girlfriend in sight. Where would I find someone to cohabit with? Xiaochan knew that Jiang Han had no reason to deceive her. Who was that person in your social media photo then? Her younger sister, Jiang Xiao, whispered a reminder from the side. The one pinned at the top? Pinned. Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle at that. Jiang Han looked at Su Qian, who was covering her mouth in laughter, and said with a hint of annoyance, Su Qian, is that you? The quirky little girl from our neighbor's house a few years back? Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement while gazing at the screen. Now I understand. After a brief pause, Jiang Mu instructed, hand the phone to Qian, then you may return to your room. Jiang Han. Su Qian. What kind of reasoning is this? Brother, I want to see my sister-in-law. This does not concern you. Jiang Xiao's words were even more explosive. Isn't it premature to call her sister-in-law? We haven't even gotten to that point. Jiang Han glanced at the slightly flushed Su Qian. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt. Be careful, or I might bring you a few copies of Wusan when I return. Sister Su Qian, he is bullying me. The little girl's voice emanated from the phone. And just as Su Qian was about to respond, Jiang Han silenced her. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Your sister Su Qian is now a teacher. After saying this, Jiang Han gracefully handed the phone to Su Qian and returned to his room, embarking on a journey of soul communication with the characters from his books. Jiang Xiao, being a high school student, looked pitifully at her mother, her tone weak. Can I not have this sister-in-law? Su Qian stifled a laugh at the childish question and turned her gaze to the screen, smiling as she said, Qian, don't take Xiao's words to heart. Yes, I understand. Qian, why is Jiang Han staying with you? Shouldn't he be in the dormitory? Are you too? No, Auntie, let me explain. Su Qian succinctly elaborated on her relationship with Jiang Han and the lockdown situation in their community. So that's how it is. As someone who had been through similar situations, Xiaochan could naturally sense the unusual tone in Su Qian's voice. After pondering for a moment, she smiled and said, Qian, do you already have someone you like? Auntie, I don't know. How long has this feeling been developing? Su Qian hesitated for a moment, a hint of shyness creeping in. Just a few days. It started when you re-encountered Jiang Han, didn't it? Indeed, as expected, Jiang's mother, Xiaochan, contemplated that it was indeed that boy, Jiang Han. Yet, what could be the source of her concerns? Could it be that Jiang Han harbored no feelings for her? Or perhaps it was an issue of age? Jiang's mother surmised that the latter held more weight. Su Qian merely nodded, pursing her lips in silence. You have feelings for Jiang Han, do you not? Jiang's mother inquired. I am uncertain. Do you believe the age difference between you is too significant, rendering it inappropriate? Or are you perhaps apprehensive? At this point, Su Qian's cheeks flushed deeper. Her fear of Jiang Han overhearing prompting her to rise and retreat to the master bedroom. Dear, I wish to impart this to you. Sometimes, age is not a barrier. Jiang's mother remarked with a smile. At least, in our family, it is not. I am 4 years older than your uncle, and we are, in essence, siblings from a blended family. So, Su Qian, if you like him, pursue your feelings. Regardless of the outcome, I shall support you. Su Qian nodded. Who is Jiang Han? I do not know him. Xiao, do you have such a brother? Jiang's mother asked with a teasing lilt, her tone rife with playful menace. No, I only have one sister, Su Qian. Xiao shook her small head resolutely, firmly asserting her stance. Deep sibling affection. What good is that? Life is paramount. Chapter 22. Bold teasing Su Qian. Remember that love can traverse mountains and seas. As long as you believe it, being together is possible, Jiang's mother said, observing Su Qian's somewhat unstable emotions and offering her patient guidance. I have already attempted with Jiang Han once, but the outcome was not favorable, Su Qian confessed, somewhat bashful. I understand, dear. But if the first attempt did not succeed, perhaps a second is in order? As Jiang Han's mother, Xiaochan had sensed something during Jiang Han's high school graduation break. At that time, he had just come of age and was not adept at concealing his emotions. He appeared distracted every day, only finding relief when he was in Su Qian's presence. Even she, as his mother, found herself silently envious of Su Qian. Jiang's mother had hoped these two children would continue on together, yet an unforeseen event occurred. Su Qian moved away and never returned. Similarly, Jiang Han never again mentioned her name. Reflecting on this, Jiang's mother chose not to pry. In her view, Matters concerning children should be resolved by the children themselves. Silly girl, if you like him, why not muster the courage to try once more? Jiang's mother encouraged. If the first attempt was unsuccessful, let us try again. Su Qian tentatively inquired. The woman on the screen nodded in satisfaction, adding, with men, a firm hand followed by a sweet gesture often yields better results. Su Qian gazed at Jiang's mother on the screen, momentarily unable to distinguish who, between Jiang Han and herself, was truly the child of this woman. Well then, it is getting late. Yes, Annie, you should rest early. And you as well. In the Jiang household, Jiang Jixia and Xia Chan, the couple, sat on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation. So, Jiang Han is living with that little girl, Su Qian? Jiang's father remarked, somewhat surprised, glancing at Jiang's mother. What do you expect? You are his biological father. Do you not understand what kind of child Jiang Han is? Indeed, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Jiang's mother chuckled, adding, I suspect your son lacks the opportunity for such antics. He is rather clumsy when it comes to matters of the heart, much like you were in your youth. Do you recall that summer after the college entrance examination when young Jiang Han was utterly distracted? Her words opened a new avenue of thought for Jiang's father. What do you mean? Your son nearly lured the daughter of the Su family into his bed. Jiang's mother rolled her eyes dramatically, exasperated by his lack of understanding. This situation with Jiang Han is entirely his fault. Ah, how delightful. I have always cherished that girl Su Qian. If she were to end up with our foolish son, I would wake up laughing from the dream. Now, it's still in the realm of possibility, isn't it? Jiang's mother smiled mysteriously. However, I believe Su Qian is about to take action. After finishing her call, Su Qian prepared to return the phone to Jiang Han. Just as she approached the door, ready to knock, she overheard the boy's voice complaining. All right, I understand. Probably in about half a month. I will notify the operations team then. It seemed he was on the phone with someone. She glanced down at the phone she held tightly in her hand, without granting Jiang Han any opportunity to react. She pushed the door open. Creak. The door swung wide as Su Qian entered, leaving Jiang Han, who was deep in discussion with his editor about the new book release plan, momentarily stunned. Hello, the call with editor Han Jiang is still ongoing. However, Jiang Han's attention was already captivated by the unexpected entrance of Su Qian. Editor, my apologies. I have something to attend to. Let's discuss this later. Jiang Han, momentarily disoriented, hastily ended the call and turned his flustered gaze towards the young lady before him. Instructor? Su Qian, amused by Jiang Han's nervous demeanor, stifled a laugh. I never knew you had such an endearing side. She decided to tease him further. Here you go, Jiang Han, your phone. Once Jiang Han accepted the phone, noticing that Su Qian showed no signs of leaving, he inquired, Instructor, do you need anything else? Not at all. Are you not welcoming your teacher to stay for a while? No. Then why is Jiang Han so anxious? Su Qian seated herself on the edge of the bed, leaning closer to Jiang Han's ear. The warmth of her breath, carrying a subtle fragrance, sent a warmth through his nostrils. Instructor, you're too close. I can hardly breathe. Is that so? Su Qian persisted, remaining close to Jiang Han's cheek. May I see the novel you are writing? Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Jiang Han's muscles tensed, and he swiftly withdrew a couple of steps. How did you know? He stammered. You mentioned it. Su Qian rose, playfully asserting her point. I mentioned it. I truly couldn't fathom why you, Jiang Han, would borrow an Apple computer incapable of gaming. Su Qian, with a delicate chin in hand, gazed at the bewildered Jiang Han with a radiant smile. However, today you referred to someone on the phone as editor, which led me to believe you must be an online novelist, perhaps under the pen name Han Jiangshui. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and opened a novel application to conduct a search. It turns out your younger brother writes fantasy. I hadn't perceived that beneath his scholarly demeanor, he harbored such fervor and youthful exuberance. She presented the screen to Jiang Han, as if wielding evidence to interrogate a suspect. Indeed, this is my work, Jiang Han replied wearily, nodding. He never anticipated his secret would be unveiled so swiftly. Before this woman, it seemed even the subtlest of hints could not remain concealed. Terrifying. It was utterly terrifying. Is your younger brother perhaps preparing a new book? Su Qian's voice now brimmed with tantalizing allure, akin to a siren luring him into a trap. Jiang Han nodded. But alas, your younger brother's writing style evidently does not resonate with my tastes. Thus, dear sister can only offer you my spiritual support, she teased, her gaze meeting Jiang Han's once more, imbued with a playful glint. All right, remember to rest early. With that, Su Qian sauntered out of Jiang Han's bedroom, her steps light with joy. Jiang Han, staring vacantly at the nearly closed door, inwardly lamented his choices. Had he known, he would have locked the door. Sighing. As a dutiful gentleman, he found himself in quite a predicament. However, since Su Qian had professed her disinterest, it was in accordance with her character that she would not pursue it further. The female protagonist of his new book would still be modeled after Su Qian, albeit with slight adjustments to her personality. A neighborly sister who enjoys teasing her younger brother would indeed be delightful. Returning to her own bedroom, Su Qian flopped onto the soft bed, striving to calm her somewhat racing heart. That had been quite exhilarating. Perhaps her self-restraint was lacking. If she continued teasing for much longer, even this cunning older sister might falter. Chapter 23. A towel will suffice. Jiang Han. There has been a new notice in the property management group stating that we can order some groceries, which the staff will deliver to our door. What would you like to eat? Su Qian mumbled, her cherry lips chewing on a bun as she glanced at Jiang Han. I'm fine with anything. It depends on your preferences, dear instructor, Jiang Han replied without a moment's hesitation. Very well, Su Qian acknowledged, well aware of Jiang Han's tastes. Knowing her inquiry was merely a formality. At the very least, one ought to ensure that this young man feels a sense of involvement, should they not? She pondered for a moment before submitting the list of required ingredients. When the time comes, please send me the grocery bill. It will be on us. Jiang Han was simultaneously engaging with the group chat while conveying instructions to Su Qian. On us. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. There's no need for that. I'll cover the expense. After all, you have yet to earn any money. The moment those words escaped her lips, she felt a twinge of regret within her heart. For, on that day, she had already tipped Jiang Han for his work, and considering the size of that reader group, it was likely this young sophomore was earning more than she did in a month. Instructor, I have money, he insisted. I am your teacher, and equally, your elder sister. How could I allow you to spend your money? Yet, I cannot possibly dine and drink for free for an entire month, can I? Su Qian observed the resolute expression on Jiang Han's face and was about to voice her thoughts when she stifled them deep within. This stubborn young man seemed particularly earnest regarding this matter. Would this not bruise his pride? Oh, Su Qian, you claim to care for Jiang Han, yet here you are, inadvertently causing him distress. How could you betray the trust of your younger brother who has always believed in you? Seeing Su Qian fall silent, Jiang Han continued. Sister Su Qian, do you genuinely wish to see an ambitious young university student labeled as a kept man by wealthy women? What a bold statement. It struck hard. Must one truly resort to such tactics? Gazing at the fresh-faced Jiang Han, Su Qian felt her already tenuous defenses begin to crumble in that fleeting moment. How about this? You contribute 30%, and I shall cover 70%, she proposed, choosing to respect the young man's dignity. 50-50. Jiang Han extended a hand, signaling for an equal split. That is unacceptable. 70-30 is my bottom line. As a teacher, to buy groceries with a student, wouldn't that be a source of ridicule if it were to leak out? Sister Su Qian, what is your current monthly salary? Jiang Han deftly shifted the focus. After deducting the 5 insurances and 1 fund that the school pays, I bring home around 4,005. Upon hearing Jiang Han mention his income, Su Qian expressed confusion. What does my salary have to do with the grocery expenses? It matters significantly. Sister Su Qian, how much is your monthly rent? Facing Su Qian, who appeared to be a woman of tough exterior, Jiang Han chose to unravel her defenses gradually. The rent is 2,005, and with utilities, it's around 2,007 or 8. And your daily commuting expenses? 2 yuan per bus ride, twice daily. For 30 days, Su Qian mused, biting her thumb. That totals 120. So, your total expenses amount to approximately 3,000, and transportation costs may vary somewhat. Jiang Han gazed at Su Qian with a playful smile, reminiscent of an old man admiring a beauty in a bikini. Upon sensing Jiang Han's gaze, Su Qian instinctively recoiled her shoulders. Jiang Han, please do not look at me with such eyes, it frightens me. Clearing her throat, Jiang Han adjusted his demeanor. So, dear Sister Su Qian, how much longer until payday? As he mentioned this, Su Qian's tone grew increasingly feeble, for she had likely surmised the intent behind Jiang Han's next inquiry. Well, Sister Su Qian, I presume you wouldn't desire to ask your family for money again, would you? Jiang Han said with a smile, his eyes sparkling mischievously. The trap had already been laid, and this charming teacher had unwittingly reached a point where she was ripe for exploitation by Jiang Han. No, I do not wish to, Su Qian replied, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Her younger brother was quite cunning, and she longed to return to the countryside. Despite her vast knowledge and experience, She found herself outmaneuvered by a mere boy who wrote online novels. Had it not been for her, Jiang Han's silver tongue might have ensnared many innocent and beautiful young women. Perhaps she should take the time to educate him properly. Otherwise, she would soon find herself completely at the mercy of this troublesome brother. "Director, may I take a day off today?" Jiang Han inquired, sitting beside Su Qian with a gaze as clear as the sky. "Take a day off? Why?" Su Qian asked, puzzled. "I have worn this outfit for quite some time now. Even though I have not sweated in the air-conditioned room, it has begun to emit an odor. You merely need to wash a piece of clothing. How does that conflict with your studies?" Su Qian resolved not to be manipulated by this mischievous brother any longer. She could not allow her boundaries to be eroded, lest she be left with nothing. "However, I have no change of clothes. You could wrap yourself in a bath towel." "That you may choose not to. After all, I have seen you in such a state before when we were younger." Su Qian scrutinized this sunny young man with a hint of mischief. Such brazen words. In that fleeting moment, the once naive Jiang Han appeared to grasp the harsh realities of society. In a room occupied solely by a man and a woman, should it not be the male who occupies the advantageous position? Why, in this same world, did the dynamics shift so drastically with him as the male lead? The pure and innocent teacher-student relationship had inexplicably become tainted. "Oh dear, esteemed netizens, what should I, a respectable family man, do?" Noticing that Jiang Han remained unmoved, Su Qian playfully breathed warm air near his ear. "What is it, Jiang Han? Do you truly wish for your teacher to conduct a physical examination?" "No. Thank you for your kind offer, but I shall decline," he hastily replied as he retreated to the restroom, while Su Qian touched her now flushed earlobes, breathing evenly and steadily. Do not be deceived by her rapid speech. When it comes to the real deal, she is rather apprehensive. Each time she draws near to Jiang Han, Su Qian instinctively holds her breath until she can no longer resist, inhaling a deep breath of air. The unique scent that envelopes Jiang Han lingers at her nostrils, intoxicating her senses. Chapter 24. New book contract. Seated on the sofa, Su Qian eagerly delved into her novel, though the majority of her attention was diverted towards the bathroom. She had not disclosed to Jiang Han that there was but a single bath towel in the entire house. Were it not for dire necessity, she would not have resorted to such measures. In the bathroom, Jiang Han tossed his clothes into the washing machine, then proceeded to clean his boxer shorts. As he exerted more force, he could not help but grumble. When would this predicament come to an end? Surely, he could not be expected to wear the same outfit for an entire month. After completing these tasks, Jiang Han cast a forlorn glance at the pristine bath towel, shaking his head in resignation. Having one is better than having none. Truth be told, as a young man, Jiang Han had typically used a washcloth while showering. He was momentarily taken aback when Su Qian suggested using a bath towel. After adjusting the water temperature to his liking, he began to indulge in a refreshing shower. However, upon grasping the bath towel, he was struck by a peculiar, delightful fragrance that was not derived from his body wash. It seemed reminiscent of Su Qian's scent. Jiang Han swallowed hard, realizing that this towel had been used by Su Qian and was, in fact, the only one available. He turned to glance at the washing machine still in operation, his movement stiff with discomfort. He could only pick up his phone to message Su Qian, who was comfortably seated on the sofa. "Is there another bath towel at home?" "No, there is only this one. Just use it," she replied. Jiang Han paused in silence, sensing an oddity in the situation, as if it were deliberately orchestrated by a woman. Surely he could not venture out in such a state of undress, especially with Su Qian lurking in the living room. After a brief internal struggle, he reluctantly grabbed the bath towel imbued with Su Qian's fragrance. Just before donning it, he could not resist taking a whiff. It truly smelled delightful. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Jiang Han wrapped the uniquely scented towel around his waist. Before exiting the bathroom, he took a moment to admire his reflection in the mirror, scrutinizing the chiseled lines of his physique. Alas, such a perfect form, who would ultimately benefit from it? As he stepped out of the bathroom, he locked eyes with Su Qian, who had been vigilantly watching the doorway. "I'll wash this towel later this afternoon," she assured him. Su Qian then diverted her gaze back to her novel, her expression earnest. "It's fine. I'll wash it myself tonight." "Jiang Han, you should review on your own this morning. I have some matters to attend to." "Matters? Very well. Instructor, please attend to your matters first." Before Su Qian retreated to her bedroom, she cast another glance at Jiang Han, who was bare-chested. With a sly smile, she remarked, "Your physique is quite impressive. I wonder how you fare in other respects." After returning to her room, she commenced formulating her forthcoming plans. Jiang Han glanced at the door of the master bedroom, shook his head, and proceeded to open his laptop, immersing himself in work. Each day was inundated with a plethora of chaotic tasks. It was somewhat awkward, yet not overwhelmingly so. In the afternoon, the two continued to be engrossed in their respective pursuits, Su Qian perusing various forums in search of romantic strategies, while Jiang Han, with his laptop cradled on the coffee table in the living room, busily typed away. Jiang Han found himself with ample time on his hands. Buoyed by Su Qian's formidable support, the progress of his new novel seemed to have been placed on a fast-forward setting. In just a few days, he had prepared nearly 200,000 words of manuscript. He had almost completed the preparatory works needed prior to publication. After uploading almost 30,000 words to the contract website, Jiang Han clicked to apply for the contract. Just as he thought his tasks for the day were concluded, a small notification popped up from the editor of the novel website. Editor Xiao Su, your contract application has been received in the back end. It should be finalized in about an hour. Jiang Han stared at the editor's message, replying, so soon? Didn't you mention that our group of veteran authors would have our new works processed together in the evening? Editor Xiao Su, your situation is somewhat unique. The website is currently aiming to channel significant traffic into the romance light novel genre. Jiang Han, I see now. Thank you for clarifying. Editor Xiao Su, you are aware of our platform's promotion system, correct? Jiang Han, yes. Editor Xiao Su, in the next 2 months, any work that ranks in the top 5 of the final strength leaderboard will receive massive traffic support, along with opportunities for physical publication and adaptations into film. As Jiang Han considered the enticing prospects laid out by the editor, a fervent flame ignited within his calm gaze. Setting aside the allure of publication and film adaptation, the prospect of substantial traffic support was a siren call he could not resist. In the realm of online literature, every breakout success was invariably backed by capital. A work that merely achieved boutique status could easily transform into a sensational hit under the auspices of significant investment. This level of traffic support was undeniably a pathway to deification. Editor Xiao Su, you are undoubtedly aware of the fierce competition on the leaderboard. Without robust reader engagement and retention, it is nearly impossible to secure a top position. As an author with some accomplishments, Jiang Han understood all too well that without a strong volume of updates, his new work could easily languish on the leaderboard. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly replied, rest assured, dear editor, if a 10,000-word update fails to satisfy the readers, then I shall endeavor to deliver 20,000 words daily. I am committed to this challenge. Editor Xiao Su, great. I eagerly anticipate your accomplishments. After a brief yet straightforward conversation with the editor, Jiang Han promptly adjusted his mindset and returned to his computer, embarking on an arduous journey of relentless updates. This was a divine opportunity. Should he reach the top 5, a prosperous path would undoubtedly lie ahead. After crafting nearly 3,000 words of an outline, he shared the news of his upcoming book release with the readers in the group. Hanjiang Shui, the new book is up tonight. Abundant quantities await. Lanin Sanxiao, you said this last time as well. Tian, indeed, the credibility of this dog author with me stands at 0. Jiang Han regarded the flurry of complaints in the group with a disdainful smile, promptly sharing a screenshot of his word count. Hanjiang Shui, 200,000 words. This is merely the beginning. Take note. From now on, I shall update 20,000 words daily. What a mighty author. In her bedroom, Su Qian observed the messages in the group, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Jiang Han, what sort of character am I in your narrative? It truly piques my curiosity. However, if I were the heroine, then the hero would not be. Su Qian's mouth parted slightly, as if she had contemplated something astonishing. Could this be a belated love letter? Just to clarify, if it's not captivating, Chapter 25. An unexplainable anticipation. Time passed unmeasured before Su Qian emerged from her room, no longer clad in her cartoonish pajamas, but in a flowing white dress. Jiang Han, I'm stepping out. Please remember to open the door for me shortly, she said gently, gazing at Jiang Han, who was diligently working on the sofa. Stepping out. Jiang Han appeared bewildered, as if he had heard something utterly absurd. Isn't this during the control period? Are we even allowed to go out? Su Qian found his reaction amusing and laughed heartily. What are you talking about? The community committee announced we could go fetch groceries. Now it's our turn. Her enchanting eyes reflected the sharp contours of the young man's face. Despite his striking handsomeness, there was an undeniable air of endearing innocence about him. I recall that during the control period, it should have been point-to-point delivery, right? Now that we are in the post-control era, Jiang Han, having been confined within the campus for an entire 2 years, was acutely aware of the stringent regulations. Perhaps the situation in the community has improved considerably? The only reasonable explanation Su Qian could muster was this. The absence of new cases was indeed a positive development. Yet uttering it felt as though her heart momentarily skipped a beat, as if she were on the verge of losing something significant. Let us hope for the best. After a brief moment of silent prayer, Jiang Han rose and approached Su Qian. Perhaps I should go instead. This was not an expression of misguided masculinity. Rather, they had indeed procured a considerable amount of groceries. He did not wish to witness Su Qian struggling to catch her breath behind him. Su Qian naturally noticed the serious expression on Jiang Han's face. After observing him for a moment, she approached him with a few graceful steps. With her cherry lips exhaling warm breath and her voice like silk, she playfully inquired, "Why does my dear Jiang Han enjoy flaunting his figure so much?" Accompanying her words was a charming tilt of her head and a sweet smile. Although Jiang Han was already in his 3rd year of university, he remained quite innocent and was unable to withstand such stimulating attention, leaving him momentarily dazed. A sweet smile danced on Su Qian's lips as she turned and exited. The fragrant pheromones lingered in the air, as if a delicate little hand were mischievously playing with Jiang Han's nose. Indeed, during the preparation of this new book, Jiang Han had researched some information and discovered that, under certain circumstances, individuals with similar romantic experiences often see the female more adeptly toying with their budding feelings. He never anticipated that his own instructor would behave so peculiarly. Outside the building, the staff responsible for the procurement of ingredients had already moved the supplies to the elevator entrance. Although it was stated that the homeowner would collect the items themselves, they still accompanied them to ensure proper sanitation. Clad in a dress and flip-flops, Su Qian emerged from the elevator and was greeted by the 2 staff members, who were fully prepared. "Are you the homeowner, Su?" one of the staff members inquired, holding out a registration book and awaiting her response. "That's me," she confirmed. "Please hold on, Su. We will transport the ingredients to the elevator shortly, and I will accompany you to ensure proper sanitation, guaranteeing your safety and security." The other staff member, carrying disinfectant alcohol, added. Su Qian nodded, expressing no concerns. In these special times, one must adapt accordingly. As a responsible citizen, she naturally chose to support the measures unconditionally. After signing the registration form, the 2 staff members moved the ingredients into the elevator. Once everything was loaded, she stepped inside. During the brief ascent in the elevator, she engaged in light conversation with the staff. "Su, I recall your boyfriend was at home. Why didn't he come down?" one of them curiously asked. Logically, with such a large quantity of items, even with an elevator, it would not be easy for a girl to handle alone. Although she and Jiang Han were not officially in a romantic relationship, the staff's remark inexplicably brought a smile to the blossoming heart of this university instructor. Su Qian did not deny it, but patiently explained, "He only brought one outfit when he came, so it's a bit inconvenient now." "Ah, I see," the staff member responded. The elevator halted at Su Qian's floor, and after unloading the ingredients, the staff briefly disinfected her shoes. When she returned home with the groceries, Jiang Han had already changed into shorts and begun preparing a meal, while his upper attire was still drying. Today had been quite a busy day. Earlier, when Su Qian had gone to collect the ingredients, Jiang Han had placed the bath towel in the washing machine to be cleaned. Strangely enough, that bath towel, after enduring a day of my own tumult, still retained a hint of Su Qian's scent. It was a pure, delightful fragrance, intoxicating in its essence. I surmised that the expansive and efficient thoughts of the day were partly due to the influence of that towel. Given that Su Qian had ordered several dishes featuring fresh beef, Jiang Han skillfully prepared spicy beef as a gesture of gratitude towards the gallant Su Qian. During the meal, he recalled there were a few packages of raw chicken feet, ordered at Su Qian's request. What was the situation with those chicken feet? I yearned for them, yet could not procure vacuum-packaged cooked ones, so I had to trouble Jiang Han instead. Su Qian's demeanor was exceedingly sincere. "But what if I cannot cook?" Jiang Han jested while savoring the beef. "I trust that you certainly can, right?" Gazing into Su Qian's eyes, which sparkled with hidden intentions, Jiang Han could only acquiesce. "Let us prepare boneless chicken feet then." "Boneless?" Jiang Han chuckled. "Yes, but we lack lemons at home, so the sour and spicy flavor may not be as delightful." After pondering briefly, he added, "However, we do have Korean chili sauce. A spicy mix should also be to your liking." Su Qian's eyes gleamed with excitement as she eagerly nodded. "May I join you in making this tomorrow?" Jiang Han responded affirmatively, sensing the anticipation flickering in the depths of her gaze. Yet, he remained oblivious to what this somewhat scheming university instructor truly anticipated. Was she eager to learn how to make boneless chicken feet, or was she seeking to deepen their connection? Chapter 26. A spark of inspiration at 10 o'clock in the evening, the sky gradually darkened. After washing her feet, Su Qian stretched, loosening her weary muscles. She sat at the edge of her bed, removed her dress, and unfastened her bra before collapsing onto the soft mattress, draping a summer blanket over her nearly perfect silhouette. She opened her reading app and navigated to the profile of the author Han Jiangshui. Two works prominently displayed before her. One was the fantasy novel she had previously encountered, while the other was a new book titled This Instructor Is Not Quite Right. The title itself was catchy. Although Su Qian was a girl, she had a penchant for male-oriented romance literature, unlike the domineering narratives common in female literature. Male urban romances resonated more closely with real life. Clearly, Han Jiangshui's new book would strike a chord with her, especially since the female lead was modeled after her own persona. After a brief reverie, Su Qian clicked on this nascent romance, a mere 40,000 words in length. The narrative's backdrop mirrored their current circumstances, with the sole distinction being that the protagonists maintained a purely innocent teacher-student relationship. The opening passage subtly imparted to Su Qian a sensation reminiscent of watching a television drama. Despite her familiarity with the overarching plot, an irresistible desire to delve further lingered within her. Moreover, the female protagonist evidently relished teasing the male lead. As Su Qian observed the playful exchanges, a thought struck her. Had she not playfully provoked the author on several occasions? Was it truly necessary to dwell on such matters? A surge of indignation welled up within her. Yet her slender fingers continued to navigate the screen, eagerly flipping through the subsequent chapters. Although slightly irked, her curiosity persisted. She yearned to discover how Jiang Han, through his pen, would weave this unexpected life into a beautiful love story. She resolved to jot down any inconsistencies she encountered, intending to confront Jiang Han at a later time. After all, she would be in a position of advantage. This counselor feels off, she mused. Despite comprising a mere 40,000 words, the narrative bestowed upon Su Qian a unique reading experience. Setting aside the character dynamics between the male and female leads, it was evident that Jiang Han, in crafting this storyline, aimed to distinguish it from the plethora of conventional tales wherein both protagonists rush towards one another. The plot adopted a refreshing approach, opting for a female-led pursuit of the male character. While the audience of romantic light novels typically relishes the aftermath of the protagonist's union, such repetitiveness often breeds aesthetic fatigue. Jiang Han's choice of a big sister narrative adeptly sidestepped this pitfall. Through the sister's guidance, the male lead gradually matured from naivety to a budding awareness of his feelings, leading readers through the tender, ambiguous prelude before the climactic crescendo of love. As Su Qian followed the flirtatious exchanges between the protagonists, the narrative's pervasive ambience of ambiguity elicited frequent, knowing smiles from her. Just as the teasing reached a pivotal moment, the story abruptly ceased, the familiar notification heralding the conclusion of the day's update. Jiang Han, the audacious Han Jiangshui, had chosen to sever the tale at a moment of rising emotion. Su Qian's gaze fixated on the conspicuous yellow button urging for updates at the chapter's end, her pearly teeth gently biting her rosy lip. Although a seasoned reader accustomed to such cliffhangers, she found the audacity of Han Jiangshui's abrupt interruption particularly shameless. Were it not for her current need for discretion, she would have relished the opportunity to confront Jiang Han at his computer, demanding swift updates. Taking a moment to calm her racing heart, she revisited the text. It was unfathomable that such compelling and irresistibly crafted plotlines were birthed from Jiang Han's keyboard. Rubbing her slightly weary eyes, she glanced at the time, 10:40 in the evening. It was still early. Surely that little rascal had not yet retired for the night. Su Qian, cocooned in her blanket, felt the cool moonlight cascade over her porcelain-like upper body, and within her striking eyes, a glimmer of mischief flickered at that fleeting moment. Since you dared to interrupt me here today, I shall impose a fitting punishment upon you. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, Su Qian tossed aside her quilt and donned a nightgown. What purpose could it serve to wear such attire at this hour? What might Jiang Han be engaged in right now? Surely, he is contemplating the plot. As a diligent young author, it is only reasonable for him to invest extra effort into his work each day. Does he not relish being teased? Thus, she would provide him with a modicum of inspiration. With cartoon slippers adorning her feet, Su Qian tiptoed to the door of the guest room, allowing her emotions to simmer before she boldly pushed it open. The sight that greeted her was Jiang Han, diligently cradling his notebook, lost in his thoughts. Presently ensnared in a creative block, he remained oblivious to Su Qian's arrival. His experience in matters of romance was rather limited, and as he prepared for an essential narrative transition, he had already paused with his computer for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him, the familiar scent igniting a surge of dopamine within him. This was the feeling he had longed for. A vague narrative connection began to take shape in his mind. "Thank you." Jiang Han instinctively lifted his gaze to express gratitude, but upon seeing the woman before him, he was momentarily taken aback. "You're welcome, Jiang Han." Su Qian sat casually on the edge of the bed, seemingly oblivious to the astonishment etched on his face. "Why are you still awake at such a late hour?" he stammered, hastily closing his notebook and forcing a smile. "Isn't it because I was thinking of you?" Su Qian replied with a grin, appraising the sight of Jiang Han clad only in his shorts. "Thinking of me? Don't be ridiculous." Jiang Han swallowed hard. The sight of Su Qian at this hour was overwhelming. "What sort of unclean thoughts are occupying that little head of yours?" Su Qian teased, playfully tapping his forehead. "Did I say that?" he countered weakly. Not to mention, Su Qian had never actually disclosed what she was thinking, and even if she had, what difference would it make? Though she was not adept at manipulating emotions, she certainly possessed a knack for guiding her younger counterpart. "I did not say anything," Jiang Han replied, his confidence waning. Somehow, the current Su Qian seemed to have discovered the key to managing him. She was no longer the same person she had been 2 years prior. Should Su Qian be privy to Jiang Han's inner thoughts, she would undoubtedly raise her elegant swan-like neck in defiance and impart a harsh reality. This woman subtly shifted her body closer to Jiang Han's. "Have you not recently released a new book? I wish to play the role of a female supporting character. If that is permissible?" Jiang Han stared at Su Qian, his expression fraught with tension and his tone laced with skepticism. "Are you truly only interested in appearing as a supporting character in my story?" Su Qian nodded slightly, and in the brief moment that Jiang Han was distracted, a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. The prospect of this new book was certainly unattainable. It would have to wait until the next one. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han resolved to offer this woman before him an enticing vision of what could be. It was not that Jiang Han lacked the desire, but rather that he was constrained by circumstance. Should he delve into this character, Su Qian would undoubtedly scrutinize the narrative. And if this perceptive teacher were to uncover any hints about the female protagonist's character, it would undoubtedly lead to his own emotional upheaval. Very well. Su Qian feigned a look of disappointment, evoking a sense of inexplicable sympathy within Jiang Han. He reached out, intending to caress her silky, dark hair, but halted just before contact, withdrawing his hand back into the air. In the fleeting moments before Su Qian composed herself, he hesitated. "Jiang Han, remember to rest early," she said, leaning in, her soft figure pressing against him as she supported herself on his chest with her arms. Her delicate lips parted slightly, releasing a teasing remark. "Jiang Han, your teacher will be waiting for you tomorrow morning." With that, before Jiang Han could respond, she turned and exited the room. Inside, the silence was punctuated only by the sound of Jiang Han's own breathing and heartbeat. After an indeterminate time, the young man on the bed let out a resigned sigh. What was this all about? Was she providing me with material? Su Qian returned to her room, snuggling under her blanket once more. She entered the author Han Jiangshui's fan group. At this moment, the chat was somewhat subdued, as the previous book had concluded quite some time ago, and the new one had yet to be launched, leaving the exclusive fan group unestablished. Everyone had tacitly chosen to lurk in silence. Had it not been for Jiang Han's recent teaser about the new book, this would have been a lively ghost town. Su Qian's fingers hovered over the typing interface, momentarily unsure of what to say to ignite a conversation, or to awaken Han Jiangshui's interest. After a brief contemplation, she settled on sending a cute animated GIF to test the waters. "Insomnia, Hansu, is anyone still here? I read the author's new book, and now I'm so upset I can't sleep at night." Bitter, upon sending this message, responses quickly flooded in. Lanyin Sanshao. I saw the author's abrupt chapter ending and was already in a foul mood. Now this stingy leader wants me to meet the deadline. My frustration is heavier than a ghost. Xiangwei Coffee. My situation is similar. Just as my emotions were rising, guess what happened? It was over. The updates just ceased. Xiangwei Coffee. Sister, this is a lesson learned in blood and tears. Never read this author's book at night again. or it will wreak havoc on your skin. Hansu, indeed, that's the truth. Little Rabbit going crazy, seeing that Jiang Han showed no inclination to speak. Su Qian decided to take a bold step and strike at the heart of the matter. Hansu, Han Jiangshui, when will you update tomorrow? Su Qian focused intently on the screen, inexplicably feeling her heart race with anticipation. Half a minute later, Han Jiangshui remarked, I have set up the scheduled updates. Tomorrow at 8, there will still be 20,000 words. Su Qian glanced at the time on her phone and then at the ceiling. It seemed that a certain irresponsible author was indeed sleepless. However, it was already past 1. As a devoted fan, she felt it was her duty to remind the author to take proper rest. Hansu, dear author, please rest early, it's quite late. Han Jiangshui, I'll read a bit more before sleeping. Reading at such an hour. Su Qian bit her lip and edited another message to send. Hansu, please take care of your health. Your life is ours as readers, so please cherish yourself. Upon reading the first part of that message, Jiang Han felt a warmth in his heart, but as his gaze shifted, he chuckled inwardly, realizing that readers were indeed of a similar nature, unlike his own sister. Su Qian. Nevertheless, he courteously replied, Han Jiangshui, there's no choice. Recently, there has been quite a lot going on. During the day, I am pressed to study by teachers, so I can only devote my writing time to the night. After reading this message, a hint of coldness crept to Su Qian's lips. Oh, so you are being pressed to study during the day? You little rascal, how dishonest you are. Don't you wish to write every night? I shall satisfy you well tomorrow. Han Jiangshui pondered for a moment, deciding that it would be wise to indulge this insatiable little one. After all, to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, one must establish a good persona and align oneself properly. Hansu. I despise the instructors who oppress students during university. Han Jiangshui. Indeed. After replying to this, Su Qian felt drowsiness wash over her. The phone she had tightly clutched fell onto the bed. She then drifted into a somewhat enchanting dream. Hee, Jiang Han, I want you to stay still. I can manage on my own, just lie there. My little chicken feet, how delightful. Murmurs of dreamlike words wove the essence of late summer in the Jiangnan region. She looked forward to tomorrow. As for Jiang Han in the adjacent room, he had just been somewhat riled by Su Qian's teasing. After reciting a calming mantra for quite some time, he finally regained his composure. Why do I feel as if I've been toyed with by her? Tonight, it seemed, would be sleepless. Jiang Han set his phone down and clambered out of bed, picking up his computer once more. While inspiration still lingered, he decided to write a little more, for every bit counted. Jiang Han shook his head, forcibly summoning all his spirit. He was determined to write diligently and achieve wealth early. For his instructor, no, for his own happy life. Lines of text danced across the screen, and the air seemed to carry a trace of Su Qian's essence. Everything felt so beautiful. Oh, what's this? A friend request? Jiang Han glanced at his phone, noticing it was from that newcomer, Hansu. Should he decline? She is a young lady, the leader of the alliance. After a series of internal struggles, Jiang Han ultimately chose to acquiesce. It was an unwritten rule that authors on this platform often include contact information for the leader. After all, online literature is akin to commerce. It is essential to retain one's audience. Hence, the necessity of social interaction is imperative, and it is certainly not merely a whim to add someone. Chapter 28. Seizing the opportunity while the chicken feet are unattended, a night has passed, marking the 6th day of their confinement together. Early this morning, while Jiang Han was diligently typing away, he was called by Su Qian. The woman emerged from her bedroom, clad in a shoulder-bearing loungewear, evidently brimming with excitement. She had arranged with Jiang Han the previous night to prepare Korean spicy sauce with chicken feet together today. Thus, upon waking, her first action was to visit Jiang Han's room, where she found him seated on the bed, managing to feign surprise. Jiang Han, why are you up so early? Those dark circles under your eyes suggest you didn't sleep at all, did you? Awoken by Su Qian's melodious voice, Jiang Han set aside his computer, striving to gather his spirits. I suddenly found it hard to sleep last night. Su Qian tucked her hair behind her ear and fixed her gaze on Jiang Han's pronounced panda eyes, stifling a laugh. I never imagined that upon waking, Jiang Han would resemble a national treasure. Is it that obvious? As an online literature author, Jiang Han had experienced several all-nighters while writing, during which he was indifferent to the issue of dark circles. However, with Su Qian around, his attitude towards such matters had shifted considerably. What should I do now, instructor? Should I go back to sleep? Jiang Han inquired. Wait a moment. I'll be right back. Su Qian set her phone down and swiftly exited the room. Before long, the beautiful woman returned with a glass filled with water. Close your eyes. Jiang Han responded. Instructor, what are you planning to do? Su Qian glanced at him. I'm going to apply warm water to your eyes. When I was studying at Imperial College, I often pulled all-nighters for my papers. And I would always soothe my eyes like this. It helps alleviate quite a bit of discomfort. Understood. Jiang Han nodded, closing his eyes and leaning slightly forward to facilitate Su Qian's task. Go ahead, instructor. Due to last night's experience, an inexplicable tone of defiance crept into Jiang Han's voice. Here I come. This will feel quite pleasant. Su Qian knelt on the bed, carefully applying the glass cushion with tissue to the contours of Jiang Han's eye sockets. As he felt the comforting warmth enveloping his eyes, Jiang Han's muscles relaxed entirely. After a sleepless night, his speech emerged somewhat hazy. It truly feels wonderful. It seems the muscles around my eyes have relaxed significantly. That is only natural. As Su Qian completed the work on Jiang Han's other eye, she inquired, all done, but Jiang Han, would you like to take another nap? You could engage in some secretive activities. Jiang Han chuckled. I feel a bit too exhilarated now. Since our instructor is already awake, I shall head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. With that, Jiang Han saved the draft from the previous night and made his way to the kitchen. For Su Qian, Jiang Han's culinary skills were akin to those of a master chef, and she had the self-awareness not to intrude in the kitchen. The breakfast he prepared today was quite simple: soy sauce fried rice accompanied by 2 freshly laid pigeon eggs. Su Qian savored the distinct grains of the fried rice, her expression one of utter satisfaction. Though the ingredients were modest, the flavor he crafted was exceptional. The two were busy with their respective tasks throughout the morning, engaging in little conversation. However, around 10 o'clock, Jiang Han began to prepare chicken feet for the day's meal. Su Qian, eager to learn and humble in her approach, eagerly entered the kitchen to assist him. Given that the preparation of boneless chicken feet was rather time-consuming, the necessary ingredients had been prepared the night before. Jiang Han explained the steps involved in deboning the chicken feet, while Su Qian followed his instructions and commenced boiling them in water. Lacking cooking wine, Jiang Han opted to enhance the flavor with additional scallions and ginger, to which Su Qian nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. You carry on, I will prepare the sauce for the chicken feet, she said. Isn't it just spicy sauce? Su Qian asked. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile. The Korean chili sauce you have at home is quite potent. If left unadjusted, even your palate accustomed to Sichuan and Chongqing cuisine may find it overwhelming. With clear division of labor, Su Qian added the chopped scallions and ginger to the boiling water, while Jiang Han adjusted the spiciness by incorporating honey. As the chicken feet neared completion, Jiang Han retrieved a bowl of ice water from the refrigerator. What purpose does this serve? Su Qian wondered. Her understanding stretched beyond its limits. It serves to tighten the meat's texture. Think of the smoothness of the chicken feet you buy from the supermarket, Jiang Han explained, smiling as he swiftly submerged the chicken feet in the ice water the moment she was caught off guard. The secret to that delightful texture lies solely in this. Jiang Han monitored the timing and elaborated. In about 10 minutes, they will be ready. If you wish to prepare sour and spicy boneless chicken feet, you would need to set aside an additional hour for the sauce. As the time approached, Jiang Han drained the water from the bowl and, with a serious tone, said, Next comes the most crucial step, deboning. Pay close attention. He picked up a chicken foot, gently gliding a small knife across its surface. The key to deboning lies in the joints. With a gentle twist and a careful press on the fleshy parts, you see, the bone comes out effortlessly. Su Qian observed intently, nodding continuously. You give it a try, she suggested. Jiang Han meticulously sliced open the chicken feet. Su Qian cautiously twisted the joints, feeling an inexplicable tension rise within her. Yes, this is the spot. Apply pressure from the back. Under Jiang Han's guidance, Su Qian's movements gradually steadied, and soon, one chicken foot was expertly prepared. Wonderful. Jiang Han generously gave her a thumbs up. Upon hearing his praise, Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, her fair skin subtly tinged with a blush. Although it felt somewhat peculiar to be complimented by her student, it was nonetheless pleasant. Jiang Han placed the chicken foot into a bowl of sauce and, employing his strong arms, began to evenly coat its surface. All done. Instructor, why don't you give it a try? As he spoke, Jiang Han picked up a chicken foot with chopsticks and offered it to Su Qian. She nodded, discreetly bit her lip, and then opened her mouth to take a bite. The carefully prepared sauce melded in her mouth, complementing the firm texture of the chicken foot. While chewing, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jiang Han. Chapter 29. Except for me seeing Su Qian's somewhat adorable expression, Jiang Han smiled slightly. If you place it in the refrigerator for a while, the texture will improve. For some reason, Jiang Han's image loomed larger in Su Qian's eyes at that moment. She felt that he possessed considerable culinary knowledge. Jiang Han, observing Su Qian just a fist's distance away, felt a surge of joy from their shared success. Momentarily forgetting the intimacy between them, he lowered his head, studying Su Qian's cherubic face. Could such an adorable expression truly belong to a female teacher? Absolutely. At that moment, Jiang Han simply wished to take a playful bite of that charming face. Su Qian's candid praise left this inexperienced young man somewhat flustered. He could only chuckle awkwardly. Overly modest. It's nothing special. I'm not as remarkable as the instructor says. Instructor, please place the chicken feet in the refrigerator. I'll go stir-fry a couple of side dishes. Su Qian nodded with a smile. How long will that take? Half an hour will suffice, Jiang Han replied, scrubbing the pan and glancing back. Got it. After placing the chicken feet properly, Su Qian turned and returned to the kitchen to assist Jiang Han. He glanced at her and remarked, I assume you've never had chicken feet prepared this way before, right? Su Qian paused for a moment, then with a hint of melancholy, replied, During my 2 years studying abroad, I didn't taste a hint of spiciness. Where could I find it? Moreover, in Western Europe, they do not consume food made from animal hooves. Jiang Han chuckled softly, noting that this woman bore a grudge heavier than a ghostess. I see. Then make sure to eat plenty, and if it's not enough, I'll make more. You can count on me. Su Qian arranged the prepared dishes onto a plate and absent-mindedly acknowledged it. It seemed insufficient, for after all, Jiang Han's culinary skills were exquisite, and she feared losing control over her appetite. A gentle smile graced Su Qian's lips as she washed her hands and stepped out of the kitchen. The kitchen was rather small. If she lingered, she would only hinder the process. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was in no hurry, as he still had to wait for the chicken feet. Half an hour later, Su Qian emerged with a large bowl of marinated chicken feet. The originally spicy and fragrant dish had become even more succulent under the influence of the cool temperature. Indeed, it was delicious. Observing Jiang Han's busy figure in the kitchen, Su Qian instinctively picked up a chicken foot and stealthily approached him from behind. As Jiang Han busied himself at the countertop, he suddenly caught a whiff of the familiar aroma. Su Qian gently tapped his back with her fingertips, and this simple gesture sent peculiar ripples through Jiang Han's heart. Jiang Han. He turned around, looking down at Su Qian. What's the matter, instructor? Here, eat this. Su Qian said playfully, opening her mouth. No, I can manage myself. Jiang Han quickly declined. Jiang Han, please don't think of anything strange. I simply wish for you to taste this, she insisted. Be good, open your mouth. Let me feed you. Her soft, melodic voice seemed to possess a magical quality, prompting Jiang Han to lean slightly forward, attempting to facilitate her feeding him the chicken foot. Su Qian stood on her tiptoes, awkwardly bringing the chicken foot closer to his lips, and Jiang Han gently bit into it. After a brief tasting, his initial impression was a hint of sweetness. However, considering that the chicken foot was marinated in spicy sauce, how could it be sweet? His taste buds had indeed become peculiar. Having received Su Qian's thoughtful offering, Jiang Han felt invigorated as if he had consumed 10 bottles of energy drink. And he turned up the heat while cooking. 5 minutes later, he and Su Qian carried the dishes to the dining table. Jiang Han continued to emphasize that today's lunch was merely a simple affair, yet the 4 delectable dishes laid out revealed his true nature. They exchanged a glance before silently beginning their meal. After 5 minutes, unable to withstand the silence, Su Qian took the initiative to spark a conversation. Jiang Han, you truly possess a remarkable talent for cooking. Moreover, I've noticed that there seems to be nothing you can't prepare, and you do it with such finesse. You couldn't possibly have known how to do this 2 years ago, right? Though phrased as a question, the certainty in her tone was unmistakable. Jiang Han, listening to Su Qian's praise, remained silent, merely offering an awkward smile. The perceptive Su Qian seemed to grasp something, and with a mysterious smile, she remarked, You're not preparing for a future girlfriend, are you? A boy who can cook certainly earns extra points in the eyes of girls. Jiang Han appeared to be touched by her words, continuing to eat with his head bowed, lost in thought. Jiang Han remained silent, and Su Qian's smile grew more pronounced. However, I recall that Jiang Han had admitted to having no romantic interest during his university years. Could his culinary skills possibly be for me? Jiang Han lifted his head, awkwardly gazing at Su Qian, and confessed, I have someone I like now, and all this is prepared for her. Su Qian, chewing on the spicy beef, momentarily froze. For some reason, Jiang Han's words made her heart skip a beat. Was it the woman he had shopped with that day? Congratulations to Jiang Han then. Since he has found someone he adores, he must be able to win her heart with his culinary talents. Although her tone was congratulatory, a hint of disappointment lingered. Alas, perhaps it wouldn't work out after all. Jiang Han paused, and then earnestly continued, but taking your words to heart, you know her well. If I succeed, it should make you very happy. Me? I hope so. How could I feel joy if you're with another woman, especially someone familiar to me? Jiang Han failed to notice the disappointment in Su Qian's expression, assuring her, if there is hope, you will undoubtedly be happy, Sister Su Qian. Jiang Han picked up a chicken foot, munching as he spoke. However, I have only cooked for our instructor so far. Su Qian's expression slowly transformed from one of disinterest to intrigue, her gaze fixed on Jiang Han, who mirrored her curiosity. Ultimately, a smile returned to Su Qian's lips. In that case, the teacher is quite fortunate. Fortunate? How should that be interpreted? After all, the teacher has had the privilege of participating in many of Jiang Han's firsts. Hearing Su Qian's words, Jiang Han felt a surge of emotion. It seemed that when one has someone special in their heart, every word carries a particular hue and velocity. He was clearly that kind of person. Without warning, Su Qian asked, are there any real-life girls who appear in Jiang Han's writings? After a moment's reflection, she added, besides me. Chapter 30, Jiang Han. You should call me teacher. Jiang Han chuckled, responding, well, there is indeed another girl who has appeared in my writings, and she is quite an irritatingly significant character. Su Qian's heart tightened at Jiang Han's playful tone. Another girl, and one of great significance? Irritating? Su Qian seized upon the adjective, probing further. Yes, Jiang Han continued, oblivious to Su Qian's rising tension as he popped another spicy chicken foot into his mouth. Indeed, a girl I particularly dislike. Hearing the desperation in Jiang Han's words, Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle, yet her heart raced with growing apprehension. So just how much did he dislike her? My aversion towards her is akin to the disdain a girl might feel towards her younger brother. Jiang Han contemplated for a moment and provided an answer that he deemed closest to reality. Su Qian suddenly realized the nature of the relationship Jiang Han referred to. It must be his younger sister. While surfing the internet, she often encountered various short videos depicting elder brothers disdaining their younger sisters. However, despite the verbal disdain, when a problem arises that the sister cannot solve, the elder brother invariably rushes to her aid. Indeed, in matters of romance, elder brothers frequently assume a role reminiscent of a protective father. In summary, it is not only women who exhibit such duality, men, too, are often a collection of contradictory beings. Is she your sister? Although Su Qian had a general idea, her meticulous nature compelled her to probe further. After all, if she were mistaken, it would be a significant blunder. Of course, she is not my dear little sister, Jiang Han replied. She is far too foolish for me to mold her into the saintess of a demonic sect. Does Sister Su Qian not feel that the sense of character immersion is somewhat lacking? Jiang Han's profound gaze resembled the depths of a starry sky. That is indeed true, Su Qian acknowledged. Therefore, the inspiration for that girl stems from my detestable cousin. Your cousin? Su Qian was perplexed by Jiang Han's words. Wasn't it said that younger siblings are usually obedient to their elder sisters? Indeed, she is quite fierce, lacking the gentleness and thoughtfulness of a tutor. Jiang Han fixed a serious gaze upon Su Qian, the steadfastness in his eyes igniting a ripple of emotion within her. Are compliments often so direct? She mused. Moreover, employing a method of comparison? Goodness, perhaps I should consider resigning. Tutor, what troubles you? Is today's meal not to your liking? Jiang Han had already noticed Su Qian's reluctance to use her chopsticks while they spoke. Su Qian blushed and was about to explain. But Jiang Han completely blocked any potential retreat. Is it that the tutor does not enjoy it? I do not. Indeed. It must be my culinary skills that have failed to please the tutor. Jiang Han continued to speak without granting Su Qian a moment's chance to interject. Meanwhile, Su Qian fumbled with her chopsticks, staring at Jiang Han in astonishment. Clearly, once a man adopts a guise of insincerity, women become utterly irrelevant. Tutor, why have you fallen silent? The atmosphere grew quiet. The two exchanged glances for a prolonged moment before resuming their meal. After some contemplation, Su Qian finally spoke. Classmate Jiang Han, our current predicament of being confined together is indeed a unique circumstance, one that cannot be avoided. Although your academic pressure is not particularly burdensome at present, the teacher still hopes that your novel writing does not impede your studies. Jiang Han, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards Su Qian. In my eyes, both are equally significant, each holding a unique meaning. Su Qian smiled and said, I understand. But your current profession is that of a student. You still need to study during the day. If you continue to turn night into day, your health will deteriorate. The instructor, you. Su Qian gazed at Jiang Han. During her time abroad, she had installed a timer program on her computer, allowing her to monitor its usage. I comprehend the importance, yet one's health is the foundation of all endeavors, is it not? However, Su Qian's expression conveyed uncertainty. But, Jiang Han lifted his gaze, speaking earnestly, but I require a satisfactory conclusion to the story I am crafting, one that bears your influence. I must exert every effort. A look of incredulity crossed Su Qian's face. What do you mean? Because of me? Jiang Han continued. Do you remember that summer 2 years ago? The day we first got together? I asked you what you desired most. Your response was a large signed book. Upon returning home that day, I sought every possible avenue. Yet I found nothing. Had it been so simple, how could it have been deemed a wish? Jiang Han chuckled, shaking his head, fully aware of the boy's helplessness she had perceived at that moment. Thus, I conceived a plan, one that, to others, seemed nearly insurmountable. Under Jiang Han's guidance, Su Qian instinctively suggested, write online literature? Jiang Han nodded. A week into their relationship, he embarked on the journey of online writing. Even though this fleeting romance ended in an inexplicable manner, Jiang Han did not abandon his pursuit. In his mind, it was a debt he owed to Su Qian. Su Qian was momentarily stunned. So what you're saying is, Jiang Han clarified, my purpose in entering the realm of online literature is rather simple, to obtain that signed book. However, as he contemplated this, he felt the need to elaborate, fearing Su Qian might misconstrue his intentions. After all, certain thoughts should remain undisclosed. He recalled a question posed on a popular short video platform. Do boys really love the same girl twice? Jiang Han vaguely remembered the most liked comment. No. Because they have always loved her. In the end, the boy merely buries that love deep within his heart, pretending to be a stranger as he passes by the girl. My current goal is different from before. I must take responsibility for my story, ensuring it does not become an irreversible regret in real life. Jiang Han professed with sincerity. Su Qian paused, then burst into laughter. So that's the reason? I merely mentioned it in passing, never anticipated that Jiang Han would exert such tremendous effort. With a gleam of anticipation in her eyes, she added, I shall look forward to the day when Jiang Han becomes a master. Jiang Han nodded. I will strive to make it happen. Su Qian gazed at the earnest yet somewhat endearing Jiang Han. His cheeks puffed out as he stood with his hands on his hips, solemnly declaring, Classmate Jiang Han, you should address me as teacher. In Chapter 31, The Teacher's Caring Assistance for Sleep, Su Qian noticed the peculiar glint in Jiang Han's eyes, prompting her to hastily clarify, I assure you, my teacher does not possess any peculiar predilections. It is merely prudent for us to delineate our relationship given the current circumstances. She continued, somewhat ambiguously. It is rather unusual for a single man and woman to coexist under one roof. Very well then, instructor, Jiang Han replied, lifting his gaze to the dazzling lights of the ceiling, speaking with unwavering resolve. We are both above reproach. What could possibly seem strange to you? Su Qian had intended only to offer a vague explanation, yet Jiang Han's words struck a direct chord. Indeed, in this peculiar time, even if they shared a roof, as long as their intentions were pure, what could be odd about it? Unless, of course, someone harbored impure thoughts. Su Qian, who enjoys role-playing, are you not aware of your own heart? Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, Su Qian looked at Jiang Han with her expressive eyes, momentarily causing the youth, who often penned romantic tales, to blush. Jiang Han, grappling with his inability to articulate his thoughts, insisted, I harbor no ulterior motives. I truly find it a bit disconcerting at times. Su Qian, charmed by Jiang Han's adorability, smiled brightly. Classmate Jiang Han, I understand. Now let us eat. Jiang Han, without uttering a word, responded with a smile, using his chopsticks to acknowledge her. After the meal, Su Qian did not request Jiang Han's assistance in clearing the table, instead advising him to focus on his own tasks. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Han leaned against the wall, his hands resting on the keyboard. Yet his mind lingered on Su Qian's remark. It is rather unusual for a single man and woman to coexist under one roof. What does it mean for a single man and woman to share a space? Could he truly engage in any improper conduct? To put it irresponsibly, he was indeed a model student, nothing more. Was such a reminder necessary? Jiang Han's fingers danced across the spacebar of his computer, pondering if perhaps it was a self-reminder to cease pondering frivolities. As he gazed at the computer screen, his thoughts unconsciously wandered, and he suddenly realized that the name of the heroine in his new book had transformed into Su Qian. Jiang Han's eyes widened in shock, and he muttered to himself, "What on earth are you doing, Jiang Han? It's one thing to have Su Qian as the heroine, but now you haven't even concealed her name?" If this chapter were to come to the instructor's attention, he might find himself in dire straits. After a brief moment of exasperation, Jiang Han hurriedly revised the problematic chapter. Ultimately, this was a vexing occupational hazard. Ever since becoming a novelist, he had a tendency to project his own persona onto the male protagonists of his stories. It is precisely for this reason that Jiang Han can effortlessly weave a sense of immersion from seemingly simple words. Conversely, the personas in reality inevitably undergo some influence, causing him to resemble a sentimental master from Jiangnan with each passing day. Jiang Han meticulously recalls the conversation during lunch, harboring a tinge of regret. What are you truly thinking? Su Qian is no longer your girlfriend. What are you clinging to, Jiang Han? Although this reflects your innermost thoughts, the interactions between the two of you are bound to become increasingly awkward. Do not forget, she is now your counselor, your teacher. If the narrative continues in this manner, the tale between him and Su Qian will likely only be sustained through the realm of fiction. In the forthcoming days, he must learn to guard his words more carefully, refraining from such unfiltered expressions. In stark contrast to Jiang Han, who is admonishing himself in his room, Su Qian lies on her bed, diligently analyzing the dialogue from lunch. Anything of particular significance deserves thoughtful consideration. Moreover, the earlier promise of securing a signed book through the medium of online writing is indeed a youthful whimsy. Yet, rather than ridicule Jiang Han's unrealistic aspiration, she finds herself hoping for his success, simply wishing to see him flourish. However, the way little Jiang Han articulates his thoughts catches her off guard. As an older sister, being so regarded by a younger male is quite a heart-fluttering experience, especially when he is such a handsome university student. Nonetheless, it must be said that Su Qian's delicate legs swing playfully on the bed. This little fellow is not as innocent as she had imagined. With a deep sigh, she reflects on the past 2 years, realizing that the boy who now captivates her heart is still that neighborly younger brother. If it were not for her own budding feelings, it seems as though fate is playing a jest upon her regarding matters of the heart. Imagine if she were not his teacher. Would she have suddenly intruded into Jiang Han's life? Even if they were to meet again, it would only be at some future juncture. And how many years away that might be, Su Qian cannot quite articulate. The concept of time is the most merciless entity in existence. No, she must be kindred to Jiang Han during this period. Otherwise, once they return to campus, the opportunities for their encounters will diminish significantly. Su Qian, as a university counselor, has her own responsibilities and cannot devote 24 hours a day to Jiang Han, nor can she continue to tutor him as she does now. Even if she cannot reclaim Jiang Han, she must at least leave a favorable impression on this troublesome younger brother. The afternoon passes simply, yet it is not devoid of a certain essence known as dopamine that permeates the atmosphere of the room. Jiang Han, after a sleepless night, found himself in a state of mild exhilaration, concerned for his well-being. Su Qian chose what she believed to be the most effective method of inducing sleep, a lecture on mathematical concepts. However, the results appeared less than promising. Jiang Han, it has been 3 hours. Are you feeling drowsy yet? Su Qian inquired with a gentle smile. Jiang Han instinctively shook his head, feeling even more alert. Shall I offer you my heartfelt assistance in drifting off? She teased. Is it truly as I imagine it to be? He asked, curiosity piqued. Not quite, she replied, still smiling, as she unexpectedly produced a feather duster. Now, kindly place your phone and laptop in the living room and obediently retire to bed. Should you misbehave, the feather duster shall attend to you. With a flourish, Su Qian brandished the feather duster, creating a sharp whooshing sound that resonated in Jiang Han's ears, igniting his already restless heart with a thrill of anticipation. He felt an inexplicable desire to experience what it would be like to be playfully struck by Su Qian's feather duster. Jiang Han met her gaze, which was framed by a half-rimmed pair of glasses that lent her an air of fierce authority. Due to the mild prescription, she seldom wore glasses in daily life. Typically, A beautiful girl dons glasses and unveils an entirely different charm. Su Qian was a testament to this phenomenon. Once merely a somewhat adorable teacher, she now exuded the aura of a gentle, yet domineering CEO. Dressed in a white shirt and a form-fitting skirt, she would surely amplify this effect. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Su Qian asked, observing Jiang Han's momentary daze. In a world devoid of superpowers, she, of course, lacked the extraordinary mind-reading abilities seen in films and could not intuit his thoughts. Isn't it normal to sleep at this hour? Jiang Han replied, checking his phone for the time before handing it to Su Qian. It's not even 4 in the afternoon yet. If I sleep now, at what time should I wake? This posed a critical dilemma. He had no intention of becoming a nocturnal creature. Indeed, that is a conundrum, Su Qian mused, her finger resting thoughtfully on her lips, her gaze drifting upward. Surely, you wouldn't want me to engage in any peculiar activities with you tonight? Come on. She laughed. If you truly desired that, I wouldn't be opposed. It's merely a matter of who is more daring, right? Please, after all these years. Do you still not know me? Jiang Han fell silent, sensing a disquieting undertone in her words. Undoubtedly, the ensuing conversation would take an unsettling turn. Your life is precious. It's wise to remain silent. What's the matter? Afraid? If you're feeling unwell, it's best to retire for the night. The hour is drawing near. And I shall summon you. Su Qian, perched with her legs crossed, commanded in a tone befitting a superior addressing a subordinate. Go to sleep. As for the night, I have my own arrangements. Very well then. Su Qian's words wielded a peculiar charm over Jiang Han. He picked up his phone, preparing to return to the guest room. Leave your phone here. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly sneakily scroll through videos of beautiful women and find yourself unable to sleep out of excitement. Jiang Han, having taken just a couple of steps, froze, turning back to look at Su Qian in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such words could emerge from her lips. What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong? Place your phone on the coffee table and obediently go to sleep. Noticing Jiang Han's lack of response, Su Qian rose and swiftly snatched his phone away. This was not merely the addition of a teacher, it was akin to acquiring another mother. Jiang Han felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet he feigned compliance as he returned to the guest room. Time passed, and eventually, the gentle sounds of slumber filled the room. In the master bedroom, hello? Su Qian answered the call from her close friend, Chu He, while cradling a pillow. What's up? He, do you need something? Nothing. Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? On the other end, Chu He, sporting large black-framed glasses, responded with feigned irritation. You haven't called me in days. How am I supposed to handle this curious little heart of mine? Oh, Su Qian, do you know how I've been spending my days? Tossing and turning every night. Tossing and turning? What does that mean? Su Qian felt a bit bewildered. You will never understand the plight of a single dog. Su Qian, I crave something sweet. Please, spare me your eccentricities. And who said I'm not single anymore? Su Qian looked at the screen with disdain. Your student. Don't tell me you have no feelings for him at all? Chu He grinned mischievously. Is it because he isn't handsome enough for you? It shouldn't be. Posting photos on social media is a declaration of possession, you know. You have no idea how much damage it did to the male teachers at school that night. Should I inform them that you are single and that your student is available for me? Seizing the rare opportunity to tease Su Qian as a good friend, she could not let it slip away. You must be joking. Su Qian replied indignantly. TSK, it's clear you have deep feelings. You can't escape them. All right then. What exactly do you feel for him? Chu He inquired seriously, her playful demeanor fading. Just a slight flutter of the heart. Su Qian's admission held a hint of uncertainty. A slight flutter, you say? More like a significant flutter. Chu He mercilessly exposed the remnants of Su Qian's pride. However, something felt amiss. Su Qian recalled the events of the afternoon. Oh, what feels strange? Upon hearing this, Chu He quickly shifted her position to appear more earnest. It's as if I've suddenly become a mother. It's rather bewildering. Chu He. Su Qian gazed at the silent Chu He on the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. After an awkward exchange of glances, she recalled a term mentioned by Jiang Han. As an older sister out of touch with contemporary trends, she did not grasp its meaning. However, reflecting on Jiang Han's expression, it seemed to convey a sense of enjoyment, did it not? What is it? It's a method to aid sleep, guiding insomniacs into slumber through white noise. Su Qian, have you been experiencing insomnia? Perhaps you feel a sense of insecurity due to the emptiness of the big bed? Su Qian rolled her eyes. It was evident that within a couple of exchanges, the conversation had taken a light-hearted turn. No, it's just that Jiang Han mentioned this term. Ah, I never expected you, as a student, to fancy such a taste. Su Qian found herself somewhat perplexed by Chu He's words. What taste? In the realm of sleep aids in the country, they predominantly featured alluring female hosts, truly. If it weren't for the screen separating them, Chu He's teasing gaze would likely be fixed on Su Qian. What do you mean by truly? Su Qian felt a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Innocence pales in comparison to allure. Su Qian fell silent, her peripheral vision catching sight of Jiang Han's phone by the bedside. To truly understand a person, one could glean insights from their phone, particularly through their preferences in short videos. All right, I have some matters to attend to, I'll hang up now. Without waiting for Chu He's response, Su Qian ended the call. Chu looked at the screen displaying the words call ended and couldn't help but chuckle softly, muttering, "You brat. Once the restrictions in your neighborhood are lifted, I must meet your childhood husband." Chapter 33. Intolerance to alcohol. What kind of short videos does Jiang Han's brother indulge in? Su Qian murmured to herself as she deftly entered the lock screen password on the phone. Although Jiang Han's phone was in her possession, as a principled educator, Su Qian refrained from prying into any chat records. She merely aimed to summarize Jiang Han's current state through his preferences in short videos. Well, a clear objective. After locating the black music note icon app, she commenced a thorough analysis. By 7 in the evening, a knock echoed through the room, and a staff member clad in a white protective suit arrived to deliver supplies, bringing along some disinfectants for the two of them. "Miss Su Qian, these are the epidemic prevention supplies issued by the community. Please take good care of them. The current situation regarding epidemic prevention remains serious. Ensure necessary disinfection to protect your health. Thank you very much." Su Qian accepted the disinfectants from the staff member, watching as they departed. Glancing at the time on her phone, she realized it was getting late. It was time to wake Jiang Han. Holding Jiang Han's phone, she pushed open the door to the small bedroom. "Jiang Han, it's time to get up. It's already 7 in the evening." At Su Qian's call, Jiang Han opened his drowsy eyes, yet he did not fully awaken. "All right, instructor." The still somewhat dazed Jiang Han was reflected in Su Qian's peach blossom eyes, a sight that elicited a series of giggles from her. "Come on, get up. We'll be drinking soon." Drinking? Jiang Han regained his composure, fully aware that none of the items he had procured included any alcohol. "What's wrong? If you don't drink, how will you sleep tonight?" "True." Jiang Han remained puzzled, but there was no alcohol at home, was there? Su Qian, with a radiant smile, replied, "I never said there wasn't any alcohol at home. Did I? There's a case of canned beer in the storage room. Shall we indulge a bit tonight?" "That sounds good. I'll prepare a couple of dishes." Jiang Han offered. "No need for cooking. There are some chicken feet and spicy strips in the fridge. Let us just snack on those at the coffee table," Su Qian suggested. Jiang Han nodded in agreement, adding, "Should we find a movie to watch? Otherwise, drinking alone is rather dull. A horror film? Or something else?" Su Qian picked up on Jiang Han's cue and continued the conversation. "I'm fine with anything. It's up to you. I'll go grab the beer while you handle the movie selection." Before Su Qian could respond, Jiang Han stepped out of the guest room. That little guy really is consistent in his reluctance to make decisions, Su Qian mused to herself. The first reason she was fond of Jiang Han was his obedient nature, always heeding her suggestions, devoid of any semblance of male chauvinism. As Jiang Han donned his slippers and headed to the storage room, Su Qian first retrieved the snacks from the fridge and placed them on the coffee table, then began searching for a film to watch that evening. These little snacks would certainly suffice for a drinking session. Jiang Han soon emerged from the storage room with the beer, and everything was set for a casual evening of conversation and drinks. Still slightly groggy from his recent nap, Jiang Han settled beside Su Qian on the sofa as she popped open 2 cans of beer with a satisfying crack. He casually opened a bag of chicken feet. Su Qian pushed one of the opened beers toward Jiang Han, cautioning, "This beer has a bit of a kick. Drink slowly. Don't rush. It's easy to get tipsy." Jiang Han chuckled, looking at the beer can. "Not to worry. It's just a can of beer. That's good. Shall we dig in?" "Yes," Jiang Han replied with a smile. "I never imagined I would be drinking with my instructor." Su Qian nibbled on a bag of dried fish, surprised by the surprisingly pleasant flavor. She and T anticipated a lack of proper food, relying solely on snacks to accompany their drinks. After taking a sip of beer, Su Qian glanced at the movie's opening scene, and Jiang Han, with a non-committal hum, shifted his focus to the television. Only at this moment could Su Qian unabashedly reveal her emotions, stealing glances at Jiang Han. Perhaps tonight, she could get him intoxicated and then try that sleep-inducing white noise? Taking another sip of her beer, she managed to suppress her swirling thoughts. She sought a domestic romance film that had garnered favorable reviews. However, Su Qian's attention was evidently not focused on that. The film, spanning nearly 2 hours, saw Jiang Han diligently analyzing the plot. This romantic film, characterized by its relatable narrative, did not feel exhausting. Instead, it evoked deep emotional resonance within. As the movie approached its conclusion, the case of beer was nearly depleted. Initially, Su Qian tried to restrain herself from engaging in a drinking contest with Jiang Han, yet the little rascal continually provoked her. By the time he reached his third can, Su Qian realized that Jiang Han was already intoxicated. It seemed his capacity for alcohol was indeed limited. Thus, she decided to disregard him, since he was already drunk. A little more drinking should pose no issue. After finishing the last sip from her can, she felt a slight buzz. Jiang Han, would you like some water? Jiang Han, sipping on his soda, slurred his words in response. No, just let me drink my cola. Su Qian was taken aback, turning to observe the flushed face of Jiang Han, who still clutched the soda bottle. Did this little fellow not understand that one should avoid carbonated drinks after consuming alcohol? Well, it was getting late. I'll help you inside to rest. Jiang Han's eyelids drooped heavily. Responding with a casual watching the inebriated Jiang Han, Su Qian couldn't help but sigh. Had she known better, she wouldn't have let this little one drink. I want to explore this vast world. Jiang Han had blinked at Su Qian, and she felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Why leave thoughts half-spoken? Jiang Han, gently shaking his arm. She received no reply. His breathing had become steady. You little rascal, she mused, observing the boy who had succumbed to deep slumber due to fatigue and alcohol. She smiled wryly. With such a poor tolerance, it was fortunate he had encountered her. After turning off the television, she exerted all her strength to drag Jiang Han back to the nearest master bedroom. He lay on the bed, deeply asleep, while Su Qian, panting from exhaustion, was enveloped by the pleasant scent emanating from him. Under the influence of alcohol, her vision began to blur. Chapter 34. Arms in disarray that night. With a slight buzz from the alcohol, Su Qian slept soundly, especially with the air conditioning on and a warm, pillow-like companion in her arms. It was quite comfortable. In the early morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the glass, softly brushing against Su Qian's eyelashes. With her commendable tolerance for alcohol, the warm rays of sunshine made her feel cozy, prompting an instinctual stretch. What is this? Hard, yet fuzzy? Su Qian felt an unusual sensation at her feet, accompanied by warmth. No, this couldn't be right. Had she summoned a spirit? She abruptly opened her eyes and found herself resting on Jiang Han's arm, her fair calf entwined around his thigh like an octopus. The peculiar sensation she had just experienced must have originated from the boy's leg. Their current position resembled that of a young couple in the throes of romance. It was early morning, and Su Qian, who should have been somewhat dazed, instantly became alert. Had the man beside her not been Jiang Han, she might have screamed like any other girl. How did he end up in her bed? Rubbing her slightly throbbing head, Su Qian meticulously recalled the events of the previous day. It seemed that Jiang Han had drunk too much, and she had dragged this boy, who was a whole head taller than her, back here. Then, she lost consciousness, clearly having blacked out. She wondered how this boy had grown so much. Upon graduating high school, he was only half a head taller than her, and yet before finishing college, he had undergone a second growth spurt. Turning to glance at Jiang Han, who was still soundly asleep, she dismissed the odd thoughts swirling in her mind and retrieved a fresh set of clothes from the cupboard. The girl made her way to the shower, shedding her garments piece by piece until she was clad only in a snug undergarment that still bore the scent of alcohol. Slipping on her slippers, she adjusted the water temperature. Once satisfied with the warmth, she locked the shower door and removed her last article of clothing. As the water cascaded from the shower head, she hummed a tune, her delicate feet peeking out from the front of her slippers. Su Qian's mood seemed to be quite buoyant. The frosted glass surrounding the shower soon became clouded with steam, the graceful contours of her body subtly discernible within. 10 minutes later, Jiang Han stretched stiffly, a groan escaping his lips. Why did his right arm hurt so much? It felt as if it had been crushed under a heavy weight all night. Wait a moment. This room. The pain gradually sharpened his focus. The arrangement of objects, the vanity. This was clearly his instructor's bedroom. Why was he sleeping in this room? And where was the instructor? Rubbing his throbbing head, Jiang Han realized he had completely blacked out the night before and could remember nothing. After a moment of intense contemplation, a familiar urgency struck him like a lightning bolt. He hastily scrambled out of bed and headed toward the bathroom. Just as he exited the bedroom, he nearly collided with Su Qian, who had just finished showering and was wrapped in a towel. Jiang Han, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Su Qian asked earnestly, her hair still damp from the wash. No, Jiang Han replied, his gaze faltering as he looked at her. He yearned to hasten away from Su Qian's side and make a beeline for the restroom, urgency coursing through him. Why does your complexion look so pale? She inquired. I really need to go, he stammered. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Qian stepped aside, allowing Jiang Han passage. Observing his retreating figure, this worldly-wise older sister couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jiang Han, you remain as endearing as ever. Inside the restroom, Jiang Han, attending to his own urgent needs, let out a comfortable hum. Youth is a blessing. Even after a night lost in the depths of inebriation, he found himself bursting with vitality come morning. Nonetheless, an ache in his arm persisted. Though his memory of the previous night was hazy, an unsettling sensation hinted that something clandestine had transpired. Upon exiting the restroom, he was greeted by the sight of Su Qian, dressed and preparing a simple breakfast in the kitchen. How did I end up sleeping in your room last night? Jiang Han approached her. You passed out from intoxication, and since my room is closer to the living room, I brought you to my bedroom, she explained. So, I slept in the guest room. Su Qian's ears, hidden beneath her hair, flushed with embarrassment. So that's how it was. Jiang Han, oblivious to her subtle unease, offered. Let me handle this, as a token of gratitude for last night. All right, she acquiesced, handing him the spatula before preparing to leave the kitchen. Ouch, it still hurts. He murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, yet Su Qian caught the words. Jiang Han, what's wrong? It's nothing, just a bit of soreness in my arm. I must have bumped it while sleeping, he replied with a casual smile. Does it hurt a lot? She probed. Not particularly, just a tad weary, he reassured her. Sensing her concern, he inquired. Is there something troubling you? No, nothing at all, Su Qian replied, turning to exit, her steps betraying a hint of anxiety. How could she not feel flustered? It was impossible to confess to Jiang Han that she had spent the night atop him. That would be akin to saying, naughty little brother, you were under me last night. She dismissed the unseemly thoughts from her mind and returned to her room. Seizing the opportunity to prepare study materials for Jiang Han, given the ample time at her disposal. As a teacher, it was her duty to conduct periodic assessments to gauge his grasp of recent knowledge, ensuring a seamless progression in their learning journey. Su Qian had gleaned insights into Jiang Han's current academic standing through the school's administrative system. His grades were mediocre, barely meeting the graduation threshold. Of course, this was merely from the perspective of a high-achieving scholar like her. Students who could meet the graduation criteria of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology were, in broader terms, already ahead of the curve. If he wished to thrive in a relaxed and enjoyable learning environment, concise, exam-oriented study materials were indispensable. Chapter 35. Still unaware of the severity of the problem after breakfast, Su Qian handed a set of review materials and an examination paper to Jiang Han. Director, where did you acquire all these photocopied electronic materials? Jiang Han inquired with curiosity, casually flipping through the freshly printed sheets, still retaining a hint of warmth. I requested the question bank from the course instructors, Su Qian replied with a touch of pride. Do take a look and let me see your recent academic progress. These problems are all meticulously curated by me. Is it permissible to request such a question bank from the instructors? Doesn't that violate any regulations? Rest assured, it certainly does not. Our university employs a random selection of questions from the academic system for final exams, and most of them are quite similar. Furthermore, such question banks are readily available at our university's photocopy shop. Is this considered an unspoken rule at our university? Perhaps not quite, Su Qian mused. Surely, Jiang Han wouldn't rely solely on textbooks for every exam, would he? Confronted with Su Qian's pointed remark, Jiang Han felt a tinge of embarrassment. I know. I just disdain doing so. Oh, in that case, I suppose these exercises will be of no use to you, Jiang Han. I shall put them away to spare a certain stubborn child from unnecessary sorrow. Aware that he could not win an argument with Su Qian, Jiang Han resigned himself and obediently took a seat. All right, I concede. Humph, that is more like it. Under the gentle yet assertive guidance of this experienced elder sister, Jiang Han dutifully began to tackle the exercises. The problems Su Qian prepared predominantly consisted of variations of basic questions from the knowledge points at the end of the textbook, deemed essential for the final examination. While the overall difficulty was manageable, the breadth of the content was comprehensive. It was evident that Su Qian had invested considerable effort in selecting these gems from that thick question bank. However, despite having grasped the fundamental concepts under Su Qian's tutelage over the past few days, Jiang Han found himself vexed by the calculations involved in the foundational subjects. With a nearly perfect score of 44 in higher mathematics, he felt embarrassed to admit his struggles. Thus, this seemingly simple, yet genuinely straightforward examination paper lingered in Jiang Han's hands for a stubborn hour and a half. Meanwhile, Su Qian remained quietly seated across from him, attending to various tasks on her tablet. Occasionally, she would tilt her head to observe him, and at times, as she witnessed Jiang Han grappling with a particularly challenging step, her delicate brows would knit together in concern. Whenever he encountered a calculation he could not resolve, Jiang Han would set down his pen and grasp his hair in deep contemplation. His predicament was a clear reflection of the struggles posed by foundational subjects. There exists a persistent legend within universities. One need not excel academically, for a last-minute cramming session before finals suffices for passing. Yet, this notion merely caters to the complacent. In reality, once one enters the battlefield of graduate entrance examinations, the disillusioned will grasp just how arduous the journey truly is. These questions from the school's question bank are indeed a torment. The woman sat elegantly with her legs crossed, her pristine white shirt sleeves rolled up halfway, revealing her fair wrists. Under the soft glow of the lights, Jiang Han could subtly discern the faint outline of veins beneath her skin. It must be said that those who possess beauty are invariably charming in every aspect. Jiang Han, what are you gazing at? He was met with Su Qian's inquisitive gaze. Her profile illuminated by the light, her lustrous black hair neatly tied back. Jiang Han, what has captured your attention? You've been lost in thought for quite a while. Advisor, I have completed my work, Jiang Han replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. He truly hadn't intended to drift off. He had earnestly applied all the formulas he had learned recently onto the paper before him. Yet, the pristine sheet of paper, aside from the printed template, bore nothing but formulas. This was not Jiang Han's fault. He genuinely struggled with advanced mathematics. Ah, I understand. Su Qian adjusted her glasses, choosing not to elaborate further. She simply accepted his paper and began to review it meticulously. She had observed the effort Jiang Han had put into it. The concepts discussed in recent days were all laid out on his exam sheet, and despite the empty calculation results, overall, it was quite commendable. Jiang Han remained silent, watching as Su Qian marked his paper with a red pen. She supplemented the calculations he had missed, occasionally adjusting her glasses, gently tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear. Advisor, have I caused you any trouble? Not at all. As your advisor, it is my responsibility to guide your studies. This is simply part of my role, so do not take it to heart. Jiang Han gazed at Su Qian, who wore a white shirt and half-framed glasses, quietly thinking to himself that she indeed exuded the aura of a domineering female CEO, albeit her height was not quite imposing. Another character he could relate to had emerged, which was rather delightful. Jiang Han. Su Qian adjusted her glasses once more and shifted her chair closer to him. Have all your skill points been allocated to writing online literature? Cough. That seems to be the case, he replied. But I also invested points in acquiring an appreciation for beauty. Oh, an appreciation for beauty? I believe if you were to don a tie, advisor, the atmosphere would be even more pronounced. What atmosphere? The aura of a domineering female CEO. Your oval face, in contrast with those half-framed glasses, truly enhances your charm. Cough. Let us focus. This is a study session, Su Qian interjected, eager to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. Although she felt a slight thrill at his compliment, as a competent teacher, she needed to maintain her seriousness. This paper is quite basic. There are no particularly complex questions. Yet you've managed to present it in this manner. I cannot calculate. Advanced mathematics is not my forte. Jiang Han wore a dejected expression, reminiscent of a kitten that had just caught a mouse, only to see its prize scurry away at the moment of triumph. The joy he once felt dissipated in an instant. Su Qian was startled, fearing that this male college student, taller than herself, might completely lose his enthusiasm for learning. She hurriedly comforted him, saying, "It's all right. It's just advanced mathematics. I can teach you, so have confidence in yourself. Didn't you already pass the course? Picking it back up is actually quite simple. I merely copied during my retest. And what did you score in your first semester of advanced math? 44. Su Qian's expression remained unchanged, clearly not having been touched by the depths of despair. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. realizing that this young neighborly instructor had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. You received full marks for your participation score, didn't you? Chapter 36. Jiang Han. Do you believe in light? How much? Repeat that. I must have misheard. Su Qian's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had been struck by a fright. Given that the participation score for the advanced math class is capped at 40, I received a score of 44. Did you even attend class? Su Qian clung to a glimmer of misplaced hope as she pressed on. Jiang Han must have skipped classes. It has to be that way. I do have a participation score. Su Qian fell silent, and the tension hung thick in the air. After a considerable pause, she managed to steady her racing heart and attempted to accept this harsh reality. It's all right, Jiang Han. Worst comes to worst, we can start anew. You must believe in yourself. Su Qian had evidently identified the crux of the issue. In dealing with a course that demands frequent calculations, one need not master all concepts of advanced mathematics. Understanding the computational aspects of the first course would suffice. Is it really as simple as you say? Well, it's not simple, but it's not insurmountable either. Su Qian added a painfully poignant remark, since it's already a mess. Trying again can't lead to a worse outcome, can it? Jiang Han replied, then I must trouble you, instructor. He glanced up at Su Qian, whose serious demeanor remained. Convinced that she needed a proper encouragement at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he realized that the first step in teaching requires a positive mindset. As a freelancer, Jiang Han had evidently underestimated this young instructor's ability to self-regulate. Even though the situation had reached its nadir and required her personal intervention, Su Qian still exuded confidence. He wondered where this elder sister drew her energy from. In a moment, she regained her vibrant spirit. Instructor, can I really do this? You absolutely can. Even if you lack confidence in yourself, you must place your unwavering trust in me. Observing Su Qian's vibrant and self-assured demeanor, Jiang Han inexplicably felt an infusion of strength coursing through him. Is this the allure of a university lecturer? I had presumed I was beyond redemption. How could that be? With a serious expression and an air of mystery, Su Qian inquired, Child, do you believe in light? Oh, I see now. Sister Su Qian is indeed the beacon of hope that will save me. Flattered by Jiang Han's praise, Su Qian felt a secret joy within her. As she elaborated on the processes in the examination paper, she assumed the role of a university instructor and earnestly stated, Jiang Han, as an online literature author. You should understand that a protagonist must often endure considerable hardships in the early stages of a story in order to achieve growth. Such narratives are what render a tale captivating. What you face now is not merely adversity, but also that radiant light called hope. If you seize it, I believe you can traverse mountains and valleys. Having a teacher like this is truly wonderful. Jiang Han, what are you saying? I mean, under your guidance. I am now filled with determination. That is splendid. The two engaged in conversation, which could hardly be termed idle chatter, if one were to consider their current roles. It resembled a heartfelt exchange between teacher and student. Such profound interactions served to bridge the gap between them, a rarity in this increasingly intricate society. By adjusting one's mindset, learning can become remarkably efficient. From today's in-depth study, Jiang Han began to comprehend the most significant distinction between Su Qian and other university educators. Was it her beauty? Which was indeed a noteworthy trait. More importantly, she possessed the ability to devote ample time to assuage her students' fears regarding a particular subject. Here, the application of the squeezing theorem would be appropriate. Observe this section. What if we employed the second derivative? Beyond the rigid application of calculations, the art of strategic maneuvering is also key to achieving high scores. Strategic maneuvering? Jiang Han gazed at Su Qian with curiosity. Sometimes, the answer lies within the question itself. For instance, initially, there was a certain distance between the two, but as Su Qian imparted more knowledge to Jiang Han, their engagement deepened, and the touches of their arms seemed to increase. After her shower, Su Qian exuded a subtle fragrance of body wash, complemented by the enchanting aroma lingering on her clothing. Jiang Han found himself particularly fond of this harmonious scent, which inexplicably instilled a sense of tranquility. In the spacious living room, the air conditioning hummed at a comfortable 26 degrees, the surrounding air slightly cool. Jiang Han felt like a small furnace, the gentle contact of their shoulders providing a delightful comfort. This was an experience Su Qian had not savored in quite some time, a sensation that captivated her and sent her heart racing. Likewise, every time Jiang Han drew near to Su Qian, he could feel his own blood temperature rising steadily. Occasionally, When Su Qian's movements were a tad more pronounced, her silky strands of hair would brush against Jiang Han's neck, sending a delightful shiver coursing through his heart. Those soft, lustrous locks, much like their owner, exuded a gentleness that captivated the young man. Transitioning from strangers to friends requires but a single moment of connection, while evolving from friends to inseparable companions demands merely a period of heartfelt conversation and shared experiences. With Su Qian's assistance, Jiang Han found the once daunting complexities of advanced mathematics surprisingly accessible and comprehensible. So engrossed were they in their studies that even as noon approached, the two had yet to pause their academic endeavors. To Jiang Han, the subject now felt akin to unraveling the mysteries of life itself, both exhilarating and intriguing. Suddenly, Jiang Han's phone rang, momentarily catching both individuals off guard. "Do you need me to step away for a moment?" he asked, glancing at the caller ID and realizing it was his younger sister. He answered the call and activated the speakerphone. "No need to worry." Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Han was engaged on the phone, Su Qian stretched her arms in a languid yawn. From the corner of his eye, Jiang Han noted that this older sister figure displayed no semblance of reserve, her relaxed posture revealing an even broader heart. "Teacher Su, you truly have no guard up with your students." Jiang Xiaoxiao's lively voice burst forth from the phone. "What is up? Need some pocket money?" Jiang Han asked, aware that whenever she called, it typically signaled a request for funds. "Not this time. I have something important to discuss." "Important? What could this girl possibly consider important?" "As long as she isn't causing trouble, I suppose that SA win. Whereas my sister-in-law? It's been ages since I've seen her. And I miss her." At this, Jiang Han was taken aback. He could distinctly sense the atmosphere in the spacious living room plummet several degrees in an instant. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Instinctively, he glanced at Su Qian, who remained silent, and then hurriedly queried into the phone, "Sister-in-law? Where did that come from?" Chapter 37. The teacher can reward you, brother. You're being naughty. You're already living with Sister Su Qian, yet you wish to deny it? Although Jiang Han was on a voice call, his understanding of Jiang Xiaoxiao assured him that she was bound to stir up some mischief. "If you don't come clean, I'll tell Mom and Dad that you're a scoundrel who isn't responsible for Sister Su Qian." At that moment, Su Qian, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Han's phone volume was not low, and thus, she caught every word of Jiang Xiaoxiao's playful accusations. It seemed she had misjudged Jiang Han once more. Nonetheless, the dynamic between the Jiang siblings was indeed quite unique. Following the sound of laughter, Jiang Han turned to see that Su Qian's expression had brightened considerably. Women are indeed enigmatic beings. One moment they are shrouded in clouds of melancholy, and the next, they bask in the brilliance of a clear sky. Alas, let us first address the predicament at hand. Xiao, refrain from speaking carelessly. Your sister Su Qian is right beside me, Jiang Han remarked, casting a glance at the woman beside him, his tone tinged with exasperation. Sister-in-law, please let my sister answer. As Jiang Han listened to Xiao's increasingly audacious remarks, he decisively chose to terminate the call. Who knows what kind of chaos this little girl could unleash if he didn't. In the brief interlude that followed, Jiang Han cast aside the peculiar thoughts that had plagued him and turned his gaze to the radiant Su Qian, who was beaming with joy. Instructor, please don't mind. Xiao is just a bit immature. Noticing Jiang Han's lowered head, Su Qian also subdued her delight. It's quite all right. I understand, she replied calmly, concealing the secret joy within her. Could you please push me Xiao as we chat? Jiang Han inquired, puzzled. What's the matter? If you're unwilling, just disregard my request. Su Qian said, her previously uplifted smile wilting in an instant. No, I will send it to you right away. A notification chimed on her phone as Su Qian glanced at the WeChat contact named in Jiang Han's chat box, a mischievous glint dancing in her peach blossom eyes. By the way, how did you find today's lesson? She removed her glasses from the bridge of her nose and carefully placed them in their case. I understood everything. As for retention, I estimate about 80%. If I were to retake that test we just completed, I'm confident I could score above 70. Su Qian, upon hearing Jiang Han's self-assessment from this morning, couldn't help but roll her eyes, despite being a teacher of considerable grace. After I've worked so hard all morning, you tell me you'll score 70? That test was full of fundamental questions. What more do you expect? Instructor, your eye-rolling resonates deeply with me. Jiang Han replied. Oh, what insight have you gained? Are you becoming more confident in your own abilities, believing you've fully grasped that test? Not quite. Jiang Han shook his head, his tone unwavering. I should indeed cultivate self-confidence, but, Su Qian felt an urge to plaster a confused emoji on her face. Why the dramatic pause? I believe it is crucial to maintain a clear understanding. 60 is the best I can hope for, Jiang Han, she admonished earnestly. Remember, when one stretches on tiptoe to approach the sun, the entire world cannot obscure their light. Atop the highest peaks, the rivers rush forth, amidst the towering summits. The winds howl mightily. What has sparked this sudden fervor? Cough, cough. That is not important. Su Qian waved her hand dismissively. You should strive to magnify your potential infinitely. So can I master it all? This test? You can indeed master all the computational knowledge related to advanced mathematics. I was merely referring to that test. Under the guidance of Su Qian, Jiang Han experienced a remarkable enhancement in his advanced mathematics skills within just one morning. However, the notion of mastering all the intricate calculations of the subject seemed utterly absurd to him. This matter was non-negotiable. Su Qian was resolute. As a man, it was imperative to excel in mathematics, lest he be deceived by a cunning elder sister while shopping for groceries. Very well then, could he not muster a bit more confidence? Indeed, he vowed to conquer every calculation in advanced mathematics, observing Jiang Han's spirited determination. Su Qian instinctively stepped closer and whispered in his ear, "If you can secure a place among the top 3 in our major by the end of this semester, I shall reward you, all right?" Su Qian merely intended to bolster Jiang Han's spirits, yet the effect was remarkably profound. No sooner had she spoken than a spark of potential ignited in the young man's eyes, akin to a burgeoning universe. "You said it, so let it be a promise," he asserted, resolutely blocking any chance of Su Qian retracting her words. "My apologies, dear sister Su Qian," he teased. Was the reward of the nature he had envisioned? Surely, the instructor would not play tricks on an innocent, naive male student, would she? Jiang Han's gaze was innocent and unassuming, resembling that of a mischievous younger brother adept at charming young ladies. As the elder sister, how could Su Qian fall prey to this little rascal? To protect those sweet younger girls from Jiang Han's potential mischief, she would have to make a slight sacrifice. "Can I suggest my own reward?" Jiang Han inquired. Sidling up to Su Qian, his face practically radiating anticipation. Witnessing his eager expression, she suddenly felt ensnared in an inescapable trap. Goodness! How has Jiang Han grown so adept in merely 2 years? However, allowing him to choose his own reward was out of the question. Who could foresee what this seemingly harmless younger brother might propose? Absolutely not. "I shall determine the reward," she declared. "But could you perhaps give me a hint?" "No. Jiang Han, that is a secret." She had thought that withholding a bit of information would temper his excitement, but instead, it only intensified. "Rest assured. It will be the best," Su Qian reassured him. As for the reward, she had not even contemplated it herself. Surely, she could not simply offer herself as the prize? Perhaps it was best to sidestep that topic entirely. "Jiang Han, I find myself feeling a bit hungry," Su Qian remarked, rubbing her slightly deflated belly. "What would you like to eat?" Glancing at his phone, Jiang Han noted that it was already 12:30. Anything would be fine. Su Qian gently pinched her chin, feigning contemplation for a moment before articulating a most critical answer. In Jiang Han's perception, the term "anything goes" implied a sense of casualness. This casualness was profoundly perilous for the male university student. Should he make an ill-fated choice, he could scarcely bear to envision the ensuing scene. After a morning spent diligently with their instructor, he mused, "Perhaps I ought to prepare a more sumptuous lunch." Jiang Han deliberated and added, "Given the efficacy of today's lecture, it would be rather remiss of me not to express my gratitude with a lavish spread." Such exaggeration from Jiang Han. Although Su Qian feigned modesty, her beaming countenance betrayed her delight. There was a certain satisfaction in charming an unsuspecting university student within her realm of expertise. For dishes and a soup? To minimize waste, I shall prepare smaller portions for each dish, if that is acceptable. Indeed, their community was currently in the throes of stringent preventive measures, and the procurement of fresh vegetables was confined to a designated schedule. Thus, it was imperative to cherish this hard-won stability and avoid waste. As Jiang Han busied himself in the kitchen, Su Qian hummed a cheerful tune, finding unexpected joy in their cohabitation akin to a nurturing simulation game. This sunny young man faced considerable challenges daily. He immersed himself in the joy of learning with her in the morning, only to toil tirelessly at his own craft in the afternoon. Who knew when he might exhaust his resources? After spending the entire morning with Jiang Han, Su Qian felt a weariness in her back and legs, as though she might crumble. All she desired was to recline comfortably in bed for a while. While Jiang Han toiled in the kitchen, Su Qian settled onto the bed in their bedroom, massaging her weary legs. The atmosphere in the bedroom was starkly different from the enchanting ambience of the living room. It felt rather desolate. She sprawled casually across the large bed, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the young men in the house, breathing in the lingering scent of Jiang Han from the previous night. It was not long before the diligent teacher succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoxiao scampered into the presence of her mother, Xia Chan, her slippers slapping against the floor. Xia Chan, gazing at her darling daughter, couldn't resist pinching her adorable cheeks. "What is it, Xiaoxiao? I just called that silly older brother of mine." Xia Chan listened attentively as Jiang Xiaoxiao recounted her brother's words, a smile gradually brightening her face. "But my brother said that sister Su Qian isn't. Who holds the most authority in this household?" Xia Chan gently patted Jiang Xiaoxiao's back, chuckling. "Of course, it is my esteemed mother," Jiang Xiaoxiao answered without hesitation. In their family, significant matters were overseen by the father, whereas trivialities fell under the mother's purview. Notably, in all of Jiang Xiaoxiao's recollection, no substantial events had ever transpired within their household, which was rather peculiar. Money? Was financial authority something the men could meddle with? Unless Jiang's father is reckless. Jiang Han gazed at the meticulously prepared 4 dishes and a soup, feeling a twinge of pride within. As a young and vibrant university student with considerable culinary skills, he was not particularly fond of entering the kitchen. However, his recent state of mind seemed somewhat amiss. He found himself inexplicably captivated by the kitchen. What should he do? He had always strived to become the foremost figure in online literature, ready to confront the pressures of the future, much like the indomitable blue-silver grass. Alongside this ambition, what had once seemed ethereal was now gradually taking shape. Resembling a certain teacher, Jiang Han arranged the bowls and chopsticks neatly and gently called towards the bedroom, "Instructor, dinner is ready." After a brief moment, noticing that Su Qian had not responded, he began to form a judgment in his mind. The instructor? She must have fallen asleep. Perhaps he should go to the bedroom to awaken her. Jiang Han whispered to himself and proceeded towards the master bedroom. Upon seeing Su Qian, fast asleep and oblivious to her disheveled position, he felt his previously cool demeanor melt away like sunlight warming a chilly surface. She was, in fact, rather adorable. "Instructor, it's time to eat," he gently nudged her arm. Su Qian, just awakening from slumber, wrinkled her cute nose, expressing mild discontent with a soft grunt. "Sister Su, it's time for dinner." Jiang Han continued to nudge her arm with a gentle persistence. Yes." Su Qian was gently pulled from her dreams by Jiang Han, her eyes still clouded with drowsiness. "You're not awake yet. Come on, dinner is ready, and it will get cold soon." Jiang Han lightly grasped Su Qian's small arm. Exerting a bit of force, he almost effortlessly helped this female instructor rise from her bed. With his assistance, Su Qian settled comfortably into a chair. The enticing aromas wafting from the dining table seemed to awaken Su Qian's appetite, compelling her to instinctively grasp her chopsticks and take small bites of the food. To cater to her palate, Jiang Han had added some chili to everything except the soup. It appeared that Su Qian relished the burst of flavor from the spicy oil, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "Did you not rest well last night?" he inquired. "No, I slept quite well," Su Qian replied, a faint blush creeping to her ears, hidden beneath her hair. Last night, she had indeed enjoyed a restful sleep, but she could not disclose that. Meanwhile, a certain male student had not fared as well. "I thought you might have insomnia, given how soundly you seemed to be sleeping," Jiang Han remarked with concern. "Thank you for your concern, Jiang Han," Su Qian said, her demeanor composed as she continued to eat. Jiang Han mirrored her pace, occasionally stealing glances at her. The meal progressed slowly, with Su Qian maintaining an upright posture in front of Jiang Han. As time passed, she felt her muscles growing slightly weary, prompting her to stretch her legs forward. In this world, little unexpected events unfold continuously, and the same holds true for the two of them. The space beneath the dining table was somewhat cramped. A mere gentle lean forward resulted in an inadvertent brush against Jiang Han's leg. Startled as if by an electric shock, Su Qian quickly withdrew her leg. Upon raising her gaze, she found herself locking eyes with Jiang Han, who had been stealing glances at her. Assuming he had noticed, she feigned a petulant demeanor and lightly kicked his shoe. "What is the matter, instructor? Your leg has encroached into my space." However, the table was simply too low. It was more comfortable to rest her legs in such a position. "I don't care," Su Qian retorted. puffing her cheeks slightly as she playfully nudged Jiang Han's shoe with her cartoon slippers. Seeing her in this light-hearted manner, Jiang Han was reminded of their playful antics from 2 years prior. Thus, he engaged in a spirited exchange with this somewhat endearing instructor. They playfully reciprocated, lost in their amusement, and during this subtle interaction, their hearts, much like their feet, gradually drew closer together. Chapter 39. From now on, I'll cook after finishing lunch. Su Qian returned to her bedroom earlier than usual. She had intended to help Jiang Han tidy up the dishes, but that mischievous younger brother insisted she rest, claiming he could manage with just a few plates and 2 sets of utensils. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she gently massaged her slightly sore calves, savoring the delightful sensation that had blossomed in her heart during their playful exchanges. It was a sweet feeling reminiscent of familiarity, yet tinged with an inexplicable freshness. Su Qian contemplated that perhaps this was a consequence of their differing identities. No wonder the movies that Chu He had shown her often bestowed bizarre yet reasonable identities upon the protagonists, such as nurses or flight attendants, intertwined with thrilling scenarios. Her thoughts began to meander, and a faint blush crept beneath her fair skin. It seemed that her relationship with Jiang Han, as teacher and student, was indeed different. Stop. Stop, stop. Su Qian, why have you become so peculiar? You must not let that mischievous sister, Chu He, lead you astray. Since re-encountering Jiang Han, she had begun to imagine all sorts of strange scenarios. Jiang Han, as a man, showed little reaction, so why was she so flustered? After all, he was a mature instructor. She needed to maintain her composure. With light footsteps, she approached the bedroom door, stealing a glance at Jiang Han's busy figure in the kitchen. After reaffirming her resolve, she quietly closed the door and returned to bed, wrapping herself in her little quilt and drifting into a deep slumber. Unlike her usual routine, she did not lock the door. Once Jiang Han finished with the dishes, he cast a glance at the closed bedroom door and pondered for a moment. It seemed that the instructor had not rested well the previous night. Noticing that Su Qian had fallen asleep, Jiang Han resigned himself to the daily grind of his writing tasks. Before commencing his tasks, Jiang Han took a moment to refine Su Qian's character profile. Through an in-depth conversation this morning, he discerned that within the charming sister lay a hint of youthful exuberance. Under the guidance of a passionate and caring female teacher, he found a way to surmount all challenges before him. The once daunting subject of advanced mathematics transformed into something unexpectedly manageable. Yet, it still presented its difficulties. Jiang Han believed that, spurred by the enticing rewards from his delightful teacher, his academic performance would undoubtedly soar. After suppressing his own drooling, this somewhat obscure novice writer began his pursuit of the leaderboard's upper echelons. His previously lackluster life, under the whims of fate, was gradually improving. Although the process of dedicated creation felt monotonous, time seemed to fly when one was wholly immersed in a task. Upon completing his assignments for the day, he glanced at the clock, realizing that 3 hours had slipped by unnoticed, and several messages had appeared on his WeChat. It was a video call from Li Zongyang. What could this fellow want? Never mind, if it were urgent, he would surely reach out again. As evening approached, nearing 6 o'clock, it was time to unwind before preparing dinner. As he opened the bedroom door, Jiang Han found Su Qian alone in the kitchen, seemingly engaged in some culinary endeavor. After spending several days together, he had a clear understanding of the home chef's culinary skills. Deciding to investigate, he crept quietly behind her. The noise of the kitchen exhaust fan, coupled with Su Qian's slightly flustered demeanor due to her lack of culinary finesse, masked his presence. He gently placed his hand on her slender shoulder. The sudden interruption caused Su Qian to freeze momentarily, her grip tightening around the spatula, instinctively turning to look back, her utensil poised for action. Upon seeing the smiling Jiang Han, her stiff expression softened almost instantaneously. Did I disturb you, instructor? Jiang Han swallowed hard, his Adam's apple notably bobbing in Su Qian's gaze. Ah, it's you. You startled me. In this house, besides him, there was no one else. Could there be another? Jiang Han observed Su Qian's right arm gradually relaxing, the spatula still ready for deployment. If he were to be struck, it would certainly add a peculiar twist to his evening. It was merely an accident, he assured her, as she swiftly concealed the spatula behind her back. What are you up to? Let me see. Jiang Han had a rough idea of her culinary capabilities. A bizarre dish would be tolerable. But if it were a horrific culinary experiment, he would find himself in dire straits. You little rascal, why don't you go play somewhere else? After a cordial exchange during lunch, the relationship between the two grew closer. What a childish remark. I am already a junior, Su Qian confidently replied with a smile. Rest assured, with the aid of online tutorials, I will surely succeed. Jiang Han, catching a glimpse of the phone glowing on the kitchen counter, nodded subtly. Very well. I shall eagerly anticipate your culinary skills, dear instructor. With that, Jiang Han settled onto the sofa in the living room, passing the time on his phone. Half an hour later, Su Qian emerged from the kitchen, beaming as she carried a dish. Jiang Han, the meal is ready. Come and taste it. He replied politely. Approaching the dining table, observing the vibrant stir-fried vegetables, he curiously inquired, Instructor, it's odd that you can cook other dishes and yet didn't inform me? Su Qian was quite pleased with Jiang Han's reaction and cheerfully responded, Isn't this a testament to the tutorials? Do give it a try? Jiang Han nodded, accepting the chopsticks from Su Qian and sampling a bite. This dish seems undercooked. Noticing Su Qian's eager expression, he reluctantly swallowed, then forced a smile that revealed 8 teeth. It tastes quite good. Jiang Han's acknowledgement appeared to bolster Su Qian's confidence immensely. Then from now on, I shall handle the cooking. Upon hearing Su Qian's declaration, an inexplicable chill ran down Jiang Han's spine. Perhaps I should take over. You must be quite tired, dear instructor. Oh, Jiang Han, you needn't be so polite. It's the teacher's duty to care for her students. Jiang Han feigned seriousness. The kitchen's fumes are detrimental to your skin. I see. Su Qian briefly weighed the pros and cons. However, you cannot remain here indefinitely. I can't keep ordering takeout, can I? She picked up her chopsticks to sample the fruits of her hour-long labor. It isn't entirely out of the question, Jiang Han murmured. What did you say? Su Qian paused, her chopsticks holding a piece of vegetable midair, her lively eyes fixed on Jiang Han, whose mood seemed rather low. Nothing at all. Jiang Han, now at a loss for words, chose to deny any further discussion. Is that so? Jiang Han's words were somewhat muddled, and Su Qian did not catch them clearly. They brushed past it, her focus now on the glistening stir-fried vegetables before her. It's quite dreadful, Su Qian remarked after tasting a bite, offering an objective critique of the aesthetically pleasing dish. Had it not been for the effort she invested in its preparation, she might have already spat it out. The fact that Jiang Han managed to swallow such a dish, while praising her cooking, brought tears to Su Qian's eyes in that fleeting moment. Jiang Han gazed at Su Qian, whose eyes were slightly reddened, and gently inquired, Instructor, what troubles you? Su Qian offered no reply, but instead embraced Jiang Han tightly, her voice quivering with emotion. Thank you, Jiang Han. Feeling the warmth of her delicate form, this innocent male college student felt his ears flush crimson. Instructor, despite my culinary skills being so abysmal, you still choose to encourage me. As Su Qian spoke, her tone carried a distinct hint of tears. Instructor, please calm down a bit. I'm struggling to contain my emotions. Flushing, Su Qian quickly released Jiang Han. The young man took a moment to steady the tumult within him and reassured her, It's all right. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Really? Indeed. Jiang Han glanced at the plate of stir-fried greens on the table. Please sit here for a moment. I will make some adjustments. Okay. Su Qian watched Jiang Han's busy figure, her gaze reflecting a mix of emotions. Alas, my culinary skills are truly dreadful. I've wasted such fine ingredients. I hope Jiang Han can salvage them. My expectations are modest, as long as it's edible. In the kitchen, Jiang Han pondered for a moment before returning the stir-fried greens to the pan. It's not a significant issue. It can still be salvaged. After his efforts, the dish, which had encountered a few mishaps, turned out quite splendidly. Once the meal was completed, Su Qian assertively directed Jiang Han aside, taking it upon herself to clear the table. Consequently, Jiang Han retreated to his small room, lying on his bed while contemplating his narrative. In another room, Su Qian busied herself with her phone, scrolling through short videos. After just a few clips, she stumbled upon the account of the renowned food influencer, Jiu, gazing at the screen filled with vibrant and tantalizing dishes. Su Qian was suddenly struck by an idea. Shouldn't I practice my culinary skills more diligently? Given Jiang Han's already limited time, if he were to teach her hand in hand, wouldn't that further encroach upon his rest? This approach was clearly unsustainable. I shall begin tomorrow morning. In the stillness of the late night, Su Qian completed her schoolwork for the week, while Jiang Han next door busied himself with his writing. By around 10 o'clock in the evening, the young man leaning against the wall finally finished the first chapter of his romantic narrative. Such progress would have been unimaginable for him just 2 years prior. The romantic tale comprised only 3 chapters: accident, acquaintance, and commitment. Perhaps the protagonists were inspired by himself and Su Qian. coupled with the abundant material provided by this charming instructor recently, thus making the writing flow as effortlessly as a stream. In truth, Jiang Han's typing speed was not slow. Under optimal conditions, he could produce 10,000 words in 3 hours. As a young individual who had weathered the storms of the internet, he found it challenging to settle his mind. Such efficiency in writing had never been achieved during the creation of his previous fantasy work. After uploading the chapter, Jiang Han shut his laptop and reclined on his bed, his thoughts beginning to drift aimlessly. For some inexplicable reason, the moment Su Qian embraced him felt oddly familiar, as if it had occurred just days prior. Yet, this was indeed their first encounter. Sighing, he decided not to dwell on it further. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Jiang Han retrieved his phone and entered the readers group, silently scrolling through the messages. Upon observing the discussions, he noted that everyone was conversing about the somewhat alarming recent update frequency, with unanimous praise pouring in. Some even expressed a sense of discomfort regarding the pace. Seizing the moment, Jiang Han decided to chime in. Han Jiangshui, in the past few days, I've had ample time on my hands. Who knows? I might return with a significant update in a couple of days. Around 30,000 words, perhaps. Tian, Han Jiangshui, you scoundrel. Give me back my fantasy heroine. Lanin Sanshao, Han Jiangshui, you scoundrel. Give me back my fantasy heroine. What followed was a chorus of echoing sentiments, almost akin to a tradition, until a newcomer, known as Han Su, shattered the uniformity. Han Jiangshui, does this current romance story contain any heart-wrenching moments? Xiangwei Coffee, same question. Jiang Han scanned the chat logs, inexplicably feeling a weight of anxiety settle upon him. Hadn't he already clarified that this was a light-hearted romance? Was his credibility now utterly shattered? This netizen seemed to be issuing a cautious legal warning. Of course, such thoughts were confined to his mind. How could he appear submissive in front of the esteemed patrons in the group? Han Jiangshui, this time, I truly promise there are no heart-wrenching moments. And the ending is exceedingly sweet. The child was previously too young to understand. I implore you all to spare me. Hansu, be good. Call me sister and I shall let you off. Tian, be good. Call me brother and I shall let you off. Xiangwei Coffee, observing the group of netizens now resembling a well-formed brigade. Jiang Han instantly lost his temper, retreating in defeat. This group of readers was truly challenging to manage. On the other side of the screen, Su Qian wore a sweet smile. This author brother was undeniably adorable. She decided to tease him more in the group henceforth. After closing the chat interface, she opened the romance story penned by Han Jiangshui. Although the plot's progression was not particularly swift, the pacing was undeniably rapid. A narrative showcasing pure, daily romance was, under Jiang Han's pen, soaring with the speed of a 4-character idiom. At times, Su Qian, as an elder sister, felt somewhat helpless, as her cognitive abilities lagged behind those of contemporary university students, especially regarding the new usages of vocabulary. If it weren't for the knowledge that Han Jiangshui was indeed Jiang Han himself, she would never have imagined that a pure-hearted male university student could write faster than some female authors in the genre. Teased by a group of eccentric older gentlemen and mischievous sisters, even someone as thick-skinned as Jiang Han felt a tinge of embarrassment. How vexing. Just wait until you see the heroine in my next book. Whether it contains heart-wrenching moments or not will be the final word. Chapter 41. An unexpected turn at 5 in the morning, the soft rustling of clothing could be heard from the master bedroom. Shortly thereafter, the doorknob of the master suite turned inward, and a well-dressed Su Qian emerged, bathed in the gentle light of dawn. She noticed that the door to the guest room was wide open. It struck her as peculiar that Jiang Han had not closed the door while sleeping. With cautious steps, Su Qian approached the guest room, her gaze first settling on the bed within. As a young man, Jiang Han had never cultivated the habit of drawing the curtains. Moreover, being on such a high floor, he had long since dismissed the notion of peeping toms lurking outside the window. The room was not shrouded in darkness. During these late summer and early autumn days in the Jiangnan region, the outside world was gradually brightening. The little fellow was sleeping quite soundly. Su Qian lowered her eyelids, observing Jiang Han, who was lost in slumber. A memory of teasing him in their group chat the previous night flitted through her mind. She was curious to know if Jiang Han, hiding behind his screen, had flushed with embarrassment. With the faintest touch of her delicate, fair hand, she gently brushed Jiang Han's cheek. Still tiptoeing out of the guest room, she noted the lingering sweetness in the air. As she closed the door, she skillfully minimized the mechanical sounds, mindful of the slumbering figure inside. Having studied abroad, Su Qian maintained a disciplined routine, rarely rising before 7. Yet today, she had managed to rouse herself after the relentless urging of 4 alarms, relying on her formidable willpower. As for what time Jiang Han awakened, she paid little mind. Oh, as long as she could transform raw ingredients into a meal, she would have accomplished her modest culinary goal for the morning. Pulling the frosted glass door of the kitchen closed, she retrieved her phone and contemplated her breakfast menu. Pumpkin porridge? It seemed there were still some buns in the refrigerator, left over from her last steaming session. And perhaps she could stir-fry some shredded potatoes? After a brief 2.5 minutes of reflection, she had finalized her morning menu. Opening a cooking tutorial on her phone, Su Qian's slender fingers glided swiftly across the screen. Indeed, she was in search of recipes for shredded potatoes and pumpkin porridge. After skimming through the instructions, she continued to gaze at her phone, murmuring to herself, "It doesn't seem too difficult, does it?" Unbeknownst to this culinary novice, while pumpkin porridge might be manageable, the seemingly simple dish of shredded potatoes required a modicum of skill to execute well. She retrieved a pumpkin and 2 potatoes from the refrigerator, then began her bustling preparations, adhering to the steps outlined in the tutorial. The plate of stir-fried vegetables from the previous night had indeed been an unexpected success. As an accomplished single female teacher who had lived independently for 2.5 years, how could she allow her culinary skills to fall short of her students? While it was one thing to falter in the kitchen, it was quite another to embarrass herself in front of Jiang Han. Today, she, Su Qian, must redeem her face. Following the tutorial on her phone, Su Qian meticulously prepared the ingredients, ensuring that even the quantities of seasonings were precise to avoid any missteps. Recognizing that her innate talent did not lie in culinary arts, she opted for a methodical approach to replicate the dish. Given the proximity of the second bedroom to the kitchen, Su Qian refrained from using the range hood to avoid disturbing Jiang Han's rest. Exercising utmost caution even while chopping vegetables, the pumpkin porridge was relatively straightforward. As long as she followed the tutorial steps and closed the rice cooker, it would be done. However, the seemingly simple task of stir-frying shredded potatoes proved to be a challenge for the astute and clever Su Qian. She found the dish excessively salty due to too much salt, and the potatoes were undercooked from an extended frying time. It seemed that in this world, only eggs were a culinary ally for her. After numerous attempts, she finally managed to produce a small bowl of stir-fried potatoes that were both visually appealing and palatable. Just as the last remnants of the soaked potato shreds dwindled. "Phew, I finally did it," she sighed, wiping the thin layer of sweat from her forehead. Her tone laced with a hint of pride. Despite the arduous journey, the final outcome was quite commendable. Compared to yesterday, there had been a significant improvement. At least it was edible, right? Glancing at her phone, she noted that it was already 6:30. She hadn't anticipated that a simple dish of shredded potatoes could be so troublesome. Next came the staple. She placed the dumplings into the steamer. The rest was beyond her purview. There was still ample time, so she decided to take a brief nap. Just as Su Qian stepped out of the kitchen, she suddenly remembered the trash had not been packed. In truth, the kitchen bin contained very little refuse, the majority being the uncooked potato shreds. 10 minutes later, the industrious Su Qian transformed the kitchen into a pristine state, leaving no trace of a novice cook's aftermath. After a long morning of labor, she sent a brief message to Jiang Han on WeChat, and then she shed her clothes to take a bath, preparing for sleep. The first rays of dawn filtered through the window, illuminating Jiang Han's chiseled features. This college student, with an unusual schedule, suddenly sat up. After a moment of blankness, he instinctively grabbed his phone to check the time. It was 6:50, 10 minutes earlier than usual, he muttered sleepily. Humanity is indeed a peculiar species. Upon encountering an admirable role model, even one's routine can undergo transformation. Following this brief moment of reflection, with a clatter, Jiang Han lay back down, and then, in one swift motion, sprang out of bed. Wait, there seems to be a message on WeChat. Could it be my good friend Li Zongyang? Aside from Li Zongyang, Jiang Han could hardly think of anyone else who would reach out at such an ungodly hour. The most intriguing aspect of this world is the propensity to make definitive judgments based solely on one's intuition before witnessing the actual circumstances. As Jiang Han opened the WeChat chat box, an unexpected note caught his eye. The peculiar instructor. Chapter 42, Finding an Older Sister. Jiang Han momentarily hesitated. Why not simply call out to him, given their proximity? Could it be that elusive novelty nestled deep within every girl's heart? He proceeded to open the chat window. Jiang Han, I've prepared breakfast and left it in the pot. Remember to eat a little when you wake up. The message was brief. Yet such simplicity often holds greater allure. However, the timestamp puzzled Jiang Han, 6:30. Considering Su Qian's culinary endeavors the previous night, he could easily deduce her wake-up time, 5:30, or perhaps even earlier. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the message from Su Qian lingered in his eyes, increasingly unsettling him. Was this truly the self-disciplined Su Qian who arose at 7 each morning? Had she been possessed? Dismissing those bizarre notions, he began to retrieve the breakfast laid out across various kitchen utensils: pumpkin porridge, a small plate of stir-fried potatoes, and a basket of buns. Despite the potatoes having been left to steam for a while, his long-standing familiarity with the kitchen made him pause as he observed the unfermented strands. Trusting his rather unfortunate experience, he instinctively picked up chopsticks to sample a bite. After finishing, he stood there in a daze. This was undeniably beyond Su Qian's usual standard. Gazing upon the exquisite breakfast spread, a tightness gripped his heart. She must have risen at least by 5. But what could compel her to wake so early? After sipping some pumpkin porridge, he stiffly rose and made his way toward the bathroom, a sense of sacred duty beckoning him. Inside the bathroom, Su Qian, having just finished her shower and drying off, tensed like a startled rabbit at the sound of the doorknob turning. Oh no, I forgot to lock the door. If Jiang Han were to see me like this, he would surely have a field day. As the bathroom door creaked open just a crack, she anxiously called out, "Jiang Han, please don't open the door. I'm in the bathroom." Hearing the commotion inside, Jiang Han quickly regained his composure and abruptly shut the door. Bang! Once the door was securely closed, Su Qian stifled her rising panic, pressing herself against the door as she softly reassured Jiang Han outside. "Jiang Han, just a moment. I've just finished showering and will change my clothes before coming out." Jiang Han's voice sounded odd, as though he were holding back a surge of energy. However, there was no room for Su Qian to engage in calm analysis. Any misstep could lead to an explosion. She hastily donned her clothes, eager to emerge. Knowing Jiang Han must be feeling quite anxious too. Hastily drying herself off, Su Qian suddenly realized a predicament. She had assumed Jiang Han would not awaken so early, thus neglecting to prepare a fresh change of clothes. To her surprise, Jiang Han had risen ahead of schedule. Alas, this seemed to epitomize her inability to master the art of time management. Perhaps she should ask Jiang Han to pass her something? No. It would be inappropriate for that impure lad to see her intimate garments. Su Qian fervently engaged in a mental debate, just as she found herself at a loss. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the bath towel she had just used. Though slightly damp, it would suffice to wrap herself momentarily before she could change in her room. Once securely enveloped, she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, noting certain areas that remained exposed. From Jiang Han's vantage point, he might catch a glimpse of something exquisite. She mused, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Very well, this would suffice. Su Qian opened the bathroom door and called out to Jiang Han, who was seated on the sofa, deep in contemplation. "Jiang Han, I'm done with my shower. You should hurry to the restroom." Jiang Han, who had been waiting patiently, approached her in a few determined strides. "Instructor, I must apologize for my earlier oversight." Witnessing Jiang Han's earnest demeanor stirred Su Qian's protective instincts. She stood on tiptoe, gently caressing his cheek. "It was my fault for forgetting to lock the door. It's not your fault." Wrapped in her towel, she inadvertently revealed certain alluring aspects, which Jiang Han could easily perceive. Youth is an embodiment of hormonal exuberance. From this day forth, Jiang Han finally grasped the essence of this truth. "Do you find it appealing?" Su Qian inquired, observing the movement of Jiang Han's Adam's apple, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, dear child. Excessive viewing can lead to undesirable outcomes," she quipped before gliding past him, returning to her bedroom to lock the door and retire for the night. Inhaling the lingering aroma in the air, Jiang Han's cerebral cortex responded with heightened clarity. He hurried to the toilet, and after relieving himself, he sensed an odd notion beginning to form in his mind. Oh no, inspiration was striking. While Su Qian enjoyed a blissful slumber in her room, Jiang Han, after relishing a lovingly prepared breakfast, resumed his writing endeavors on the computer. However, just before lunchtime, Li Zongyang unexpectedly sent him a WeChat message. "Dog brother, Jiang Han, I think I've found true love." Jiang Han replied, "True love? Which charming junior is it this time?" "Dog brother, do you truly perceive me as that superficial? Haven't you ever heard the saying?" Jiang Han questioned, "What saying?" On the other end, Li Zongyang triumphantly typed out a profound adage. When young, one fails to recognize the value of an older sister, mistakenly cherishing a younger sister as a treasure. Jiang Han responded with a touch of admiration. Wow, that's quite an epiphany. Dog brother, let me guess, are you currently gnashing your back teeth in frustration? Observing the seemingly self-deprecating yet earnest messages from Li Zongyang, I could not help but respond coldly. Is that all? As for my understanding of the gentle sister, I surpassed you by a full 20,000 years. After sending the message, Jiang Han suddenly recalled the photograph taken that morning and clicked to send it. Dog brother, what do you mean by this? Are you flaunting the breakfast you made for the instructor? Jiang Han. Mysterious smile. Not quite. This is the heartfelt breakfast prepared by the instructor for me. Once the message was dispatched, there was a brief pause in their chat. Indeed, Li Zongyang fell silent, momentarily taken aback. 3, 2, 1, Jiang Han silently counted in his mind, anticipating a voice call from Li Zongyang based on his understanding of him. Hello? Jiang Han answered the call, instinctively holding the phone at a distance from his ear, a testament to his familiarity with Li Zongyang. As expected, Jiang Han, you rascal. You truly deserve to be cursed. I am beginning to understand you a bit. Li Zongyang's tone was unusually animated. Although they were engaged in a voice call, Jiang Han could vividly picture the lewd expression on his face. What aspect do you claim to understand me? My ambition? That seems unlikely. Certainly not. I am referring to insights on pursuing romantic interests. Huh, indeed. This lascivious fellow's mind is filled with impure thoughts. I must learn from you to diligently pursue seniorly from the School of Marxism. The School of Marxism? Are you aiming for a graduate student? At Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, the School of Marxism does not admit undergraduates, so the only conclusion is graduate student. Jiang Han pondered for a moment. Dog Brothers' reasoning was indeed sound. They were now in their 3rd year, the largest cohort of undergraduates in the university. 4th year? Are you joking? They are busy with internships and graduation projects. Who has time to engage in childish games? The graduation projects at Jiangnan University are nothing short of hellish. Is that not permissible? It is. On the other end of the line, Li Zongyang paused for a moment. Isn't my goal ambitious enough? You're still lacking just a little. In what way? Jiang Han replied mysteriously. Aren't the instructors from the School of Marxism quite appealing? Chapter 43. The unwavering confidence of Chu He as expected. Today's lunch was once again prepared by Su Qian. Jiang Han and Li Zongyang had been on the phone for quite some time, roughly an hour. When Jiang Han finally exited his room, the culinary-challenged female instructor had managed to prepare a meal, albeit with great difficulty. If Jiang Han were to critique her cooking, he would surmise that Su Qian's culinary skills might barely scrape past the passing mark. Based on the standards set by last night's stir-fried vegetables, Su Qian's performance today could only be described as astonishing. Is this what they call hidden talent? The reason Jiang Han excels in the kitchen is due to 2.5 years of diligent practice. For a university student with eyes that reflect a blend of clarity and naivety, all things that cannot be comprehended or are too novel will inevitably be attributed to the ethereal theory of talent. After hastily finishing their lunch, Su Qian directly ushered Jiang Han back to the bedroom while she busied herself with the dishes. Jiang Han, mildly surprised by Su Qian's somewhat unusual demeanor, did not delve deeper into his thoughts. Once in the bedroom, he indulged in daydreaming for a moment before immersing himself entirely in his creative endeavors. In the master bedroom, the woman donned a silk camisole paired with denim shorts, her fair legs nestled beneath a light summer blanket. Bored, she scrolled through her phone. And just as drowsiness began to take hold, a WeChat voice call notification chimed in. It was her good friend, Chu He. Hello? Without hesitation, Su Qian tapped the answer button. Darling Qian, it's been ages. Have you missed your adorable Chu He? Chu He's playful tone rang out. If you weren't so twisted, it would be perfect. Come on, can you not be so dramatic? Su Qian retorted. Sister, you've truly changed. Ever since you got yourself a childhood husband, you've forgotten about your Chu He. Faced with Chu He's unparalleled wit, Su Qian, lacking practical experience, could only concede defeat. All right, I admit my fault. Is that enough? The somewhat proud teacher had no choice but to plead for mercy. However, is there something specific you call me for? In Su Qian's mind, Chu He was someone who only called when she needed something. The possibilities were typically 3, work, shopping, or gossip. The first 2 were unlikely, leaving only the last. You're not calling to share gossip, are you? Su Qian asked, positioning her phone as she lay sideways, her image appearing on Chu He's screen. Wow, what a rare girlfriend perspective. I've already taken a screenshot for your future boyfriend to admire. Chu He chuckled mischievously. Stop joking around and get to the point. or I'll hang up. Su Qian feigned annoyance, unable to withstand her friend's teasing. Sister, you're clever, but you've only guessed half of it. Half. After a series of playful banter, Su Qian felt her spirits lifting, and she quickly sat up, smoothing her slightly tousled hair. What do you mean? With a mysterious smile. Chu-He replied languidly. I called you today to serve as your emotional strategist. Strategist? What kind of strategist? The innocent Su Qian genuinely failed to grasp the peculiarities of her eccentric elder sister's words. Your relationship strategist. Remember, we only engage in high-stakes scenarios. Observing the confusion etched on Su Qian's face, Chu-He solemnly articulated the harsh reality. Su Qian, tell me honestly, do you like that student or not? Chu-He's piercing question accelerated the unraveling of Su Qian's already wavering resolve. Ah, dear woman, at this moment, the only thing that remains unyielding about you is your tongue. Is it plausible that someone who seldom shares moments on social media would choose to highlight a post solely for a gentleman? Chu-He took a breath, and moreover, she even endeavored to learn culinary skills for him. I did not. I never broached this subject. Su Qian's gaze flickered with evasion. I cannot believe it. A person who studies abroad and longs for Chinese cuisine, yet is unwilling to practice it themselves, speaks to me of these matters. Furthermore, no girl would ever feature a boy she does not fancy in her social circle. Wouldn't you agree? Chu-He's relentless inquiries shattered the facade Su Qian had constructed around her heart. She harbored affection for Jiang Han, yet was loath to acknowledge it before others. Chu-He was correct. She was inherently obstinate. You may still evade this issue and care for him in your own manner. Chu-He chuckled with resignation. Yet there are merely a few weeks left until the restrictions are lifted. Once Jiang Han returns to campus, do you truly believe you will have another chance? This may very well be your final opportunity, not to solidify this relationship entirely, but to secure his heart in your grasp. Chu-He's words pierced Su Qian's heart like a silver needle, evoking an indescribable sense of suffocation. Having clearly lost once, the chance to grasp that red thread anew lay tantalizingly within reach. Su Qian, you ought not to hesitate. If you like him, pursue him. Even mountains and seas can be traversed. After fortifying her resolve, Su Qian declared unequivocally, Chu-He, you are right. This truly is my last chance. But what am I to do? He is exceedingly busy at present, and I do not wish to intrude upon him. Moreover, I am uncertain if he still harbors feelings for me. On the other side of the screen, Chu-He gently tapped the table. Busy? What could a third-year student possibly be occupied with? As a fellow counselor, Chu-He was acutely aware of the typical state of third-year students. Within the campus of Jiang Han University of Science and Technology, the sight of pajamas paired with slippers unmistakably signifies a third-year student. This is still within a prestigious university, where the academically inclined students reside. However, Jiang Han evidently does not fit this mold. What could a student who struggles to graduate possibly be busy with? No. I have recently been assisting him with tutoring. Su Qian pondered for a moment, ultimately choosing to briefly elaborate on Jiang Han's current pursuits. Beyond his studies, he is also engaged in writing online literature, online novels. At the mere mention of this, Chu-He instantly perked up. For as an avid reader who had consumed countless tomes, she always harbored a flicker of curiosity about those enigmatic novelists. What manner of intellect is capable of crafting such lengthy works? Whether the quality of writing is commendable, we shall set aside for now. Merely the ability to complete a narrative denotes success. However, it is noteworthy that Chu-He is an audience member of male-oriented novels, and tales of romance are not particularly suited to her tastes. What genre is it? There exists a completed fantasy novel, and currently, there is a new romance book targeted at male readers. Upon hearing the phrase romance for male readers, Chu-He's expression transformed into one of peculiar intrigue. How could a single male college student abandon his inherent passionate and whimsical nature to write about love? She found it incomprehensible. This could be a pivotal moment. A seemingly brilliant idea flickered in Chu-He's mind. What if you could provide him with inspiration for writing romance? Gradually, let him immerse this character into your essence. Chu-He exuded confidence, her expression radiating an unspoken message. My dear best friend, you owe me a wild Thursday feast. Chapter 44. The high-stakes game of pursuit and retreat. Observing Chu-He's unwavering confidence, Su Qian felt a twinge of reluctance, but still weakly cautioned. Is it possible that I am, in fact, a character in his romance novel, and even the heroine? Su Qian's words struck Chu-He's youthful heart like a heavy hammer. After a brief silence, the strategic mind of Chu-He shattered the oppressive atmosphere. If that is the case, it's even better. It signifies that he holds you dear in his heart. With a sly smile dancing in her eyes, Chuhi suggested, "Why not leap head first into the situation? Though it may sting a bit, it should be worthwhile." Little he, "If you continue like this, I might truly hang up." Su Qian, feeling slightly bashful, found it hard to endure even her best friend's teasing. How could a gentle girl from Sichuan and Chongqing engage in such bold pursuits? "Why don't you share the daily happenings between you and your gentleman?" In that moment, the whimsical Chuhi found herself at a loss. This strategist had not experienced the bittersweet essence of love, and her proposals were merely what she deemed plausible, including the idea of Su Qian coercively engaging with Jiang Han. Su Qian set her phone aside, reflecting on the recent moments spent with Jiang Han. "Our lives are quite simple, perhaps even monotonously so." Chuhi listened intently to Su Qian's recounting and discerned the overlapping moments between them. "From your narrative, it appears he spends at least half a day working on his manuscript, during which your sweet moments together could occur around meals, your morning guidance sessions, and the alluring mystery of nightlife." Su Qian attentively absorbed her best friend's analysis, nodding in agreement. "By the way, how are your cooking skills these days? The photos on your social media look quite impressive." Su Qian's expression turned bittersweet, her voice lacking conviction as she replied, "Actually, they're rather mediocre. What you see on my social media are the results of numerous failures before I barely managed to succeed." Chuhi playfully twirled her finger, her glistening eyes glancing sideways as she teased, "I had thought that the culinary skills of Sister Su Qian, lacking in finesse, had miraculously reached perfection under the whimsical influence of love." Su Qian responded, "This is merely an opportunity to enhance the bond between two individuals." Adjusting her glasses perched on the bridge of her nose, Chuhi confidently pointed at Su Qian on the screen. "You should let Jiang Han teach you how to cook." Su Qian nodded, half comprehending. "Consider it. During your learning sessions, Jiang Han will assume the role of the vulnerable student, while you embody the authoritative female teacher. Your excessive perfection may intimidate this budding young lad." Before Chuhi could finish, Su Qian eagerly interjected, "I need to play the role of the underdog at times, at least to make him feel that I require his assistance." Astute. After an in-depth discussion with Chuhi, Su Qian reclined on her bed, her lips curving into a smile. Deep down, every young boy harbors a strong desire to protect their significant other. As a university counselor with a background in psychology, she had surprisingly overlooked this fundamental truth. The young man had even offered to personally guide her in cooking. She had never contemplated living alone in the future. If 2 years ago she had chosen Jiang Han due to her yearning for love and the vague affection she felt, now she found herself utterly reliant on this younger brother still in university, both emotionally and in the tangible aspects of life. Fixated on the recipe app on her phone, 2 words sprung to mind: delete. In the realm of love, her small pride had retreated from the advantageous market, leaving behind a significant vulnerability. Following Chuhi's advice, she resolved to aim high in her endeavors. After all, it was merely a performance. She was, after all, an exemplary educator. With a shift in her thought process, Su Qian began to devise her plan. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, diligently crafting his narrative next door, remained blissfully unaware that he was, from the very start, the prey in this dynamic. There was only one elite hunter, his charming female counselor, Su Qian. Achoo, achoo, achoo. After sneezing thrice with flair, Jiang Han elegantly wiped his nose, murmuring to himself, who could possibly be thinking of this handsome fellow? With my irresistible charm, even outside of school, I wield such influence? Just a bunch of naive little girls, he scoffed, before immersing himself once more in his creative world. All pursuits stem from a place of passion. He was determined to bring tears of joy to his readers. As time slipped away, the moment Su Qian had long awaited finally arrived. Noticing the hour, she swiftly tidied her hair and exited her bedroom. Jiang Han wrapped up the story he had been working on and prepared to step out as well. He genuinely wished to cook. If Jiang Han were to refrain from cooking for a day, he would feel as though life was devoid of some enjoyment. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly collided with Su Qian, who was already wearing her apron. "Instructor, what are you doing?" Su Qian turned to glance at Jiang Han, feeling a hint of anxiety, and forced a smile. "Jiang Han, let me handle dinner tonight." Jiang Han replied, "All right then." Noticing Jiang Han's lack of resistance and his submissive demeanor, Su Qian felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if she had swallowed a calming pill. Everything was unfolding according to the script she had devised. Now, all she needed was to execute her performance flawlessly. Jiang Han did not leave. Instead, He followed Su Qian into the kitchen. For some reason, he had an inkling that something unexpected might transpire. Su Qian walked ahead, a slight smile gracing her lips. The pivotal moment of this scene hinged on the art of feigned pursuit. Today, Su Qian intended to prepare stir-fried garlic shoots with meat. She stealthily glanced at Jiang Han to confirm that he could witness everything that was about to unfold, then retrieve the garlic shoots and pre-cut meat from the refrigerator. The steps for this dish were not particularly challenging. The most crucial aspect lay in mastering the timing and heat. Regrettably, Su Qian lacked both essential qualities, so she remained unfazed. After cleaning the garlic shoots, she cut them into small sections based on her vague recollection and then took out the cooking oil. 70% heat? Never mind, that seems complicated. I'll just pour in the oil. Due to her lack of experience, Su Qian had no concept of the appropriate amount of oil, and she poured in a generous amount before preparing to add the garlic shoots. During this time, Jiang Han refrained from intervening, quietly observing from the side. However, his gaze gradually turned bewildered. When had stir-fried garlic shoots with meat required so much oil? Did Su Qian truly know how to cook? Chapter 45, The Guidance of Jiang Han's younger brother. Leaning against the counter, Jiang Han quietly watched as Su Qian skillfully cut the garlic shoots into even sections. For a fleeting moment, the male student genuinely believed that the female instructor's culinary skills had significantly improved. However, the instant Su Qian poured cold oil into the hot pan, Jiang Han realized he had been mistaken, gravely so. He continued to observe silently, but what unfolded next filled him with regret. Due to her inexperience in cooking, Su Qian was unaware of what constituted oil at 70% heat. She could only wait patiently as the cold oil gradually warmed and began to bubble. Su Qian's approach to cooking was simplistic, divided into 3 steps: cut the vegetables, add the cooking oil, and then commence the experiment. Without a second thought, she directly poured a small plate of garlic shoots, still adorned with water droplets, into the pan. Instructor, no? Jiang Han had just sensed something amiss when droplets of hot oil erupted from the pan. The scalding oil splattered onto Su Qian's hand, eliciting an involuntary cry from her. Jiang Han hurried to Su Qian's side, his brows furrowed. The oil was already at a dangerously high temperature, and there were still numerous droplets of water on the garlic shoots. How could Su Qian have poured them in? It was a simple enough principle, and having cooked several times already, she should have known better. Jiang Han swiftly covered the splattering frying pan with a lid, extinguishing the flame. Before turning to the corner of the kitchen where Su Qian sat, the woman shielded her arm, now reddened from the oil splatters, looking somewhat aggrieved with tear-filled eyes. Jiang Han gently leaned down, taking hold of her slightly burned arm, observing the mottled burn marks with a heart full of concern. It must hurt, doesn't it? Tears brimmed in Su Qian's eyes as she nodded in a small, hurt acknowledgement. Su Qian, the oil in the pan was scalding hot. How could you not dry the droplets from the garlic shoots before putting them in? Jiang Han's tone grew anxious, unwittingly laced with reproach. I didn't know, Su Qian murmured, feeling an inexplicable surge of vulnerability at his words, unable to suppress the tears that streamed down her cheeks. I'll be good. Just rinse it with cool water first, and then I'll apply some medicine, Jiang Han offered, his heart melting at the sight of her distress. Without a second thought, he gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks with his thumb. As someone currently in a position of vulnerability, Su Qian understood that this burn was entirely her own oversight. Moreover, Jiang Han's tone stemmed from genuine concern for her well-being. After receiving his tenderness, the usually composed and resilient older sister stood up with his support. Following a brief treatment, Jiang Han led Su Qian into the room and retrieved a burn ointment from the emergency medical kit. Once back in the bedroom, he rolled up her sleeve, fully exposing the small area of her burn. Jiang Han sighed upon seeing the red, mottled skin. Su Qian lowered her head in shame, having merely sought his attention, never anticipating such a severe outcome. The moment the oil had erupted from the pan, the searing heat upon her skin had been truly agonizing. Endure a little. It might sting, Jiang Han gently advised as he opened the ointment. Okay, she replied, experiencing the tender care of a thoughtful younger brother. A sensation akin to honey, wonderfully sweet and soothing, gradually enveloping her heart. After applying the ointment to her injuries, Jiang Han looked up and asked, "How does it feel now?" "Cool and rather comforting," she admitted, not pretending to be strong before him. The soothing sensation of the ointment was genuinely delightful. Fortunately, it was handled promptly and isn't too severe. Otherwise, we might have had to go to the hospital. You should rest in bed for a while, Jiang Han suggested kindly. As Su Qian gazed into Jiang Han's eyes, filled with genuine concern, she felt a fleeting twinge of anxiety. What about the kitchen? I can handle it. It's not a troublesome matter. Just as Jiang Han turned to leave the bedroom, he reminded her, however, lunch may need to be delayed by an hour. I must first tidy up the kitchen. Upon hearing the mention of the kitchen, Su Qian instinctively recalled the terrifying splatter of the hot oil, causing her previously rosy complexion to pale. Jiang Han entered the disheveled kitchen, surveying the oil-stained floor with a resigned sigh. You told me Su Qian could cook. How could someone who can cook almost turn the kitchen into a disaster? He questioned himself repeatedly in his mind. All right, let us start cleaning. Half an hour later, Jiang Han looked at the kitchen, now as spotless as new, and felt a sense of satisfaction. He was still adept at cleaning the kitchen. When he first learned to cook, he had clumsily caused a kitchen disaster, leading to an additional dish for dinner that night, braised meat with 7 wolves. As a man in his 20s, Jiang Han often reminisced about those delightful moments. He lifted the pot lid and saw that the oil had ceased boiling. He skimmed some off, realizing that for a dish of stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, such an abundance of oil was unnecessary. The amount he poured out could suffice for 2 meals. The admirable tradition of thriftiness should be upheld by their generation. Then, Jiang Han turned the heat to low. Sure enough, the temperature caused the oil to begin to bubble again. However, he remained unperturbed, for the oil's quantity was not excessive. And as the moisture on the garlic shoots gradually heated, no further incidents were likely. Jiang Han, may I take a look? I wish to learn. Su Qian had not stayed in the bedroom. This rare opportunity must be seized. Jiang Han glanced back at her before refocusing on the spatula. It's fine. Starting with low heat won't provoke a vigorous reaction, and it effectively evaporates the surface moisture from the vegetables. Listening to Jiang Han's articulate explanation, Su Qian nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Silly Su Qian, it's just stir-frying. Why make it so dramatic? She attempted to conquer her inner fears, edging closer to Jiang Han, and was astonished to discover that the once unruly pot of oil had transformed into a docile lamb in this boy's capable hands. Chapter 46. Why was she anxious? Initially, Su Qian approached Jiang Han with the intent to observe and learn. Little did she anticipate that her gaze would unintentionally rise, fixating on the chiseled profile of Jiang Han, capturing the moment from just the right angle. As Jiang Han perceived the moment was nearly ripe, he retrieved a plate and began to assemble the dish. Thus, the task was accomplished. Su Qian's lively eyes blinked once. Jiang Han acknowledged with a sound, then turned to say that garlic shoots do not require vigorous stir-frying, as they inherently possess a high water content. If cooked for the first time, they would generally retain their verdant appearance. Instructor, does your arm still hurt? Su Qian inquired, lifting her arm to observe the glistening ointment upon it, before lowering the sleeve of her nightgown. She felt no significant pain. It doesn't hurt much now. I'll apply some more ointment shortly, and by tomorrow, it should be nearly healed. Jiang Han remained silent, merely nodding gently. Indeed, the pain appeared to have subsided, though it was likely that some scars would remain by the morrow. However, the fact that it would eventually fade was a piece of good news. Instructor, I have a question I wish to ask you. Jiang Han placed the already sought-ed garlic shoots onto the table, his deep-set eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, Jiang Han. What would you like to know? Jiang Han gazed at Su Qian, who was merely half a body length away, the comforting scent of her presence lingering at his nostrils. He was uncertain of his own feelings. Whenever he drew near to Su Qian, his heart would race. According to explanations he had encountered online, this was a tangible manifestation of affection. Yet, during their previous encounters, such feelings had not arisen. People are indeed peculiar, he mused. Jiang Han, feeling somewhat playful, then asked, Instructor, I noticed your shredded potatoes were splendidly stir-fried. Why, then, did you seem to falter with the garlic shoots? Su Qian, already anticipating Jiang Han's inquiry, smiled softly and replied, Those 2 dishes were ones I have studied for quite some time, which is why I could manage them adequately. As for the others, as you have seen, Jiang Han, oblivious to any shortcomings in her words, felt an inexplicable sense of relief within. Just as he had advised Su Qian, cooking together in the kitchen might be the only way for them to engage without discomfort and foster their relationship. He smiled and said, So that is how it is. It seems I have misjudged you, instructor. Misjudged? Su Qian posed, adopting a playful demeanor as she sat back in her chair. I thought your culinary skills were exceptional, and that you had me cook just for amusement. The explanation Jiang Han provided seemed somewhat forced and evidently did not suffice to convince Su Qian. Oh, so my injury brings you such joy, Jiang Han? Su Qian's eyes sparkled with teasing mischief, though she appeared somewhat clumsy before Chu He. The individual before her was Jiang Han. If she were to remain timid in his presence, then perhaps romance was not worth pursuing. After all, the instructor has assisted me so much, yet I find myself unable to even cook a meal for you. I truly feel quite guilty. Is that so? Su Qian replied, her smile radiant as she gazed at Jiang Han. Come here. Jiang Han complied. Bring your ear closer. Huh. Upon observing Jiang Han's somewhat dazed demeanor, Su Qian could not resist teasing him. Jiang Han, just a moment ago you were professing your desire to repay the teacher. And now you are turning your back on me? With a playful blink, she remarked, are you no longer heeding the teacher's words? Had I known. Jiang Han leaned closer, pressing his ear against Su Qian's side. In the next instant, he felt the warm, humid breath from Finland brushing against his ear. Then Jiang Han, you must teach me how to cook, she declared. As for other forms of repayment, I shall keep that a secret for now. Straightening up, she added, all right. Let us eat. This hard-won dinner will soon grow cold. After Su Qian bravely posted about her minor injury on social media, the two began to savor their well-deserved meal. Time ticked away, and before they knew it, it was past 8 o'clock in the evening. The peaceful and harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the vibrating phone placed on the table, prompting both of them to exchange knowing glances. The screen lit up. My mom, Su Qian exclaimed. Upon hearing it was Su Qian's mother's call, Jiang Han's muscles tensed instinctively. The previously harmonious atmosphere between them shifted as their silence felt oddly uncomfortable. They had done nothing wrong, merely sharing a meal together, and under duress at that. Yet Jiang Han's heart inexplicably raced, and he instinctively held his breath, contemplating slipping away from the table and retreating to his room. However, out of respect for Su Qian, he chose to remain seated. Su Qian answered the call, and in the quiet living room, even without the speakerphone on, Jiang Han could vaguely discern the conversation. Hello? Mom. Su Qian, what happened to your arm? Is it serious? I just wasn't careful while cooking and got splashed with hot oil. It's nothing serious. Have you applied some ointment? Jiang Han just helped me with that. That's good to hear. So what are you doing now? We're having dinner together. Then you two should continue your meal. Su Qian's mother ended the call, leaving Su Qian inexplicably a bit anxious. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong. Getting burned by hot oil while cooking was a rather mundane incident, wasn't it? Did your aunt call to ask about you? Yes, she inquired about my arm and nothing more. Really? Are you certain? Jiang Han found it hard to believe. How could a mother-daughter conversation conclude in just a few sentences? Even when he called his own mother, it typically lasted over 6 minutes. Yet, Su Qian remained puzzled, as it was her own mother who had prompted her. Why had she felt flustered just now? It simply did not add up. As soon as Su Qian hung up, her father rushed over. What happened to our daughter? Is Jiang Han bullying her? Su Qian's mother took a sip of water. Bullying? She is fortunate enough to have Jiang Han looking after her. Even cooking a simple dish can lead to burns. If it weren't for Jiang Han currently residing with her, your precious daughter might have already starved. Father Su, isn't that what Jiang Han should be doing? Living with Qian Qian, cooking a couple of meals. What's the problem? Is he feeling wronged? My daughter has already informed me that Jiang Han is even contributing to the grocery expenses. Mother Su shot a disapproving glance at Father Su, saying, Don't go looking for trouble. If you frighten my son-in-law away, I won't hesitate to send you back to your mother's house for a few days. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, far away in Jiangnan City, was diligently working on his manuscript. Little did he know that, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Father Su had significantly heightened his wariness of him. Chapter 47. An odd sensation. The autumn in Jiangnan remained unchanged, as it had in previous years. However, since becoming involved with Su Qian, Jiang Han felt as though a new chapter of his life was beginning. Having someone to guide his studies, watch movies with, and cook alongside created a delightful atmosphere of shared meals and seasons. Jiang Han felt a sense of fortunate relief that he had known Su Qian prior to their teacher-student relationship, leading to a peculiar sentiment towards her deep within his heart. In this fast-paced era, cultivating such feelings is an arduous task. There are two prerequisites: meeting the right person at the right time. Perhaps their mutual familiarity and a touch of destiny played a role. For Su Qian, this phase undeniably marked a new beginning. It was her first time shedding her identity as a student, moving away from her parents, renting a place, and entering the workforce. Although her experience diverged from the authoritative image of a stern teacher she had envisioned, The unexpected occurrences seemed rather pleasant, even though she was not in a school setting. Working from home during this period of enforced isolation, she was able to navigate her responsibilities without feeling the profound loneliness she had experienced while studying abroad. Having a rather well-behaved student to share meals and conversation with, who also helped her navigate her emotional dilemmas, made a considerable difference. Occasionally, in her group chats with friends, Su Qian noticed her peers complaining about the recent restrictions. She couldn't help but wonder if she had somehow tuned into the wrong frequency, feeling distinctly different from everyone else. It wasn't until she stepped out of her room in the morning and saw Jiang Han busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen that she began to understand why her situation felt so unique. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that her friends had not encountered the right person at the right time. No wonder they often proclaimed their good fortune. Indeed, she felt quite lucky. With Jiang Han by her side, even in moments of silence, the small room was suffused with a sweet ambience. Morning, Director. Good morning, Jiang Han. Jiang Han turned back to his cooking, while Su Qian chose not to freshen up, instead standing quietly by his side, watching the young man prepare breakfast. As Jiang Han listened to Su Qian humming a little tune beside him, he casually inquired, "It seems our advisor is in quite a good mood today, huh?" "Well, it's just a modest sense of joy," she replied with a hint of delight. "Today, I finally received my salary. This is the first time in my life that I earn money through my own efforts." Although the remuneration for a counselor at Jiang Han University of Science and Technology is not particularly high, Su Qian felt a profound sense of satisfaction, despite having only worked for half a month. Though, to be fair, her total time at the school was merely 2 to 3 days. With the remaining 10 days spent working from home, she found it remarkable that the school compensated her with a full month's salary. "Congratulations," Jiang Han exclaimed. "But it's not a monumental achievement," she chuckled. "Nonetheless, it is worth celebrating. There are many firsts in life, and each one carries its own special significance." "Indeed," he agreed. "How is your arm?" "It no longer hurts, although I've been left with some scars. It might take quite a while for them to fade," she replied. As Friday arrived and autumn settled in, the weather gradually turned cooler, making her short sleeves feel somewhat inadequate in the morning chill, albeit only for a brief moment. Jiang Han, a young man with a fiery spirit, managed to endure the slight discomfort. While he chatted leisurely with Su Qian, he prepared beef pies, the sizzling sound of oil in the pan adding a touch of warmth to the tranquil morning. "Is it that time for procurement again?" Jiang Han suddenly remembered. "Indeed. We need to report to the community committee at noon. Let us purchase some pig trotters this time," he suggested, placing the cooked pies onto a plate. "Sounds good. But what do you plan to do with them?" "Making trotter soup, of course. Don't you want to enjoy a steaming bowl of it in the morning?" Jiang Han's deep gaze held a hint of playful determination. To say he was indifferent would be a lie. However, preparing pig trotter soup was indeed quite a hassle. Upon hearing Jiang Han's intention, Su Qian's tone became noticeably more animated. If the spicy, aromatic beef hot pot represents the culinary contribution of the Sichuan-Chongqing region to the nation, then a steaming bowl of tender, chewy pig trotter soup embodies the nostalgic flavors of home for children from that area, weaving through the bustling streets. "I may not know how, but I have external assistance," Jiang Han said, waving his phone before her. "Are you suggesting that your mother could teach you?" With Jiang Han's hint, Su Qian quickly recalled that his family was indeed in the pig trotter business, renowned for its delightful texture. As children, their families were neighbors, and his mother would often share her delicious trotters with her. "If Jiang Han himself makes the trotters, I shall certainly anticipate it with great eagerness." That morning, the two of them engaged in a delightful conversation, sharing many thoughts and laughter. The girl spoke of a myriad of topics, reminiscing about the flavors they cherished in their childhood, sharing her experiences and observations during her studies abroad, and even imparting some peculiar bits of knowledge. In summary, under the meticulous guidance of this well-experienced female mentor, whose insights towered like a 5-story building, Jiang Han believed he had learned a great deal, knowledge he could even weave into the fabric of his narratives. Ultimately, an individual's perspective can be rather limited. The profession of an online writer, while seemingly accessible, is far from easy. Crafting a remarkable work often requires extensive refinement and dedication. One must possess a smattering of diverse knowledge. While mastery is not essential, having a broad and eclectic understanding is paramount. Thus, he quietly took note of the novel concepts introduced by Su Qian, things he had never encountered before. Jiang Han remained uncertain of the identity Su Qian was assuming at that moment. Was she the amiable older sister next door or the newly appointed mentor? It seemed to be neither, Their relationship at that moment was shrouded in ambiguity. They were close, yet clarity eluded him. The once drab monotony of life, under Su Qian's embellishments, seemed to hasten the passage of time. Why couldn't a day stretch to 40 hours, allowing for a proportional doubling of breakfast time? Chapter 48. Taking leave. Thanks to the latest recommendation policies of the website, although Jiang Han had already prepared numerous drafts, he could not afford to relax with the grand recommendations approaching. He had initially hoped to indulge in a few days of leisure, but right after breakfast, his aspirations for a leisurely existence were utterly dashed. Editor Xiao Su, you should prepare your drafts. Starting tomorrow, we are entering the grand recommendation phase. Jiang Han, I have already stored half a volume of drafts. Editor Xiao Su, that may not suffice. This time, you are aiming for the Battle Power leaderboard. Upon seeing the words Battle Power leaderboard in the chat, Jiang Han fell into a moment of cursed silence. As a seasoned author, he was well aware of what the leaderboard entailed. Unlike other recommendations that rely on reader subscriptions and monthly votes, the ranking on the Battle Power leaderboard is determined solely by the volume of updates an author provides within the recommendation period. In other words, this recommendation spot is specially designated for those formidable authors who can produce an impressive output. Jiang Han. So, how many updates do I need at a minimum? Editor Xiao Su, there is no minimum. Your target this time is to be in the top 3. According to the latest recommendation mechanism, only the top 3 on the Battle Power leaderboard will receive the first wave of resources from the website. Jiang Han pondered for a moment. Indeed, under the current recommendation mechanism, the Battle Power leaderboard was indispensable. Thus, he had no choice. Jiang Han, then I will release all my stored drafts over the next 2 days and add another 100,000 words of updates. Does that sound feasible? Jiang Han proceeded to share the number of drafts he had stored in his author backend. Editor Xiao Su, that is more than enough, absolutely sufficient. Chuhi, observing the chat messages, felt a spark of astonishment flicker in her beautiful eyes. Is it possible that Han Jiangxue has sought the assistance of a ghostwriter? The recent surge in updates is rather astonishing. Is this truly the same individual who previously exhibited such lackadaisical behavior? Today, she merely intended to provide a routine notification to Han Jiangxue, and whether he ascends the rankings is entirely at his discretion. To her surprise, this benevolent reminder yielded unexpected rewards. Chui closed her laptop and, out of habit, stretched languidly. Youthful exuberance radiated from her. In stark contrast to my fate as a weary worker who only longs for moments of idleness. Although he serves as a counselor at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology during her university years, her passion for online literature led her to take on the role of a part-time web editor for novels. Due to her remarkable performance, she became the sole part-time editor for the website. It seems that Qianqian's childhood husband also dabbles in writing, perhaps upon his return to campus. I might entice him to join us. After replying to a message, Jiang Han approached the door to Su Qian's room and gently tapped twice. Counselor, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Inside, Su Qian, engrossed in a romance novel featuring Jiang Han, turned her head upon hearing the voice from outside. If you have something to say, you may enter. She quickly dismissed the novel interface from her phone, adopting a more composed demeanor. The website's editor has instructed me that starting tomorrow, I must increase my update frequency. Jiang Han bowed his head, careful to observe Su Qian's expression. This is perhaps a habit ingrained in the children of Daxiao, a sense of reverence for their teachers regardless of their current status. Thus, Jiang Han had come to request leave. A faint smile lingered on Su Qian's lips, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Jiang Han nodded earnestly. How many days do you need? 3 days. Su Qian pondered for a moment, her expression revealing a hint of conflict. Well, counselor, I only require 2 days. Jiang Han was genuinely apprehensive that Su Qian might deny his request, impacting his attendance record. Although he was striving relentlessly for what seemed an unattainable promise, he was still merely a student. In both sentiment and reason, he ought to prioritize his studies. Jiang Han had already devised nearly 100 clever excuses for when his request would inevitably be declined. I agree. Counselor, hear me out. I truly need. Seeing Jiang Han's eager demeanor, Su Qian couldn't help but reveal a teasing grin, interrupting him. Jiang Han, I said I agree. But the break will be 4 days. Jiang Han gazed at Su Qian's enchanting eyes, somewhat bewildered. This was not in line with the narrative he had come to expect when requesting leave throughout his life. What? If 4 days seems excessive, then let it be as you said, 2 days. Observing the boy rendered speechless, Su Qian added with playful exasperation, "No, no, no. It's just that I didn't see this coming." Unexpectedly, Jiang Han pondered for a moment before approaching Su Qian. Throughout his life, whenever he requested leave, teachers had always been reluctant to grant it. He assumed that even his instructor would employ the same tactic of wielding the term studies against him. Su Qian rolled her eyes dramatically. Am I truly so unreasonable? Moreover, she had observed Jiang Han's diligence in recent days. It would be utterly cruel to compel him to write papers all night long. Without realizing it, Su Qian stated, "When you write late into the night, your door is always closed. How could anyone possibly see you?" "Instructor, how could you know that I stay up late?" "I always close my door," Jiang Han replied, meeting Su Qian's gaze filled with intrigue. And an uneasy feeling stirred within her. How indeed did she know? She couldn't have infiltrated Jiang Han's reader group, could she? No. That was absolutely out of the question. I guessed, she stammered, forcing an explanation. "Jiang Han, your skin is quite fair, so whenever you stay up late, your dark circles become particularly noticeable." Jiang Han nodded in a partially understanding manner, realizing that this was the reason. The instructor is quite knowledgeable. Of course. Otherwise, how could I be your instructor? Su Qian replied with a hint of pride, placing her hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority from years of experience. "However, I have a small request." Jiang Han, who was somewhat apprehensive about Su Qian's unpredictable nature, felt helpless as a pure-hearted male student in the presence of such a beautiful teacher. "Instructor, you mean?" His expression betrayed his reluctance, as if the words "not willing" were written across his face. "From now on, you must come here every weekend for supplementary lessons," she declared, asserting the authority inherent to her role as a teacher. "Why?" Jiang Han's confusion was palpable. "What purpose does my presence serve here? To learn new knowledge? If that were the case, I would indeed be willing." "For supplementary lessons," Su Qian clarified, pulling out her phone to display the class schedule. "I have your timetable now. So do not even think of claiming that there are school activities on weekends." "No, I won't." Jiang Han shifted slightly, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. "I merely wish to understand why. After all, I am still a boy. Coming here every weekend, just the two of us, seems rather inappropriate. Your foundation in the fundamental subjects is alarmingly weak. At your current level, even if you study for 4 to 8 hours a day, you can forget about passing your finals." "That's quite an exaggeration," Jiang Han responded with skepticism. "Believe it or not, Su Qian did not exaggerate. The coursework related to the third year at Jiang Han University of Science and Technology is indeed exceedingly intricate. Without a robust foundation in the prerequisite courses, one could easily falter during the final examinations." Observing Su Qian's haughty demeanor, Jiang Han found himself wavering. Perhaps yielding wouldn't be so bad after all. It was a modest concession, wasn't it? "I must inform you in advance, however, that our family will be returning home for the new year at the end of the year. If you were to fail a course, it would merely be an ordinary threat." Jiang Han could easily dismiss it, choosing to ignore it altogether. Yet, if Su Qian's family were to celebrate the new year at home, the two families would inevitably meet for a meal. Should Su Qian stoke the flames, Jiang Han's already precarious familial standing would be further jeopardized. "Thus, I shall reluctantly accept the counselor's goodwill," Jiang Han remarked shamelessly. "Su Qian, please reconsider. If you don't come this weekend, I might find it a tad easier. Then I shall preemptively thank the counselor," he added with a chuckle, hastily departing from Su Qian's room. "This little rascal," Su Qian mused as she closed the door, a sly smile hidden at the corners of her mouth. Unable to contain her delight, Jiang Han, the little fish, had finally taken the bait. Xiao's idea was indeed quite clever. The details she had just relayed to Jiang Han contained a hint of exaggeration, yet they remained grounded in reality. The community committee had already provided specific news regarding the lifting of the restrictions in the owners group, indicating that in 7 days, the lockdown would be lifted. This meant she had merely 7 days left. Clearly, this was insufficient time, necessitating a plausible reason for them to interact outside of school, perhaps supplementary lessons, maintaining a purely academic relationship above reproach. At noon, after a brief and hasty lunch, Jiang Han returned to his room to begin outlining the details for the upcoming days, while Su Qian continued to manage school affairs. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Qian noticed her arm, once marred by burns, had almost completely healed. Unless one looked closely, the signs of injury were barely perceptible. As Jiang Han had remarked, it was not severe. She gently traced her finger over the area where hot oil had scalded her yesterday, and the memory of Jiang Han meticulously applying ointment for her came to mind. What a gentle soul he was. Since she had communicated with the editor throughout the morning, after completing her outline, Jiang Han dedicated himself to writing fervently until nightfall. Given that he had informed Su Qian in advance, the female teacher did not call upon him that afternoon, only seeking his assistance while preparing dinner. Due to the confluence of various factors, Jiang Han managed to produce nearly 70,000 words in just a day and a half. He set aside his computer and glanced at the time displayed on his phone. It was already 10 o'clock. He would first touch base with the editor and then join the counselor in preparing dinner. It was the editor, Xiao Su, who called. Jiang Han felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't today merely the first day of recommendations? How could there be good news so swiftly? In the realm of online literature, an unspoken rule exists. When an editor takes the initiative to call an author, it typically signifies that the author is either a master or a promising new talent. However, another scenario could be at play. The recent surge in updates might have led to a decline in quality, causing some readers to begin nurturing their favorite works. This phenomenon is affectionately referred to by readers as watered-down prose, and authors often find themselves greeted in the comments with the most heartfelt remarks. For instance, "Where is your home? I'd like to send you some local specialties," or "When is the book signing? I'll drive my truck." Such friendly interactions can bring a unique joy to an author. "Hello, esteemed editor. Han Jiang. I just noticed that you've written nearly 70,000 words in just a day and a half." The editor's astonished voice came through. Jiang Han merely smiled slightly in response. "Recently, there has been an abundance of material in reality, so I haven't encountered much writer's block." "I see. You are still a little over 30,000 words away from the target I set for you. There's no need to exert yourself too much. There are still 2 days until the recommendation. While increasing quantity, it is imperative to maintain quality," He advised earnestly from the other end of the line. "The characterization of your female protagonist is commendable. If you can sustain this, the book will undoubtedly succeed." Jiang Han nodded, having contemplated this matter since the completion of his first book. In fact, it is a universal truth. A nearly perfect character lacks appeal, often seeming unrealistic or even ghostly. The characters crafted by masterful authors possess depth because they understand this principle. Even a notorious flirt, when faced with a woman he truly cherishes, can experience a fleeting moment of uncertainty. Moreover, this character is inspired by his own experiences with Su Qian, allowing for a more authentic portrayal. In this world, those who are perceived as imperfect often embody true perfection. Just as in romantic relationships, it is the flaws that create attraction between individuals. Thank you for your encouraging words. Esteemed editor, they continued their conversation for a while longer until Su Qian arrived to call Jiang Han, at which point the voice call was terminated. Jiang Han. Su Qian peeked in, her voice sweet and somewhat alluring. "Teach me how to make braised spare ribs, will you? Just a moment, I'll be right there." Jiang Han quickly tidied up and stepped out of the bedroom, observing the graceful figure in the kitchen cleaning the spare ribs. He couldn't help but marvel at how much more amiable the instructor seemed today. Jiang Han shook his head and hurried to join Su Qian, noting that today, her hair was styled into an adorable bun, and from his current vantage point, she appeared quite charming. Su Qian must be the legendary dual cultivator of the Nuo lineage, right? "What are you doing, instructor?" Jiang Han, coming back to his senses, noticed Su Qian retrieving a bag of corn starch from the cupboard. "Coating with starch. Haven't they all said that making braised pork ribs requires starch?" Chapter 50, Fatal Tenderness, It's All a Ruse. Coating with starch. Haven't they all said that making braised pork ribs necessitates it? Su Qian looked at Jiang Han, her lively eyes blinking as she spoke with confidence. "Who told you that?" Jiang Han, resting his forehead in exasperation, felt utterly helpless. Why is it said that living with Su Qian will not be as dull as when he was at home under lockdown? Because this brilliant student, returning from Imperial College London, has an uncanny ability to create amusing yet exasperating mishaps from the moment she steps into the kitchen. Su Qian pointed to her phone, which was still lit up, saying, "Look, it's right here in the online tutorial." Jiang Han followed the direction of her finger and glanced at it briefly. The culinary tutorial's creator was none other than Bei Xiang, a top food blogger renowned for his unique creative inspirations on a short video platform, with a style focused on stress relief. "Would you like to examine it more closely? He said something about the starch, right?" Jiang Han picked up Su Qian's phone and began to read it word by word. "To enhance the final product's coloration, it is advisable to add some water starch for thickening, allowing the delicious braising sauce to cling perfectly to the ribs." Exactly. Su Qian glanced at the unopened bag of cornstarch in her hand, her confidence growing. Wrong. And it's absurdly incorrect. Jiang Han crouched down and retrieved a bag of potato starch from the back of the cabinet. This is what should be used, and not in a coating manner, but rather mixed with water. Is there a difference between these two types of starch? Seeing Su Qian's bewildered expression, Jiang Han couldn't help but picture himself in her shoes. When she was studying advanced mathematics, perhaps she looked at him the same way. Indeed. How could there possibly be a flawless person in this world? Perhaps Su Qian truly excels academically far beyond him. Yet, without the illustrious title of teacher, she is merely an ordinary woman. Jiang Han snatched the bag of cornstarch from Su Qian's hand and approached the countertop to explain. The purpose of cornstarch is to enhance the texture of certain dishes, making them more tender, often used in dishes involving fish or meat. Although Jiang Han was seriously outlining the types and uses of starch to the woman, he was constantly observing the expressions on her face from the corner of his eye. Potato starch, in comparison to cornstarch, has a higher viscosity, making it more suitable for thickening. Is that so? Su Qian nodded, somewhat understanding, yet still not fully grasping the concept. Nonetheless, she aptly complimented him, saying, Jiang Han, you know so much. Truly impressive. The woman's enchanting eyes sparkled like tiny stars, revealing her culinary prowess far surpassing my own. Jiang Han, slightly bashful from Su Qian's praise, ran his fingers through his hair. If the instructor has any questions, feel free to ask me. Is that truly the case? Su Qian replied with a smile, nodding her head. Since you, Jiang Han, have said so, I cannot let your kindness go to waste. If the teacher encounters any issues, you must be readily available, to ensure Jiang Han does not renege on his promise later. I should record this as evidence. Su Qian snatched the phone from Jiang Han's hand, activating the recording function. Jiang Han, could you kindly repeat what you just said? Jiang Han gazed at the spirited Su Qian, feeling inexplicably perplexed. Why on earth are we recording? If the instructor has any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Readily available? Su Qian continued to tease, and Jiang Han, not thinking much of it, reasoned that since they were both confined during this period, being readily available was hardly an inconvenience. Of course, observing Jiang Han's resolute demeanor, Su Qian could no longer contain her radiant smile. Remember your words, Jiang Han. From this day forth, no matter where you are, you must be readily available. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Isn't it just for these few days? How did it transform into a commitment for the future? Oh no, I've fallen into this devious woman's trap. Jiang Han lamented, the city is full of tricks. I long to return to the countryside. His expression was one of bitter realization. He had just been deceived. He finally understood the underlying motive behind Su Qian's seemingly innocent demeanor, which was laced with carefully crafted schemes. Yet, once this woman turned on her charm, even a novice like him found it difficult to resist. As Jiang Han was preparing potato starch to create a slurry for thickening, Su Qian hurriedly interjected, Jiang Han, may I take charge of today's meal? You? Jiang Han instinctively responded, absolutely not. I have no desire to relive that chaotic scene from the other day. For the sake of the instructor's safety and to prevent the kitchen from descending into disarray, Jiang Han firmly declined her request. His serious demeanor successfully struck a humorous chord with Su Qian. I know what you're worried about, Jiang Han. But I never said I wanted to do it all by myself. I merely wish for you to guide me through the process. Su Qian had softened her tone countless times, not genuinely yearning to learn how to make braised spare ribs. She simply noticed that the recipe was rather time-consuming. By doing so, she can spend more time with Jiang Han, for aside from her academic assistance, this was their only opportunity to be together. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Han immediately changed his demeanor. Oh, I see. Then I shall act as an offstage guide. Thank you, Teacher Jiang Han. Huh? What did you just call me? Jiang Han's muscles tensed up in an instant. Teacher Jiang Han, what is the matter? Su Qian wore a gentle smile as she gradually moved closer to the boy. It feels rather odd, doesn't it? This doesn't seem quite right. What is wrong with that? A master is indeed a teacher, since you are teaching me how to cook. It is only fitting that I refer to you as my teacher at this moment. Jiang Han gazed at Su Qian's unwavering eyes, silently berating his own misinterpretation. It seemed he had let his thoughts wander astray. Otherwise, switching the roles of teacher and student would indeed be quite distressing. Oh, never mind. Let us begin. All right then. Master. Chapter 51. Feeding her pork ribs as the saying goes. Women who know how to act coy have the best fortunes. There is truth to this. Although their identities differed at present, Su Qian's affectionate term master swiftly elevated Jiang Han's previously waning adrenaline levels. The soft, sultry tone of her voice, combined with the alluring repetition of words, made Su Qian seem perilously close to melting Jiang Han's composure. One more step, and he might just explode. This hour passed inexplicably quickly as Jiang Han and Su Qian exchanged laughter while learning how to prepare braised pork ribs in the kitchen. From the very beginning, when Jiang Han educated Su Qian on the types and roles of starch, to her eventual success in crafting the dish, neither felt satisfied with just this hour. Throughout their time together, Su Qian once again reshaped Jiang Han's perception of her. A woman who had lived independently for 3 years, yet in the kitchen, she was shockingly inept. If one were to use a vivid metaphor to describe Su Qian, her foray into the culinary world resembled a novice player clad in beginner gear, skipping the developmental stages and diving straight into a duel. While she managed the heat quite well, her understanding of seasoning was gravely lacking. Typically, cooking involves giving a rough estimate, such as a spoonful of chicken essence or a pair of chopsticks worth of miso. The most perplexing aspect for Jiang Han was her use of braising soy sauce. Despite having agreed on a simple technique of drizzling it around the edge of the pot, Su Qian followed through but ultimately produced a dish that differed significantly in color from that of a restaurant. This was due to her excessive use of soy sauce. Yet she remained oblivious. With such subjective interpretations, Jiang Han found himself at a loss and could only teach Su Qian step by step, quite literally hand in hand. Over the span of an hour, he transitioned from an offstage mentor to standing behind her, gently guiding her delicate hand ever so slightly in the process. This intimate position lasted for approximately 40 minutes, exuding a decidedly ambiguous atmosphere. Jiang Han vaguely described a dosage. And although Su Qian could not pinpoint the precise amount he articulated, she was able to draw a rough conclusion. However, to extend their interaction, the astute Su Qian chose at times to feign ignorance. This strategy not only spared her from Jiang Han's suspicions, but also allowed her to receive his meticulous guidance. Why not indulge in such a delightful scheme? Recently, perhaps due to their past romantic failures coupled with the complexity of their teacher-student relationship, their exchanges were tinged with a subtle awkwardness. Yet today, that discomfort dissipated. Jiang Han spoke with an ease that truly embodied the role of a mentor. His eloquence was such that it would be a pity not to pursue a teaching qualification. As for Su Qian, the novice, she naturally embraced the role of a diligent student. After all, who hadn't he been a good student before? It seemed like a small favor to grant Jiang Han. This clever young man. Remarkably, this peculiar role reversal between them felt entirely normal, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Their relationship had transformed in a fascinating yet indefinable way. After allowing the braised pork ribs to simmer for a moment, Jiang Han plated them and brought them to the dining table, while Su Qian trailed behind like a devoted acolyte, quietly holding her bowl and chopsticks. Once everything was prepared, they settled into their chairs. Su Qian lifted her gaze to the beautifully arranged pork ribs, feeling an inexplicable surge of pride. "Come on, try it," she urged, lifting a rib with her chopsticks and presenting it at Jiang Han's lips. "Be a good boy, open your mouth." Why was she suddenly so assertive? Jiang Han remained silent, but obediently opened his mouth. "How is it? Delicious?" Su Qian scrutinized his expression as he chewed, her heart sinking slightly at his serious demeanor. Could it be that it wasn't tea tasty after all? Her previously joyful mood plummeted like a roller coaster, confirming her fears that her culinary skills were utterly lacking. Just how did Jiang Han find the flavor? Unable to contain her anxiety, she was the first to inquire. "I ate too quickly. I didn't savor it." Jiang Han chuckled before taking another piece. Hearing his words, Su Qian's heart, which had been in turmoil, settled somewhat. Then, the clever woman realized she had fallen into the trap laid by this mischievous younger brother. If it truly were unpalatable, why would he smile and eat another piece? "Jiang Han, you're being naughty." Su Qian stood up, then approached him with a smile that retained its familiar warmth. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong, instructor?" An astute man is always able to detect the hidden dangers lurking within his surroundings. As he stood there, Jiang Han felt a chill creeping up his spine, almost rendering him cold. He turned his head to find Su Qian, with her arms wrapped around herself, smiling brightly at him. "I will ask you once more. How is the rib? Is it delicious?" Jiang Han instinctively swallowed, replying, "It tastes good, but what? May I have another piece? There are some nuances I haven't quite savored." A soft chuckle escaped Su Qian, who had previously worn a serious expression, caught off guard by Jiang Han's words. Nevertheless, the outcome was quite favorable. In that case, Jiang Han, go ahead and have another piece. Before her words could fully settle, Jiang Han reached for another rib. Just as he was about to bring it to his lips, a sudden, acute pain radiated from the base of his ear to his brain. Ouch! Jiang Han. The ribs are indeed tasty, aren't they? As Su Qian's grip tightened, Jiang Han's expression morphed into one of exaggerated discomfort. So delicious. Shouldn't Jiang Han let the chef taste this piece you're holding? This straightforward girl had abandoned subtle hints and was ready to take action. Indeed, Aunt Xia was right. One cannot always be overly kind to these dogs. A swift reprimand followed by a sweet reward is the correct approach. Once Su Qian finished speaking, she released her grip from Jiang Han's ear. Why don't you go get a bowl? I can serve it to you. With one hand still shielding his ear, the boy tentatively replied, No need, I'll eat it like this. Su Qian slightly crouched down, prepared to feed Jiang Han. Meanwhile, he felt a sense of conflict. This pair of chopsticks had already been used by him. Would it be inappropriate? After a brief internal struggle, he noted that Su Qian was already ready. Well, if she doesn't mind, why should I? He then watched as Su Qian naturally took a piece of rib he had picked. She gently nibbled at it, her expression gradually transforming into one of satisfaction. Her glistening, rosy lips held an indescribable allure in the eyes of the youth. Chapter 52. Special service. After a bout of playful antics, Su Qian returned to her seat, glancing at the still apprehensive Jiang Han with a smile. The flavor is truly different from what I make. I feel like my culinary skills have drastically improved under your guidance. Jiang Han observed Su Qian as she animatedly gestured, the pain at his ear beginning to subside. Instructor, can we perhaps use a different title now that we are not in the kitchen? What's wrong? Are you not accustomed to it? Su Qian inquired. Jiang Han, you spoke so brilliantly in the kitchen earlier. Without your assistance, I doubt I would ever have been able to prepare braised ribs in my lifetime. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. He genuinely wanted to say that Su Qian was rather clumsy when it came to cooking. However, after experiencing Su Qian's methods, Jiang Han chose to remain silent. In silence, he opted for apathy rather than an outburst. A person as resolute as Jiang Han would certainly lean towards the former. It would benefit Su Qian to learn a bit more, as soon the regulatory measures would be lifted. In his absence, it is likely that this female teacher would once again entangle herself with the concept of takeout. It is not to say that takeout is unclean, on the contrary. Those reputable establishments utilize standardized meal packages. The cleanliness of the ingredients often surpasses that found at home, yet to attract customers. Most rely on heavy oil and sugar in their seasoning, which is detrimental to health. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Han returned to his room. Just as he opened his computer, Su Qian entered, holding a small glass vial. Instructor, what do you have there? Su Qian presented Jiang Han with a small mirror, urging him to examine his appearance. He looked down and was startled by the prominent dark circles under his eyes. This morning, he had appeared fine. Why did it seem that the darkness had intensified? So, Jiang Han, did you pull an all-nighter to finish your manuscript last night? Or did you go to the cloud to become a giant panda? Ah, this was amusing. He often stayed up late to work, but his dark circles had never been so conspicuous before. Jiang Han had assumed Su Qian was merely observant, noticing the faint traces of fatigue. Yet he had not anticipated that by midday, it would be so pronounced. Though the boy's complexion was not as fair and rosy as Su Qian's, the contrast with his dark circles was striking. Close your eyes. I will apply a warm compress to your eyes, Su Qian said, stepping closer to him, almost encroaching upon his space. What warm compress? Due to the angle, Jiang Han could only gaze up at her, but with an impending sense of obstruction. He struggled to see clearly. Perhaps in that fleeting moment, the burdened fabric might just tear apart. Look at this, Su Qian said, shaking the glass vial in her hand. This is freshly drawn warm water. Through the glass, Su Qian could feel the comforting warmth. Based on her experience, the temperature was just right for a compress. It actually seemed to work last time, Jiang Han remarked. Evidently, this was yet another piece of Su Qian's specialized knowledge from her school days. Jiang Han sat on his bed, while Su Qian stood before him, her legs slightly bent. As the woman drew nearer, he obediently closed his eyes. She wrapped the bottom of the warm glass with a washcloth, gently applying it near the contours of Jiang Han's eyes. Simultaneously, the tip of his nose occasionally brushed against the fabric of her attire, releasing a faint, pleasant fragrance. How comforting it was. The tension that had gripped his mind began to dissipate in that moment, a hazy drowsiness washing over him. A simple glass of water established a remarkable connection between the two, who were not far apart. Is this what they refer to as intimate contact between a man and a woman? Su Qian swallowed hard, acutely aware of the boy's heartbeat. Thump, thump. Instinctively, she held her breath. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythm of two hearts. Perhaps the rapid beating quickened her circulation. And after a brief moment of oxygen deprivation, a faint blush surfaced beneath her fair skin. Exhaling slowly, Su Qian endeavored to calm her restless heart. What was she doing? Engaged in a serious matter, yet her face burned with a fiery hue. Regaining her composure, she set aside her cup and subconsciously took a step back, creating a slight distance from Jiang Han, who was lost in thought. She touched her cheek, confirming its warmth. She absolutely could not allow Jiang Han to see it. Otherwise, she would be utterly humiliated. All right, Jiang Han, you can take a proper rest now. With that, as Jiang Han opened his eyes, Su Qian turned and swiftly exited the bedroom. Observing her hurried demeanor, Jiang Han felt an inexplicable oddity, though he could not articulate it. A warm compress truly felt delightful. Succumbing to a touch of drowsiness, he sprawled across the bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon returning to the room, Su Qian's slightly flushed cheeks had yet to cool. She had distinctly sensed Jiang Han's nose brushing against her. Perhaps it was merely a matter of perspective. Yet it remained undeniably embarrassing. Fortunately, Jiang Han harbored no ill intentions. He was simply enjoying the special service provided by his teacher. Nevertheless, why did her heart still feel uneasy? Grateful that Jiang Han meant no harm, she found herself harboring a flicker of anticipation for the peculiar situation. This resilient female teacher took a moment to collect herself. Noting the time was still early, she retrieved her tablet to compile the latest study materials for Jiang Han. This was her secret treasure trove of knowledge, a privilege others did not enjoy. It was only when fatigue overtook her that she set the tablet aside, wrapped herself in her cozy blanket, and drifted into a deep sleep. During this time, she dreamt of that afternoon after Jiang Han's college entrance examination, holding a bouquet of baby-ass breath. Chapter 53. Horror movie. Jiang Han awoke to find it was already past 10 in the evening. Stretching lazily, he surveyed the dimly lit living room, feeling somewhat puzzled. With a click, he switched on the light and glanced at the clock. It was already 10:30, surely. The instructor had retired for the night. Feeling a pang of hunger in his stomach, Jiang Han made his way to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator in search of something to eat. As the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. A meal skipped leaves one in despair. Initially, Jiang Han had struggled to grasp the meaning of this adage, as during his high school years, he had often been so engrossed in the sea of knowledge that he frequently forgot to eat lunch. Unlike Li Zongyang, who is currently engrossed in learning from Japanese adult films, he was once in excellent physical shape, brimming with vitality. However, upon entering university, everything changed. The comment sections of various short video platforms often feature a mysterious assembly of university students, perpetually present. Family, it's 8 a.m., but I only woke up at 9. What should I do? At 8, they promptly opened the comments section, outpacing 99% of university students nationwide. Among these comments, the most renowned might be, if I were still in my senior year of high school, I could solve this problem. But now I'm already in my second year of college. If junior high represents the pinnacle of physical prowess and high school the zenith of intelligence, then university is the apex of appetite. Jiang Han cast a cursory glance at the somewhat barren refrigerator. The only edible instant meals left were 2 cups of instant noodles and a few sausages. Just as he was about to retrieve them, Su Qian's voice drifted over from behind him. Jiang Han, what are you looking for? The woman rubbed her somewhat drowsy eyes, her voice soft and slightly bubbly. I'm feeling a bit hungry, and it's getting quite late, so I'm looking for some instant food. Oh, I do like to eat too. Su Qian, still in a daze, shuffled to Jiang Han's side, appearing somewhat groggy. Jiang Han turned around, his gaze inadvertently catching a glimpse of the fair skin peeking from beneath Su Qian's beautiful collarbone. He instinctively swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. Mushroom chicken stew or braised beef? Mushroom chicken stew. After a brief internal debate with Morpheus, Su Qian regained her focus, albeit without noticing Jiang Han's gaze. Why don't we eat over at the coffee table? Jiang Han tore open the plastic wrapping of the instant noodles and instinctively replied, Sure, we can watch a movie together. So, Jiang Han. What type do you wish to watch? Without hesitation, Jiang Han responded, I'm fine with anything. We can watch whatever you like. Having previously watched a romantic film, he suggested, how about a horror movie this time? Jiang Han nodded and proceeded to boil water, while Su Qian busied herself with the television. In truth, she was not particularly fond of horror films due to her tendency to be frightened. In contrast, the genre she watched most frequently consisted of sweet romantic comedies. Not out of preference, but because her roommates, Chu He and the others, always dragged her along to watch, hoping to enrich her somewhat vacant repository of knowledge. This film, The Curse, seems quite intriguing. Let us go with this one. Just as Su Qian adjusted the movie, Jiang Han brought 2 steaming cups of instant noodles to the coffee table. Director, would you like a drink? Su Qian perked up at the mention of drinks. Though she was not one to indulge in alcohol, she relished the moment spent drinking with Jiang Han. For no other reason than to enjoy the warmth of his presence on this somewhat sleepless night, she could obtain a cozy embrace. She was, after all, a pure-hearted girl. Jiang Han emanated a warm comfort that was truly delightful. However, it seemed that just a few days prior, the beer at home had been completely consumed. The beautiful dreams of a woman were abruptly shattered by a rather cruel reality. It appeared that tonight's plans would be thwarted. Just moments ago, she had been a vibrant girl, but now her face was clouded with disappointment. Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle at the stark contrast in Su Qian's demeanor. I recall there are a few bottles of cocktails in the kitchen cupboard. Why don't we indulge in those? Jiang Han suggested with a smile. Knowing that the alcohol content was relatively low, which would elevate the atmosphere without leading to inebriation. With that said, he rose and made his way to the kitchen under Su Qian's somewhat dejected gaze. Cocktails? When did I ever purchase such a thing? Su Qian pondered, her brow furrowed. Though she was not fond of alcohol, she never drank soft drinks either. After a brief moment, upon catching sight of the plastic bag in Jiang Han's hand, a realization struck her. The long, large bottle glimmered with a metallic sheen, unlike the typical glass bottles or small cans of cocktails. Could it be that refreshing drink? Su Qian suddenly recalled purchasing it during her first day off, while wandering alone in the supermarket. It had been forgotten due to the community's preventative measures. Nevertheless, it was still a cocktail, and regardless of its potency, even if Jiang Han had a low tolerance, he surely wouldn't be overwhelmed by a mere beverage, would he? At Su Qian's suggestion, in pursuit of the desired ambience, Jiang Han obediently turned off the main lights in the living room. The small space, lacking in privacy, was enveloped in darkness. In the living room, aside from the steady rhythm of their breathing, the eerie sounds of the movie commenced. The flickering shadows on the screen stirred an inexplicable sense of dread within Su Qian. Using the flickering light from the television, she instinctively glanced at Jiang Han. In her flustered gaze, he appeared calm, sipping his cocktail while fixated on the large screen. Su Qian bit her lip, subtly inching closer to him, seeking warmth. Feeling the heat radiating from him, her earlier trepidation quietly subsided. In frightening situations, one often seeks solace, and right now, with Jiang Han beside her, she felt a profound sense of security. If only she could nestle her head against his shoulder, her comfort would be complete. Chapter 54. The relatives arrive. The neighborhood at night was eerily quiet, yet the atmosphere in the rental apartment was somewhat peculiar. Su Qian, with her glasses perched on her nose, clung tightly to Jiang Han's arm. Had the living room lights been turned on, Jiang Han would have clearly seen the pallor on her face. Su Qian resembled a startled little rabbit, nestled beside Jiang Han, her nose delicately inhaling the pleasant scent that enveloped him, her complexion gradually becoming flushed. As a young woman, Su Qian would never don sleepwear in such a manner. Girls, much like boys, prefer the freedom of not being constrained. Jiang Han's arm tensed momentarily, caught in a state of tautness. This sensation of liberation was something he found difficult to navigate. However, the softness was undeniably delightful. Under Jiang Han's gentle reminder, Su Qian became aware of their current predicament, her face blooming with embarrassment as she hastily loosened her grip, though she did not release him. After all, how could she let go of the embrace she had so painstakingly secured? Jiang Han, I'm a bit frightened. Just a moment longer, she implored. Jiang Han turned his head to regard her with a look of sympathetic resignation and conceded, very well then. The film continued to play on the television screen. A nearly 2-hour narrative that often startled Su Qian with its immersive moments. Consequently, a series of unspoken sounds subtly rippled through the living room. Jiang Han, firmly held by Su Qian, found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. Despite his unwavering gaze on the screen, if questioned about the plot moments that had just transpired, This honest young man would likely respond with the most direct observation, softness. Beyond that, he could only remark that his arm was currently experiencing some discomfort. In the throes of this peculiar blend of pain and pleasure, the calming mantras proved utterly ineffective. At that moment, Jiang Han finally understood the purpose of those cocktails. The two shared a silent understanding, striving to maintain their position. As time flowed onward, the film approached its conclusion, the credits rolling across the screen. Jiang Han's attire bore the comforting scent of laundry detergent mingled with sunlight, prompting Su Qian to inhale deeply once more. It felt as though she were basking in the gentle warmth of a spring sun. Jiang Han, what did you think of the movie today? Su Qian found herself inadvertently leaning against his chest. After a while, when she received no response, she realized that the soft sound of his gentle snoring filled the air. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes darting to observe the slumbering Jiang Han, careful not to alert this thoroughly inebriated young man. This little fellow truly had a poor tolerance for alcohol. A mere fruit juice could render him incapacitated. What would happen if he visited a bar? Rising, Su Qian glanced at the empty cans on the coffee table, and without further thought, she gently assisted Jiang Han back to the bedroom. In the darkness, her lips curled into a sly, fox-like smile. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Truly, nothing transpired, I assure you. The following day, upon awakening, Su Qian found herself greeted by bright light. As her vision gradually sharpened, her gaze instinctively drifted upward, landing upon Jiang Han's face, which bore an expression of utter despair. Instructor, I urgently need to use the restroom. Su Qian instinctively prepared to respond, yet as she opened her mouth, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Her arms were securely wrapped around Jiang Han, her sleeping posture less orderly than the first time, pressing closely against his chest. Her long right leg entwined around his waist, leaving not a sliver of space between them. She could even sense an undeniable intimacy that suggested a profound connection. Instructor, I truly cannot hold it any longer. Jiang Han looked at the woman clinging to him like an octopus, his tone laced with mounting anxiety. Upon hearing his somewhat bitter voice, Su Qian sprang away from him as if jolted by electricity. After entering the restroom, Jiang Han took his time. Unlike his usual swift manner, feeling somewhat fatigued. How did he end up drinking too much again last night? And this time, he found himself in Su Qian's room. But she was also there. How was he to face her now? Jiang Han stared at the restroom door, uncertain whether to venture out. If he did, he couldn't possibly just pull up his pants and leave, could he? After a series of internal struggles, he finally opened the restroom door. He wished to inquire about the events of the previous night. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Su Qian lying on the bed, engrossed in her phone, leaving him utterly perplexed. Wasn't his instructor's psychological endurance a bit too formidable? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Jiang Han could not bring himself to speak first. Jiang Han, what's the matter? Su Qian set aside her phone, looking at him with an air of calm. She had already prepared her words for the conversation during their movie night, showing no signs of panic. As long as Su Qian did not confess, there would be no evidence to support any claims. Instructor, did I do anything particularly? Last night, Jiang Han tentatively inquired. Particularly what? Su Qian could not help but stifle a laugh at Jiang Han's awkward demeanor. You know that. Jiang Han gestured with his hands, his expression tinged with urgency. What if I said I did? Su Qian approached him, her gaze steady. Would you take responsibility, Jiang Han? I would, he stammered. Thus, Su Qian lightly tapped his chest with her finger, asking, what are you thinking? Nothing happened, so you needn't worry. With that, she turned and entered the restroom, leaving Jiang Han standing there for a moment longer. This was the second time he felt something was amiss. The truth must be uncovered. Clearing his mind, Jiang Han's thoughts raced for a moment. During breakfast, they exchanged smiles and pleasantries, both acutely aware yet tactfully avoiding mention of the morning's events. After the meal, Su Qian provided a brief overview of her plans before retreating to her room to compile the martial arts manual for the upcoming semester. Jiang Han, meanwhile, set up his notebook, continuing his efforts towards securing the first major recommendation. Around 11 o'clock, Jiang Han approached Su Qian's door and gently knocked. Instructor, what would you like to eat for lunch? After waiting for a while, Jiang Han received no response from Su Qian. Perhaps she had fallen asleep, he murmured. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard a voice drifting from the bedroom. Upon closer listening, it seemed to be Su Qian's voice. Instructor, are you all right? Out of courtesy, Jiang Han inquired from outside the door. The door isn't locked. You may come in, The woman's voice sounded somewhat weak. Without hesitation, Jiang Han pushed the door open. As his gaze shifted, he found Su Qian lying on the bed, tightly clutching the blanket, her complexion unusually pale. Wait a moment. I'll get a hot water bag. Before Su Qian could respond, Jiang Han had already pieced together the situation. It must have been her relatives visiting, and it seemed rather serious, likely affecting her mood. After a brief flurry of activity in the kitchen, he returned to the bedroom with a bowl of freshly brewed brown sugar water and the hot water bag. Jiang Han handed the hot water bag to Su Qian, then gently fed her with a spoon. Feeling any better? He asked, his tone laced with tentative concern as he observed Su Qian's gradually easing expression. Much better. There is no need to be so anxious, she replied. Chapter 55. Understanding Sister Su Qian. I have relatives visiting. Why is Jiang Han so frightened? At times, Su Qian found it difficult to comprehend the somewhat erratic thoughts of her younger brother. Perhaps this was the generational gap created by their age difference? I read online that some girls may experience discomfort during this time, especially with significant negative emotions. So, do you think I am one of those girls? It seemed that her slight discomfort had not dampened Su Qian's spirits. In fact, her mood had not been very good just moments ago. But Jiang Han's thoughtful gestures had lifted her spirits from gloom to brightness. When girls are disturbed by relatives, their mood can sour considerably. Had Jiang Han merely whispered drink more hot water in her ear, she might have exploded. Not for any other reason. But those 4 words sound like empty platitudes to a girl. Jiang Han, however, clearly operated on a higher level. Before she could even speak, he had already prepared the hot water bag. Undoubtedly, he was a caring young man. Jiang Han nodded, generously acknowledging her words. Just as you think. I am indeed that kind of girl. However, with Jiang Han being so warm-hearted, if I were to lose my temper at you, I would have to slap myself twice. Although Su Qian was joking, her tone carried a distinct seriousness. Not at all. It is clearly the instructor who maintains emotional stability and is more adept at considering others' perspectives. Jiang Han reflected before continuing. If I were to treat a naive young girl the same way today, even if she stopped feeling pain, she would still surely cry and throw a tantrum. With a soft sigh, Su Qian extracted the pillow behind her, cradling it in her arms. Her captivating peach blossom eyes playfully scrutinizing Jiang Han. Could it be that you truly have a sister complex? She teased. The instructor's time is running late. I must go prepare dinner. As a pure-hearted male university student, he could never admit to such a thing. Jiang Han hastily dashed out of the bedroom, and upon witnessing the boy's flustered retreat, Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle. If her previous suspicions were mere conjectures, then this was indeed a solid confirmation. He was undeniably a sister complex enthusiast. Just as Su Qian was still amused by Jiang Han's hasty exit, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. A brief glance revealed it was from the community's owner group. Community property. Dear residents, thank you for your patience over the past 2 weeks. Tomorrow, we will conduct the final swab test. If all goes well, we will lift the lockdown as previously scheduled at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Su Qian inhaled deeply, absorbing the news. Only 2 days remained. After a simple lunch, Jiang Han immediately powered on his computer, dispatching his final manuscript. The last day for recommendations must go flawlessly. Su Qian, seated opposite him, busied herself with work to distract her mind. Jiang Han, the lockdown will be lifted in a couple of days, and you will return to campus, Su Qian remarked casually while attending to her documents. Jiang Han's fingers momentarily paused over the keyboard as he glanced at Su Qian, who was deeply engrossed in her work. It was a breathtaking sight. He felt a momentary daze, his tone imbued with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, it's quite surreal that I will be returning soon. Each was engrossed in their tasks, occasionally engaging in light conversation to alleviate the inexplicable emotions they harbored. By now, they had developed an unspoken understanding, effortlessly navigating the matters that concerned them without needing to voice them aloud. Particularly Jiang Han, who held certain thoughts about the woman before him, though he dared not express them, keeping them confined to his heart. As the day drew to a close, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Qian inquired, "Would you like me to wash your clothes, Jiang Han? They still carry traces of the wine from yesterday." Jiang Han nodded in agreement. They certainly needed washing, especially with the lockdown lifting soon. "I can't very well go out looking like this, can I?" Su Qian nodded, hesitating slightly before adding, "However, Jiang Han, I used the bath towel this morning as I was feeling unwell, so I didn't wash it." She glanced towards the darkened window as she spoke. If Jiang Han were to observe Su Qian closely at that moment, he would surely notice the faint blush that barely hinted at her otherwise pale complexion. While Su Qian continued to explain, Jiang Han remained lost in thought, still processing her earlier words. After using it, Su Qian did not clean it properly. For over 10 days, the two had almost staggered their bathing schedules, teacher one day, student the next. It was not that they did not desire to bathe daily, but Su Qian had not prepared a dryer. Bathing on the same day would inevitably lead to peculiar thoughts when confronted with the bath towel previously used by the other. If it were to be used tonight, that towel would undoubtedly carry those strange scents. Jiang Han, are you present? Su Qian waved her hand in front of Jiang Han's eyes. Huh, Jiang Han. Sensing Su Qian's gaze of realization, felt his expression freeze in an instant. You're not thinking of something odd, are you? Su Qian placed her hands on her hips and stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Jiang Han could only respond ambiguously, it's just that towel. It's thick. Could Jiang Han really be contemplating something peculiar with that towel? Su Qian chuckled again, if you truly need it. I can lend you a few pairs of stockings. Jiang Han. The boy's expression became quite animated. What? Instructor, what are you saying? What s with that expression? Su Qian said earnestly. If you really can't hold back, I can lend you some stockings. Instructor, I'm not. I can understand. As the conversation between the two accelerated, Jiang Han sighed, and soon the only sound in the living room was the door to the bathroom closing. Jiang Han yielded. It was merely a used towel. He wouldn't need stockings. He could handle it himself. Su Qian stood in the living room, a faint smile playing at her lips. Clearly, it was Jiang Han's own thoughts that were problematic, not hers. She merely wished to offer assistance. Chapter 56. Is it merely an illusion that my ex-girlfriend has once again developed feelings for me? If it weren't for the need to do laundry, he wouldn't even require a towel. After casting aside those peculiar thoughts, Jiang Han turned on the heater and began to undress, wondering how he had managed with so few garments for the past 10 days. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of that towel again, his heart as calm as still water. The shampoo lathered into his fluffy hair, and warm water cascaded from the showerhead, flowing slowly down his neck. After a brief rinse, he applied some body wash, feeling his weary body relax completely in that moment. When Jiang Han was not with Su Qian, he would only use soap for bathing or washing his face. It was economical and effective, what is not to like? However, he had now been trained by Su Qian, and he knew that facial cleanser and body wash were essential. He had resolved to stock up on those necessities once the restrictions were lifted. Following the brand purchased by Su Qian, Jiang Han simply rinsed himself for over 10 minutes before shutting off the shower and approaching the sink. He picked up Su Qian's eyebrow trimmer and delicately tended to the faint fuzz on his face. How is it that I feel even more handsome? After indulging in his daily ritual of self-admiration in front of the mirror, this pure and sunny young man fell into silence once more. He grasped the bath towel, bringing it close to his nose for a gentle sniff. There was nothing unusual about the scent. On the contrary, it was rather pleasant, reminiscent of Su Qian's clothes, albeit more pronounced. Time to tie it up. After a brief struggle against reality, Jiang Han ultimately surrendered. Quietly, he secured the towel around his waist, cleaned his clothes, and prepared to turn back to his bedroom. However, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the slightly ajar door to Su Qian's room, tightening his heart inexplicably. After tomorrow, he would no longer share a roof with this woman. Shaking his head, Jiang Han emerged from the kitchen bearing a cup of freshly brewed ginger tea. Placing it on the coffee table, he glanced back at the bedroom door and reminded Su Qian, "Instructor, there's a cup of freshly brewed ginger tea on the coffee table. Don't forget to drink it before bed." Su Qian, comfortably lying on her bed, was engrossed in reading the novel written by Jiang Han and responded casually, "All right. You should rest early." The sound of the door closing reached her ears, pulling her out of her intense focus. Huh, what did Jiang Han just say? After turning off her phone, she tiptoed to the door, peering through the crack to observe quietly. The living room was cloaked in darkness, devoid of Jiang Han's presence. After a moment, Su Qian switched on the living room lights and, seeing the ginger tea on the coffee table, took a sip without hesitation. The flavor was delightful. A smile crept onto her lips, radiating a certain whimsy. She had tasted various brands of ginger tea before, but none could compare to what Jiang Han had crafted with his own hands, sweet and intoxicating. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Han exhaled a breath of stale air, then lay down, ready to drift into rest. However, moments later, the anticipated sound of his snoring did not fill the room. Instead, the glow from his phone screen pierced through the profound darkness. After being teased by Su Qian, Jiang Han found himself devoid of the usual drowsiness. As a familiar emotion surged within him, he became restless. His long fingers grazed the phone screen, black text reflecting in his eyes. I feel as though my ex-girlfriend has developed feelings for me again. Could this be an illusion? Jiang Han posed this troubling question on a well-known QA platform. Due to the evening's traffic surge, his inquiry quickly garnered enthusiastic responses from the platform's users. In the initial floor, the issue raised by the host is indeed a plausible scenario in reality. However, it is essential to consider the current circumstances of both parties involved. On the second floor, one might candidly remark that the host could be indulging in science fiction, while we pride ourselves as staunch materialists. As for the present situation, given that we are merely netizens, there is little risk of being discovered. Jiang Han's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he pondered, then responded, presently. Due to the community's regulatory measures, I find myself confined with her, and we have been cohabiting for a while. Recently, I have sensed something rather peculiar about her. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Han sifted through the overwhelming barrage of responses and read one aloud softly. How long has your relationship lasted? What was the reason for the breakup? Jiang Han paused, reflecting. Indeed, how long had their relationship endured? A month and a few days? As for the reason for their separation, he had never truly considered it. After responding candidly, Jiang Han added, our current relationship is that of teacher and student. He deemed this a rather mundane answer, yet to the eyes of the online community, it resembled a hydrogen bomb inadvertently dropped into a lake, resulting in an explosive shockwave. Firstly, I would like to express my perspective on the host's initial statement. The brief duration of your first relationship, merely a month, indicates that curiosity was at play, lacking a solid emotional foundation. Furthermore, I believe that even science fiction pales in comparison to the host's current situation. Jiang Han glanced over the subsequent responses, which echoed similar sentiments. Yet, the first reply held a kernel of truth. At that time, his understanding of love while dating Su Qian was far less profound than it is now. It was largely characterized by a brotherly dependence on his sister. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as the ordinary dynamics of a sibling relationship. Even upon their reunion, Jiang Han felt compelled to inquire about the cause of their breakup. As for any strategic advances, that was a matter for another time. Jiang Han vaguely recalled a weekend prior to the college entrance examinations when Su Qian accompanied him to purchase stationery. They strolled hand in hand down the street, passing numerous affectionate couples, and it was during this moment that Su Qian, with impeccable timing, posed the question, Jiang Han, would you like to date your sister? The specifics of that encounter had blurred in his memory, yet the mischievous smile that grazed Su Qian's lips was vividly etched in his mind. After a muddled agreement, he found himself with an older girlfriend. In retrospect, Jiang Han found the situation rather amusing. That wicked woman's smile was undeniably indicative of a plot coming to fruition. He could only lament his own naivety at the time, although he remained quite innocent even now. Chapter 57. Strategizing with my alter ego. What should I do if I believe my teacher has taken a liking to me? Jiang Han glanced at this somewhat exaggerated query, which indeed rivaled the finest science fiction narratives from abroad. Thus, he resolved not to pose questions on a certain platform this time, but instead directed his inquiries towards his book club. The romantic narrative I penned serves as a reflection of my current life. The individuals in the group can be considered witnesses to Jiang Han's emotional journey. Although the majority are male, the adage that 3 cobblers can outsmart a zhuge liang holds true, and Jiang Han remains confident. After crafting a message, Jiang Han sent it out. Han Jiang Shui, is everyone still there? I have something I'd like your input on. Tian, I'm here. Lanin San Xiao, I'm here. Xiang Wei CAF, I'm here. Han Su, I'm here too. What's the matter, big shot? Lanin San Xiao, Han Su, how could you disrupt the formation? Tian, exactly. Even though you're a girl, you should learn from Sister CAF. In this group, the author can only be the author. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow as he scanned the chat on his phone and quickly composed a response. Han Jiang Shui, the author is still present. Please show me some respect. Xiang Wei CAF. Although I recognize that this title is somewhat disrespectful, you do not deserve our respect. Han Jiang Shui. Han Su. I was just a bit anxious. After all, a writing author must not falter. With a chuckle, Su Qian, lounging in the main bedroom, found amusement in the antics of the group. At times, being the author in the face of such online personas can feel quite helpless, can't it? After a brief laugh, Su Qian seized an opportune moment to interject. Hansu, what is troubling you, Han Jiang? On the other end, Jiang Han had been waiting for a long while, seeking a chance to contribute to the conversation. Han Jiang, I've been facing some emotional difficulties lately. As you all know, I've been staying with my advisor. Things were fine for some time, but recently, I've been feeling rather strange. Lanin Sanxiao, is there a story? Tian, is the author yearning for a passionate teacher-student romance to pay homage to the plot he has crafted? Messages continued to flood in as Su Qian observed Jiang Han's words, momentarily engulfed in self-doubt. Am I truly feeling strange lately? What is odd? Hansu, what seems strange? Han Jiang, it feels as if my teacher might be developing feelings for me once again, or perhaps. As Jiang Han candidly shared their situation in the reader group, Su Qian's finger hesitated before falling once more. The image of Jiang Han strolling intimately with a girl clad in a black trench coat resurfaced in her mind. Their first romance, under her guidance. Indeed bore hints of deception, however, at that time, Su Qian trusted only her eyes and afforded Jiang Han no chance for explanation. After erasing all memories of the boy, she left the city. Yet, she has since matured significantly. After spending numerous days in the company of Jiang Han, a deeper understanding blossomed between them. She was willing to trust Jiang Han, eager to assume the role of a listener. Su Qian gazed resolutely at her phone screen, meticulously composing her message before sending it privately to Jiang Han. Dear author, have you ever had a crush on your instructor during a romance? Ding. On the other end, Jiang Han opened the private chat window and felt an inexplicable warmth wash over him upon reading the message from Hansu. Has the current readership become so enthusiastic? The author seems to be encountering emotional dilemmas and is even offering private counseling. Perhaps it is merely a matter of attraction, after all. Such a beautiful and gentle older sister, who treats me so exceptionally well, it would be impossible not to feel a flutter. As Su Qian perused Jiang Han's messages, a blush crept onto her cheeks. The words Jiang Han uttered now reflected his true feelings, for there was no need to deceive a reader. And what of the present? Of course, I like him. If I didn't, why would I even bother asking you all? Su Qian glanced at the chat history, emotions swirling quietly within her. Before she could respond, another message from Jiang Han arrived. However, this time, there was a slight difference. The instructor has completely taken root in my heart. Su Qian struggled to decipher the meaning behind Jiang Han's words. With each subsequent message, the generational gap seemed more pronounced. No, Chuhi was right. A young man as exceptional as Jiang Han must be pursued without delay. Should she seek a suitable moment to inquire about the reasons behind their unreciprocated separation? Though their current identities held some distance, what of their past as former lovers? Upon reading her thoughts, Jiang Han experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that he had inadvertently narrowed his own path. This matter had been weighing on his mind. Perhaps a simple inquiry could unravel this emotional knot, revealing their truest selves. Thank you, Hansu. Jiang Han expressed his gratitude, closing their chat window before finding Su Qian in his WeChat contacts. After pondering for a moment, he crafted a message, his fingers hovering above the send button. After a brief struggle, he ultimately opted to delete the message entirely. Such matters were better discussed face-to-face. Messages on WeChat were, after all, devoid of emotional depth. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling with deep-set eyes. However, it was essential to find an appropriate time. Hansu, Jiang Han whispered softly. Perhaps his heart had found a resolution, and in that instant, all mental burdens dissipated, leading him swiftly into slumber. As for Hansu, she found herself wide awake. The woman opened the window, leaning gently against the sill, the cool, damp evening breeze caressing her face. Su Qian was in a remarkably good mood. The solution she had just proposed was not merely for Jiang Han, but also a reflection of her own internal conflicts that necessitated mutual communication. Unlike her previous tendency to flee from emotional entanglements, which was somewhat irresponsible, she recognized that if Jiang Han's younger brother had not inquired, she should have sought clarity herself. However, assisting Jiang Han in winning her own heart through her alternate account was undeniably amusing. A broader smile graced Su Qian's lips, as she reflected on how Jiang Han's younger brother had initially been swayed by her charm, and now, she found herself equally enamored with him. Chapter 58. The last night, is it Jiang Han? Hello, cousin, it's me. What's up? Jiang Han, holding the phone, listened as his aunt mentioned that this troublesome young man had already entered a romantic relationship. When will you bring your girlfriend home for me to meet? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, softly explaining, that's my teacher. We haven't taken that step yet, so don't jump to conclusions. Oh, From your words, it seems that it's imminent. More or less. When the time comes, you'll find out. All right, cousin, I'm a bit busy now. I'll call you later. With that, Jiang Han hastily hung up the phone. He had no desire to extend the conversation with his formidable cousin, fearing that any misstep in his words could lead to disastrous consequences. There was a reason Lu Maihanlu, Jiang Han's cousin, was dubbed a devil. It was not solely due to her striking figure, but also her innate ability to provoke, almost effortlessly. As Jiang Han glanced at the date on his phone, he inexplicably began to talk to himself. If only the lockdown could last a little longer, there are still things left unfinished. After a moment, he chuckled softly. Never mind. I should prepare dinner. It's the last day. Today felt unusually mundane, with no significant changes in their relationship. They ate, took a nap, worked, and spent leisurely moments together watching television in the living room, their routine almost unsettlingly normal. Although they shared laughter and conversation, it seemed they were not engaged in anything particularly special. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. Tomorrow, when the lockdown was lifted, they would return to their respective lives. And the once tangible thread of fate that had intertwined their paths would become faintly visible once more. Jiang Han, how do you think it's going now? That's fine. No need to rush. After all, it's our first time. Practice makes perfect. You're right. I'll pay attention to the time. Once you're ready, be sure to let me know. Jiang Han and Su Qian busied themselves in the kitchen, their collaboration seamless and slightly intimate. With the impending lifting of restrictions, they planned to prepare a grand feast to celebrate, as well as commemorate the little moments shared over the past half-month. From 6 in the evening, they toiled together until 8:30, a total of 2.5 hours spent in each other's company. Deep within their hearts, both of them silently acknowledged that tonight's meal signified the conclusion of an old relationship and heralded the commencement of a new one. The table was adorned not with exquisite romantic dishes, but rather with 3 simple home-cooked plates. This evening, Jiang Han had intended to take charge of the kitchen. However, before he could even tie his apron, Su Qian seized the spatula from him. Under the determined insistence of this female teacher, Chef Jiang once again acquiesced. The change in chefs naturally extended the cooking time. The kitchen was modest in size. Ordinarily, while Su Qian prepared meals, Jiang Han would assist her closely. Yet he often leaned against the doorframe. Tonight, however, he stood beside her, and as they cooked, their bodies occasionally brushed against one another. Yet they both chose to remain silent, simply enjoying each other's company. They stood at the countertop, and a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the small kitchen, rapidly ascending under the influence of the gas stove. Jiang Han picked up his phone to check the time. It was still early. Let me prepare a serving of tomato meat sauce pasta, he suggested. You can step outside and wait for a few minutes. Su Qian glanced up at him, hands on her hips, and teased, what? Does Jiang Han have some secret ingredient to add? Surely, you're not planning to include anything bizarre? Jiang Han chuckled and shook his head. He was well aware of Su Qian's sentiments. Casually stirring the meat sauce, he remarked, time flies, doesn't it? I thought this past half-month would drag on, yet it seems to have vanished in the blink of an eye. Su Qian lightly tapped her fingers on the marble countertop, laughing. Indeed, I still remember Jiang Han's despondent expression. Jiang Han awkwardly touched his nose, recalling how painfully awkward the situation had been, enough to make anyone feel out of place. Jiang Han. Su Qian's usual exuberance had faded, and a subtle sense of uncertainty enveloped her, deeply influencing her thoughts. You mustn't forget our agreement, she said. Jiang Han's movements suddenly froze. The agreement? You mean the one about the weekend makeup class? Su Qian nodded, for she could not find another topic to discuss. Thus, they stood in the kitchen in silence. Jiang Han continued to simmer the sauce, while Su Qian diligently studied. The sounds of crackling flames, the bubbling of sauce in the pot, and their synchronized breaths intertwined harmoniously. If it were a pair of strangers maintaining silence in a small space, it would be a normal occurrence. But what of these 2 familiar souls? The conclusion was self-evident. Su Qian? Jiang Han caught a glimpse of Su Qian gazing at him with a look of eager anticipation. The pasta was ready. Shall we eat? He asked. As he turned, his gaze met Su Qian's, and it seemed he could discern a flicker of emotion in her lively eyes, one that mirrored his own at that moment. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Han found himself on the brink of losing control. He yearned to inquire, to seek clarity, yet an unwavering rationality restrained him, insisting that the moment was not yet ripe. Jiang Han, what troubles you? Is there something you wish to share with me? Su Qianqiu's eyes shimmered with a misty luster. There is indeed a question that eludes my understanding, and I intend to discuss it with the instructor next week. Jiang Han refrained from revealing that his curiosity lay within the realm of emotions. He was unaware of the tumultuous beating of his heart, nor did he realize that Su Qian shared this same sentiment. Su Qian's furrowed brow relaxed momentarily. Very well, I too have a question for you, Jiang Han. Since fate has aligned our paths, let us defer it to next weekend. Sounds good. Jiang Han meticulously arranged the pasta on his plate, presenting it with an aesthetically pleasing touch. Observing his earnest demeanor, Su Qian's smile gradually faded, as she hoped that the boy's response might offer her solace for her soul. Chapter 59. The Ex Without Warning. Su Qian relocated his utensils to her right side. Jiang Han, come sit here with me. I'll fetch my tablet from the bedroom shortly, then we can watch a movie together. Dining side by side often fosters a profound sense of intimacy, particularly between the genders, where such casual encounters can ignite unexpected sparks. However, Su Qian's arrangement was laced with intent. While sharing a meal might feel awkward, watching a film together would alleviate that discomfort. After all, it was improbable for both of their gazes to veer off course simultaneously. Embracing this notion, Jiang Han dutifully took his place at Su Qian's right side. What shall we watch? Su Qian inquired, effortlessly opening the video application on her tablet. Upon catching sight of Jiang Han's contemplative expression, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, prompting this fellow to make a choice was perpetually a daunting task. How about we watch X's 3? Su Qian proposed, noticing Jiang Han's expression shift from silence to disbelief. I merely believe that we are quite suited to view this romantic film together. In a daze, Jiang Han sensed a glint of mischief in Su Qian's eyes. An implicit reminder. Undoubtedly, an invitation from an ex-girlfriend to watch X's 3 left him with little reason to decline. After Su Qian pressed the play button, she adjusted her seat slightly closer to Jiang Han. Jiang Han, could you lean in a bit? The screen is rather small, and our viewing experience would be greatly enhanced. Following Su Qian's guidance, Jiang Han shifted his chair, inching closer until the soft sound of their chairs brushing against one another echoed in his ears, merging them into a cozy duo reminiscent of a cinema's intimate couple seating. Is this close enough? He inquired. Perfect. Let us begin. Two individuals, while dining, found themselves engrossed in the somewhat ill-timed film X-Files 3, Goodbye X, the sounds emanating from the tablet reverberating within the warmly lit confines of the small space. The narrative had scarcely begun when Su Qian was captivated. Meanwhile, Jiang Han discreetly stole a glance, noting that the teacher's posture was remarkably demure. Perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of immersion, a delicate mist clouded the girl's autumn-hued eyes, rendering her exceptionally sentimental and entirely unguarded. Director, don't just focus on the movie. Eat your noodles. Su Qian refrained from verbalizing her thoughts, instead twirling a few strands of pasta with her fork and savoring them in small bites. Is it truly that captivating? Su Qian hastily swallowed the mouthful of spaghetti before responding to Jiang Han. The sense of immersion is inexplicably strong. But you must concentrate on the film without stealing glances at me. If you truly feel the urge to cry, I can lend you my shoulder. Jiang Han replied. I'll give it a try. Since Su Qian had suggested it, he felt compelled to focus his gaze on the small screen before them. Before long, a poignant scene unfolded, and Jiang Han suddenly felt a weight upon his shoulder, as if something were pressing down. Turning his head, he discovered Su Qian resting against him, her eyes glimmering with a hint of redness. You offered to lend me your shoulder, yet here you are leaning on mine. Although Jiang Han internally chided himself for such a thought, he nonetheless relished the intimacy of their position. Su Qian, here are some tissues, he said, retrieving a few from the box and presenting them to her. Thank you. Despite the film's melancholic narrative stirring her emotions, Jiang Han's thoughtful gesture brought a smile to her lips. Observing this empathetic girl, Jiang Han couldn't resist teasing. You have a lovely smile. Perhaps you should refrain from it next time. His voice was soft, yet in the closeness they shared, it resonated distinctly. However, Su Qian appeared oblivious, remaining fully absorbed in the unfolding story. Following the film, both of their faces bore a faint blush. Hey, they didn't consume any alcohol. How could they be in such a state? Jiang Han mused as he glanced down at Su Qian, silently pondering the peculiarities of women. Ah, it seems she has fallen asleep. Holding his breath, he could hear her faint breaths. Studying Su Qian closely, he noted her gently curved eyelashes and slightly parted lips, exuding an aura of complete relaxation, entirely defenseless before him, a pure-hearted male university student. Deciding on a course of action, Jiang Han glanced at the time, then carefully lifted Su Qian into his arms and made his way toward the bedroom. As Jiang Han gently eased the discomfort in his aching right shoulder, he gazed at the peacefully slumbering Su Qian. He refrained from turning on the light, fearing it might disturb her, thus failing to notice the subtle flutter of her eyelashes. After a brief moment, the woman in bed heard a soft sigh escape Jiang Han's lips, followed by the faint sound of the door closing. A few minutes later, the spacious bed in the bedroom lay empty, while Su Qian stood by the bedside, quietly admiring the night. Her earlier actions had been deliberate. Jiang Han, it seemed, was quite honorable, not having overstepped any boundaries. A slight frown creased her lips at the thought. Indeed, he had not committed any egregious acts, not even a furtive kiss. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Han approached his laptop, its screen still aglow, and gently caressed the keyboard. Tomorrow marked his departure from this place, and an unexpected sense of reluctance washed over him. What if? His eyes glimmered with a new idea. What if he rented an apartment in this community? This way, excluding weekends, he could commute to and from work with Su Qian, a delightful prospect indeed. His earnings from writing were more than sufficient, with ample surplus. Even an annual lease would pose no difficulty. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Han opened a rental application, pinpointing this community. However, the disparity between dreams and reality proved harsh. The rental app displayed an announcement. Due to current health regulations, rental services would not be available for a month following the lifting of restrictions. The feeling of having freshly hung laundry drenched by an unexpected downpour mirrored his frustration. In Chapter 60, titled I Still Like Sisters' Hugs, all remained quiet in Su Qian's rented room. In the bathroom, she meticulously applied a light touch of makeup, while Jiang Han busied himself in the living room, carefully packing the study materials Su Qian had organized into a small bag for easy transport. Once she was fully dressed, she approached Jiang Han with a radiant smile and said, "You need not return to school today. I have already arranged for your leave in the school system." Jiang Han looked at Su Qian, her face blooming with joy, his expression akin to one adorned with question marks. It seemed that being acquainted with the counselor had its advantages. Remarkably, even before they were officially a couple, she had granted him a day off on his first day back to campus, a gesture of great generosity. Excellent. This provided him with yet another reason to win Su Qian back. Autumn had already set in, yet Jiang Han possessed not a single decent article of clothing. If his memory served him right, he had a full schedule for the day. Su Qian, pinching her chin and tilting her head with a playful smile, remarked, "You can't possibly still be wearing summer attire, can you? So, I, your teacher, have decided to take you shopping for clothes. I find that the current temperature is quite comfortable for short sleeves. It's not that extreme, is it?" Jiang Han did not forget to bring up the weather forecast on his phone and placed it before Su Qian. "Look, it's 27 degrees today. Yet, wearing a single outfit for half a month has rendered it worn out. This was something I purchased merely 2 weeks ago." Su Qian pondered for a moment, blinking her eyes thoughtfully, and stated with utmost seriousness, "Isn't any garment considered old after being worn more than 10 times? Jiang Han found himself unable to contest Su Qian's assertion, for, in certain respects, the perspectives of males and females on matters often diverged. As he mulled over this, Su Qian assertively stepped onto the sofa, gazing down at Jiang Han from her elevated position. "Jiang Han, you currently have no alternative. You may either accompany your sister for shopping, or allow her to inscribe some unspeakable marks on your attendance sheet." The formidable presence of Su Qian reflected in Jiang Han's eyes, and he once again recognized the merits of this older sister figure before him. She had inexplicably adopted a domineering demeanor. Should life ever grow tiresome, one could effortlessly assume a different role for further engagement. You do not possess the right to refuse. Su Qian leaned closer to Jiang Han, her warm breath grazing his skin. There was little recourse. Authority indeed weighed heavily, especially when Su Qian was not merely an elder sister, but also a somewhat unrefined yet commanding teacher. Jiang Han struggled to find a rationale for denial. "And perhaps we could also tidy up your hair. After all, you are the esteemed boyfriend that many female classmates are enamored with." Though Su Qian's tone remained casual, Jiang Han sensed an underlying dissonance, akin to a warning. "Come, let us head downstairs for a quick bite." "All right." Jiang Han followed Su Qian to a nearby baozi shop. While the Chinese breakfast offerings are typically diverse, the usual selections remain rather limited. "Jiang Han, what would you like to eat?" Let me check the menu first." Jiang Han surveyed the somewhat outrageous menu displayed on the wall. Aside from the chocolate-filled Zilong Bao, The other options appeared rather mundane. As someone with a particularly unique taste, Jiang Han naturally opted for the chocolate Xylong Bao and the accompanying soup dumplings. Boss, I'll also have a serving of savory soy milk. The proprietor noted Jiang Han's breakfast order in his little notebook and then turned to Su Qian. And you, miss? I'll have the same as him. All right. 2 baskets of soup dumplings for 14 yuan, and 2 cups of soy milk for 2 yuan, totaling 16 yuan. Having calculated the price, the boss retrieved 2 baskets of dumplings from the steamer. Perhaps due to their being together, the discerning proprietor mistakenly perceived them as a couple, thus combining their total. It was merely the cost of breakfast, and given Jiang Han and Su Qian's innocent teacher-student relationship, neither harbored any intention of parting ways. However, Su Qian, believing it to be her obligation as the elder, approached the QR code, poised to make the payment, when the sound of a transaction notification echoed in her ears. WeChat payment, 16 yuan. Instinctively, Su Qian glanced back at Jiang Han, only to find him still seated, his phone aimed in her direction. Jiang Han. Was that you who paid? She inquired. Yes, Jiang Han nodded affirmatively. But you didn't even come over to the QR code, she exclaimed, realizing the automatic zoom feature of his phone. Upon hearing Jiang Han's explanation, Su Qian felt her expression stiffen, her ears gradually warming. Indeed, the phone could have. She chastised herself internally. Ahem, I must have forgotten, she said, returning to her seat. To ease the awkwardness, she casually asked, I recall you didn't like soup dumplings. Did you? You always seemed displeased whenever I brought you some. Jiang Han, engrossed in his phone, offered no thoughtful response. I don't particularly like them, but someone does. He replied. This statement made Su Qian's heart skip a beat. What did this little fellow mean? Because of me? Then what else does Jiang Han like? She pressed on. I also enjoy my sister's hugs, he stated. Su Qian, what are you talking about, Jiang Han? Huh. Jiang Han, lost in a novel, had unconsciously replied without awareness of his words. No matter, selective amnesia. Web writers are known for their thick skin. Meanwhile, the owner brought over 2 bowls of savory soy milk. Given the small size of the shop, their conversation was loud enough for the owner to hear clearly. Who would have thought this pair was engaged in a student-teacher romance? TSK, the youth of today truly know how to have fun. Young man, I have high hopes for you, the owner said in a hushed tone, leaning towards Jiang Han before retreating to the kitchen. What did the owner just say to you? Su Qian asked, noticing Jiang Han's bewildered expression as she chewed on her bun. He said he has high hopes for me? Jiang Han confirmed, still in a state of confusion. Could this be the legendary sage? Is fiction reflecting reality? After finally swallowing her bun, Su Qian mysteriously remarked to the somewhat naive boy, I have high hopes for you too. After finishing their breakfast in a daze, Jiang Han found himself led by Su Qian to their destination, the shopping mall. Jiang Han, what do you think of this? Su Qian asked, holding up a coat and offering it to the somewhat despondent Jiang Han. Quick, try it on. I want to see how it looks on you. Instructor, I have tried on more than 30 outfits. It is not that Jiang Han is complaining, but rather that Su Qian, this woman, seems utterly relentless when it comes to shopping, as if she has forgotten the very meaning of exhaustion. With the last piece remaining, Su Qian once again tossed a pancake towards Jiang Han. You said the same thing at the last store. I swear, I promise. Su Qian pushed Jiang Han towards the fitting room. At that moment, a familiar female voice echoed in their ears. Jiang Han. Chapter 61. The Truth Unveiled. A voice, distinctly recognizable, reached Jiang Han's ears. Both she and Su Qian exchanged knowing glances before turning toward the source of the sound. A radiant girl clad in black sportswear gradually approached them. Su Qian scrutinized the girl before her, a vague sense of familiarity tugging at her memory. As a graduate student, don't you have classes? Jiang Han's tone was flat, laced with a slight tremor. Indeed, the kind of reaction one exhibits when faced with their greatest fear. What's wrong? Are only you, a newly liberated junior, allowed to go shopping? Do we, the graduate students, not exist? The girl stepped closer to Jiang Han, hands firmly placed on her hips, under the mall's bright lights. The girl's profile mirrored the image of the girl from Su Qian's memories, the one who had once clung to Jiang Han's arm. Is it her? Silently, Su Qian observed the girl's next move. She noticed the girl's free hand inching toward Jiang Han's ear, ready to make contact. Unable to contain herself, Su Qian stepped forward and linked her arm with Jiang Han's, her tone tinged with a hint of acidity. She was not devoid of anger. Rather, she awaited Jiang Han's explanation. However, prior to that, she would not allow this woman to lay a hand on Jiang Han. Lu Maihuanlu, observing Su Qian's sour demeanor, chuckled and remarked to Jiang Han, "Cousin, do you smell something sour? Cousin?" In that instant, Su Qian envisioned 1,000 awkward scenarios. The more she pondered, the more uncomfortable she felt. Perhaps silence was the best course. She would take it one step at a time. Due to the height difference between her and Jiang Han, the nearby male college student remained oblivious to her flushed face. Sour? Jiang Han thought little of it and took a careful sniff of the surroundings. Detecting no sourness at all, the only scent present was that of Su Qian's fragrance. "I don't smell anything, cousin. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Lu Maihuanlu offered no response, merely conveying a knowing look toward the somewhat oblivious Jiang Han. Following Lu Maihuanlu's hint, Jiang Han glanced at Su Qian, whose cheeks had blossomed with a vibrant hue. Simultaneously, he felt the pressure of her grip on his arm intensifying. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Han comprehended two significant truths. It seems that the instructor is feeling a bit jealous, doesn't he? Indeed, the instructor is quite remarkable. "You rascal, why don't you introduce her?" "Cousin. This is Su Qian, my..." Before Jiang Han could finish his sentence, Su Qian quickly covered his mouth with her hand. "Hello, cousin, I am Su Qian," she said, immediately presenting a vibrant smile. Witnessing such a display from the young woman, Jiang Han's pupils dilated in surprise, while Lu Maihuanlu erupted into laughter. "Su Qian, if Jiang Han dares to bully you, make sure to tell me." "Yes, I will," Su Qian replied sweetly. Lu Maihuanlu naturally took Su Qian's small hand and said, "Come on, cousin, let us go shopping for clothes." Jiang Han, stifled by Su Qian's hand, found it difficult to breathe and felt reluctant to forcibly pull away. After some contemplation, he gently licked the palm of Su Qian's hand. Such an innocent university counselor had never encountered such bizarre situations. Instinctively, she let out a soft gasp, her face flushing even more. "Xiao Qian, what's wrong?" Lu Maihuanlu noticed the overly intimate gesture between the two and instinctively stepped back. "It's nothing, cousin. Let us hurry and go shopping." Jiang Han, taking a breath, exclaimed loudly, "Cousin, Su Qian is..." Mid-sentence, he felt Su Qian's warm gaze and instinctively fell silent. What of it if Su Qian is my sister-in-law?" Lu Maihuanlu looked perplexedly at Jiang Han, who wore a bitter expression. "You really are something." Jiang Han shook his head, contemplating inwardly. "Cousin, I want to see the expression of a stunned pig." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Han, carrying 2 large bags of clothes, alighted from the vehicle, utterly disheartened. Behind him, the 2 sisters were chatting and laughing, creating a harmonious scene. Jiang Han smacked his lips and let out a weary sigh. At times, being forcibly dragged out for shopping and serving as free labor can be quite exasperating. If a girl takes her free boyfriend to shop, the ordeal might conclude in just 2 hours, unless a mysterious location offers accommodations. However, if during the shopping excursion, she encounters another girl with whom she gets along splendidly, the situation changes dramatically. Women possess an innate talent for shopping. Under such circumstances, one could pose a thought-provoking question. Suppose a man and a woman race 1,000 meters down a commercial pedestrian street, with a shopping cart worth 3,000 as the prize at the finish line. What do you suppose the outcome would be? If Jiang Han were asked to respond, he would surely choose to forego the struggle. The moment he stepped into the arena and realized his opponent was a girl with an insatiable shopping desire, he would already feel he had lost half the battle. "Oh, Xiao Qian, you must be from Jiangnan University of Science and Technology as well, right?" Lu Maihuanlu casually inquired. "Yes, which college are you from? In the future, I may invite you to dine with me. Although I am not particularly affluent at the moment, I can manage a simple meal with my graduate student stipend for my younger sister." Su Qian contemplated her role as a counselor in the design department, which, by all accounts, makes her a member of the Electronic Design Institute. Upon hearing Su Qian's response, Lu Maihuanlu's eyes suddenly brightened, only to gradually shift to astonishment. She, too, is a graduate student in the Electronic Design Institute and is responsible for the enrollment list of Jiang Han's program. Although Lu Maihuanlu wouldn't claim to have an extraordinary memory, this year's extensive list of nearly 300 students from freshman to senior year had no one with the surname Su. Wait, there was indeed one, a newly appointed counselor, reportedly quite attractive, named Su Qian. Su Qian. Lu Maihuanlu turned her head to glance at Su Qian before hastily approaching Jiang Han. "Is your girlfriend one of our college's counselors?" Jiang Han shook his head. "Not quite. She's not my girlfriend yet." Lu Maihuanlu retorted, "You rascal, why didn't you tell me? I had clearly reminded you." Jiang Han offered a brief explanation. Well, you weren't listening, and besides, you referred to her as your sister-in-law. Oh, right. You did ask me about her yesterday morning. Lu Maihanyu exclaimed. Cousin, it has only been a day. How could you forget? Jiang Han sighed. You really need to pay more attention to your health. Your memory shouldn't retreat like your hairline. Shrimp and pork heart, Lu Maihanyu muttered, and then she touched her hairline, realizing it was indeed a bit high. Chapter 62. Father, I want to be the most affectionate at the University of Science and Technology. Jiang Han belonged to the former group, while Lu Maihanyu belonged to the latter. No, this was not the time to be fixated on hairlines. Lu Maihanyu discreetly glanced at Su Qian, pondering how to avoid awkwardness in future encounters. As a graduate student with her fair share of misfortune, she would undoubtedly have interactions with the department's counselor. Cousin, what's wrong? Su Qian was still waiting for her. Observing Lu Maihanyu's complex expression, Jiang Han added, It's not good for a teacher to be kept waiting by a student, is it? Lu Maihanyu was rendered speechless by Jiang Han's words. After another glance at Su Qian, who was patiently waiting, she reluctantly made her way over. Cousin, what is the matter? Su Qian approached her. However, the ensuing scene was something she never anticipated. Hello, Teacher Su. Lu Maihanyu bowed and hurried into the school. Su Qian, Jiang Han. Lu Maihanyu, this is oddly exhilarating. After standing in the wind in a state of confusion for a moment, Su Qian turned to Jiang Han and asked, What just happened with your cousin? She probably felt a bit shy upon realizing you are a teacher in our department, Jiang Han replied nonchalantly. Forget about her. That girl is quite carefree. As such, dear instructor, let us conclude here. Have you not taken a leave today as well? You should promptly return and rest. Jiang Han lifted the bag in her hand and handed it to Su Qian. This is your clothing. Please ensure your safety on your way back. After a brief exchange, Jiang Han prepared to step through the long-awaited gates of the university. Jiang Han, wait a moment. Su Qian called out, then embraced Jiang Han from behind. Feeling the softness at her back, Jiang Han's senses seemed to pause. Instructor, what are you doing? Given their location at the university's main entrance with a multitude of passers-by, Su Qian buried her head deeper. Her sudden impulse to hug Jiang Han was perhaps a fleeting moment of courage. However, the realization that the woman before her was Jiang Han's cousin propelled her resolve to act. This emotion instilled in her a bravery and love, and her subtle pride as an older sister rendered her words contradictory to her heart's intent. Did you not say this morning that you enjoyed sisterly hugs? Just a little indulgence for you. The woman was only tough in her words. In truth, her heart was tender. As it often turns out, some days are extraordinary, and despite one's desire for the mundane, it is utterly unattainable. Being a well-known figure at school, Jiang Han could already sense the whispers of curiosity around her. With the crowd still sparse at the gate, Jiang Han tactfully reminded, Instructor, you should let go. If we linger in this embrace, we may find ourselves gloriously immortalized on the wall. Oh, Su Qian, noticing the gathering crowd, quickly released her hold and lowered her head. If her students were to recognize her, she would become the star teacher of the school. Jiang Han turned around and produced a brand new mask from her pocket. You should wear this. All right. Rather than handing it to Su Qian, Jiang Han took the care to put it on her face herself. Hurry back. Don't forget to let me know on WeChat when you arrive home. Hey, kiddo, your father Jiang Han has returned. Jiang Han kicked open the door to the dormitory and called out to the bare-chested Li Zongyang. Look at you, so excited. Has the instructor been mistreating you? Or is it the warmth of a brother's embrace? Li Zongyang removed his headphones and pretended to rush at Jiang Han for a hug. Wait. Let me take off my clothes first. Damn, Jiang Han, are you plotting something against your old man? Li Zongyang crossed his arms, adopting a mockingly defensive stance. True men, indeed, go bother the neighbor Li Ergu. After enduring a barrage of banter from Li Zongyang, Jiang Han's initial excitement gradually turned into disdain, accompanied by a gesture of international friendship. This is the new outfit I purchased. I fear it may be sullied by you. Li Zongyang, in no time. The two were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Their first skirmish was exceedingly brutal, resulting in the demise of 2 cans of cola. Half an hour later. Stop. Li Zongyang raised his hand in surrender, perhaps due to the recent overindulgence in circumventing barriers on the little blue bird, leaving him somewhat drained. You little rascal. Prepare to pay with your life. Stop. 2 cups of snow-topped coffee. Deal. Li Zongyang, engrossed with his phone, took a brief moment to catch his breath. Oh my. You little rascal. On your very first day back, you've already become the spokesperson for the campus confession wall? What is going on? Let me see. After taking a sip of water, Jiang Han widened his eyes and began to read intently. Astonishing. The top campus heartthrob from the School of Electronic Design turns out to be a perpetual scoundrel. Jiang Han's expression darkened immediately. What nonsense is this? A bunch of petty critics. TSK. How many is this now? Perhaps due to a fortnight of no contact. Jiang Han was somewhat perplexed by the lecherous man's insinuation. I meant, how many little sisters has this been? This one is an older sister. Upon hearing those words, Li Zongyang immediately became intrigued and hurried over to Jiang Han's side. This shouldn't be the case. How could a brother complex like you reject a caring older sister? What if I told you that person is our instructor? Would you believe it? I do not. Seeing that the lecherous man was unconvinced, he chose not to argue further. He stood up to tidy his wardrobe. After all, there were so many new clothes bought by Su Qian that needed to be cherished. Opening the clothing bag, Jiang Han casually pulled out an item. What is this? Purple? After a brief moment of astonishment, he rummaged through the bag again. Black stockings? And fishnet? What is this? Jiang Han pulled out the last bag. Lingerie? Or is it sheer? Oh no, I've grabbed the wrong bag. While Li Zongyang was momentarily distracted, Jiang Han hastily stuffed the various items back into the bag. Yet life is always full of surprises. And Li Zongyang just happened to catch sight of a Balenciaga that hadn't been tucked away. TSK, and you say you're not. I truly am not. And before Jiang Han could conclude his explanation, a WeChat call came in. He glanced at his phone. It was Su Qian, so he quickly answered. Hello? Is this Jiang Han? It's me. Did we perhaps mix up our clothes? I'll bring yours tomorrow. After hanging up, Jiang Han made sure to show Li Zongyang the call record on his phone to prove his innocence. After a moment of silence, Li Zongyang suddenly knelt down. Thud. Adoptive father. Dad, please teach me. Li Zongyang knelt on the ground, his expression one of utmost sincerity. What are you doing? Jiang Han crossed his legs and chuckled. Please teach me how to be the most affectionate at the university. Come, lean in closer. Li Zongyang obediently complied, to which Jiang Han remarked, this is a gift. Your father cannot teach you. Li Zongyang retorted, so in the end, I am the only fool, am I? Chapter 63. Is this appropriate? Tossing and turning in bed for a while, Jiang Han found himself remarkably alert, a consequence of the unfamiliarity that comes with a sudden change of environment. How he wished he were still at Su Qian's place. He sat up and glanced at Li Zongyang, who was soundly asleep in the adjacent bed, shaking his head enviously. If only he could be as carefree as him. Never mind. He decided to put on his headphones and ponder the storyline for tomorrow. Upon opening his phone, he noticed a new message from the editor, Xiao Su. Xiao Su, congratulations. In the first round of the recommendation battle, updated list. Author Han Jiangshui has secured first place and successfully advanced to the next round. Jiang Han glanced at the message. It was likely a system notification from the editor's backend, sent to him as a formality. Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude politely. Han Jiangshui, thank you for the notification. Esteemed editor, Xiao Su, you're welcome. After the first round of recommendations concludes, there will be a 3-day cooling-off period before the second round of bulk recommendations begins. A total of 100 works will emerge victorious in the first round, with the top 50 in the new book list qualifying for the next round. Jiang Han contemplated the information on the screen for a moment. His fingers glided across the screen, and he composed a message to send. Is there a need for explosive updates? My schedule might be a bit tight in the near future, so my update volume may not be substantial. Xiao Su. No need. A daily update of 4,000 words will suffice. Han Jiangshui. Very well. Having grasped the gist of the situation, Jiang Han put away his phone and stepped into the corridor, leaning against the aluminum railing. The gentle evening breeze caressed his cheek, stirring a myriad of dreams. I wonder if Su Qian has fallen asleep. The young man gazed at the night sky, contemplating whether he should send a message to inquire. Would that come off as a bit too abrupt? Jiang Han paced in place, grappling with a mental tug-of-war. As a student, is it not appropriate to show concern for one's counselor? Moreover, she is my beloved neighbor's sister, as her cherished younger brother. It is only right that I check on her. Sometimes, a little self-encouragement can be quite effective. After pulling out his phone, the young college student found himself in a dilemma again, deleting and rewriting the text in the message bar multiple times. From the moment Su Qian embraced him at the school gate, Jiang Han had sensed a renewed closeness in their relationship. It felt akin to leveling up in a role-playing game, progressing bit by bit, bringing immense satisfaction. As he continued to revise his message, Su Qian's message conveniently popped up in the chat window. Jiang Han, are you still awake? Jiang Han stared at the message flashing on his phone screen, his previously excited expression suddenly freezing. Subconsciously glancing back, I found no trace of Su Qian. Could it be that this woman had installed a hidden camera in my dormitory? That seemed unlikely. Just then, Su Qian's next message popped up. I wonder if Jiang Han is currently searching for so-called miniature cameras. What on earth? How does Su Qian know everything? Has she perhaps opened a proverbial third eye? Jiang Han's vivid imagination conjured a rather eerie picture. Advisor. How did you know I wasn't asleep? He typed, shaking off those chaotic thoughts. Just a guess, came Su Qian's reply, prompting a chuckle from Jiang Han. I don't believe you. You're surely lurking in some dim corner, secretly observing me. He almost added, if you wish, I could come downstairs for you to see. However, before he could send it, a video call from Su Qian interrupted. Hello? Jiang Han did not realize it was a video call and casually held the phone to his ear. Why is it so dark where you are? Su Qian adjusted her phone and gazed at the pitch-black screen. Isn't a voice call supposed to be dark? You can't see my interface. Sometimes, conversing with this female advisor proved to be somewhat challenging. Come on, Jiang Han. Take the phone away from your ear and point the front camera at your face. Following Su Qian's guidance, he complied. When the face of the young man filled the screen, Su Qian couldn't help but smile knowingly. How about that, Jiang Han? Isn't it marvelous? We can actually see each other during a voice call. Advisor, I concede my error, Jiang Han admitted. All right, I'm not calling to reprimand you. Su Qian sat on her bed, arms crossed, her thin-framed glasses perched delicately on her nose, the white shirt she wore complementing her graceful demeanor. Advisor, why are you still dressed in a shirt at this late hour? Jiang Han inquired, adhering to the ethical standards of a romance writer. I like it, she replied, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. The proud little advisor would never divulge to the naive young man that she had merely thrown on a shirt after being undressed. To evade the awkward topic Jiang Han had introduced, Su Qian decided to take the initiative. Jiang Han, why are you still awake at this hour? Jiang Han sighed. I can't sleep. I don't really know why. And you? Same here, just feeling a bit out of sorts. Su Qian was not lying. Ever since Jiang Han had left, she often felt an emptiness inside. I actually want to rent an apartment. Jiang Han shifted the conversation, in your neighborhood. He wished to add that living next to his sister would be the best option. Please hurry over, You must inform your family to alleviate any worries from your relatives. Su Qian, our advisor, has truly become increasingly compassionate. However, according to the latest preventive measures in our city, the community where you reside does not currently offer rental services. I see. Observing Su Qian's expression shift from seriousness to relaxation, Jiang Han remarked, I would like to request a certificate from you, as soon as the time arrives. I will seek accommodation. Su Qian responded, how about we consider sharing a rental together? Almost in unison, both expressed their innermost thoughts. Advisor, what did you just say? I didn't catch that, Jiang Han admitted, having been preoccupied with his own words. I suggested that Jiang Han could move in with me, and we could share a rental, Su Qian stated before hastily turning off her camera. Acutely aware of the flush creeping onto her cheeks, her temperature rising alarmingly. Was this appropriate? Or perhaps not. Chapter 64, The Unyielding Mentor? This time, her tone was resolute, bearing a hint of command. Su Qian did not give Jiang Han the opportunity to decline, though, in truth, he had no intention of refusing. He merely pondered the reason behind Su Qian's proposition. Could it be that she admired his impressive physique? After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Jiang Han cleared his throat. Advisor, I just feel that domestic sci-fi films pale in comparison to what you just articulated. Su Qian responded with a curious before turning her video back on. Hands on her hips, appearing on Jiang Han's screen. It's not merely because of the exorbitant rent, it's that Jiang Han is struggling to find accommodation, which prompted this suggestion. I see, Jiang Han nodded thoughtfully. It was a matter of mutual benefit. Su Qian retorted playfully. Sometimes, maintaining a tough exterior can be a flaw, but to soften, one requires the attentive care of a certain gentleman. Very well, let me inform my roommate briefly, and I shall move in over the weekend. Indeed. Su Qian was blissfully unaware that her response bore a hint of excitement. After a brief conversation, they ended the call. Jiang Han replayed in his mind the image of Su Qian's gradually reddening face, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto his lips. To illustrate vividly, it was akin to an uncontainable surge of enthusiasm. Yet, it aligned perfectly with his desires. In truth, it mattered little where one rented. The allure of serendipitous encounters on the way to Su Qian's place was unparalleled. With her invitation, Jiang Han had forgotten how to utter the word refuse. Such a generous offer from her, a rarity for someone of his stature. After a moment of silly grinning, Jiang Han returned to his dormitory. As he lay on his bed, he glanced at the calendar on his phone. 3 days remaining. If only he possessed that time acceleration device akin to those found in certain national action blockbusters. Su Qian lay on her bed, gazing vacantly at the ceiling of her bedroom for a moment before breaking into a sweet smile. Brother Jiang Han, tomorrow will bring a delightful surprise. The following morning. Jiang Han, wake up. There are less than 12 minutes left until class begins. Li Zongyang jolted awake from his dreams, urgently calling out Jiang Han's name. Jiang Han rubbed his eyes and sat up abruptly. What is the matter? He asked, still somewhat dazed, as he observed Li Zongyang hurriedly bustling about in the washroom. Today, the teacher is taking attendance. And just to remind you, that old man has already marked you absent twice. If you're late again today, you might as well prepare to return next year. Jiang Han? What does that mean? Haven't I been handed over to the instructor? How can that still count as an absence? While brushing his teeth, Li Zongyang mumbled, who knows what that grumpy old man is up to? Without further ado, Jiang Han swiftly climbed out of bed. Li Zongyang, already dressed and checking the time on his phone, casually remarked, there are still 10 minutes until class. You have 2 minutes left to wash up. That should suffice. Having navigated university life for 2 years as a junior, Jiang Han was quite adept at managing his time. In fact, being quick about things can sometimes be a compliment. In under a minute and a half, Jiang Han was ready. Are we having breakfast? Shall I treat you to some end-of-term zero duck eggs? Li Zongyang casually inquired, and Jiang Han responded in kind. Su Qian stood at the podium, her fingers gently tapping the surface of the desk. It was already 7:59, and Jiang Han had yet to arrive. Should I mark him late? Perhaps not. That would be rather cruel for a university student. Classmates, prepare for the lesson. Attendance. Just as her voice fell, a breathless Jiang Han and Li Zongyang stepped into the classroom. Teacher, I'm late, Jiang Han said, glancing at the podium and clearly taken aback. Why is Su Qian the teacher today? Where is that grumpy old man? Su Qian nodded and gestured for the two to take the empty seats at the front near the podium. This is your first time being late. Let it not happen again. She cast a glance at Jiang Han before directing her attention to the entire class. Teacher, Yen has been assigned to project research, and I will be your instructor for this semester. I trust everyone heard my previous remarks clearly. Each of you has one opportunity. That is my bottom line. Once that opportunity is used, should there be any further instances of tardiness, be prepared to receive a 0 at the end of the year. Su Qian produced a slender willow branch from somewhere, striking it forcefully against the desk. Additionally, I would like to address a small matter regarding leave requests. Su Qian adjusted her glasses perched on her nose. Her voice, imbued with a certain commanding allure, emerged from her rosy lips. Some students prefer to feign illness at the last moment, but such antics are not tolerated in my presence. Let it be known that I am your counselor. Accompanying her heightened tone was the soft, yet piercing sound of willow branches slicing through the air. I had assumed our counselor was a considerate older sister. But the reality was quite the contrary. Li Zongyang whispered to Jiang Han, turning his head slightly. What do you mean? Jiang Han did not turn to him, but focused entirely on Su Qian, the youthful version of an extraordinary beauty. I was somewhat envious of you, but alas, I misjudged you, my friend. Li Zongyang placed a hand on Jiang Han's shoulder, expressing his sentiments, and I can already envision the tormented look on your face. As if you were caught between ecstasy and agony. Jiang Han clicked his tongue, meeting Li Zongyang's gaze, which held a hint of sympathy. I genuinely think our counselor is quite amiable. After all, I have never encountered such a fair-skinned sister before. Oh dear, my friend. Have you been so tormented that you've developed psychological issues? Should we consult a psychologist today? Li Zongyang adopted a dramatically exaggerated expression, raising his hand to the height of Jiang Han's forehead. At that very moment of contact, Jiang Han disdainfully slapped his hand away. Do not touch me. I am in a perfectly fine mental state. If you insist on saying that, I... Before Li Zongyang could finish his sentence, Su Qian had already approached their table, her high heels clicking against the floor, gently tapping the surface. Both Jiang Han and Li Zongyang instinctively raised their heads, only to find Su Qian's expression somewhat chilly, her lips slightly parted. Have you two finished your conversation? If not, perhaps I should bring a deck of cards and join you for a game of landlord? Chapter 65. How can one know the joy of fish if one is not a fish? Jiang Han glanced at the feigned seriousness of Su Qian, choosing silence. He was acutely aware that in this state, should Su Qian decide to act, it would result in dire consequences. Conversely, the oblivious Li Zongyang was less discerning. In response to Jiang Han's astonished gaze, he remarked, "Counselor, please commence the lesson. After class, the three of us can play a game, and I shall provide the cards." Su Qian's beautiful eyes reflected the flickering, frigid intent as she cracked the willow branch against the table, producing a sharp sound. A provocation. This is a blatant affront. Excellent. As Su Qian turned to ascend the podium, a cold smile graced her lips. She did not speak further, but instead took out chalk and inscribed an exceptionally challenging problem on the blackboard. As the chalk met the blackboard, creating a definitive sound, Su Qian turned back to the two standing in the front row, her smile warm and inviting. "You two, come to the blackboard. I shall grant you 10 minutes. If you fail to solve it, 10 points will be deducted from your overall grade for this subject." "Han, can you do it?" Li Zongyang glanced at the problems on the blackboard before shifting his gaze to Jiang Han, his clear eyes gradually clouded by bitterness. In times of adversity, familial bonds may dissolve, yet one finds solace in the fraternity of brothers. Jiang Han surveyed the problems on the blackboard, a semblance of inspiration dawning within him. 10 minutes should suffice. He meticulously recalled the concepts imparted by Su Qian, noting that this particular problem bore an uncanny resemblance to nearly 80% of what he had learned. The allotted 10 minutes seemed manageable. "With your presence, I feel reassured." For a fleeting moment, Jiang Han's image soared in Li Zongyang's esteem. After all, one must recognize the immense value of those precious 10 points in a university student's overall performance. Yet, a wise adage warns against provoking a beautiful woman, especially one from Sichuan or Chongqing. Another saying advises university students to steer clear of their instructors, regardless of their standing among peers. Li Zongyang, however, had already amassed a considerable amount of trouble, leaving Su Qian with no choice but to take action. "Ahem, you two, each take a blackboard and work independently. Should I discover any collaboration, you will face a mandatory retake," Su Qian declared, clearing her throat before sealing off Li Zongyang's only escape route while leaving him with a grim option. Having weathered the storm herself, she resolved to break the umbrellas of others. Li Zongyang's smile abruptly froze, his neck stiffening as he cast a helpless glance at Su Qian. "Is it really necessary?" Under Su Qian's watchful gaze, Li Zongyang approached the podium, his steps slightly unsteady. Despair clung to him in waves. Meanwhile, Jiang Han appeared as if he had just awakened from a deep slumber, exuding an unprecedented sense of ease. "Ah, is this the weight of the instructor's pressure? It is overwhelming. I find myself missing that grumpy old man." "So do I," came the reply. As Jiang Han and Li Zongyang ascended the podium, whispers began to ripple through the classroom. The lecture took place in a spacious hall capable of accommodating 200 students, and even the hushed murmurs combined to create a cacophony. Silence. Su Qian shot a disapproving look at the noisy students. "If you two cannot solve the problems on the blackboard, the task will fall to you until it is resolved." This idea, inspired by a recent binge of short videos, seemed akin to a game called bomb throwing. While it might suit seasoned high school students, for this assembly of university scholars, it felt like the apocalypse had arrived. In an instant, the classroom hushed, and Su Qian redirected her focus to the two figures at the podium. More specifically, her attention was fixated on one. The chalk glided swiftly through Jiang Han's fingers, producing a satisfying sound against the blackboard that was truly delightful. Su Qian nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the effectiveness of her guidance. The pride of nurturing her students surged within her. Moments later, Jiang Han struck the blackboard firmly with chalk. "Instructor, I have finished." Jiang Han stepped aside, and Su Qian gazed at the neatly written chalk characters on the board, nodding approvingly. "Very well, both of you may return." "Ah?" Li Zongyang glanced at Jiang Han, then stealthily stole a look at the evidently cheerful Su Qian, utterly perplexed. "What is the matter?" Su Qian then shifted her gaze to Li Zongyang's section of the blackboard, noticing two formulas he had yet to grasp. "Do you expect me to hang you on the board?" "Ah, no, thank you, instructor." At that moment, Li Zongyang appeared as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurried back to his seat, wary of the capricious instructor changing her mind. As Jiang Han passed by Su Qian, her voice softly brushed past his ear. "After class, please visit my office." Jiang Han paused, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Qian still wearing a bright smile before returning to his seat. Following this minor incident, the previously unruly students transformed into docile lambs. With her wealth of experience, Su Qian sensed that soon her name would circulate among the students, though she remained indifferent to such notions. In her heart, as long as she stood at the lectern and her willow branch could still crackle, she was determined to guide this batch of students well. The bell signaling the end of class rang as expected. Su Qian stood at the podium. I will only take a minute of your time. The university system in our country has fostered a laid-back attitude among you. This is an environmental factor, and I do not hold it against you. Likewise, I will not intimidate you with tales of the so-called future as other teachers might. However, I want you to understand that the instructor is not truly qualified to teach, as, for special reasons, you have become my only class of students. You should reflect on your approach to learning and not wait until after graduation to regret your choices. With a slight shake of her lesson plan, she concluded, class dismissed. Hey, I won't be heading back to the dormitory just yet. Jiang Han casually remarked as he placed his textbook into Li Zongyang's backpack. What are you going to do then? Don't tell me you plan to chase after girls. Maybe. But this girl is a bit challenging. Li Zongyang scoffed. Is there a girl you, young Master Jiang Han, cannot win over? Believe it or not, there truly is. Who? Far away yet so close. Jiang Han gestured, prompting Li Zongyang to follow his direction. On the podium stood only instructor Su Qian. Where was the girl? Wait a minute. Su Qian? You can't be seriously thinking of pursuing the instructor? Jiang Han remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the assumption. That's bold. Aren't you afraid of jeopardizing your grades? How can one know the joys of a fish if one is not a fish? Jiang Han, with a smile, casually tossed out a remark before following Su Qian out of the classroom. What nonsense is this? It seems I truly need to find him a mental institution. Li Zongyang pulled out his phone, searching for the small advertisement he had previously captured in the restroom of the mall. Ah, found it. Sunshine Mental Hospital. Chapter 66. Who is training whom? Jiang Han followed closely behind Su Qian. Instructor, what do you need me for? He inquired. It's not convenient right now. Let us discuss in the office later, Su Qian replied, casting a glance around. Indeed, in such a bustling outdoor corridor, it was hardly suitable for intimate conversation between the two. They arrived at Su Qian's office in tandem. Upon entering the room, Jiang Han took a cursory glance at the arrangement. Unlike the cramped offices of high school teachers, Su Qian's office was starkly minimalistic, containing merely 3 sets of desks and chairs alongside a water dispenser. The spacious room felt overwhelmingly vast. He pondered the soundproofing of the room once the door was closed. Jiang Han's mind wandered, a common affliction among online writers. Every time he entered a new environment, his imagination would inevitably take flight. What are you staring at? As soon as she returned to her office, the woman kicked off her high heels and stretched languidly. Su Qian, noticing Jiang Han's dazed expression, expressed her discontent. Is this shabby place more captivating than me? Huh. Jiang Han snapped back to reality, turning to Su Qian, only to be momentarily entranced again. During class, he had been too focused to notice her outfit today. A white blouse, a form-fitting skirt, and black stockings, especially now that Su Qian had discarded her heels. Jiang Han could clearly see the tips of her petite feet, ensconced in black stockings, shifting slightly. From the perspective of seasoned wardens, those were not well-behaved toes, particularly as the stockings bore visible sweat stains. Jiang Han involuntarily swallowed hard. Surely, no one could resist such a lure. Jiang Han, what are you looking at? Su Qian followed his gaze, then instinctively lifted her foot, murmuring, what is so interesting about feet? No, wait. Su Qian glanced again at Jiang Han's unwavering stare. After a brief moment of contemplation, she softly inquired, would you like to give it a try? Her voice was somewhat delicate, sending shivers down her own spine. Is that really okay? Of course not. Su Qian retrieved a pair of slippers from beneath her desk, changed into them, and then locked the office door behind her. Seizing the moment before Jiang Han could react, she pressed him firmly into the chair. The woman cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Han. What is going on? Why are there so many perverts around? A foot fetish is unacceptable. It's imperative that I correct Jiang Han. Everything is jade, but in the end, it will only harm oneself. Sit tight. Allow me to guide you. Su Qian placed her delicate hands on her hips. Her fair cheeks once again tinged with a rosy blush. Guide me. Jiang Han quickly straightened up, then extracted a sheet of paper and a carbon pen from Su Qian's desk. Some knowledge cannot be retained merely through listening, aside from imaginative recollection. Drawing it out is also an admirable method. Put down the pen. What? Isn't the instructor supposed to teach me new concepts? How can I remember them solely with my mind? Jiang Han's words were indeed reasonable, Teachers often emphasize that a good memory is inferior to a poor pen. Why has this changed with the instructor? As Su Qian gazed into Jiang Han's earnest and eager eyes, she fell silent for a moment. Why did a sense of guilt arise within her? Jiang Han, the lesson I am about to impart is one of life's principles. Thus it requires not paper, but the heart. I see. Then please proceed, instructor. It is indeed true that feet are quite unclean, and a girl's delicate sensibilities are ultimately fragile. Such topics, tinged with a hint of impropriety, were difficult for Su Qian to navigate. So that is what you meant. Are you suggesting that feet, especially those clad in black stockings and high heels, are the dirtiest? Given their mutual understanding, Jiang Han could easily discern Su Qian's intended meaning. However, Jiang Han's smile was often irresistibly charming. Just a glance, and Su Qian's resolve began to waver. But, if a person's character is pure, then they are indeed clean. Wouldn't you agree, instructor? Su Qian nodded. In terms of interpersonal relationships, this was indeed the case. Conversely, a filthy soul invites nothing but the world's disdain. Jiang Han stood up, and due to their height difference, Su Qian had to tilt her head to meet his gaze. The boy's deep and mysterious eyes seemed to possess a unique ability to gradually erode Su Qian's previously unwavering stance. So, what are you implying? Jiang Han smiled enigmatically. The instructor has always been a person of noble character in my heart, pure and untainted. For reasons unknown, after Jiang Han uttered this, all that resonated in Su Qian's ears was the rapid beating of her heart. This is troubling. It seems the story is taking an unexpected turn. If this were a youthful romantic drama, Jiang Han would soon take the lead. But what if I can't control myself? The instructor is pure, and the feet are a part of the instructor. Thus, naturally, they too are clean. Indeed, feet are inherently clean. Su Qian could not help but nod in agreement. Therefore, the instructor can? No, absolutely not. Su Qian replied decisively. Oh, but they are clean. Well, Su Qian had to admit that Jiang Han's whimsical words had successfully persuaded her. However, I am currently in the office. If this were to be discovered, it would be utterly mortifying. Let us change the venue and discuss matters elsewhere, as the young lady is now visibly flustered. Today is somewhat inconvenient. Shall we postpone this discussion for another day? Jiang Han tentatively inquired. Very well. Seeing Jiang Han relent, Su Qian promptly nodded in agreement. Then, once I move, we shall delve into the details at a more leisurely pace. Su Qian, should I perhaps give Jiang Han some space for a few days? Why does it feel as if I am inviting trouble into my home? I should be the one guiding Jiang Han, yet the roles seem to have reversed. Chapter 67. I am moving out upon exiting Su Qian's office. Jiang Han felt an unusual sense of refreshment. How should I explain this to my dear friend? Surely, I cannot say that my instructor has invited me to stay at her home for a few months. Jiang Han could already envision how intriguing the look in Li Zongyang's slightly lecherous eyes would be if he were to divulge such information. While lost in thought, a boy wearing headphones brushed past him. Not far away, Jiang Han could hear quite clearly. Was that person conversing with his sister? Sister? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Han halted and glanced back at the boy's retreating figure. In that instant, a rather mature thought sprouted in Jiang Han's mind. The musings of an online writer are often boundless, transcending mere internet literature. Is there a problem with me living with my sister? She is my half-sibling. Having grown up together, surely there is no issue with this arrangement? After posing the rhetorical question, he already knew the answer. Of course, there is no problem. After casually purchasing a portion of his favorite snack, he headed towards the old, dilapidated dormitory building. Su Qian, having taken a sip of her freshly brewed coffee, instinctively directed her gaze towards her feet encased in slippers. She could not fathom the peculiar preferences of today's young men. Perhaps, as an older sister, she has detached from the youthful mindset, or maybe she is simply too innocent, lacking any deviant inclinations. Once Jiang Han departed, Su Qian, with a thirst for knowledge, opened a certain website. With the assistance of big data, she effortlessly unearthed information regarding the aesthetics of prison guards. Upon clicking, she initially anticipated a strong aversion to such eccentricities. However, the more she read, the more captivated she became. What should I do? Su Qian, endowed with formidable learning capabilities, after a cursory glance, seemed to have developed a newfound understanding of the term warden. Yet, it is undeniably quite sordid. Well, if Jiang Han indeed has particular preferences, I shall ensure everything is pristine first. Although Jiang Han has yet to move in, her mind involuntarily conjured up some indescribable images. Collecting her thoughts, Su Qian fanned her flushed cheeks with her small hands, attempting to cool down her overheated face. Why is it so sweltering today? It has made me irritable and unable to concentrate on my work. Just then, the weather alarm on her phone chimed. It was precisely 11 o'clock in the morning, with an outdoor temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. Buddy, you've turned a perfectly fine Luna into a mere shadow of its potential. Apart from pulling people in, what else can you do? Others are playing with endless combos under the moonlight. And look at yourself. You can barely even catch someone with your third skill. As Jiang Han arrived at the dormitory entrance, he once again felt the terrifying pressure of the canyon. TSK, not even caring about disturbing the peace. After a token gesture of clearing his ears, he quietly pushed open the door and tiptoed behind Li Zongyang. When one is deeply focused, they are often oblivious to their surroundings. Thus, Jiang Han glanced at the battle stats in the upper right corner. Charlotte versus Hua Mulan, 0-1-13. What are you barking at? Li Zongyang's voice grew increasingly irate. If it weren't for your Luna, would I have died this many times? Jiang Han, observing Li Zongyang's struggle in lane, could only smile wryly. Indeed, a poor player can still have a grand appetite for victory. After watching for a while longer, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming sense of pity for Li Zongyang's teammates and unconsciously reached out with his hand. He could distinctly feel Li Zongyang's body tense up, and in the next moment, a certain sound echoed forth. Whoa! Li Zongyang nearly dropped his phone in shock, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Han before resuming control of his Charlotte. Before long, bright red text flashed before his eyes. Jiang Han. Li Zongyang set down his phone and turned to charge at Jiang Han. Seeing this, Jiang Han placed his belongings on the table and met him halfway. As expected, the two soon found themselves in a playful tussle. The scene was reminiscent of a father-son brawl. Stop. I concede. Jiang Han pushed Li Zongyang away, chuckling cheerily. It wasn't that he couldn't win. Rather, he had indeed been at fault earlier. As the saying goes, the fright one gives can be more deadly than a weapon. Following this logic, Li Zongyang's racing heartbeat and the rush of adrenaline were palpable. Li Zongyang, now out of breath, slumped into a chair, still muttering curses at Jiang Han. I think you should spend a few more days with the instructor. You come back and immediately bother me. How unfortunate. Jiang Han subtly adjusted his expression, maintaining politeness despite the awkwardness. Have you not eaten yet? Well, I was hoping to wait for you to return so we could go together. Li Zongyang replied, breathing heavily. Now, I guess I have to wait another half an hour to cool off. Here, a crumbly pancake, made just the way you like it. Li Zongyang's expression transformed instantaneously as he accepted it. Thank you, dear father, who claims that women's ability to change expressions is the swiftest. From Jiang Han's perspective, the comrades in the boys' dormitory exhibit a remarkably quicker rate of transformation. This is indeed a fascinating observation. It is widely acknowledged that dormitories are divided by gender, and the dynamics reflect this division. In a girls' dormitory, individuals often form four distinct cliques, presenting cheerful facades while concealing their true sentiments. Conversely, the relationships within a boys' dormitory tend to be singularly paternal. One moment filled with playful banter, the next marked by a tender father-son bond. If anyone volunteers to fetch food, their authority in the dormitory is indisputably supreme. Zongyang, I need to share something with you. Jiang Han, after much deliberation, chose to broach the subject of his impending move out while Li Zongyang began savoring a crumbling pancake. Parting ways is painful. Yet the joy of indulging in delicious food triggers the release of dopamine in the brain, eliciting pleasurable responses. To alleviate the distress of this rebellious child, Jiang Han contemplated extensively. Why should making this decision be devoid of suffering? A strikingly attractive instructor can still appreciate the flavor, while Li Zongyang, with his lewd demeanor, lacks any competitive edge, doesn't he? What is going on? Li Zongyang mumbled, his mouth full. I plan to move out, Jiang Han announced, carefully observing Li Zongyang's reaction. 3, 2, 1. The show begins. The lewd fellow's cheeks, stuffed to capacity, seemed to be silenced, and after a considerable pause, he finally swallowed the remnants of his pancake. What did you say? I intend to move out this weekend. Jiang Han replied in a leisurely manner, which caught Li Zongyang's attention. Are you serious? Are you sure you don't have a fever? Jiang Han remained silent, instead savoring his water as if contemplating life, tacitly affirming his decision. Are you hiding something? Is it about a girl? Li Zongyang rose and circled around Jiang Han, his gaze brimming with cunning insight. You're not being kept, are you? Just as he approached Jiang Han, preparing for a face-to-face conversation, puffed. Jiang Han could no longer contain himself, and the water he had yet to swallow splattered across Li Zongyang's face. Sorry about that. Ha ha ha. Li Zongyang was not angered but adjusted his glasses, calmly stating. So it is true? After wiping his face, Li Zongyang earnestly inquired, does your wealthy benefactor need a son? A grandson would suffice. My sister has moved to this city, and due to rental issues, I will be sharing a place with her. Jiang Han suppressed his amusement, spinning a tale with utmost seriousness. Your biological sister? Is there any other kind? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, teasingly questioning whether she could be a stepsister, with a hint of meaning in his gaze. Li Zongyang glanced at Jiang Han before turning to head towards the restroom. Inside, he couldn't help but chatter. I thought the instructor was going to bind you up and make you do some labor. Jiang Han's expression stiffened noticeably. Did this kid eavesdrop? Alas. Li Zongyang knew far too much. Were it not for the protective veil of this harmonious world order, his days would be numbered. Days slipped away swiftly, and before long. It was the day he had arranged to meet Su Qian. All right, the last package, Li Zongyang said, handing over the luggage with some effort. Jiang Han took it and promptly placed it in the rented delivery van, sincerely expressing his gratitude. I'll treat you to a seafood buffet another day. Li Zongyang rubbed his slightly sore wrist and replied, Sure, let us go to that same place. It would be a pity if you missed it again. Indeed, it would be a pity. Jiang Han nearly failed to suppress the slight upturn of his lips. Such a shame he hadn't indulged in seafood. Had they not planned to enjoy the buffet that day, he might have submitted the documents to Su Qian while still at school, who would willingly remain the ex-boyfriend for long. Once you've moved, don't think of me, Li Zongyang teased lightly. Remember to bring me a portion of the dumplings from the school gate when you attend the 8 a.m. class. Make sure they're beef-filled. Jiang Han, with a pure expression, stared at Li Zongyang in confusion. Why does it feel like I'm not moving, but rather you're delivering your last wishes? At Su Qian's residence, the woman looked at the 3 large bags of luggage behind Jiang Han, puzzled. Jiang Han, is that all your belongings? Huh. Jiang Han appeared bewildered by Su Qian's question. What did she mean by just this little bit? Clearly, there were 3 large bags. No, it should be 2 large bags. Instructor, do you have a misunderstanding about the quantity? He placed the smallest bag in front of Su Qian. The clever woman assumed she was needed to assist. As she grabbed the bag, she intended to rush into the next room. Hey, instructor, what are you planning to do? After changing into slippers, Jiang Han carried the other 2 large parcels and asked, I'm helping you move your luggage and organize your room. What's the issue, Jiang Han? Is there a problem? Su Qian's gaze shifted, and a sly glint appeared at the corner of her eye. Could it be some illicit little toys? Jiang Han. The young man was momentarily speechless and retorted casually, Instructor, could you refrain from being so suggestive? The bag contained clothes you purchased a few days ago, and I found them too conspicuous, so I packed them in a bag. After being teased by Jiang Han, Su Qian's ears turned crimson. In the spirit of a cooked duck, she remained stubborn. Her petite stubbornness manifested as she declared, it was clearly your novel. You drove without restraint. The more one reads, the more one naturally memorizes. Upon uttering this, Su Qian hastily covered her disobedient mouth, realizing she had inadvertently let something slip. The moment her words reached Jiang Han's ears, his previously radiant demeanor froze instantly. Jiang Han, allow me to explain, Su Qian began, but before she could finish, a playful smirk graced Jiang Han's lips as he opened his phone to send a voice message to Han Su. Surely enough, the sound of the voice message echoed from the bedroom. After ending the call, Jiang Han smiled and remarked, Han Su, it truly is you. When did you come to this realization? Su Qian's carefully constructed words were shattered by Jiang Han's swift actions. I had my suspicions the moment you entered the group. Jiang Han leaned against the doorframe, reminiscing thoughtfully. I wondered how a stranger with no friends could possess such intimacy. Had I exposed myself so early? Su Qian clearly underestimated this exceptionally clear-eyed boy. No, at that time, it was merely a suspicion. Jiang Han seemed to recall a day when Han Su playfully teased in the group chat. As time passed, I began to notice the similarities between Han Su and you, our instructor. As Jiang Han dissected his thoughts meticulously, the astonishment on Su Qian's delicate face deepened. Ultimately, it was my negligence. Her cheeks flushed, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. What? After all this time, I had already been suspected. Just a few days ago, I thought I might have been overly sensitive, misjudging the situation, especially since the instructor appeared as the female lead in the story. If you truly had seen it, I feared I would need to review the geography of Shudao Mountain. Unexpectedly, Jiang Han, believing the answer to be evident, felt no further explanation was necessary. Little did Jiang Han know, I had been faithfully following your novel, becoming your loyal fan, and inadvertently let it slip today. Su Qian stepped forward, tilting her head to meet Jiang Han's profound gaze. However, there were certain inaccuracies in what Jiang Han had said. Su Qian's stubborn expression caused Jiang Han's thoughts to spiral into confusion. What was amiss? I do not dislike being portrayed as the female lead in your story. In fact, I genuinely adore it. The tremor in her voice hinted at impending tears. To be featured in the narrative by someone cherished and to embody the heroine of a romantic story was indeed a blissful experience. Jiang Han, I apologize. Chapter 69. We are still well. Jiang Han, I apologize. A thin veil of mist clouded Su Qian's autumn-like eyes, resting upon Jiang Han's gaze, invoking an inexplicable sense of heartache. Apologize? Su Qian, please steady your emotions and take a moment before you continue. The boy gently extracted a tissue from the coffee table, using his fingertip to softly dab the corner of her eye. At that moment, I should not have doubted you. Jiang Han's movements involuntarily froze. A misunderstanding? After a brief moment of confusion, he grasped what Su Qian meant by misunderstanding. Are you suggesting leaving silently? Yes. Su Qian sniffled and, taking a deep breath, spoke in her soft, mellifluous voice. That day, I accompanied my friend to shop for clothes, and then I saw you walking with a woman, hand in hand. I was holding hands with a woman while shopping. Jiang Han extracted the crucial information from Su Qian's fragmented words and carefully recalled the unfamiliar women he had encountered. Most were junior schoolmates or classmates from high school. Yet, aside from Su Qian, he truly had not linked arms with any other girl. Wait, there might be one who is not a girl. The woman you referred to couldn't possibly be my cousin, could she? Observing Su Qian's gradually reddening cheeks, Jiang Han became increasingly convinced that it was indeed a misunderstanding. A monumental misunderstanding. Su Qian merely sniffled and nodded, resembling a docile little kitten. So, you only realized it when you met my cousin a few days ago? Su Qian continued to nod, the eloquent teacher momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her like this made Jiang Han feel both amused and exasperated. I thought you were keeping secrets from me. Su Qian's voice grew softer. Why didn't you ask me at that time? I was just overwhelmed in the moment. So, Su Qian lowered her head, her tone a bit sheepish. Standing is quite tiring. Let us sit on the sofa in the room and I'll explain what happened. With that, Jiang Han took Su Qian's small hand and led her towards the sofa. He couldn't help but feel a sense of domestic authority. Even though he wasn't the owner yet, given their shared living arrangement, that would come soon enough. As an exemplary male university student of the new era, he harbored aspirations for beautiful things and was willing to put them into practice. They sat on the sofa, separated by less than a fist's distance. Jiang Han casually picked an orange from the coffee table, peeled it, and handed it to Su Qian. Eating sweet fruits helps stabilize emotions, he remarked with a smile. I'm just a bit sentimental. Su Qian looked up and met Jiang Han's deep, starry gaze, her heart fluttering. What? Su Qian, is your emotional resilience only at this level? What will happen if you can't rely on this annoying little brother, Jiang Han, in the future? No, absolutely not. Although Su Qian was not a typical girl from Sichuan or Chongqing, she had begun to formulate some notions about future family rules. Su Qian, why is your face so red? Jiang Han observed Su Qian's slightly dazed eyes, his brows furrowing. Is it? Su Qian quickly touched her small face with her right hand. Whether it was flushed or not, she was uncertain, but it undeniably felt quite warm. Never mind, I want to hear about what happened that day, she said. Su Qian broke a segment of the orange and placed it into her mouth. The moment the pulp met her teeth, the sweet juice spread throughout her mouth. Strange. It definitely wasn't this sweet yesterday. Could it be two different varieties? Su Qian murmured. What? Nothing. Just hurry up and tell me, she urged. Upon witnessing Su Qian's charming demeanor, Jiang Han couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That day, my cousin came to find me, saying her ex-boyfriend wanted to take her out to dinner. So, I pretended to be her. After dinner, we went shopping. Since her ex-boyfriend was still around, we feigned a very close relationship. Su Qian rested her chin on her small hands, attentively listening to Jiang Han recount everything that transpired that day. I see. I was wondering why you suddenly had something to do that day and didn't reply to my messages. Jiang Han, am I a bit foolish? Su Qian said, cradling her face with both hands, a hint of dejection in her voice. Not really, Jiang Han sighed, sincerely reflecting, actually, I had many questions too. If I had explained things to you beforehand. Before he could finish, Su Qian stuffed a large piece of orange into his mouth. Don't say any more. Mostly, it was my fault. If I had trusted you a bit more and given you the chance to explain. Jiang Han quietly savored the orange while listening to Su Qian's self-reflection. Regarding their breakup, both had their faults. He had no right to blame her, and vice versa. At that time, he was merely a young lad swayed by appearances, unaware of what love truly entailed, which led to Su Qian, his older sister figure, feeling insecure. On the other hand, Su Qian erred by not allowing Jiang Han the time to react, a small misstep that directly contributed to the failure of their first romance. Ultimately, girls are rather emotional beings. Before Su Qian could express more of her regrets, Jiang Han detected a hint of tears in her voice. All right, it's all in the past. There's no need to dwell on it, he said with a smile. By the way, this orange is really quite sweet. Although the boy's attempt to shift the topic felt somewhat clumsy, Su Qian still nodded in agreement. The one you just peeled for me was exceptionally sweet. Despite her eyes reddening, Su Qian's smile remained as radiant as ever. Yes, what is done is done. We're doing well now. Chapter 70. The first time we didn't get it right, so let's try again, a romance written by a sci-fi author. Allowing you to glimpse the fantastical. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, Su Qian rose from the sofa, reverting to her usual lively self. Jiang Han. Wait for me here. I'll go grab something from my bedroom. As Su Qian departed, Jiang Han could distinctly sense the girl's footsteps were remarkably light. Observing the woman whose silhouette could evoke boundless imagination, Jiang Han quietly clenched his fist. Given that they had both laid their cards on the table, was it not time to take the next step? After their profound exchange, he had a vague inkling that he was on the verge of breaking through that delicate barrier. Just as Jiang Han was lost in thought, Su Qian placed her hands behind her back and approached him. Instructor Jiang, what do you have hidden behind your back? Jiang Han snapped back to reality and casually inquired. It's a secret. Close your eyes, she replied, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Her words wafting over him like a gentle spring breeze, caressing Jiang Han's cheek. The boy, brimming with pride, obediently shut his eyes. Su Qian then withdrew her right hand from behind her, picking up the last segment of orange from the coffee table and lightly placing it in her mouth. As she gazed at the quietly still Jiang Han, she leaned in to kiss him. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Han felt Su Qian's familiar fragrance enveloping him, gently swirling in his nostrils. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Their lips met, entwined, lingering in a tender embrace that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. The moist sensation at his lips continually stimulated Jiang Han's senses. Although, as a self-respecting and principled university student, he had never encountered such a playful interaction. His instincts led him to part his lips nonetheless. Is it orange-flavored? He thought. Yet, it was undeniably sweet, sweet like Su Qian herself. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke apart, a glistening thread of transparent essence connecting them. Jiang Han gazed at the blushing Su Qian, panting heavily. Was it delicious? After taking a deep breath, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with a sheen of moisture. Although she had kissed Jiang Han during their first romance, so much time had passed that the related skills had grown somewhat rusty, compounded by the novelty of the experience, which brought her to tears. Jiang Han was no better off. The experience was indeed exquisite, yet it was overwhelmingly suffocating. It was delicious, exceptionally sweet, just like you. At such a moment, how could he not say something flattering to enhance the ambience? Moreover, the instructor's lips felt nothing like they usually did. They were soft and yielding. Is that so? Su Qian, though adorned with a slight blush, spoke candidly. But I have something more important to attend to, so I may not be able to continue playing with you. Dear Jiang Han, important matters? Jiang Han questioned, his gaze gradually honing in on the other hand Su Qian had concealed behind her back. Look. Su Qian extended what she held toward him. It was a small black notebook. What is this? Jiang Han refrained from hastily opening it, instead looking at Su Qian's eager expression. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Su Qian continued to keep her secrets, prompting Jiang Han to turn to the first page of the notebook. Jiang Han swiftly flipped to the next page, revealing a simple cartoon sketch depicting the first day of their reunion in the classroom. He lifted his gaze, once again locking eyes with Su Qian's enchanting peach blossom orbs. This is us. These are our precious moments. Su Qian said with a radiant smile, ever since I read your new book, I've been inspired to create this. Clearing her throat, she added, Jiang Han, let's see the last page. At Su Qian's insistence, Jiang Han turned to the final page. in stark contrast to the previous sketches. This page bore a photograph. It captured the moment he had just stepped out of the school gate, receiving a bouquet of purple starry sky flowers from the girl's hands, imbued with the essence of time's memories. How did you do on your exam, little brother Jiang Han? Quite well, and after receiving the starry sky flowers from my sister, my confidence has soared. That's wonderful to hear. But do you know the meaning of the purple starry sky flowers? It signifies watchfulness and longing. From now on, I shall watch over and cherish you as the flower's meaning suggests. In a fleeting moment, the delicate fragrance of flowers wafted between them. The term white moonlight refers to the countless times one falls in love anew. Coupled with the identity of an ex-girlfriend and the boy's youthful infatuation with this ethereal moonlight, it is utterly enchanting. Did you take this photo, director? Jiang Han, unaware of the slight tremor in his voice, asked. No, it was Aunt Xiachan who took it. The bright sunlight illuminated Su Qian's face as she tilted her head slightly, smiling at Jiang Han with eyes that sparkled like crescent moons. She was aware of Jiang Han's feelings for her, which transcended mere appearances. For love that yearns to overflow cannot be concealed within the eyes. Jiang Han, you like me, don't you? Jiang Han exhaled a sigh of relief. May I pursue you again? Su Qian's gentle voice resembled that of an adorable kitten, causing Jiang Han's heart to race uncontrollably. As he gazed at Su Qian before him, the image of the neighbor girl who had once presented him with purple starry sky flowers after the college entrance exam intertwined with that of the university counselor standing before him, leading him to feel as though reality was not entirely tangible. This must be akin to the sci-fi tales spoken of by his male peers. Jiang Han remained in a daze, having nearly forgotten the series of words he had prepared. Do you remember? When we were young, you would always pester me, saying, "Sister, be my girlfriend." Each time, I would smile and reply, "When you grow up, I will marry you." This was my promise, and the only thread of affection I held. The sunlight danced upon Su Qian's profile, her eyelashes fluttering like a kaleidoscope of dreams. However, as Jiang Han's younger brother grew, I found myself losing you. Su Qian slowly seated herself beside Jiang Han, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks, tracing a path across her face and falling upon the photograph that held their shared memories. The sound of dripping echoed softly as she embraced Jiang Han with great strength. Su Qian's tears soaked Jiang Han's clothing, the warmth of her tears breaking through his astonishment. I am truly scared that you might disdain my age, frightened that all of this is merely a dream. I regret it, Jiang Han. Su Qian tilted her head back, gazing at Jiang Han through tear-filled eyes. The first time we did not communicate well. Shall we try again? Her final words were spoken cautiously, as if fearing that any loud noise might awaken her from this dream. Silence enveloped them, a prolonged stillness where the only sound was their synchronized breathing. Su Qian remained unaware of Jiang Han's response, unable to discern an answer from the depths of his profound gaze. She could only wait patiently. No, Jiang Han's voice resonated beside her, and Su Qian felt a buzzing in her ears, the world around her losing its vibrant hues. Unless, a large hand gently patted Su Qian's back, and Jiang Han parted his lips once more. Kiss me again. Chapter 71. Life always takes one by surprise. Downstairs at Su's residence, Su's parents emerged from a taxi. Oh dear, the pork belly and the recently purchased beef leg are still in the trunk. Do not forget to retrieve them. I know, always nagging. Su's father replied impatiently, moving to the rear of the vehicle to fetch 2 bags of fresh meat. Meanwhile, Su's mother, Tang Shui, placed her hands on her hips. You old fool. Just like your drafty little cotton jacket, always losing things. What's wrong with me reminding you? Although Tang Shui chastised him, the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her affection. After years of marriage, the couple had long outgrown the youthful coyness, instead engaging in playful banter, deeply devoted to one another. If they were to behave like the young couples depicted in short videos, constantly professing their love, they might find it rather difficult. All right, let us go upstairs quickly. A few days ago, when I video called Qian, she appeared to have lost quite a bit of weight. This preventive policy has caused quite a stir. The man fretted over his daughter. Tang Shui huffed in discontent. With Jiang Han around, how could that girl possibly lose weight? I think your visit is unnecessary. What do you mean by that? She is my daughter. Am I not allowed to come see her? What do you mean by that, couple? Our daughter is merely living under the same roof as Jiang Han due to circumstances beyond their control. Now that the restrictions are lifted, how could Jiang Han still be in Qian's room? Tang Shui raised an eyebrow. How do you know Jiang Han isn't there? The little cotton jacket that lets in the wind has already reported to me. The matter of Jiang Han moving in to share an apartment with Su Qian was not disclosed by Tang Shui to Su Mo. Let us go, Su Mo said, holding the meat in one hand while grasping Tang Shui's hand with the other. Should we inform Qian in advance? Su Mo turned to Tang Shui for guidance. No need. Don't you have a spare key? It's already called a surprise. What is the point of notifying her beforehand? Tang Shui chuckled. I have my reasons for stopping you. Just go ahead, my girl, and create a delightful surprise. Su Qian looked up at the panting Jiang Han and suddenly burst into tears. You naughty boy, Jiang Han. Su Qian lightly pounded Jiang Han's chest with her tiny fist. If you want a kiss, just say so. Isn't that better? Of course not, Sister Su Qian. Jiang Han replied with a smile, tapping his cheek with his fingertip as a hint for her to come closer. What do you mean? Sister, you owe me a kiss. Wiping the corner of her eyes, the woman's flushed cheeks broke into a smile as she playfully retorted, You just know how to bully me. She then leaned in, intent on kissing him. Just as their lips were about to meet, Jiang Han held her chin and kissed her boldly. Su Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Her muscles tensed for a moment before relaxing. The unexpected sensation made her heart race with excitement. This kiss lasted noticeably longer, a testament to their newfound experience. After a prolonged embrace, they both took a moment to catch their breath. I still want more, Su Qian said, her cheeks as rosy as an apple, making Jiang Han long to take a bite. The living room sofa was not particularly large, but with some effort, Su Qian could kneel comfortably between Jiang Han's legs. Kissing sideways was exhausting. This direct approach felt far more pleasurable. With a gentle flick of her tongue, Su Qian licked her lips and supported herself on Jiang Han. Jiang Han. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate, and Su Qian's words made Jiang Han feel a sticky warmth enveloping them. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock shattered their romantic moment. The jovial laughter of a middle-aged man grew louder as the security door opened. Qian, I came with your mother to see you. Upon hearing Su Mo's voice, Jiang Han noticed Su Qian's body stiffen abruptly, and she hurriedly sprang from the sofa. This reaction revealed her extreme fear. Jiang Han was puzzled, recalling that Su Mo was famously a devoted father. Why, then, did Su Qian react so strongly? Su Qian, call me instructor first. We can talk about everything else later. Su Qian quickly slipped on her slippers and appeared before her parents just as they stepped fully into the room. Dad, what brings you here? Su Qian tucked her somewhat disheveled hair behind her ears, feigning a look of surprise. Isn't it because of the community's preventive measures? That rascal is worried you might have lost weight, so he specifically came to check on you, Tang Shui remarked with a smile. But I've clearly gained weight. Su Qian pouted slightly. For a girl, becoming overweight was akin to a nightmare. Qian, why is your face so flushed? Su Mo, ever the doting father, scrutinized his daughter with concern, fearing she might have fallen ill. Is that so? He glanced at Tang Shui, then nodded emphatically. It's particularly red. Are you unwell? Please don't frighten us. As Su Mo's tone grew more exaggerated, Tang Shui discreetly placed her hand on the waist of that rascal. In the next moment, Su Mo instinctively closed his mouth as if by reflex. There are others in the room. Please don't make a scene. I find it embarrassing. Others? Su Mo, looking at Su Qian, whose gaze wavered slightly, asked with a hint of confusion. Aunt Tang, Jiang Han appeared before Su Mo and his wife, wearing slippers. Until now, Jiang Han had been seated on the couch, tidying up the disarray on it. Although he hadn't engaged in any particular activity, he was teetering on the brink of becoming overwhelmed. Had it not been for their sudden arrival, things might have escalated. Standing behind Su Qian, Jiang Han indeed appeared to compliment her well, validating Tang Shui's discerning eye. Conversely, Su Mo found Jiang Han increasingly unappealing. The cheerful youth, in his eyes, resembled a yellow-haired boy riding a reckless motorbike. What was amiss? Old Deng? Chapter 72. Jiang Han resembles the person you once knew as a budding online novelist who had delved into emotional psychology. Jiang Han had already sensed the unfriendly gaze directed at him. Simultaneously, Su Mo was assessing Jiang Han, and as his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Qian, his expression subtly shifted. What was going on? Hadn't the restrictions been lifted? Why was this brat still here? The youthful face beamed with a sunny smile as he leaned forward, extending his right hand to take the 2 plastic bags of fresh meat from Su Mo. However, Su Mo's expression grew even more serious, not responding to Jiang Han's gesture. What are you doing? Hand it over to young Jiang Han. Stop acting stubborn, Tang Shui interjected. Reluctantly, Su Mo passed the items to Jiang Han. Uncle Su, long time no see, Jiang Han said to ease the palpable tension between them. Yes, long time no see. I heard you're writing novels now. Your current achievements are quite commendable. Jiang Han nodded slightly. I've only just begun, in the realm of creation. My accomplishments pale in comparison to Uncle Su's. Su Mo, revered in the world of comics, was nearly a mythic figure. Perhaps his works are not the most lucrative. Yet in terms of educational significance, they undoubtedly stand at the forefront of the industry. Furthermore, under the absence of capital interference, the comic studio he leads has become a benchmark within the field. Despite being affluent, he continues to lead a frugal lifestyle, engaging in all matters personally. He once proclaimed, "In my decade of work, I have contested against 3 generations of capital." The embodiment of imparting knowledge through example, Su Qian serves as a living testament to this principle. Although the sole daughter in her family, since her graduation, she has not asked her family for a single penny. Jiang Han's earlier statement was delivered with vigor and strength. While it bore a hint of flattery, it predominantly elucidated the truth. Essentially, it was indeed flattery. Adhering to the principle that one may wear many things, but flattery should not be among them, Jiang Han considers Su Mo to be his future father-in-law. Thus, he shows respect by flattering him first. Su Mo's gaze shifted, observing Su Qian beside him. Qian, how did he come to be here? Wasn't he already unblocked? At this hour, Jiang Han should not be in his own dormitory. Su Qian replied softly. Jiang Han's academic performance has been lacking, and as his sister, I have the obligation to tutor him. But that does not justify his presence here, Su Mo remarked, watching the two of them, setting aside their teacher-student relationship. Both are now adults. It is rather inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to be together. Su Mo was not inherently rigid, but his subconscious warned him that Jiang Han was evidently attempting to encroach upon his little sister. This was unacceptable. Tang Shui, stifling a laugh nearby, mused that this scenario was a quintessential depiction of a cinematic plot. With a mischievous spirit, she, as Jiang Han's future mother-in-law, subtly added, they are already living together. What is the harm in a little tutoring? Her voice, though soft, resonated loudly in the ears of the three. Su Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to glance at Tang Shui, realizing, oh no, this is directed at me. Jiang Han's lips twitched slightly, taken aback by Tang Shui's nonchalant demeanor. We are not living together. We are merely sharing a rental. Su Qian clutched her clothing, her tone feeble. The 4 of them sat on the sofa, as Su Qian briefly explained the current situation between herself and Jiang Han. Since she did not possess any anti-hypertensive medication, she had not informed her father about their romantic relationship. Su Mo, arms crossed, shot a menacing glare at Jiang Han beside Su Qian. No, I do not approve. Tell me, is it reasonable for a man and a woman to share a rental? Su Mo positioned himself deliberately to face Tang Shui, eagerly blinking his eyes to signal to his superior. It is reasonable. What is unreasonable about it? Tang Shui casually responded, seemingly oblivious to the tension. How is it unreasonable? Without such a living arrangement, how could I even indulge in gossip? I shall not concern myself with this matter today. It is utterly impossible. Even if the Almighty himself were to intervene, there is no chance that Jiang Han and my daughter could share a residence. Tang Shui regarded the obstinate figure before her, feeling a pang of frustration. Very well, I shall extend my assistance to the unfortunate Jiang Han. Qian, please escort Jiang Han back to the bedroom for a moment while I have a word with your father. Tang Shui's tone was remarkably calm, as if she were merely addressing a trivial matter. Oh, a mother's understanding of her daughter is unparalleled, and conversely, this truth applies equally. Su Qian obediently led Jiang Han back to the bedroom. Once the door was shut, it not only closed but was also secured with a lock. Is my mother-in-law reliable? Jiang Han inquired once they were inside. Su Qian replied without hesitation, that is hard to say. Although my mother is the authority in our home, when my father becomes stubborn, even 100 oxen would struggle to change his mind. Wait a moment, what did you just call my mother? Mother-in-law. Is there a problem? Jiang Han said with a grin, unabashed and carefree. Su Qian's cheeks flushed, her lips parted in surprise as she hesitated for a moment before retorting. Who said anything about marrying you? We are merely friends, just simple friends. Once the term friends is appended with male and female, can it truly remain so uncomplicated? Jiang Han whispered softly near Su Qian's ear, Sister, you are wonderful in every way. It is just that at times, you are overly modest and too stubborn with your words. Jiang Han exhaled warm breath against Su Qian's ear, and unbeknownst to her, Her temperature rose further. Oh dear. Let us not get carried away. Let us listen to what is happening outside. At her prompting, Jiang Han pressed his ear against the door to discern the sounds beyond. Indeed, he could hear clearly. It seemed they ought to consider adding some soundproofing materials soon. Why do you harbor such disdain for this child, Jiang Han? Tang Shui did not resort to tantrums, for she understood that a forceful attitude would yield no positive results in the presence of this man. He has already jumped before me, on the verge of whisking Qian away. How can you expect me to be amiable towards him? How can you expect me to remain calm? Sumo's agitation grew with each word. Do you now comprehend the feelings your father-in-law experienced back then? How does it feel? Tang Shui's remark promptly extinguished Sumo's ire. Upon first meeting his father-in-law years ago, he too had felt similarly. To speak frankly, it was not a pleasant experience. And then, Tang Shui continued, I know what you are thinking. You believe Jiang Han's pursuit of a career in online literature lacks promise. And that being with him might lead to Qian's suffering? Suemo nodded in agreement. Ah, you see. The Jiang Han of today is not unlike the man you once were. Even if his works were to falter and yield no financial gain, with Qian's capabilities, how could she possibly endure hardship? Besides, there are still his parents and us to support them, are there not? Upon reflection, Suemo realized that Jiang Han indeed shared numerous similarities with himself. However, Suemo still wished to say something, but Tang Shui merely waved her hand. Their arrangement to share an apartment had already been settled, and they had no authority to interfere. I understand your concerns. Why not simply discuss it with him? After a moment's contemplation, Suemo agreed. Xiao Jiang Han, come out for a moment. Your Uncle Su has something to say to you, Tang Shui announced. Standing and walking to the bedroom door. Chapter 73. Just roommates, not cohabitants. Xiao Jiang Han, please step out. Your Uncle Su wishes to speak with you. Jiang Han shifted his ears away from the bedroom door, shrugged, and gazed at Su Qian. My future father-in-law wants to have a heart-to-heart. TSK. I can only assume this is directed at me. I'll accompany you, Su Qian said, grasping Jiang Han's large hands, her expression laced with concern. No need, I can handle it. If I can't charm your father, Jiang Han paused, turning his gaze. What? Jiang Han always enjoyed keeping her in suspense during crucial moments, oblivious to her anxiety. Jiang Han. You. Su Qian placed both hands against Jiang Han's chest. Although she relished the electrifying sensation of kissing him, now was not the time for such distractions. Sensing Su Qian's restlessness, Jiang Han released her. Gazing at her slightly flushed profile, he confidently smiled. Rest assured, even if your father disapproves, I will surely win you over. With that, Jiang Han opened the door and stepped outside. Aunt Tang, he called cheerfully to Tang Shui at the doorway, before his gaze settled on the middle-aged man seated on the sofa. Jiang Han, have a good chat with your Uncle Su. Jiang Han replied succinctly, taking a seat beside Suemo. Meanwhile, Tang Shui entered the bedroom. If she remained in the living room, the two men would likely be unable to express themselves freely. Upon entering, she found Su Qian quietly leaning against the wall. Her cheeks flushed. Ahem. Mom. Su Qian gathered her thoughts and turned her head, meeting the knowing gaze of her mother, who was holding back laughter. Did Jiang Han just bully you? This moment was quite different from earlier when Suemo and Jiang Han were present. As a mother, Tang Shui felt no need to consider whether her daughter would be too embarrassed to speak. Su Qian softly nodded, her voice barely audible. Tang Shui took her hand, and they sat on the edge of the bed. She smiled and inquired, though your father is rather carefree. He likely understands your little secrets even better than I do as your mother. Su Qian, realizing what Tang Shui was implying, was briefly taken aback. Does my dad really know? Of course. After all, he has been around the block. With your face so flushed just now, how could he pretend to be oblivious? Jiang Han and Tang Shui gently caressed Su Qian's hand, signaling her to be at ease. Rest assured, if Jiang Han truly disdained Su Qian, he would not have displayed such an attitude just now. Uncle Su, please have some water. Jiang Han poured a glass and handed it to the middle-aged man before him. Suemo let out a discontented hum, accepted the cup, took a sip, and remarked in a nonchalant tone, What? Aren't you going to be forthright with me? Must I inquire step by step? Perhaps it was due to the fact that Suemo had been closer to him than to Su Qian in their youth. Jiang Han felt no trepidation in the presence of this prospective father-in-law. Jiang Han presumed Suemo wished to inquire about his current relationship with Su Qian and hastily prepared a set of responses. I am with Su Qian, however. He was abruptly interrupted by Su Mo's indifferent tone. Who asked you that? What I'm inquiring about is your progress in the online literature field. Observing Su Mo's expressionless demeanor, Jiang Han sensed something amiss. Why was he more concerned about his own affairs than his daughter's? As your elder, it is only natural to take an interest in your career, is it not? Jiang Han understood and proceeded to relay the current status of the website. At present, my achievements have met my expectations. In recent days, my new book is in the second round of recommendations. If all goes well, I should advance to the third round. I am aware of your website's new recommendation model, Su Mo remarked, glancing at Jiang Han with a knowing look. By the way, our studio is one of the collaborative partners. What do you mean, Uncle Su? Does the special support for this theme imply that the adaptation of the winning works will be handled by your studio? Jiang Han had not forgotten the ambitious plans his editor had laid out, and he was indeed quite eager for them. The top 5 winning works, Su Mo stated matter-of-factly, effectively presenting Jiang Han with a tantalizing prospect. What do you mean? Am I to secure one of those spots? Jiang Han ventured to ask. Su Mo nodded. I hope that in 2 months, you will be seated with me at the contract signing table as partners. Your editor should have informed you that if you secure a position among the top 5 in the final rankings, the website will not only grant you exposure in the millions, but also an opportunity to wager with the site. The notion of wagering with the website was something Jiang Han's editor had not disclosed to him. I shall refrain from divulging further details. You will understand once you achieve a top 5 position. Su Mo left it at that, knowing that while this information was not a secret, only a select few seasoned writers truly comprehended its implications. For Jiang Han, knowing too much could prove detrimental. All right, that will suffice for now. Su Mo rose from the sofa and stretched his limbs. Uncle Su, don't you wish to inquire about the current state of my relationship with Su Qian? Jiang Han unexpectedly brought up a topic, causing Su Mo, who was stretching, to freeze abruptly. Turning his head to gaze at Jiang Han, the youth's complexion remained unchanged, his eyes serene and pure. I'm merely engaging in a simple romance with Qian, and we are cohabiting here, not living together. So why should I inquire? Su Mo replied with a smile. Uncle Su, do you trust me so readily? It's not so much trust. Rather, your gaze is so clear and comforting. Su Mo mused. If we speak of trust, I would place my faith more in Qian. Surely her judgment is not lacking. I hope that when you sign the contract for the comic adaptation, you can possess such confidence with me. All right, the time is nearly upon us. I should prepare dinner. The middle-aged man strode toward the kitchen, and Jiang Han extracted 2 significant pieces of information from his words. First, they had merely entered into a romantic relationship and were cohabiting, and as long as they were not living together, he would not interfere. Similarly, it served as a warning to Jiang Han. Should you dare to pursue my daughter, you will face dire consequences. Second, the reason Su Mo could converse with him so freely was due to Su Qian. If Jiang Han wished to earn Su Mo's respect, he was not yet worthy. Jiang Han chuckled and shook his head. It seemed he had no choice but to strive for a place in the top 5 of the final rankings. Chapter 74. Did you hear that? This is my response. Jiang Han followed Su Mo into the kitchen. Yet, before he could even warm up, he was sternly dismissed. Indeed, he had been forcibly relieved of his duties as the cook, and that too without Su Qian's knowledge. Just moments ago, Su Mo had disdainfully remarked, "Kid, your culinary skills leave much to be desired." Before Jiang Han could inquire further, Su Mo unceremoniously expelled him. My daughter has lost weight recently, and the kitchen is the battlefield of the household. You should go amuse yourself elsewhere. Coincidentally, everything that had just transpired was witnessed by Tang Shui and Su Qian, who stood at the bedroom door. Ahem. Seeing Tang Shui's displeased expression, Su Qian kindly alerted the two at the kitchen door. Be careful. The head of the household is about to unleash her wrath. Daughter, you arrived just in time. Su Mo glanced at Su Qian, then at Jiang Han. My culinary skills are surely superior to that of this kid, right? Jiang Han also turned around, unhurriedly replying, Qian, have you finished your secret conversation with Sister Tang? Su Mo? Su Qian. In an instant, the previously gloomy Tang Shui's expression brightened. Her gaze swept over Jiang Han's face, filled with satisfaction. This young man certainly knows how to speak. Su Qian hurriedly approached him, her eyes widening in astonishment, as if she had heard something unbelievable. What did you just call my mother? Sister Tang, is that all right? Jiang Han, anticipating Su Qian's thoughts, grinned and turned the tables on her. There's a problem, and it's quite significant. Su Qian was both amused and exasperated by Jiang Han's words. That is my mother. What do you mean by future? Jiang Han chuckled. How can you call me sister? You are my boyfriend. How can you presume to be a generation above me? Absolutely not. I regard you as my boyfriend. Yet you wish to be my uncle? Jiang Han pursed his lips, his gaze deep and clear, speaking with conviction. When you and Sister Tang stood together just now, it gave the impression of being like sisters. Under normal circumstances, women generally dislike being called old, so it was evident that Jiang Han was addressing Tang Shui. At this point, if he did not enlist an ally, how could he proceed? Tang Shui was certainly not oblivious to Jiang Han's flattery. However, she found this charm to be quite effective. Xiao Jiang Han, from now on, you may address me in this manner. When the time comes for you to marry Qian Qian, you can change it then. That is not acceptable. Su Qian, hearing her mother's words, felt her cheeks gradually flush. What do you mean, change it after marriage? It's nothing, Jiang Han replied with a gentle smile. We can each have our own opinions without affecting one another. Su Qian felt helpless, but seeing her mother's expression, she realized this matter was non-negotiable. Although they could have differing views, it was still quite embarrassing. At that moment, Su Mo, noticing the closeness between Jiang Han and Su Qian, spoke up in discontent. Qian Qian, although you and Jiang Han are a couple, you shouldn't be so close. Jiang Han remained silent. Su Qian merely sighed. And you, young man, don't try to leverage connections here. It's of no use. I am the head of this household. Tang Shui, still leaning against the bedroom door, wore a teasing smile. This is the second time, Qian Qian. You and Xiao Jiang Han should return to your room first. I need to have a serious talk with your father. Oh, all right. Su Qian took Jiang Han's hand and whispered, let us hurry back to the room, or we'll be in trouble. Is it that serious? Jiang Han turned to glance at Tang Shui, who appeared even more displeased than before. Indeed, it is quite serious. After casting a sympathetic look at Su Mo, he followed Su Qian back to the bedroom, dejectedly. Su Mo's face twitched slightly, looking at his wife with a bitter expression. What are you planning, dear? The head of the household? And you proudly stated that twice? Tang Shui's eyes sparkled mischievously. Brother Su Mo, you were truly impressive just now. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed in their ears. And as Tang Shui gazed at the firmly shut bedroom door, a smile crept onto her face. Yet, when her attention returned to her husband, that smile vanished instantaneously. Dear Mr. Su Mo, I believe we need to have a serious conversation, don't you think? Su Mo swallowed hard, watching his wife approach him, instinctively retreating while forcing a smile. My dear, what is there for us to discuss? Oh, there are indeed two matters to address. Tang Shui's eyes blinked as she coldly remarked, how should one articulate the term head of the household? By the way, let's address the issue you mentioned regarding Jiang Han's connections. In the living room, Jiang Han and Su Qian were unaware of the subsequent events. They could only faintly hear the pitiful wails of a middle-aged man. Jiang Han felt a pang of sympathy for the head of the household. Quite terrifying, isn't it? Su Qian sat on the edge of the bed, seemingly indifferent to the situation in the living room, undoubtedly a dutiful daughter. Fortunately, her concern for her future father-in-law lasted only about 3 seconds, once that time elapsed. Jiang Han gazed at Su Qian with a beaming smile, his eyes reflecting a profound meaning. My dear, you should be the gentle type in the future, wouldn't you agree? Sister Su Qian? Su Qian shyly turned her head away, her cheeks flushed, stammering, I suppose so. I am indeed quite gentle. Sister Su Qian, have you finally admitted it? It was a carefully laid trap, catching her off guard. Su Qian pouted her rosy lips, adding, but if I were to cease being gentle in the future, would you still marry me, Brother Jiang Han? Her honeyed voice slipped sweetly into his ears while he was momentarily distracted. He chuckled, genuinely delighted. What do you think? In the next moment, he settled beside Su Qian and said, Sister Su Qian, I want a hug. A hug? Su Qian glanced at Jiang Han, then without hesitation, she leaped into his embrace. Jiang Han affectionately ruffled Su Qian's little head, drawing her even closer to his chest. Did you hear that? Jiang Han smiled gently. My heartbeat from now on belongs solely to you. That is my answer. I heard. Su Qian tilted her head up, and Jiang Han reciprocated her gaze knowingly. Time passed, and a sound of the door turning echoed through the room. Qian Qian, Jiang Han, it's time for dinner. As soon as she opened the door, she was met with the sight of the two disheveled individuals. Mom, I didn't see anything. I'm just a bit full, really, from all this dog food. Chapter 75. Regarding the matter of the overbearing mother-in-law leading the charge, I didn't see anything. I'm just a bit full, really, from all this dog food. Tang Shui leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, smiling as she observed Su Qian and Jiang Han. Mom, Su Qian glanced at her mother, who wore a grin behind the door. then looked at her and Jiang Han, both flushed and disheveled, her face growing even hotter. She hurriedly insisted, "No, Mom. It's not what you think. We didn't do anything." "Oh no." Seeing the smile on Tang Shue's face widen, Su Qian clearly regretted her words. She shouldn't have attempted to explain. In such a situation, silence would have been the wiser choice. Explaining only deepened the misunderstanding. They truly hadn't done much, just shared a brief kiss. Jiang Han, too, was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and calmly stated, "Sister Tang, have you finished your conversation with Uncle Su?" Su Qian. Jiang Han's affectionate call of Sister Tang resonated warmly within the confines of the bedroom, where, aside from Su Qian, everyone seemed quite amenable to the term. Tang Shui nodded with a smile, her gaze appraising Jiang Han before settling gently on her daughter. Her voice, laced with a hint of playful teasing, inquired, "I never suggested what you and Jiang Han might be doing. Why the urgency, Qian Qian?" In response, Su Qian buried her flushed face into Jiang Han's chest, overwhelmed by an urge to weep. Throughout her life, she had endured countless grievances at the hands of her mother. Jiang Han observed the scene with keen interest, who claimed that a grand drama required 3 women. With a somewhat irreverent mother, a mother-daughter duo could suffice. "Sister Tang, I assure you that nothing untoward has transpired between Su Qian and me." Upon hearing Jiang Han's explanation, Su Qian lifted her head and nodded resolutely. TSK. "And you're not even married yet," Tang Shui teased before turning to exit the bedroom. Her voice floated back from the doorway. "You two, do not get too cozy. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Let us go." Jiang Han gently patted Su Qian's back, whispering in her ear, "All right." At the dining table, Jiang Han sat beside Su Qian, directly across from Su Mo. A glance at Jiang Han darkened Su Mo's expression considerably. Humph. If looks could kill, Jiang Han would have perished countless times under Su Mo's glare. With a stern demeanor, Su Mo addressed Su Qian, "Daughter, switch seats. I have some questions for Jiang Han." Understanding her father's intent, Su Qian, despite her reluctance, obediently changed places with him. Now seated directly opposite Jiang Han, she may not have shared the same intimacy as before, but merely raising her gaze to see the boy whose eyes sparkled with affection for her was quite delightful. "Can we eat?" The head of the household, Tang Shui, sought confirmation from her husband. Sensing her irritation, Su Mo wisely replied, "Sister Shui, you are the head of the family. Your word is final." "Humph. I saw how smug you were just now." Tang Shui's lips curled into a cold smile. "I believe the title of head of the family should be bestowed upon you. If you dare to act this way towards Qian Qian today, who is to say you won't exhibit the same attitude towards me in the future?" At the table, one side was tense and confrontational, while the other was compelled to retreat. As for Jiang Han and Su Qian, they dared not interject into the unfolding scene, choosing instead to observe quietly. "Su Mo, what do you mean by that? Hurry and eat." Su Qian witnessed the entire exchange and couldn't suppress a chuckle. As she had anticipated, this renowned artist was perpetually a henpecked husband. Hearing her daughter's laughter, Su Mo cast a resentful glance her way, while simultaneously shooting a glare at the snickering Jiang Han. Jiang Han sighed inwardly, and upon seeing Su Mo begin to eat, he followed suit. After a simple taste, Jiang Han smacked his lips when Su Mo was not paying attention. How should one put it? The flavor was quite acceptable, at least better than Su Qian's. However, compared to his own culinary skills, it indeed fell short. "Well, you little rascal, the taste is not too bad, right?" Although Su Mo did not deliberately watch Jiang Han, he could still clearly observe the youth pondering thoughtfully for a moment. "Uncle's culinary skills are undoubtedly commendable. These dishes are far tastier than what I prepare." Regardless of Su Mo's humble familial status, Jiang Han still needed to curry favor. This simple yet sincere compliment gradually softened Su Mo's previously stern expression. "At least you know how to speak, you little brat." Just as he intended to pat Jiang Han on the shoulder before his arm could descend, Su Qian's words completely froze his muscles. "What? Dad's cooking is nowhere near as good as yours. Why be so modest?" The voice was not loud, yet it resonated with exceptional clarity. If it weren't for Su Qian's parents being present, Jiang Han would have surely dealt with her on the spot. What was she thinking? Was she trying to lead him to his doom after he had just appeased his future father-in-law? After shooting a glare at Jiang Han, Su Mo's tone turned indifferent. "I prefer not to engage with dishonest individuals." With a sharp clap, Tang Taiho struck the table with her chopsticks, the small noise resonating like a hammer on Su Mo's heart. He fell silent. What was happening? Both mother and daughter seemed to be at odds. Jiang Han never expected to experience such a thrilling game at a small dining table. Extreme 3 against 1? No, it should be Tang Taiho flying solo. After dinner, Jiang Han and Su Qian finished clearing the dishes and returned to the living room, just as they settled onto the sofa. Tang Shui glanced at the time and turned to Su Qian, saying, "You and Jiang Han should rest early. Your father and I will leave first." Dear. We have our flight tickets for tomorrow afternoon. I know, but we can't disturb them at night, can we? Su Mo looked at his wife in disbelief, then shot a warning glance at the bewildered Jiang Han. Wasn't this blatantly allowing this little rascal to take advantage? This is my daughter's home. Jiang Han and Qian Qian had signed a co-rental agreement. They were not included within the scope of that contract, so. Chapter 76. On promises, Tang Shui led Su Mo around in circles, gradually enticing the owner of the comic studio into her trap. But what was the catch? Tonight, we will stay at a hotel, taking advantage of our time alone together to have a serious talk about your rather unpleasant attitude. Faced with such a domineering wife, Su Mo found himself at a loss. As they were leaving, he did not forget to cast a warning glance at Jiang Han, conveying a clear message: you better behave yourself. Mother, could you two slow down? Before Su Qian could finish her sentence, with a loud bang, the security door slammed shut. With a long sigh of relief, Jiang Han sank onto the sofa, free from the scrutinizing gaze of his future father-in-law, enveloped in an indescribable sense of ease. What's this? You were actually nervous? Su Qian lay in Jiang Han's embrace, her eyes crescent-shaped with amusement. After a brief moment of distraction, Jiang Han, feigning contemplation, replied, "Well, just a tad." Indeed, it was merely a hint of anxiety. During the earlier performance, there was not a trace of fear in her demeanor. She was clearly more excited than he was. Su Qian shot him a playful glare. "You were just a breath away from shouting, 'Let us fight.' Was it that obvious?" Jiang Han mumbled something indistinctly before lowering his gaze to Su Qian. "So, what shall we do next?" "Study." Su Qian rose and, almost as if compelled by some unseen force, uttered those two sacred and untouchable words. "Study? Isn't that a bit too hasty?" Although Jiang Han voiced this concern, his eyes sparkled with barely concealed enthusiasm. "Why are you so excited today?" Su Qian tilted her head, regarding him with a look of curiosity. Something was off. This young man appeared unusually eager. "Isn't study an inherently thrilling term?" Jiang Han straightened his expression, adopting a serious demeanor. "I'll go find Li Zongyang for some video materials." As he fiddled with his phone, searching for Li Zongyang's contact in WeChat, he mused, "For specialized matters, one must consult the specialists." "Why do you need video materials?" Su Qian murmured, suddenly grasping the nature of the study materials Jiang Han mentioned. Her fair complexion visibly flushed. "Jiang Han, wait a moment." She snatched his phone away and placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him indignantly. "What is the matter? You were the one who suggested studying. Why do you seem so reluctant?" Jiang Han questioned, perplexed. Su Qian rose onto her tiptoes, lifted her arms, and pinched his cheek. "Jiang Han, what indecent thoughts are occupying your mind? It's Saturday. I need to tutor you." "Oh, so that's what it is," he thought, feeling a bit disappointed. Seeing Jiang Han's slightly crestfallen expression, Su Qian's face lit up with a smile. "Patience is a virtue. Hurry and fetch your textbooks." She moved behind Jiang Han and gave him a symbolic push. "Go on. If there is anyone a college student fears most, it is the counselor. For a boy, it is undoubtedly a girlfriend who can act coy." For Jiang Han, Su Qian was unequivocally the chosen one. "Counselor, if you stare at me like that, I can't concentrate on my work," Jiang Han remarked, picking up a black pen to mark the pristine test paper. As for why he referred to her as counselor instead of girlfriend or Qian Qian, it was indeed a whimsical idea proposed by the spirited Su Qian herself. "Do not seek excuses for your inability to concentrate." Su Qian approached from behind, gently rubbing Jiang Han's cheeks with her small hands. "And now? Perhaps just a little more effort is needed." Jiang Han's cheerful demeanor awakened something in Su Qian. Thus, Su Qian settled beside Jiang Han, asking, "Is this better?" Jiang Han inhaled the fragrant aroma emanating from Su Qian, remaining silent as he picked up a black pen, the sound of writing softly resonating on the paper. After a while, Su Qian grew restless, shifting her position, but Jiang Han promptly said, "Instructor, please remain still. It distracts me from my work." The scent of masculinity enveloped Su Qian, stirring an unusual sensation in her heart, akin to ants crawling upon it. Yet, for the sake of her younger brother Jiang Han, she refrained from moving, a peculiar feeling indeed. With her upper body immobilized, She could only discreetly wiggle her toes peeking from her slippers. Finally, after completing the exercise, Jiang Han spoke. "Instructor, I'm done. Would you like to check it?" Su Qian, feeling as if she had received permission, took the paper from Jiang Han and glanced over it. The reason for her cursory examination instead of a thorough review? Her mind was in disarray, making concentration impossible. Humph. That mischievous Jiang Han must be doing this on purpose, simply to avoid studying. What a naughty boy. Noting that Jiang Han's demeanor seemed off today, Su Qian exhaled in relief and cheerfully suggested, "How about we conclude our study session here?" "Not yet," Jiang Han interjected seriously, his expression contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor when he sought study materials from others. "Huh, did I not say it's not the right time? That's not what I meant." The boy shook his head, glancing at Su Qian's restless little feet, then added with a significant tone, "Instructor, you promised me you would let me try." What are you talking about?" Su Qian feigned ignorance, stating that it was getting late and it was time to wash up and sleep. "You clearly mentioned this for the future." Jiang Han blocked Su Qian's path, his expression stern and earnest. "As a teacher, should you not uphold the sincerity of your commitments to your students? If a promise is made, must it not be fulfilled?" Jiang Han's relentless approach left Su Qian visibly flustered, struggling to counter his advances. Observing the dazed look in Su Qian's eyes, Jiang Han realized he had gained some ground. "Sister Su Qian, as an older sister, shouldn't you set an example for me? Your younger brother? Shouldn't you play a positive role? For instance, let me have a taste?" Su Qian instinctively responded. Jiang Han nodded and gestured for her to sit on the sofa. No, that's too inappropriate." A glimmer of light flickered in Su Qian's eyes. "I'll go wash up." "Jiang Han, you wait in the second bedroom for a moment." Before Jiang Han could refuse, Su Qian hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Once she locked the door, she pressed herself against it and patted her chest. What should she do? She couldn't possibly go back on her word, could she? Yet, it was undeniably filthy. The young girl gazed at her feet, tormented for a while. Never mind. She would wash them first. Su Qian removed her intimate garments, kicked off her slippers, and closed the glass door of the shower. As she turned on the showerhead, a hazy mist enveloped the frosted glass, her alluring curves becoming faintly visible within. Jiang Han's peculiar preferences were truly strange. If only she could divert his attention. Chapter 77. Life requires a touch of ritual. Jiang Han stared at Su Qian's fleeing silhouette, momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Su Qian just asked him to wait in the room? It seemed so. The soundproofing of Su Qian's rental unit was indeed lacking, even from the living room. Jiang Han could faintly hear the sound of running water from the shower. Yet another anticipated scene diminished. After retreating to his small room, lost in thought for a moment, Jiang Han opened his phone and found the chat box with his editor, sending a message to Xiao Su. Today was Saturday, and logically, no editor would reply to an author's message on weekends, as the company wouldn't pay overtime. However, his editor was quite different. During regular weekdays, it was nearly impossible to reach anyone during the day. Apart from a few rare instances of receiving timely responses, most often he was met with "Please leave a message. Responses will be given at 8 p.m. Kindly pay attention to your notifications." On relaxing weekends like this, Xiao Su would diligently reply to messages in the author group. Han Jiangshui, "Dear editor, I have quite a few manuscripts ready. Should I add more updates?" Before long, he received an affirmative response. Xiao Su, "As long as the overall quality of the work is not compromised, additional updates are permissible, due to the website's supportive policy for dog food novels. All recommendation slots are determined by the system, which means authors cannot secure recommendations from editors. Overall, this genre tends to be quite lackluster. If you add more updates, there might indeed be some positive effects." Sitting in front of her computer, Chui popped a lollipop into her mouth, her fingers dancing over the mechanical keyboard. The author she was currently working with was the most successful in transitioning within the dog food novel genre, and having switched genres, they had become significantly more industrious. If all her authors had the talent and motivation of Han Jiangshui, Chui would likely wake up smiling from her dreams. As she continued to respond, an immature thought began to take root in her mind. Isn't this author a university student? Chui vividly recalled that after she had given a recommendation for Han Jiangshui, the updates ceased the very next day. A recommendation slot from an editorial team is limited each week and can be deemed exceedingly precious. Frustrated, she directly called Jiang Han, the individual behind the Han Jiangshui pseudonym. In response to her genuine concern, Jiang Han revealed that he was a freshman, understanding the circumstances of a university student. He empathized with the lack of time he mentioned. By now, this young man must be in his junior year, she mused. After crunching the lollipop in her mouth, she reflected that a junior student who refuses to succumb to fate is often the most motivated, especially when effort correlates with reward. Speaking of which, Qian's childhood betrothed also seemed to be in his third year, if only she could lure him with the benefits of the website to her side. With this thought, a smile crept onto her lips. By Monday, she would take action. Resolute in her decision, she continued to patiently address the inquiries of the authors under her guidance. Balancing two roles was exhausting, yet witnessing each delicate flower bloom in the greenhouse while simultaneously enhancing her own performance was gratifying. She aspired to become a wealthy woman through her own endeavors. Charge ahead. After relaying her thoughts to the editor, Jiang Han opened his author dashboard. Glancing at his backlog, he swiftly finalized his update plan. A basic update plus one additional chapter, with an extra chapter for every 300 subscriptions, not exceeding 3 additional chapters per day. He chose not to adopt the monthly ticket model for additional updates, as his modest following would not significantly impact the rankings dominated by established authors. Conversely, increasing updates through daily subscription growth would stabilize reader sentiment and boost both follow-up rates and sales. Jiang Han promptly appended the update notice in the author's note at the end of the chapter. Just as he finished, a wave of fragrance wafted into his nostrils, followed by 2 delicate hands covering his eyes. Guess who I am? Qian's playful voice reached his ears, and a smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Han's mouth. My dearest instructor, am I correct? Wrong. Qian removed her hands, expressing her discontent with a soft huff. Wrong? Jiang Han was taken aback by her response. Just as he was about to turn around, she halted him. Don't move. Close your eyes. Jiang Han, since you guessed incorrectly, as your girlfriend, how should I punish you? Punish? Though uncertain of Qian's intentions, he believed it could not be anything sinister, right? He trusted that Qian was not the type to resort to extreme measures. Seeing Jiang Han close his eyes, Qian, wrapped in a bath towel, approached him with a cheerful smile, bit her lip, and then leaped forward. Jiang Han unexpectedly collapsed onto the bed, while Qian floated above him, her small hands supporting herself on the mattress. As he felt a soft caress at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Han responded in kind. While honing his kissing skills, Jiang Han's large hand grew somewhat audacious, boldly traversing Qian's back. That furry sensation? So familiar. Could it be? Jiang Han was fervently searching his memories for this enchanting touch. A bath towel. Qian was simply wrapped in a bath towel, without any sleepwear. Though he was aware that nothing would ensue, Jiang Han still harbored a sense of anticipation. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, a delicate glimmer suspended in the air, naturally severing as Qian rose. Jiang Han, are you satisfied with this punishment? Qian panted, her gaze reflecting Jiang Han's chiseled features. I like it. Jiang Han opened his eyes and playfully inquired, Instructor, the student wishes to know what I did wrong just now. You are mistaken again. The title instructor can only be used within the school, Jiang Han. And also, when I tutor. That's when you can address me as such. Other times, wait for my notification. Life requires a touch of ritual, and so does love. As for what Qian meant by other times, Jiang Han remained oblivious. All right, instructor. You must remember to call me Qian or sister. Understood, instructor. Jiang Han, you are being naughty. I must punish you again. Chapter 78. The definition of co-renting. Qian rose, teasingly licking her lips as she said, let today's punishment end here. We shall settle the rest in the morning. Just as she was about to turn away, Jiang Han rose from the bed and encircled her slender waist from behind. The woman could distinctly feel the boy gently nibbling at her earlobe, whispering softly, Qian, good night. With that, Jiang Han released her. Good night. Upon returning to her room, Qian retrieved a large short-sleeved shirt from her wardrobe, tidied herself up, and lay down to rest. After briefly emptying her mind, she found herself fidgeting in bed. Sleep eluded her. Opening the window, Qian approached the ledge. The autumn breeze from the night sky wafted in. Her elbows resting on the windowsill, the wind playfully tousling her hair. She inhaled deeply, savoring the sweetness of the evening breeze. What a lovely day it has been. From her elevated vantage point, she could behold an expansive view, illuminated windows stretching in all directions, the golden river of vehicle lights below, overpasses, and the glimmering neon signs, all elements composing this splendid city. Qian cherished standing high above, admiring the beautiful nightscape. especially during troubled times when her heart would find tranquility amidst the serene night sky. Today was different. She had come to share her joy with the city. Do you know? I have successfully retrieved the boy I once lost. He is quite well, and I should not have misunderstood him. As she spoke, Su Qian's voice unexpectedly quivered with a hint of tears. Women are inherently emotional beings, especially those who are in love. Thank you for the surprise you have brought me. Su Qian's eyes held the city's nightscape, yet her heart was preoccupied with thoughts of the surprise in the adjacent room. However, for some reason, sleep eluded her, leaving an emptiness within. I long to rest in Jiang Han's embrace, yet it feels somewhat inappropriate on the very first day. Su Qian murmured softly. That little rascal Jiang Han is utterly mischievous. At this hour, he should be asleep, right? Just then, a gentle breeze brushed against the woman's lips. Are you suggesting I go take a look? Jiang Han, are you awake? Su Qian lightly tapped on the door of the next room, but there was no response. Surely, that little rascal must be asleep. I'll just take a peek and return to my room afterward. After spending so much time together, Su Qian was well aware that Jiang Han had no habit of locking his door when sleeping. She pressed her lips together and cautiously pushed the door open. As soon as she stepped inside, before she could reach the bedside, Jiang Han's voice reached her ears. Qian, what are you sneaking around for? Jiang Han sat up. Su Qian's body stiffened. The moonlight revealed the faint smile on the boy's face. Why are you still awake? Su Qian was evidently startled by Jiang Han, her voice lacking confidence. Qian, have you forgotten that I am a night owl? No sooner had Jiang Han finished speaking than Su Qian found herself gently pulled onto the bed. Jiang Han, I was just trying to seek some creative inspiration. I've been a bit stuck lately. Hearing this, Su Qian frowned, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Although she often offered herself freely, did inspiration necessitate this? Little did she know, Jiang Han was surprisingly earnest, adding, I merely wish to experience the feeling of my girlfriend lying beside me. Is it truly just for a moment? Jiang Han nodded. Perhaps not just for a moment. Inspiration often requires some time to ferment. Su Qian contemplated this, nearly ready to decline, yet thought, aren't we cohabiting? As a couple, it is entirely permissible to share a room. Is that truly acceptable? Su Qian cast a gentle glance at Jiang Han, her heart racing uncontrollably. Of course, we are not engaging in anything inappropriate. Sharing a room is nothing to be concerned about. Jiang Han's smile, coupled with his slightly magnetic voice, was utterly irresistible to Su Qian, who delighted in giving herself freely. It seemed to indeed hold some truth. Su Qian shifted closer to Jiang Han, contemplating whether this proximity might hasten the arrival of inspiration. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Han perceived Su Qian as a breathtaking work of art, embodying perfection in every aspect as she lay beside him. Su Qian's hair cascaded down her back. Feeling Jiang Han's intense gaze, she instinctively turned her head away, making it difficult not to feel shy. Stop staring at me so intently. I am not your girlfriend for just a day, Su Qian remarked. Jiang Han touched his nose and withdrew his gaze. Does this count as sharing a bed? Su Qian pondered for a moment before replying, I suppose so. However, it is certainly not the first time. As they lay side by side on the bed, their foreheads barely a fist distance apart, Jiang Han inquired. What are you thinking about? Su Qian responded, I was contemplating why my sister Su Qian has always been so beautiful. The straightforward compliment made Su Qian blush slightly. Not at all. Perhaps it's just that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? She replied, No, my Qian has always been this beautiful since childhood. Jiang Han pretended to think seriously, recalling Su Qian in various settings. The luminous, starry-eyed sister outside the exam hall, the elegant teacher in the university classroom. How should I articulate this? She was stunning upon first meeting, and remained so upon every subsequent encounter. No wonder you, little rascal, have been scheming since childhood. Su Qian teased. Indeed, Jiang Han admitted candidly while gazing into her eyes. After all, you have always been the only one in my heart. Jiang Han took Su Qian's hand and held it tightly. So have I, she replied, shifting closer to him. A shiver coursed through her as she felt a large hand wrap around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Nestled against Jiang Han's chest, she breathed in his comforting scent. You smell wonderful, a fragrance that brings peace, he remarked. Su Qian chuckled shyly. What aroma? It's merely the scent of my body wash. But, dear Jiang Han, how long do you intend to hold me? If it were up to me, I would wish to hold you like this for a lifetime. Jiang Han softly replied, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair. His words, though simple, sent her heart racing. This must be the essence of affection, even in silence. Simply holding one another and exchanging heartfelt words is blissful. Su Qian's hand gradually found its way to Jiang Han's waist. Who said I would allow you to hold me for a lifetime? That's only for today. And what about the future? We'll see how you perform, she teased. Is that so? Does that mean I can hold you all night? Jiang Han asked, already anticipating her response. Su Qian quietly affirmed, well, didn't you say that couples can share a room? Chapter 79. Let us go, my Mr. Jiang. In this embrace, Jiang Han soon drifted into slumber. Listening to the soft sounds of his snores, Su Qian couldn't help but smile. You little rascal, consider this an exception today. I don't offer such privileges every day. She adjusted her position, her flushed face pressed tightly against Jiang Han's chest. The sound of Jiang Han's heartbeat beside her was immensely reassuring. Good night, Jiang Han. They exchanged no words throughout the night. The following morning, Su Qian awoke from her dreams, her lively eyes momentarily dazed until they met Jiang Han's burning gaze. When did you wake up, Jiang Han? Just a moment ago, he replied, his voice still carrying a touch of sleepiness, which sounded almost endearing. It's been nearly an hour. Has it really been that long? Su Qian, could you possibly get up for a moment? I find myself in a bit of a predicament. Jiang Han's voice was slightly hoarse, clearly indicating he had been holding on for quite some time. In a predicament? Su Qian turned to face him, her innocent gaze fixed on the man beside her. He remained still, not getting out of bed. Aren't you in a hurry to use the bathroom? No, Jiang Han denied, his eyes drifting to Su Qian's strikingly long legs. What I meant was not that kind of predicament. Realization dawned upon Su Qian, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. You mean her fair skin seemed to radiate a rosy glow, so vivid it appeared to be dripping with blood. She should have been wearing pajamas last night. Although Su Qian was somewhat inexperienced in certain aspects, she was not completely oblivious. It was evident how hard Jiang Han had been trying to restrain himself, and it must have been quite uncomfortable for him. I'm sorry, Jiang Han. Su Qian playfully stuck out her tongue. Her Jiang Han was truly remarkable, capable of exercising such self-control. If he had pursued her more aggressively, she likely would not have refused. I won't let it happen again. The two of them indulged in each other's company for another hour before finally rising to have breakfast. Hey, Jiang Han mumbled through a mouthful of soup dumplings. I heard from Sister Shui that your family is returning home for the new year this year? Yes. For the past 2 years, I was studying abroad, and my father's studio faced some issues, so we didn't go back. Wait. Didn't I tell you not to call my mom Sister Shui? Su Qian paused mid-motion, suddenly realizing. Isn't that what Sister Shui asked me to do? I wasn't particularly keen on it either. But to please my future mother-in-law, there's no choice. Jiang Han's tone carried a hint of reluctant humor, as if he were being compelled by Su Qian's mother, Tang Shui. Yet, his initial call had been sweeter than honey. All right then, remember to change that later. In the presence of Jiang Han, Su Qian often felt as though she were striking a punch into cotton, lacking any firm hold, ultimately leading her to acquiesce. I recall last year my mom mentioned you were supposed to move back by the end of the year, but that didn't happen. Su Qian's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. In truth, her family had indeed planned to move back to Chuanyu last year, but due to her studies abroad, they had canceled those plans. The breakfast that should have been filled with joy concluded in an atmosphere of subtle, ambiguous tension. As a representative of the new generation of university students, weekends are typically spent in a state of languor, indulging in the trifecta of gaming, agricultural tasks, and short videos. However, this is decidedly not the demeanor of Jiang Han, who has set a goal and strives to embody the essence of a diligent young individual. Under Su Qian's guidance, Jiang Han methodically revisits the key knowledge he had neglected over the past 2 years. Each semester at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology spans approximately 17 weeks, and nearly a month has already elapsed. Jiang Han must assimilate all current knowledge within the remaining 13 weeks. As a student, he often hears the simple phrase, "It's easy," from his instructor. Indeed, it is rather simple, albeit in comparison to Su Qian. As Jiang Han bent over his desk to solve problems, Su Qian adjusted her glasses with her right hand while playfully wielding a feather duster in her left. Hovering behind him, as a competent teacher, Su Qian maintains a clear distinction between her professional and personal roles. Should a male student neglect his studies, he would find himself at the mercy of the feather duster. Some may claim they are not perverse, yet such tendencies lie hidden within. Fortunately, Jiang Han's earnest performance today thwarted any plans of his female instructor. Quite impressive. Overall, there are no significant issues, only minor details that are inconsequential, she remarked. After reviewing 10 problems, Su Qian found no fundamental errors. Regrettably, the feather duster remained untouched. Pray tell, Teacher Qian, what is that hint of disappointment in your tone? Jiang Han inquired, his expression reflecting 3 parts confusion and 7 parts bewilderment. Is it that obvious? Oh dear, Jiang Han, you've misjudged. Su Qian quickly amended her overly frank remark. I could hardly contain my joy at this moment. She placed the feather duster before Jiang Han, beaming as she proclaimed, Today, you performed admirably, so at lunch, you may indulge in 2 extra chicken legs. After organizing his study materials, Jiang Han looked up at Su Qian and said, The fridge is devoid of vegetables. Shall we venture to the market to procure some? Absolutely. While a trip to the market may not rival a shopping spree, savoring the mundane joys of life alongside someone cherished is indeed a delightful alternative. Su Qian grinned like a child. Her small hands clasped behind her back as she gracefully made her way to the bedroom to select an outfit and tidy up. Jiang Han also chose a light autumn garment to wear. The pace at which most girls prepare stands in stark contrast to that of boys. To them, an hour often feels as brief as 30 minutes. Thus, just as Jiang Han settled onto the sofa, ready to pass the time with his phone, Su Qian appeared before him, extending a hand and sweetly declaring, Let us go, my Mr. Jiang. Chapter 80. Homecoming at year-end. Let us go, my Mr. Jiang. Jiang Han gazed at the neatly prepared Su Qian, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Was it truly that swift? What is the matter? Noticing Jiang Han's lack of response, Su Qian bent down and took his hand. Feeling the gentle force of her small hand, Jiang Han rose, smiling as he shook his head. No, I was merely feeling a bit sentimental. One cannot fully trust the words of netizens. I thought you would take a considerable amount of time. So that's it. Su Qian placed her finger against her lips, whispering to Jiang Han, Bring your ear closer. I have a secret to share. Before Jiang Han could fully lean in, Su Qian had already risen on her tiptoes and softly murmured in his ear. Because I am already someone's girlfriend, I cannot adorn myself too beautifully. I certainly do not wish to have strange boys on the street asking for my boyfriend's contact information. Does Jiang Han feel a surge of security? Su Qian gazed at the youth before her with a radiant smile. Of course, I do. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable emotion. Yet there was one point where Su Qian had erred. Su Qian tilted her head, counting on her fingers, asserting that there was no issue. These 2 statements were meticulously considered, and Jiang Han must not question them. Jiang Han lifted her effortlessly, twirling around a few times, even without adornment. Su Qian remains the most beautiful in my heart. No one can compare. His words penetrated her soft heart, leaving Su Qian feeling a bit lightheaded. Oh, when it comes to Jiang Han, I simply cannot resist. All right, let us not cause a ruckus. My little tummy is protesting. After saying this, Su Qian pecked Jiang Han on the cheek. Put me down. In mid-September, after the rain in Jiangnan, the weather remained quite pleasant. The 2 wandered along the street, with Jiang Han walking on the outer side while Su Qian naturally held his hand, walking on the inner side, with Jiang Han beside her. Even the act of walking seemed less mundane. Indeed, humans are wondrous beings, inherently in need of companionship. As Su Qian walked, she opened her phone's memo app to review the groceries she needed to purchase today. Fresh vegetables are certainly preferable, yet she and Jiang Han are not always this free. Unexpected events at school could indefinitely delay their return home. It appears the list of items to buy is quite extensive. She glanced at the checklist compiled with Jiang Han before their departure and felt a wave of discouragement. Alas, the incessant demands of daily life. Fortunately, if it weren't for the fact that we are having lunch at school, we would likely have to buy much more. Jiang Han took the phone, glancing at it briefly before frowning. It does seem a bit excessive. The list is merely a reference, is it not? Jiang Han stated with clarity, lightly tapping Su Qian's head. As he diligently types away, he establishes a modest daily target for himself. However, before encountering Su Qian, he deemed 4,000 characters per day to be his absolute limit. There is a saying that encapsulates this sentiment perfectly. Plans are perpetually outpaced by unforeseen changes. Indeed, while errands such as grocery shopping are necessary, what delectable dish does Sister Su Qian desire for lunch today? The mere mention of lunch ignites an exhilarating spark within Su Qian. For a culinary enthusiast unburdened by concerns of body management, what dilemma could possibly rival the allure of exquisite cuisine, especially the beef prepared by Jiang Han, even if it is not available now? Merely contemplating it is enough to make one's mouth water. Spicy stir-fried beef, chicken feet, spicy chicken. How wonderful it would be if he could also prepare some plum spare ribs. As Su Qian's enthusiasm escalates, she suddenly regains her composure, turning to Jiang Han and inquiring if she may have ordered a tad too much. Perhaps it would be prudent to request smaller portions for each dish, aiming to avoid leftovers for the next meal. With Jiang Han's affirmative response, Su Qian's spirits soar even higher. Having a boyfriend is simply the best. She chuckles, vowing to post on social media to evoke envy in her few close friends. The sunlight after the rain is not overly harsh. It filters through her hair and dances upon Su Qian's face. Jiang Han, witnessing her joyful expression, feels a flutter in his heart. In this reality game known as Earth, perhaps it is only when one stands before someone they truly cherish that they can shed their masks and reveal their most authentic selves. Remarkably, this marks Jiang Han's inaugural visit to a vegetable market in Jiangnan, as he had never had the means to cook during his time at university. He had previously calculated that the university cafeteria offered exceptional value. Though some cafeterias may lack in flavor, they certainly excel in portion size. At least, that is the case here. The vegetable market in Jiangnan differs significantly from those in Sichuan and Chongqing. During the renovation process, the Jiangnan market has retained a relative cleanliness. However, the quality of service remains unchanged. For instance, vendors assist customers in preparing ingredients, and items can be purchased individually. Jiang Han surveyed the bustling stalls, observing the lively interactions between vendors and customers. Perhaps due to his experience in online literary creation, he often engages in profound emotional exchanges with characters and narratives, endowing him with a uniquely delicate sensibility. He glanced at the vibrant Su Qian beside him. It must be said that the market is indeed quite expansive. Su Qian nodded, her gaze sweeping across the market's surroundings. Indeed, you seem quite exhilarated, Su Qian, Jiang Han remarked, guiding her through the narrow paths of the market while his peripheral vision searched for enticing delicacies. During my time abroad, I rarely encountered such markets. Being here feels unexpectedly familiar. Su Qian scrutinized her surroundings once more, noting the absence of a bustling marketplace outside. A stark contrast to the lively atmosphere in Sichuan and Chongqing. Indeed, the bustling energy of our small county town is unmatched. Jiang Han found great resonance in Su Qian's words. However, 2 years have passed, and one can only wonder about the state of the old market there. It is not that Su Qian relished shopping for vegetables in that place, but she harbored a unique obsession for the old market. During the time when Sumo's comics had yet to make a mark, their family would often procure groceries from that very market. The adults were preoccupied with their tasks, while she frolicked with the children of neighboring vendors. Occasionally, she was fortunate enough to receive treats from the uncles and aunts. It could be said that the market encapsulated Su Qian's entire childhood. Everything remained unchanged, the same vibrancy still resonating. Jiang Han was quite familiar with that market, as his parents were often too busy to attend to him and Jiang Xiaoxiao. He was responsible for managing everything at home, including caring for Xiaoxiao. It is no exaggeration to say that he had haggled with every vendor in that old market. Really? Indeed. Will Sister Su Qian come back with me at the end of the year? Su Qian shot Jiang Han an exaggerated eye roll, her tone tinged with a hint of playful arrogance. What do you mean by come back with you? My home is there too. What I meant was, at the end of this year, Sister Su Qian should accompany your brother Jiang Han to his home, all right? Chapter 81. On the source of the story, when one truly harbors feelings for another, such emotions are visible in their gaze. Sister Su Qian was aware that my family has always held a deep affection for you. Jiang Han's profound eyes could hardly conceal the emotion swirling within as he earnestly spoke. This little fellow, how effortlessly he speaks sweet nothings. Despite possessing all the perfect qualities to become a sea king, he remained devoted only to her. All right, I will accompany brother Jiang Han. Does that sound like you're not happy? Why? Is Sister Su Qian afraid of meeting the parents? Not at all. I thought so. When we were young, Sister Su Qian would always come to my house to wake me up. Back then, you were so candid. How could a change in identity instill fear? It was uncertain whether this remark struck a nerve or if it was Jiang Han's youthful smile that ignited a delightful flutter in Su Qian's heart. This must be what it feels like to be utterly captivated, right? How could I possibly be afraid? And Xia-chan adores me. Su Qian placed her hands on her hips, feigning bravado. I'm mainly concerned that a certain brother's family status might diminish even further, rendering him completely subordinate. Unable to resist, Jiang Han playfully pinched Su Qian's soft cheek, chuckling, "You're already a subordinate. I wouldn't mind if it dropped a little more, rest assured." If one were to claim that Su Qian felt no apprehension about meeting the parents, it would be far from the truth. The example of brother Jiang Han stood right before her. What if? It was precisely due to their familiarity that a new identity often brought about an entirely different sensation. However, the words of reassurance from Jiang Han gradually quelled the turmoil within her. The midday market appeared different from usual. Most of the patrons were young office workers, akin to Su Qian and Jiang Han, gathering provisions for the week ahead. Although Su Qian lacked culinary prowess, she was remarkably shrewd in haggling, even more so than the seasoned Jiang Han. Jiang Han, after a cursory inspection of the freshness of the produce, entrusted the remaining tasks to the decisive female teacher. Hey, could you possibly knock down the price on this large bone? This shrimp doesn't look too lively. Sister, how about 50 for all of these? After Su Qian's relentless negotiations, Jiang Han's previously idle hands were now filled with bags of ingredients. I feel like something's missing, Su Qian remarked, scrutinizing the items in Jiang Han's grasp, her eyes darting about. Missing something? Jiang Han pondered for a moment. After a brief exchange of glances, they both exclaimed in unison, crabs? As autumn approached, crabs had begun to flood the market. Though not inexpensive, indulging in a meal of crabs occasionally posed no significant issue. Approaching a crab vendor, Jiang Han set his bags down and bent to inspect the offerings. The crabs were of decent size. He casually selected 10, each weighing around 3 taels. Young man, please hold on a moment while I remove the rubber bands from the crabs. These are quite heavy, the vendor said. Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement. He had purchased crabs many times before, yet seldom did vendors remove the rubber bands, as every little bit contributed to their earnings. Could you add 5 more, please? Jiang Han contemplated briefly before addressing the busy vendor. Are just you and your girlfriend having them? The vendor inquired cheerfully, not immediately fetching more crabs. Yes, just the 2 of us. If you both enjoy crabs, you could come back tomorrow, the vendor advised with a smile. These are not like other foods. They tend to be a bit cold in nature and aren't suitable for excessive consumption at once. Moreover, eating leftover crabs isn't good for your health. Once the vendor had prepared the crabs, he handed them to Jiang Han, saying, Here you go, young man. In business, we must uphold our integrity. Do come by often. The vendor's jovial demeanor left a lasting impression on Jiang Han. As they walked back, Su Qian blinked and turned to the boy beside her. I can guess what you're thinking. She pretended to ponder, then smiled. Is it about the crab vendor we just met? When the boss mentioned cutting the rubber band, Su Qian immediately sensed something amiss with Jiang Han. Perhaps I can reimagine this boss's character, potentially evoking an emotional resonance among readers. This young lad, not yet of age, possesses an extraordinarily delicate inner world, and his keen eyes, adept at discovering the beauty in life, often bring forth delightful surprises. This is what one might call inspiration, isn't it? With a radiant smile, Su Qian approached Jiang Han, reminiscent of the affectionate narratives penned by Jiang Han's younger brother. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, I firmly believe that regardless of the story's theme, every narrative must originate from the realm of reality. The world within novels often springs from life, yet transcends it. With her petite hands clasped behind her back, Su Qian appeared enlightened. It seems I can now comprehend the mental state of Jiang Han's brother while he writes. The image of the youth, engrossed in his writing, flashed before her mind. However, during that time, Jiang Han's brother wore a rather expressionless and frosty demeanor, which, albeit somewhat intimidating, still held a certain charm. Observing Su Qian, Jiang Han couldn't help but touch his nose, questioning whether it was true. Indeed, it was. Su Qian accepted some ingredients from Jiang Han's hands, then linked her arm with his, exuding warmth. Who knew Jiang Han's brother could be shy too? This is what makes him endearing. Chapter 82. Is the game more entertaining than me? The two indulged in playful banter while shopping for groceries, and by the time they returned home, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Thus, under Su Qian's guidance, they hastily concluded their lunch with a shared bowl of tomato beef. After the meal, in the bedroom, Jiang Han reclined on Su Qian's lap, his large hand mischievously pinching the soft flesh of her abdomen. Meanwhile, Su Qian was engrossed in a card-drawing game on her tablet, seemingly oblivious to his antics. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Han's touch grew increasingly audacious, and in a fleeting moment, it seemed he had brushed against her sensitive spot. A soft gasp escaped Su Qian's lips, her fair complexion flushed with a hint of crimson, as she playfully admonished, Be good, stop fooling around. She then returned to her virtual escapade, believing in her heart that Jiang Han's silence was an acquiescence. However, At times, when one is truly provoked, even divine intervention cannot deter them. Having observed the earlier interactions, Jiang Han had discerned Su Qian's discomfort. The earlier touch had been on her delicate waist. His right hand, emboldened, continued to explore without restraint. After all, it was his own hand causing mischief. What concern was it of Jiang Han's? His large hand continued to playfully knead the soft flesh around her waist. Thus, Jiang Han articulated with deliberate clarity, affirming that indeed, she was now annoyed. Su Qian set her tablet aside and playfully nipped at Jiang Han's arm in a symbolic gesture of protest. "Ouch!" he exclaimed dramatically, though Su Qian had not exerted much force. After Su Qiansong relented, Jiang Han's gaze bore a hint of melancholy. "Why did you bite me, Qiansong? It was clearly my right hand that erred. What does it have to do with you?" Listening to Jiang Han's assertive inquiry, the woman merely smiled softly. Indeed, it was his right hand that made the mistake. Yet Jiang Han should be aware of the concept of collective punishment, should he not? Strangely, at this moment, the woman exuded an air of regal pride. How intriguing. It seemed this counselor possessed a knack for playful banter. Suddenly, Jiang Han realized that the relationship between him and Su Qiansong might transcend the typical bounds of counselor and student. They could easily be seen as nurse and patient, or even flight attendant and passenger. Lost in thought, this sunny young man couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Despite Jiang Han's bright appearance, this sudden burst of laughter, though slightly inappropriate, revealed an unmistakably peculiar charm that Su Qiansong could not overlook. Indeed, it was peculiar. During her university days, Su Qiansong's three closest friends often wore expressions akin to this. She instinctively retracted her neck, subtly shifting her small posterior backward. "Jiang Han, what are you thinking? That laugh is quite strange." "Huh?" Jiang Han snapped back to reality, observing Su Qiansong's startled expression, and inquired with confusion, "Was it?" "Yes." The young lady nodded vigorously, nearly branding the word peculiar upon her face. Jiang Han, feeling a tad embarrassed, rubbed his nose, and then explained, "If a boyfriend isn't a bit odd or peculiar, then their relationship is surely incomplete." Su Qiansong, what sort of twisted logic is this? Her expression hardened. After all, she was a counselor with a higher education. This time, she absolutely could not be deceived by Jiang Han's whimsically fabricated reasoning. They were merely dating now, and just yesterday, she had already been coaxed into bed by this rogue. Although they had shared the same bed numerous times, she felt it was still unacceptable. Twisted logic? Jiang Han observed Su Qiansong's vigilant demeanor and chuckled softly. He then retrieved his phone, opened a short video app, and found a relevant clip to present to her. Su Qiansong watched intently, seemingly convinced that Jiang Han had indeed done nothing wrong. "How about that? I wasn't lying to you, was I?" Raising her gaze to meet Jiang Han's sunny visage, Su Qiansong felt a pang of unease. How could someone so bright and cheerful possibly be a lecherous oddball? Even if he occasionally spoke peculiar words to her, perhaps it wasn't such a grave matter after all. Reflecting on this, Su Qiansong glanced once more at the short video on her phone. Perhaps the notion that a couple could engage in a relationship without a hint of peculiarity was rather dull. "All right then. However, you must not disturb me while I draw cards." As Jiang Han gradually dismantled the defenses of the woman's psyche, this was already her final boundary. The young girl naively believed that Jiang Han had reached his limit, yet she pondered, do the men in the game truly possess greater charm than I? Or was it that Sister Su Qiansong preferred to play games rather than engage with me? Su Qiansong? The atmosphere within the room had reached a palpable stillness, so quiet that even the breaths of the two individuals could be distinctly heard. Just as Su Qian was preparing to gather her thoughts and articulate her expressions, Jiang Han's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, noticing the name Li Zongyang flashing before him. Without hesitation, he chose to decline the call. After all, he was currently nurturing his relationship with his girlfriend. There was no time to attend to him. "Who is it?" Su Qian finally seized the moment for conversation, whispering her inquiry. "Li Zongyang." Why not return his call? Jiang Han cast a fleeting glance at the phone screen before responding with a weighty tone, "Our matters take precedence. If he truly needs to reach me, he will call back." He leaned in closer to Su Qian, but the phone rang once more. "Hello?" Jiang Han answered, a hint of displeasure evident in his voice. "Hanggu, are you free at the moment?" Li Zongyang's voice resonated through the receiver, prompting Jiang Han's expression to grow serious. The affectionate term Hanggu indicated that something was amiss. After all, their endearments typically revolved around a father-son dynamic. "It's nothing major, just some drinks. If it's inconvenient for you, there's no need to come." Jiang Han replied decisively, "Send me your location. Give me half an hour." After a brief acknowledgement, Li Zongyang sent his coordinates to Jiang Han's phone. "What is going on?" Although Su Qian could not discern the conversation in detail, Jiang Han's grave demeanor suggested the situation was serious. "I'm not sure. He just mentioned wanting to drink." Jiang Han stood up, donning a jacket as he made for the door. "Shallow, I might be late returning tonight. Don't wait for me for dinner." "Wait a moment. Send me your location as well." Su Qian pressed her lips together. "If there is anything urgent, I'll come to pick you up." "All right." Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively and hurried out of the building. "Hello, Hee, are you free tonight? It's like this." Youth Square, arriving at Youth Square. As the soft voice of the bus announcement filled the air, Jiang Han finally freed himself from the two girls who had been trying to engage him in conversation and disembarked with the crowd. The air outside was refreshing. 200 meters west of the bus stop stood a bustling Chongqing hot pot restaurant named Jianai Tai, with patrons aplenty and cars lining the entrance. Jiang Han glanced at the location on his phone, noting the restaurant's slogan, "Authentic Sichuan Chongqing Hot Pot." Before he could step inside, the welcoming hostess approached him with enthusiasm. "Sir, how many in your party?" Jiang Han, preoccupied with texting Li Zongyang, did not respond directly but casually inquired, "Is your boss from Sichuan Chongqing?" Though the customer did not meet her gaze, the hostess maintained her professional demeanor, responding with a standard polite smile. "She is from Xiangqing." "Oh, please take me to booth 42. My friend has already placed the order." Jiang Han smiled radiantly at the welcoming hostess. Chapter 83. It begins with a fleeting attraction, yet transcends mere infatuation. Following the hostess, Jiang Han soon spotted the somewhat despondent figure of Li Zongyang, a rather unsavory character. Jiang Han greeted him and took a seat opposite Li Zongyang. They had been roommates for 2 years, yet this was their first time sharing drinks together. "Brother Han, what would you like to eat?" Li Zongyang asked, suppressing the clouds of melancholy that surrounded him as he handed the menu to Jiang Han. Jiang Han glanced over it casually, selecting a few items. His gaze lingered momentarily on the beverage section at the end of the menu. At the sight of a certain refreshing cocktail, he felt an urge to order a couple. The languorous effect of such a drink seemed perfectly suited to Li Zongyang's current state. When faced with troubling matters, one should not dwell in silence. Sometimes, indulging in a few cans of beer and succumbing to a drowsy slumber could prove to be an excellent remedy. Of course, this applied only when at home, for there were numerous cases of decent men being left in precarious situations after a night of drunkenness. Jiang Han glanced at Li Zongyang, ordering 2 bottles of that refreshing drink while opting for a beer himself. Although the allure of a wealthy patroness was tempting for a young man, Jiang Han's heart had no room for other women. Such splendid opportunities were better reserved for his own progeny. After handing the menu to the waiter, he teasingly remarked to Li Zongyang, "What has happened to the most passionate student of the university? Are you facing setbacks in the realm of romance?" "Indeed. You have hit the nail on the head," Li Zongyang replied with a bitter smile, taking a swig from a bottle of beer. "My friend has experienced heartbreak." Jiang Han's expression stiffened at this revelation. He casually pushed the 2 cans of refreshing drink toward Li Zongyang and opted for a small glass of beer instead. "Heartbroken? When did you even start dating? You've only been out for a little over half a month. So, this rascal has secretly found a partner behind my back, has he?" "No, I haven't even started. I was just beaten to the punch." Li Zongyang responded, "It's that graduate student from the School of Arts, right?" Jiang Han vaguely recalled Li Zongyang mentioning her. The dishes were nearly served, and Jiang Han glanced at the so-called authentic Sichuan hot pot spicy broth, revealing a look of disdain. "It's not made with beef tallow, and there aren't enough chilies. It's not authentic." As Li Zongyang prepared the ingredients, he replied, "It's indeed her. I finally managed to coax her out today, and I was about to confess my feelings." "And then?" Jiang Han inquired. "Then she mentioned that I seemed too much like her younger brother," Li Zongyang added, taking another gulp of beer. "I truly am at a loss." "Did you confess?" Jiang Han inquired, suppressing a smile as he asked earnestly. "I did." Li Zongyang retrieved his phone and presented the WeChat chat history to Jiang Han. Jiang Han cast a cursory glance, and after Li Zongyang's explanation, he seemed to comprehend a few things. "While they regarded you as a brother, you wished to deceive them into bearing children. This could be deemed a loss of even friendship." Li Zongyang offered a token evaluation of himself. The image he presented to Jiang Han was a blend of 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts dejection. "Alas, it appears I am destined to lead a solitary existence." It did not seem to stem directly from the senior's rejection, but rather from a profound loss of self-confidence. Can you enlighten me on which aspect of the senior from the School of Horse Studies you are particularly fond of? After sipping a beer, Jiang Han felt a warmth enveloping his mind. Jiang Han's inquiry left Li Zongyang in a quandary. Fueled by the alcohol, he pondered briefly. Does physique and appearance count? One cannot be so superficial. Having known her for over half a month, what about her inner qualities? She treats me well and assists with my studies. How does that factor in? Jiang Han sighed in resignation, deciding to be forthright. It is that feeling of affection, not merely a reference to her looks. Yet, isn't the initial spark of attraction often ignited by appearance? Li Zongyang struggled to grasp the essence of Jiang Han's notion of affection. Such profound feelings are typically cultivated over time, are they not? Surely, one cannot genuinely experience love at first sight, diving straight into a soulful dialogue. Jiang Han merely smiled at Li Zongyang's words, for in the beginning, who wasn't swayed by external allure? In truth, I have realized that sometimes my fondness for someone is not rooted in their appearance, but rather in the emotions their presence evokes within me. A sea of blooming purple starflowers filled Jiang Han's vision, amidst which a girl donned a white dress, smiling gently. As the saying goes, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. I wish to express that each individual's understanding of love is unique, yet what remains constant is the ability of that person to stir your emotions. Your feelings for her are indelible. It begins with physical attraction but transcends that initial spark. As Jiang Han spoke, Li Zongyang's chopsticks hung suspended in the air, his gaze fixed vacantly upon Jiang Han. The steam from the hot pot rose continuously between them. Enlightenment dawned upon me. After Jiang Han's earnest counsel, Li Zongyang gradually appeared more animated. My attraction to the senior was merely superficial. Our interactions brought me comfort, devoid of other emotions. That sentiment could use some elaboration. In an unusual turn, Li Zongyang's eyes no longer reflected the overly lustful demeanor of before. It begins with physical attraction but extends beyond a fleeting infatuation. Li Zongyang handed Jiang Han a can of cocktail, which he accepted without hesitation, downing it in one go. You have been single for so long that the stirrings of hormones have become somewhat uncontrollable. This is what one might call infatuation. The moment the drink touched his lips, Jiang Han felt a fiery sensation in his throat. I am not like you, behaving like a saint day after day. Perhaps it was the effects of alcohol. As Jiang Han smiled and said, "Who told you I am a saint? I also have someone I admire, and I have already won her affection." Who? I want to tell you. It's a secret. Chapter 84. Shallow, I think I understand. In the hot pot restaurant. At the table occupied by Jiang Han and Li Zongyang exclaimed, "How can you secretly seek a partner behind your brother's back?" In front of him lay more than a dozen empty green beer bottles, his gestures becoming increasingly exaggerated, and his words somewhat slurred. Just kidding. I simply don't want to date. With my looks, if I were willing, how could I possibly fail to find someone? For some reason, Jiang Han's tolerance for alcohol was particularly good today. Though his eyes were tinged with red, he exuded youthful exuberance. He shook his beer-filled glass and took a hearty gulp. "Waiter, bring me 2 more crates of Red Label." Jiang Han gazed at the bubbling red, spicy broth, feeling a twinge of discomfort. A true native of Xiang City, he had opened an authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurant, only to be recognized by a fellow from Sichuan. "Hey, Han, your girlfriend wouldn't happen to be our instructor, would she?" Li Zongyang, slightly tipsy yet still sharp, quickly uncovered Jiang Han's inconsistency. 20 days ago, Jiang Han was indeed a single nobleman, but after visiting the instructor's home, everything had changed. TSK, welcome." The hostess outside greeted them with a perfectly rehearsed smile. He accompanied Su Qian to the hot pot restaurant where Jiang Han and the others were seated. "Qian, look over there. Isn't that Jiang Han?" Although He had never seen Jiang Han before, at this hour, the only table with 2 men dining together was unmistakably theirs. Su Qian's enchanting eyes flickered as she instinctively replied, "That is Jiang Han." "He, you wait here at the door. I'll go over there and check." His alcohol tolerance isn't very high. Without waiting for Chuhi's response, Su Qian strode directly toward Jiang Han's table. As one of the central figures of the evening, Jiang Han had already indulged in several rounds of drinks, his senses dulled by the alcohol. "I will only share this with you. My girlfriend is indeed Su Qian, but it's not quite what you think." Jiang Han, somewhat dazed, spoke. And Li Zongyang was equally hazy. "Regardless, Han, you are impressive. You managed to win over the instructor. I genuinely admire you for this." Under the influence of alcohol, even the usually composed Jiang Han felt a bit lightheaded. The instructor combined with a Sichuan girl equates to Su Qian, yet even so, I speak of the East, and he dares not speak of the West. Instructor? Come on, let us drink. Li Zongyang's eyes were filled with trepidation. After all, Su Qian had made a formidable impression during their first class. However, Jiang Han was already in a state of inebriation, utterly incapable of deciphering the restrained emotions reflected in Li Zongyang's gaze. Jiang Han, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. His voice was melodious, yet remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible fluctuations in emotion. I said, right now I speak of the East, and she, Su Qian, dares not utter a word to the West. Alcohol is a curious elixir, enabling Jiang Han to boast with audacity. A crisp applause resonated from behind him. Do you wish to turn around and glance at me, then repeat what you just said while telling me who I am? A chilling aura emanated from Su Qian. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Han felt the voice near him was eerily familiar, reminiscent of Su Qian's own. With this thought, Jiang Han turned his head, somewhat dazed, and beheld Su Qian, her peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, gazing at him with an air of coldness. Qian. Jiang Han chuckled foolishly, his words slurring. Before Su Qian could engage him in a discussion regarding familial status, he leaned heavily against her, succumbing to a deep slumber. Sighing, Su Qian observed Jiang Han in her embrace, her peripheral vision catching sight of the empty bottles strewn across the table, the chill on her face dissipating in an instant. Your tolerance is remarkably poor, yet you indulge so excessively. You truly are a source of concern. After ruffling Jiang Han's hair, she glanced at the nearly collapsed Li Zongyang and inquired, Li Zongyang, in your current state, can you still return to school? Should be able to, he replied, slumped over the table, uncontrollably belching before promptly descending into a thunderous snore. Hee, come in quickly. In Su Qian's rented apartment, she sighed. These two university students are quite the handful. He tossed Li Zongyang onto the bed in Jiang Han's room, clutching her waist while gasping for breath. Supporting Jiang Han, Su Qian was equally flushed and exhausted. Thank goodness this is an elevator apartment. Otherwise, glancing at the time, she pondered when these two rascals might awaken. Why don't you stay over tonight? Su Qian suggested with a smile. It has indeed been years since we had a proper conversation. That is true, He replied, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Shall we discuss some intimate topics tonight? Su Qian sensed He's gaze drifting toward her collarbone, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Even as a counselor now, you remain quite inappropriate. How absurd, or rather, how perverse. Do you know? I always felt pure and innocent, a stark contrast to you. Indeed. He retorted playfully, and what of these two youngsters? Likely won't awaken until tomorrow morning. Later that evening, in the master bedroom of the rental apartment, He donned a set of Su Qian's pajamas, glancing down at her modestly rising chest, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. As I walk alongside you, I often find myself engulfed in a sense of inadequacy. Su Qian, engrossed in her tablet, remained oblivious to what He was saying. There are some sweet plums in the bedside cabinet. Upon hearing this, He promptly retrieved a bag and angrily tore it open. So sweet. Su Qian, if you keep indulging in such sugary treats, you must be wary of gaining weight. Su Qian set aside her tablet, took a piece from the bag, and popped it into her mouth. It's not too bad. You know I have a penchant for sweets, yet I never seem to gain weight. Ah, yes, indeed. Eating sugary delights seems to lead your weight to the right places, He teased. Oh, you mischievous what nonsense are you spouting? The two girls, clad in their pajamas, lay on the bed, playfully bantering for a while. Su Qian, what is it like living with a male college student? It's quite fine. I suppose, Su Qian replied, tapping her lips thoughtfully. No, we don't call it living together. As Jiang Han's younger brother said, it's a cohabitation between couples. Observing her best friend's solemn expression, He, with her mouth slightly agape from chewing on the sweet plums, exclaimed, a male college student, wow. In He's mind, Su Qian was an absolute career-focused individual, dismissing love entirely. Yet, within less than a month, she had seemingly transformed into a love-struck fool. Unbeknownst to He, this romantic inclination had been nurtured within Su Qian since childhood, albeit concealed until now, and it was solely directed towards Jiang Han. I see. Su Qian, I think I understand, He said, her perceptive gaze seemingly piercing through everything. Understand what? I lack your fervor because I don't have a boyfriend who loves me. The next day, at 4 a.m, Su Qian quietly descended from her bed, careful not to wake the slumbering He. She tidied her slightly disheveled hair and made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. knowing that Jiang Han had indulged a bit too much the previous night. She anticipated he would awaken with an upset stomach. Perhaps I should make some porridge, she mused. Glancing at the crabs she had bought the day before but hadn't yet cooked, an idea struck her, although they were freshwater crabs and not the ocean variety. With proper preparation, they should taste delightful. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? She took out her phone and searched for a few tutorials online. After a brief review, she concluded that making porridge was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in preparing the ingredients. Under Jiang Han's subtle guidance over time, this culinary novice, once bereft of talent, had managed to master some simple dishes. It's just a matter of handling a few crabs. Su Qian, you can do this. Chui leaned against the doorframe of the master bedroom, her gaze filled with vitality as she watched Su Qian. A smile crept onto her face. Wondering what her best friend was up to. Perhaps I should lend a helping hand. Her perception of Su Qian's culinary skills remained rooted in their senior year when they shared a rental apartment. In Chu Hie's memory, there was one instance when she returned home after a troubling day at her internship, and the sky had already darkened. Since they were earning a modest salary from their internships, she refrained from asking her family for money. Although the pay was meager, it sufficed for her to purchase groceries and prepare meals in their rented space. She was aware that Su Qian was not particularly adept in the kitchen, but she thought cooking rice would pose no challenge. Therefore, she opted against ordering takeout and entrusted the task of cooking rice to Su Qian while she procured a few stir-fried dishes from a street vendor. However, she underestimated Su Qian's grasp of culinary arts. A pot of rice was transformed into undercooked porridge, albeit not to an irredeemable extent. Qian, what are you doing? Chui quietly approached Su Qian from behind, unable to stifle a laugh at the sight of her clumsily attempting to dismantle crabs. Hee. Su Qian did not turn around, merely acknowledging her presence before refocusing her attention on the crabs. I'm trying to prepare these hairy crabs and make some crab porridge. But these live crabs are so difficult to handle. Chui moved closer to Su Qian and silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, Qian. If you continue handling them this way, you might not finish even by the time Jiang Han attends class. At this, the young woman felt her cheeks flush. It had already been 10 minutes, and she had only managed to process one crab. Glancing at her stubborn demeanor, Chui picked up a kitchen knife and earnestly said, "Leave these crabs to me. I'll have them ready in no time. By the way, are there any prawns in the fridge? There are some in the freezer." Why? Su Qian shifted aside to avoid hindering her friend's efforts. With deft precision, Chui swiftly split the crabs in half. Go get some out. Thaw them in hot water and add them to the porridge for enhanced flavor. All right. Su Qian nodded eagerly and followed Chu Hie's instructions to thaw the prawns. Once finished, she returned to Chu Hie's side, her face alight with curiosity. After splitting the crabs, Chu Hie quickly used a spoon to clean out the inedible parts. Her movements fluid and her expression remarkably relaxed. Su Qian estimated that Chu Hie had completed the task in under 20 minutes. Why did the same task yield such different outcomes when performed by different individuals? It must be a matter of talent. Hee, you're amazing, Su Qian exclaimed, her sparkling eyes radiating admiration. Unlike me, after all this time, I still remain utterly clueless in the kitchen. As Chui listened to Su Qian's gradually fading tone, she tilted her head and remarked nonchalantly, "My dear Miss Su Qian, do not be oblivious to the blessings that surround you. From what you imply, Jiang Han's culinary skills must be quite remarkable. The kitchen is already claimed by your man. Why should you still be concerned with cooking?" Chui shot Su Qian a playful glare, then, after a brief pause, added, "I suspect you are flaunting your fortune, bullying me for lacking a boyfriend." However, Su Qian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Was she indeed boasting? Surely not. She replayed their conversation in her mind, and, well, perhaps there was a hint of it. Alas, the internet is abuzz with advice urging friends to pursue romantic relationships, suggesting that once a friend is in a relationship, visiting her home means being pampered by the couple. Chui pursed her lips. It was evident that her own friend was in a relationship. Yet the reality was starkly different. Once, she served one, and now, she served two. Hee, I know you're the best, Sister He, Su Qian said as she gently shook Chu Hie's arm. One cannot deny that when Su Qian becomes sweet, Chu Hie finds it hard to resist. No wonder contemporary college students have a penchant for sweet girls. As an editor of male-oriented web literature, Chu Hie was well aware of the taste of certain male college students, mature sisters, sweet girls, and wealthy patrons. Su Qian, you should indulge your childhood husband. Chui laughed. I adore sugar-coated moments. All right, But you must first teach me how to make porridge. Teach you? Or shall I take the lead? No. I want to try it myself. Su Qian tied her apron with a determined demeanor. Wasn't it you who said you wanted your friend to serve you? Chui noticed a glimmer of resolve in Su Qian's eyes and relented. Very well. It is better to teach you to fish than to simply give you fish. With me here, there should be no disasters. Under Chui's guidance, Su Qian successfully prepared a pot of crab porridge. I'll go heat up some dumplings. Su Qian told Chu He as she rummaged through the freezer. After all, there were 4 of them, especially with 2 male college students who had hearty appetites. This pot of porridge would hardly suffice. Chu He sat on a dining chair, watching Su Qian continue her search in the fridge. How about I make some pancakes? I found it. Su Qian exclaimed, pulling out a package of dumplings wrapped in plastic from the depths of the freezer. Hey, hee, didn't you just say something to me? It's nothing. Chu He waved her hand dismissively and stood up to head towards the restroom. Su Qian, you carry on. I'll just freshen up. The 4 of them gathered around the dining table, and it had been quite some time since Su Qian's home had been this lively. Chui picked up a dumpling, savoring the burst of savory flavors in her mouth, her expression transforming into one of sheer delight. Su Qian, where did you buy these dumplings? If they're from online, please send me the link. Su Qian raised her eyes to look at the visibly agitated Chu He. Although she felt a twinge of sympathy, after exchanging glances with Jiang Han, she nonetheless delivered the harsh truth with a certain cruelty. In reality, it was a shared endeavor between her and Jiang Han. The last time they made too many, so they stored them in plastic bags, intending to steam them for a few minutes whenever they craved a bite. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Chu He nodded in understanding. No wonder the taste of these buns far surpassed that of the ones available outside. It seems there are some left in the fridge. I'll fetch you some shortly. It's quite convenient to prepare in the morning, Su Qian said with a smile. Han, could you bring me some of those prepared buns for class in the future? Li Zongyang mumbled, his mouth watering. The cooking skills of the instructor's wife are truly exceptional. Before Jiang Han and Su Qian could respond, Chu He retorted. Why should she prepare them for you when she made them herself? Since when did college students grow such audacity? Who do you think you are? Neither of them has spoken yet. Li Zongyang, known for his fiery temper, was irked after a recent emotional setback. He did not appreciate being challenged by a stranger over breakfast. A less than gentlemanly demeanor, he found it hard to maintain his composure. Jiang Han shot a glance at Li Zongyang. He had awakened before him and had just stepped out of the bedroom when Su Qian introduced Chu He, particularly emphasizing her identity as a fellow counselor at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, albeit from the adjacent College of Humanities. Li Zongyang, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Jiang Han's gaze, shot back. No wonder an old woman like you is unwanted. After saying this, he felt a sense of vindication, akin to a protagonist in a story triumphing over a malicious antagonist. Jiang Han and Su Qian exchanged glances, the corners of their eyes twitching in disbelief. Some individuals remained single for a reason. Zongyang, enough of that. Let us eat, Jiang Han interjected, attempting to diffuse the awkward tension. Meanwhile, Su Qian leaned closer to Chu He, whispering, He, don't stoop to his level. Let us just eat. I didn't say anything wrong. Li Zongyang scoffed dismissively. It's all right, Qian Qian, I'll explain some reasoning to this child. Observing Chu He's cheerful demeanor, Su Qian inwardly thought, this could be problematic. Chu He's tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of provocation in Li Zongyang's ears. What do you intend to do, old woman? I assure you, I am no gentleman. Li Zongyang, you're a junior this year, right? Chu He said with a cold smile. I wonder if you were prepared to forfeit your diploma. Li Zongyang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly bizarre. She is a teacher? From our school? He inquired, directing his question to Jiang Han. Jiang Han remained silent, but nodded in affirmation. From our college? Jiang Han shook his head. That's a relief. Li Zongyang seemed to have swallowed a confidence pill, his arrogance swelling by the moment. You are not even a teacher at our college. What does it matter if I offend you? Chu He chuckled and shook her head, then presented the recording interface of her phone before the face of this audacious student. Insulting a teacher surely counts as a violation, does it not? Compared to me. You must prefer the company of the academic affairs office staff. Is Li Zongyang the type to cower in the face of authority? Clearly he is. Sister, I was wrong. I was too presumptuous. Despite the morning's meal being somewhat tumultuous, the spirits of the other 3 were quite buoyant, leaving aside Li Zongyang. Qian, why don't you join me later? It would save us from squishing onto the bus, Chu He said after putting on her shoes, addressing Su Qian. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qian turned to glance at Jiang Han, who was packing his bag. All right, the four of us can fit comfortably. Unlike Su Qian, Chu had secured her position as a counselor shortly after graduation through legitimate means. Over the past 2 years, she had accumulated a considerable amount of money through her roles as an editor and counselor and had even purchased a Mercedes outright. She was truly a young and affluent woman, and aside from her rather flat chest, she was also quite beautiful. So, where was the evidence of her age? For people? I never said I would take that studently with me. Chu deliberately raised her voice, her tone tinged with sarcasm. After all, I'm surely wouldn't he want to ride in an older woman's car, would he? Humph, if I don't wanna, I want tea. Li Zongyang retorted with considerable pride. Jiang Han glanced at the time on his phone and patted Li Zongyang's shoulder. Hangu, you don't need to persuade me. Even if I have to take a taxi home, I would never ride in this woman's car. Li Zongyang waved his hand dismissively, his small eyes reflecting a unique resolve. It's already 7:40, Jiang Han kindly reminded him. There are only 20 minutes until class. Taking a taxi might not be timely. The early 8 o'clock class was an unmitigated nightmare for every junior student, especially at the Jiangnan Technology Leather Factory, where classes truly began at 8 sharp. I can always skip it. Today's early 8 is my class, although it's technically not during work hours, as a counselor. How can I allow students to skip class? Li Zongyang, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Actually, I would also like to ride in Sister Chu's car. The early 8 classes could cure every college student's stubbornness. Jiang Han and Su Qian sat in the back seat, while Li Zongyang, caught between indulging in dog food and occupying the front passenger seat, opted for the latter. Though he did not see eye to eye with Chu He, it was certainly a better deal than a post-meal snack. Chu He remained silent, focusing intently on driving. The atmosphere in the car was distinctly divided. The two in the front were enveloped in silence, while the two in the back were immersed in affection. Jiang Han. Stop it. Chu He and Li Zongyang are right in front, Su Qian protested, freeing herself from Jiang Han's large hand, her cheeks flushing bright red. What has happened to holding hands? Is this not a normal interaction between couples? However, one must not rub their palms excessively, especially as the weather turns colder, causing the back of the hand to become somewhat dry. I merely wish to borrow some hand cream. Jiang Han spoke with a tone of righteous indignation. Chapter 87, An Unexpected Fate, Revised, TSK. Although Chu He was driving, she could not help but exclaim. It turns out that the romantic tropes found in male-oriented fiction are not mere figments of the author's imagination, but rather have their roots in reality. Indeed, under the influence of a male college student, her well-experienced friend had already become hopelessly infatuated. However, if my future boyfriend could be even half as amusing as Qian's childhood husband, I would count myself exceedingly fortunate. Chu He glanced at the rearview mirror, smiling brightly as she said, You all carry on, I'll pretend I'm not here. If her friend had kept quiet, it would have been fine. But after that sudden interruption, Su Qian felt an overwhelming desire to find a hole to hide in. Jiang Han, however, seemed unfazed, believing that being in love should be approached with a generous heart. One hand gently massaged Su Qian's small hand, intentionally shifting closer to her. He had intended to embrace her, but Li Zongyang's ill-timed voice interrupted. Hangu, can you and your wife hold off for a moment? Consider the feelings of this single dog. I just finished breakfast, and I simply cannot digest this unexpected wave of dog food. The once quiet and obedient Su Qian, who had seemed to be at Jiang Han's mercy, reacted like a frightened little rabbit. Hastily pulling her hand away from Jiang Han's grasp and turning her face towards the window to breathe in the fresh air outside. Li Zongyang's interruption darkened Jiang Han's expression, his good mood evaporating in an instant. If he could, he would have thrown Li Zongyang out of the car right then. If you can't say anything worthwhile, please refrain from speaking. Seeing the sweet moment that was about to unfold disrupted by this emotionally inept college student in the passenger seat, Chu He felt a surge of frustration. What I said is merely the truth. Sister, you wouldn't happen to be unsatisfied, would you? Li Zongyang retorted. Chu He was about to respond, only to realize that Li Zongyang's statement was indeed accurate. She certainly needed a substantial dose of romantic sweetness to nourish her spirit. Even if he was right, that was still a crime. Did he not understand that a taste of delightful romantic indulgence could brighten the day of a woman who had been single for over 20 years? His emotional intelligence was so low that it was no wonder he remained single. Ah yes. Sister Chu has the highest emotional intelligence, yet she is still single. If her face could display expressions, Li Zongyang would undoubtedly be making that nose-picking gesture towards her. As Chuhi noticed they had arrived at the school gate, she swallowed her retort, holding back the words she wished to fire back. As Jiang Han University of Science and Technology features an underground parking facility, faculty members must access it through the subterranean entrance. Thus, this bothersome student should alight from the vehicle. Xian, get out, Chuhi commanded. Turning to the passenger seat where Li Zongyang was seated, her patience waning. Get out already. With that, the trio of Jiang Han, Su Qian, and Chuhi exited the car, watching as Chuhi maneuvered the vehicle into the parking lot. Han Ge, I'll head back to fetch my books, Li Zongyang remarked with a hint of significance before sprinting towards the dormitory. As he ran, he muttered curses under his breath, lamenting his perpetual singlehood. Jiang Han cast a glance at the receding figure of the unsavory character, sharing a chuckle with Su Qian. I can't shake the feeling that there is something oddly familiar about this situation, as if they are destined rivals. Su Qian, reflecting on the earlier quarrel, pondered the dynamics at play. Indeed, while Li Zongyang's emotional intelligence seemed lacking, it was hard to believe he would stoop so low, almost as if it were deliberate. In the underground parking lot, after securing the car, Chuhi adjusted her appearance in the rearview mirror. How could someone as attractive as herself struggle to find a partner? Perhaps she truly was hopeless in that regard. A wave of dejection washed over her as she recalled Li Zongyang's arrogant demeanor, prompting a fierce resolve within. Humph. I shall certainly find a partner before you do, and then you'll be green with envy. At 7:55 a.m., Jiang Han and Su Qian arrived at the classroom, one after the other. Male students were quite discerning about their seating arrangements, often choosing spots in the front row directly facing the beautiful instructor. Such positioning allowed them to easily absorb the wisdom imparted by the teacher, and also ensured that they could take in every profound lesson Su Qian offered. Given her blend of beauty and intellect, Su Qian cast a subtly meaningful glance at Jiang Han before diverting her gaze. For now, she preferred to keep their romantic relationship under wraps. Entering the campus of Jiang Han University of Science and Technology signaled a newfound freedom in matters of the heart, even among faculty and students, yet she wished to avoid undue scrutiny regarding her personal life. Focused on her phone, Su Qian seemed to recollect something. Glancing at the time before hastily messaging Chuhi, "Here is the student roster for this class. Feel free to select anyone." This was a pact between them. Should either of them one day stand before the class as an instructor, the other would randomly select a fortunate student from the roster. Within mere seconds, Chuhi's exasperated response appeared on the screen. Li Zongyang. Su Qian stared at the green message bubble, momentarily taken aback. Some things, it seemed, were simply destined to unfold. Su Qian was aware that Chuhi was being intentional, which left her feeling conflicted within. After glancing at the time on her phone and scanning the classroom for any sign of Li Zongyang, she noted that it was already 7:59 and he had yet to arrive. If he were not late, she felt it would be rather cruel not to call on him. Before Su Qian could finish her murmurs, the class bell rang. At that precise moment, Li Zongyang precariously stepped through the door on one foot. As the bell ceased, he settled next to Jiang Han, exhaling a long sigh. "Brother Han, am I impressive or what?" Jiang Han remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at the unfortunate university student. Su Qian had just shared her chat records with Chuhi with him. Sometimes, an unfortunate fate can catch even the most confident person off guard. Now, let us proceed with questions and roll call. Su Qian coughed lightly. Jiang Han turned his head, letting out a sigh. "See, here it comes. Li Zongyang, could you summarize what I covered in the last class?" "Not bad, just a bit regrettable," she repeated. Su Qian was not trying to put Li Zongyang in a difficult position. She merely sought a brief review of the material discussed in the previous class. Li Zongyang looked somewhat bewildered at Jiang Han, as if seeking an explanation. Jiang Han merely smiled knowingly and shook his head helplessly. "You brought this upon yourself. It's something you must face. I am unable to assist, my friend." "Li Zongyang, please stand and address the question," Su Qian reminded him once more. Instructor." "I'm not sure." Li Zongyang stood up and responded instinctively, disregarding the question posed by Su Qian. "Very well, please have a seat. Come to my office after class." Su Qian concluded, casting a glance at Jiang Han that suggested he should accompany Li Zongyang. Following that, Su Qian posed questions to several other students. During this time, Jiang Han sent Li Zongyang the chat records between Chuhi and Su Qian. I've been set up," Li Zongyang lamented, picking up his phone to vent to Jiang Han via WeChat. Jiang Han simply replied with a sweating emoji and then put his phone away. turning his focus back to observing his female protagonist. After a thorough observation during the class, Jiang Han felt that the portrayal of the novel's heroine had once again been enriched. After all, it was a portion of his autobiography, while the remainder needed to be meticulously refined in his mind. Jiang Han, stop staring, Su Qian said, as the classroom emptied. Li Zongyang had already headed to the office to wait, while Su Qian stood at the lectern, organizing her teaching materials. With a smile, she said to Jiang Han, "Haven't you seen enough from the beginning to the end of class?" "Not enough. I could never get enough in this lifetime," Jiang Han chuckled with a grin. Su Qian picked up the lesson plan and approached Jiang Han, playfully urging him to hurry to her office as he had something to discuss with him. "Is Teacher Chu looking for me?" Jiang Han inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he believed he had not crossed paths with that woman. Could it possibly be about Li Zongyang? Was it true that his son had found a place to belong? "Stop guessing," Su Qian replied with a playful smile. "I may not have mentioned it, but he is actually an editor." "A web editor?" Jiang Han deduced. "To be precise, she is a part-time editor." Su Qian struggled to articulate Chu He's current professional status, settling for a vague description. "So, she's a web editor then?" Jiang Han summarized. "Understanding that web editors differ from the editors at various websites. Most are university students yet to graduate, acting as information distributors for smaller sites across major social platforms, with compensation based on the number of authors recruited." If she were merely a web editor, Jiang Han was already contemplating how to politely decline Chu He's request. After all, he had yet to savor the opportunities presented by the promising editor, Xiao Su, and given that he was already secured with a major platform, there seemed little reason to squander his talents on smaller sites. "I'm not quite sure. You two can chat and find out," Su Qian suggested. As they walked, Jiang Han led the way while Su Qian followed closely behind. Upon opening the office door, they were met with the sight of Li Zongyang and Chu He, both visibly displeased with one another. "Ahem, Li Zongyang, could you step outside for a moment?" Su Qian called out to him from the doorway. Jiang Han then approached Chu He, having already reached an agreement with Su Qian on their approach, to separate Chu He and Li Zongyang for individual discussions. Once Su Qian closed the office door, Chu He stood and extended her hand to Jiang Han. "Hello, Jiang Han. I am the editorial supervisor for Shitsi Chinese Network." "Shitsi Chinese Network? Didn't Su tell me you were a web editor?" Jiang Han paused, realizing he was a contracted author for Shitsi Chinese Network. Such a prominent platform had eluded his awareness of the existence of web editors. "Well, my situation is a bit unique," Chu He replied with an awkward smile. "Given my relationship with Su, there's no need to deceive you. I truly am the editorial supervisor for Shitsi." "I see. I am, in fact, an author for Shitsi Chinese Network," Jiang Han admitted. Upon hearing this, Chu He's initial enthusiasm waned. Within the editorial team at Shitsi, there existed a tacit rule that a contracted author could not change their editorial supervisor unless the original editor left. Had I known, I would have clarified with Su beforehand. "May I ask your pen name? I can speak to your editor and request they reserve a few more recommendation slots for you." Chu He assumed a confident demeanor, asserting that she held some sway within the editorial team. "My pen name is Han Jiangshui." Although there has always been a sense of unreliability surrounding Chu He, Jiang Han generously acknowledged it. If Chu He were indeed the editor from Shitsi Chinese Network, any inquiries she wished to make would be futile to conceal. Conversely, if she were not, there would be no loss to herself. "You claim to be Han Jiangshui?" Chu He's expression turned intriguingly contemplative. "Really? What significance does truth hold here?" Jiang Han seemed to comprehend the underlying meaning in Chu He's expression and, almost as if compelled by fate, retorted, "Please don't tell me you are the editor Xiao Su." Chu He immediately reacted by seeking out Han Jiangshui's contact information, dialing a voice call and effortlessly activating the speakerphone. She then smiled brightly as she gazed at Jiang Han. Whether true or false, a phone call would reveal all, wouldn't it? Before long, Jiang Han's phone screen illuminated, prominently displaying Xiao Su's name. He glanced at Chu He, who was holding the phone, and pressed the answer button. "Hello?" he tentatively inquired, only to hear a response through Chu He's speakerphone. Apart from a slight variation in tone, the manner of speaking was remarkably consistent. "Hello, Han Jiangshui." With the phone pressed to his left ear, Jiang Han heard Xiao Su's voice, while Chu He's voice echoed in his right ear. "What is this?" After hanging up, a blend of astonishment and joy adorned Jiang Han's face. "This is software developed by the website's technical department, capable of altering the voice print information both input and output on the phone," Chu He elaborated. It serves as a dual protection measure for editors and authors. I see, Jiang Han replied. However, I recall that during the signing process, authors upload their identity information, and the contract is submitted for the editor's review. Doesn't this protection lose its significance? The editor is only responsible for reviewing the signature section. Crucial information like identity coding is managed by other departments within the website, Chui clarified, enabling Jiang Han to grasp the website's operational model. How did your conversation go? Su Qian entered, evidently having completed her reprimand of Li Zongyang. It was fair, just somewhat regrettable, Chui smiled. Regrettable? Su Qian glanced at Chui. Then at the equally smiling Jiang Han. I am, after all, an author under Sister Chui. Chapter 89. Time to get off the bus. No office worker relishes their job, much like no bewildered college student enjoys an early 8 a.m. class. After advising Jiang Han on the final round of recommendations, he took her leave. Su Qian tended to her tasks, and half an hour later, she finally completed her work. Rising, she stretched her slightly aching lower back and turned to Jiang Han, who was engrossed in his phone, reading a novel. Let us go. It's time to head home for dinner. Shall we take a DD back? Jiang Han inquired nonchalantly, putting away his phone. Su Qian shut down her computer and softly suggested, let us take the subway. There aren't many people at this hour, so it shouldn't be too crowded. Plus, it's just a tad slower than DD, but far more economical. Are you not coming over this afternoon? No, I've nearly completed my tasks for today. Su Qian picked up her tablet, her fingers tracing circles on the screen. The remaining bits and pieces could be handled leisurely at home. She chuckled softly, noting that there were no significant arrangements at school in the near future. Her daily responsibilities consisted solely of lesson preparation and approving leave requests on the campus portal's backend. That makes sense, Jiang Han nodded. He had no particular preferences for modes of transportation when traveling. His primary concern was Su Qian, as her role as a counselor required her to consider the timeliness of their journey. As noon approached on this Monday, the Jiangnan University subway station was surprisingly devoid of people. It had been quite some time since Jiang Han last took the subway. After all, he always seemed to coincide with peak traffic times, fearing the possibility of being taken advantage of by that little girl on the subway. The subway system in the city had expanded significantly over the years. 2 years ago, when Jiang Han first arrived at Jiangnan University, he had taken the subway, which only extended to People's Square, nearly 10 kilometers from the school, necessitating a transfer to bus 268 to reach his destination. Now, the subway lines had been renovated and broadened. Even the original station signs had been replaced. Despite having lived in this city for 2 full years, Jiang Han, confined within the walls of the school for that duration, had not truly grasped the vast changes occurring around him. It was akin to witnessing flowers bloom and wither, the seasons shift. Only by slowing down his progress and savoring the moments could he discern the silent transformations, awakening to the subtle shifts that occurred over time. Today a subway is remarkably uncrowded, Su Qian exclaimed. She nestled against Jiang Han, her small head resting on his shoulder, inhaling the fresh scent of sunshine that lingered on his clothes with each breath. If I remember correctly, our university should be the starting station, and considering Jiangnan University's tradition, Mondays in the first and second years are always fully scheduled, hence there aren't many people. Jiang Han glanced around. The carriage held a few couples like them, each engaged in their own world, rather than being solitary. They were likely 3rd and 4th year students seeking a quiet spot to nurture their relationships after classes. Jiang Han turned his head, his gaze landing on Su Qian's fair skin, which glowed softly with a hint of pink beneath the surface. If not for the fear of making Su Qian shy, he would have wanted to kiss her right then. What's wrong? Put on your mask, Su Qian said, retrieving a neatly folded disposable mask from her pocket and carefully placing it on Jiang Han's face. After 2 years of pandemic precautions, people had largely developed the habit of wearing masks when going out. The girl observed him closely. You look quite handsome. The journey from Jiangnan University to the nearest subway station to their neighborhood would take nearly 30 minutes. The two of them nestled together, occasionally engaging in light conversation. Before long, the young girl yawned and found herself somewhat drowsy. Had she not slept well last night? Indeed, she had engaged in a lengthy conversation with Hehe about various matters. Various matters? What kind of matters? Just some little secrets shared between girls. Why not put on some headphones and take a quick nap? All right. Su Qian accepted the noise-canceling headphones offered by Jiang Han, donned them, and nestled comfortably against his shoulder, her long legs stretching out naturally. Although the noise-canceling headphones could not entirely block out the sounds of the subway, resting like this inexplicably made her feel sleepy. She was reluctant to leave this moment. "I'll wake you when we're almost at the station." "Okay." Su Qian was indeed struggling to stay awake. She gently nuzzled her small head and blissfully closed her eyes, her soft breaths and heartbeat gradually calming and lengthening. Like a little cat, she curled up, her long hair cascading onto Jiang Han's shoulder, creating a wonderfully unique sensation. In truth, a boy experiences two first loves in his life. The first occurs when he has nothing yet wishes to give her the world. The second arises when he realizes he may not be able to offer the entire universe, but he yearns to share everything he has and all his future with her. Jiang Han's Su Qian's sister, at this moment, was indeed his entire world, despite merely a single day's separation. Su Qian felt as if she had not slept so soundly in ages. Even amidst the cacophony surrounding her, she remained in a dreamy state. Inhaling Jiang Han's scent, as if she were seeking to replenish the energy she had missed the previous day. The fragrance emanating from him possessed a natural healing quality. Although it sounded peculiar, it instilled within her a sense of inexplicable satisfaction and security. "Qian Qian, Qian Qian," Jiang Han gently called out in her ear. Though she had only slept for less than 30 minutes, Su Qian felt as if an eternity had passed. The boyish voice roused her from her slumber, and she cautiously opened her eyes a crack. The light within the train was somewhat blurred, feeling the warmth beside her. Su Qian couldn't help but emit a satisfied hum. Her small head nuzzled gently. Although she was already content, why did she still wish to close her eyes? This warm, reassuring sensation of happiness was simply marvelous. "It's time to get off." Observing Su Qian's adorable demeanor, Jiang Han couldn't resist giving her a gentle pinch on her tender cheek. "Oh." Chapter 90, Marry Me. "Oh," she softly murmured from her throat, responding to Jiang Han's earlier words. At the moment that sound escaped her lips, Su Qian herself shivered. How had her voice transformed into this? Jiang Han cleared his throat twice. "We're almost at the station. If I don't call you soon, we'll miss our stop." Su Qian's cheeks flushed, her body seemingly losing agency as she was led by the boy's hand off the subway. She suddenly realized that sleeping on the subway could actually be quite comfortable. Really? As Su Qian drifted into slumber, her delicate lips slightly parted, a hint of glistening moisture gracing the corners of her mouth. She appeared utterly adorable in her dazed state. Jiang Han couldn't help but admire Su Qian for managing to sleep so soundly on the subway. Suddenly, she sensed a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of Jiang Han's mouth, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. "Jiang Han, you wouldn't dare indulge in any mischief while I am asleep, would you?" Of course not. Though he had just captured a candid shot of her endearing slumber. They were already a couple, and such an act could hardly be deemed inappropriate, merely a playful intimacy between them. "Is that so?" Su Qian narrowed her eyes, her small hand unknowingly finding its way to the softness at Jiang Han's waist. Indeed, Jiang Han remained composed, his heart steady, his deep-set gaze revealing no hint of embarrassment. I doubt you would." Su Qian smiled contentedly before bouncing out of the subway station. "Take care. Watch your step." "All right." Su Qian hopped along. But after a few steps, a playful idea seemed to strike her, mischief dancing in her peach blossom eyes. "Jiang Han, walking back like this is rather dull. How about we make a wager?" With her hands perched on her hips, she radiated a vibrant, sunny energy. "A wager?" Jiang Han paused, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. "Can I propose the stakes? Each proposes their own, and refusal is not an option." Su Qian pouted her pink lips, assuming a commanding demeanor. "No matter what I suggest, you will agree, right?" Jiang Han smiled knowingly. "If, perchance, you were to lose, you wouldn't regret it, would you?" "Regret? Not at all." Su Qian's eyes sparkled as she assured him with a confident nod. Jiang Han leaned closer, whispering in her ear. "So how does my sister wish to play? I will return to our neighborhood in 100 steps. If I win, Jiang Han must treat me to hot pot." Truth be told, Su Qian was merely craving hot pot, yet she believed that couples ought to infuse their lives with some semblance of ritual. Such a simple request should hardly pose a challenge for Jiang Han. "And what about you?" After stating her terms, she was curious to hear what her little boyfriend desired in return. If it involved some peculiar antics to deepen their bond, she might just indulge in a bit of mischief. What did her sisterly affection for Jiang Han have to do with their teacher-student relationship? This wager between sister and brother was entirely separate from her role as Su Qian the teacher. "I can't tell you, but it's something of great importance." Jiang Han chuckled, withholding the details. "Then I shall begin." Su Qian declared, her long, graceful legs striding as she bounced toward their community. Though the distance from the subway station to their home was not particularly far, Su Qian underestimated the exertion required. After a few steps, and eventually 20, she found herself with hands on her hips, a flushed face, and a sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. She first took several deep breaths, gradually calming her breathing. Jiang Han stood behind Su Qian, observing his girlfriend as she inhaled deeply, as if time itself had frozen, leaving only the joyful atmosphere around her in interaction with Su Qian. Su Qian, are you truly all right? Are you really not going to give up? Jiang Han approached her with a smile, adding, sister, if you lose, I promise I won't do anything strange to you. To make his girlfriend concede, he needed to find a way to dismantle her inner defenses. Humph, trying to trick me again, Su Qian replied with a hint of pride. Such tactics won't work on me. 98. 99. Jiang Han followed closely behind Su Qian, applying verbal pressure from the 90th count onward. Su Qian glanced at the entrance of the community, a little disheartened, wishing her legs were as long as Jiang Han's. She stared longingly at the nearby security booth, finally exhaling a long sigh after a while. Soon, she felt her legs weaken, struggling to keep her balance. After such intense exertion without much prior exercise, her delicate calves were indeed fatigued. Jiang Han, please help me, she pleaded, her legs barely holding her up. I'm here. Jiang Han, always close behind, quickly supported her as she wobbled. I'm so tired, but there are still so many steps to go. Su Qian expressed her reluctance, yet with a smile, she asked. Jiang Han, if you win, what reward do you desire from your sister? Her disheveled hair clung to her face with beads of sweat, and Jiang Han gently tucked a strand behind her ear. No, I haven't won yet, he replied earnestly, shaking his head. He knew he had already lost. Although there was only one step left, it was clear that one step could not equal 10. How could you have lost when I only have one step left? Su Qian questioned, puzzled. Jiang Han glanced back and said, who says this step means you will lose? Before Su Qian could respond, he swept her off her feet. Ah! The sudden sensation of weightlessness caused Su Qian to exclaim, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. What are you doing? With one step, I will let you win. And then I'll treat you to hot pot, Jiang Han said with his ever-sunny smile. Su Qian was certain that even after 5 or 10 years, she would still be mesmerized by the boy's radiant grin. But Jiang Han, don't you want to fulfill the wager you proposed? She inquired, knowing she would willingly comply even without the stakes. Jiang Han smiled mysteriously, leaving Su Qian somewhat puzzled. If he suggested something unusual, she doubted she would refuse. For such things were permissible between lovers. Jiang Han carried her to the security booth, greeting the old man before stepping inside. Oh, please put me down. There are so many people in the community. Su Qian buried her small face in Jiang Han's chest, unwilling to lift it despite the heat radiating from her cheeks. It was undeniably embarrassing. I won't let you go. You are my girlfriend, and what is wrong with me holding my own girlfriend? Isn't that a perfectly normal thing to do? Jiang Han's reasoning was so sound that Su Qian found it impossible to refute. She realized that when it came to weaving tales, she, as a teacher, was no match for the online literature author Han Jiangshui. Upon reaching her doorstep, Jiang Han finally set Su Qian down. You have won the first 100 steps. He opened the door, and as Su Qian stood beside him, she inquired, what does your brother want from his sister? I accept my defeat. Observing Su Qian's earnest expression, Jiang Han leaned in and whispered, marry me. Chapter 91. This is not a dream. Marry me. A gentle smile graced Jiang Han's lips as he uttered those 3 words with simplicity and an earnestness that carried weight. There was no excessive emotional prelude, yet the gravity of his words was undeniable. Meanwhile, Su Qian's smile gradually froze into a state of shock. These seemingly simple words, enriched by Jiang Han's magnetic voice, stirred her heart profoundly. Unconsciously, she lowered her head, a blush creeping beneath her fair skin. Huh? Jiang Han. Su Qian suddenly lifted her gaze, looking at Jiang Han, who was busy adjusting his coat. Aye. Jiang Han continued with his task, smiling as he said, you will agree, won't you? I am not one to paint grandiose pictures or speak of eternal promises. However, I can assure you that I am working hard, and I will continue to do so in the future. Su Qian felt a sudden moisture in her eyes and instinctively wiped them with her hand, nodding earnestly, I will. I will wait for you until the day you marry me. What shall we eat? After tidying up his clothes, Jiang Han glanced at Su Qian, whose eyes were glistening with tears, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just something simple, Su Qian responded, her voice slightly choked. In her blurred vision, Her young man busied himself in the kitchen, his silhouette seemingly infused with a faint glow. The two shared a modest lunch, and after clearing the dishes together, Jiang Han retreated to his small room, settling down to prepare for the final round of recommendations. Indeed, this young man was striving diligently, honoring the promise made to the girl next door, a commitment that extended beyond their youthful days. Su Qian, meanwhile, picked up her tablet, donning her adorable cartoon slippers, and quietly sat in front of Jiang Han, attending to the few tasks at hand. They each immersed themselves in their work, unbothered by one another, while the air was filled with the unique scent they shared, inexplicably sharpening their focus. 3 hours later, after finishing his writing, Jiang Han stretched his weary limbs, easing the tension in his body. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Su Qian nestled in the corner, her small mouth slightly agape, a glimmer of dew resting at the edge of her lips. She slept soundly, resembling a child in her innocence. Jiang Han reached out, gently drawing Su Qian onto his shoulder. After playfully pinching her soft little face, he took out his phone to capture the moment. Should I post this on WeChat? He hesitated for a brief moment, realizing it might not be appropriate, especially considering the many students who followed Su Qian. He lingered on the editing interface of his post, adding the photo and writing, "You bloom like a dandelion. I dared to touch you, yet like a dandelion, you scattered everywhere, leaving traces of your essence." He clicked send. Naturally, this post was shielded from all his university peers except for Li Zongyang, as Jiang Han feared potential backlash. Turning his head, he gazed at Su Qian's tranquil, sleeping face reflected in his eyes, unable to resist the urge to tease her delicate nose with his other hand. Perhaps sensing the disturbance in her sweet dreams, Su Qian wrinkled her nose in mild discontent, let out a soft whimper, and nestled back against Jiang Han, seeking comfort on his shoulder as she drifted back into slumber. Jiang Han inhaled the subtle fragrance of her hair, contentedly closing his eyes for a brief respite from his weary soul. After a moment, he opened his eyes and returned to his writing interface. The cluster of purple baby's breath was exquisite, the story he crafted was beautiful, and the girl, cradling flowers under the summer sun, was even more enchanting. The winds of April, the rains of June, the floral seas of August, the full moon of October, and the falling snow of December. All the love of my life is woven into these lines. My sister, my cradle, my brother is surely enamored by your silent guardianship. Su Qian enjoyed her slumber deeply. Upon waking, she found Jiang Han had already vacated her side. She lay in bed, a small blanket draped over her abdomen, presumably. Jiang Han had covered her to shield her from the cold. Su Qian, sitting up, stretched like a contented kitten just roused from sleep, emitting soft, satisfied sounds. Jiang Han must have gone to prepare breakfast, she thought. Picking up her phone, she glanced at the time and instinctively plotted to surprise him. Stealthily, she slipped out of bed and leaned against the doorframe, cautiously peeking outside. To her dismay, the kitchen was devoid of Jiang Han's presence. Jiang Han? She called tentatively. But the vast room echoed back silence. Normally, he would inform her if he had to step out. What could possibly be amiss today? A sense of unease began to stir within her, prompting her to mutter to herself. WeChat remained silent, devoid of even a single note, leading Su Qian to wonder if something might have gone awry. Contemplating this, she decided to call Jiang Han with a video call. The ringtone echoed in her ears. But after half a minute of no response, she unilaterally ended the call. The phone went unanswered. This simply wouldn't do, she thought. I must go find him. Abandoning her phone, she anxiously slipped into a coat and, clad in her slippers, was about to rush out. Just as she opened the door, Jiang Han appeared in her line of sight, carrying 2 large plastic bags filled with groceries. Without waiting for Jiang Han to speak, Su Qian leapt into his embrace. For a fleeting moment, the bag slipped from Jiang Han's hands, and his free arms instinctively wrapped around her waist. There were no further actions, just a tranquil embrace. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Su Qian nuzzled her head against Jiang Han's chest, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Where have you been? I went to buy some groceries, he replied. Then why didn't you answer my call? I was really worried. My phone was on silent. I forgot to turn it back on. It's my fault. Well, I forgive you, but next time, no matter what you're doing, you must inform me in advance. What are you afraid of? Su Qian lifted her face, her eyes glistening. Afraid of shattered dreams. Jiang Han couldn't help but pinch her cheek, an affectionate smile gracing his lips. Silly, this is not a dream. Chapter 92, Little white socks in your mouth in the center of the dining table. A bubbling pot of spicy beef broth simmered, releasing steaming vapors into the air. Jiang Han sat beside Su Qian, gradually adding the prepared ingredients into the pot. Su Qian, however, was not merely waiting with bated breath. She picked up the condiments on the table and prepared 2 small bowls of dipping sauce for both herself and Jiang Han. Though her culinary skills were nearly non-existent, concocting a delectable dipping sauce was a trivial task for her. In no time, Su Qian had completed the sauces, 2 portions, with hers containing a generous amount of chili, while Jiang Han's was merely adorned with a few slices of pepper. After mixing the ingredients thoroughly, she pushed Jiang Han's bowl toward him. "Give it a try," Su Qian said softly. "I didn't add as much chili to yours." Although Jiang Han hailed from Sichuan and Chongqing, he did not possess the same penchant for spiciness as a local might. During their childhood, the Jiang and Su families, being neighbors, often gathered to enjoy hot pot, and over time, Su Qian had memorized Jiang Han's preferred flavors. After adding a small plate of lamb to the pot, Jiang Han dipped his chopsticks into the bowl of sauce and brought it to his mouth. The familiar taste blossomed in his palate: scallions, minced garlic, cilantro, sesame oil, chili, and oyster sauce. The flavor was undeniably delightful. Su Qian also sampled her sauce, nodding appreciatively. "It's a pity he doesn't like cilantro." "Jiang Han, dear brother," Su Qian inquired with a serious expression, "why do some people dislike such a delightful herb as cilantro?" Jiang Han pondered for a moment, recalling a comment he had encountered on a forum, which suggested that those who detest cilantro perceive its flavor as unpleasant. "Is that so?" Su Qian mused, playfully biting her chopsticks. "When I become a wealthy woman, I shall certainly have he cultivate cilantro for me. That path is arduous. I shall patiently await your patronage." Jiang Han murmured, unable to suppress a smile as he turned to look at her. Su Qian's daydream was swiftly shattered by Jiang Han's teasing. "What are you laughing at?" Su Qian retorted, pinching him lightly. "Oh, I'm merely elated to have befriended a future heiress." "Is that so?" Su Qian temporarily accepted Jiang Han's fanciful words. She felt a twinge of helplessness, despite possessing a coveted gilded degree. The harsh realities of life had illuminated the daunting challenge of earning a living. While the title of university counselor is often equated with that of a professor, the actual salary was barely sufficient to sustain oneself. Thus, without relying on her father's support, achieving the status of a wealthy woman solely through her role as a university counselor seemed an arduous endeavor. "Very well, let us adjust our aspirations. First, I shall strive to be the good sister and teacher Jiang Han speaks of," she resolved, determined to ensure that this young man would not feel constrained in the vast ocean of knowledge. As she chewed on the beef tripe, her resolve solidified. This hot pot base is utterly delectable. It embodies the authentic flavors of Sichuan. After a satisfying meal, Su Qian wiped her mouth with a napkin. Reclining in her chair and gently patting her slightly rounded belly, her toes wiggling in contentment. "Authentic Sichuan flavor?" Jiang Han, mirroring Su Qian's relaxed posture, wore a satisfied expression after their feast. "As long as it's not one of those establishments masquerading as genuine Chongqing hot pot while serving inferior fare, I'm content." Su Qian briefly savored the taste, reminiscent of Aunt Xiachan's cooking. "Yes, indeed, this is my mother's recipe," Jiang Han remarked with a smile. "It was just delivered a few days ago, and I had forgotten about it. Had you not mentioned wanting hot pot today, I might have overlooked it altogether." Jiang Han casually added, "Unfortunately, that was the last package. I'll have your future mother-in-law send over some more." Su Qian's cheeks flushed. "What did you just say?" "Future mother-in-law?" Jiang Han chuckled. "But Sister Su Qian, you did say you would wait until the day I come to marry you. So, what's wrong with having your future mother-in-law prepare some?" Seeing Su Qian so earnestly lost in thought, Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle. It was imperative to help this young lady embrace her circumstances, transforming future tense into the present, thereby facilitating a more fruitful learning experience for both of them in this small room. "I agreed to your request, but that is still in the future." Su Qian playfully pinched Jiang Han's cheek, adorably insisting, "Hurry up and wash the dishes, for I still need to tutor you tonight." "Extra lessons?" Jiang Han's expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment. "Indeed, with exams approaching, if you neglect your studies, you may well find yourself on the list of failures again." After they finished washing the dishes, Su Qian placed a hefty stack of printed review materials on the coffee table. The sound of the papers striking the table sent a shiver down Jiang Han's spine. The paper contained 5 exercises, and Su Qian picked one from the top and handed it to Jiang Han. "If you make a mistake on any of these, prepare for the feather duster." "Qian Qian." I believe your high school homeroom teacher would be more suited for you than a university advisor, Jiang Han remarked wistfully. However, I must admit, I am rather looking forward to your feather duster. Though he jested, he had already picked up a graphite pen and began to diligently write on the paper. The exercises Su Qian had printed were mostly foundational problems from the school's question bank. She had meticulously analyzed previous year's final exam questions, adhering to a general ratio of 6:2 for the exercises. For a student like Jiang Han, who struggled with the basics, mastering these foundational questions would suffice, especially with the added weight of regular scores. However, Su Qian's expectations for Jiang Han extended beyond mere mastery of the basics. Initially, they would focus on foundational exercises. And as the final week approached, they would intensify their efforts to guarantee a minimum standard while striving for improvement. After changing into comfortable home attire, Su Qian paced around Jiang Han, who was increasingly exuding confidence. To keep him grounded, she issued a gentle reminder. These are merely foundational questions. Do not let a little success inflate your ego. If you fail to meet my expectations by the end of the term, the reward I previously promised you will be forfeited. These words struck Jiang Han like an invigorating dose of motivation. Su Qian did not wish to deny him his aspirations. In fact, she was equally eager for the outcome. I am certain that our advisor is more excited than I am about what that reward truly entails. The young lady's innermost thoughts were laid bare by his comment, and her expression momentarily stiffened before she feigned seriousness. You must focus on your exercises. Otherwise, her peripheral vision caught sight of her little white socks. Otherwise, I shall stuff these little white socks into your mouth. Chapter 93. The recommendation begins on Wednesday. The final round of recommendations for the romantic narrative penned by the online author Han Jiangshui commenced. The significance of this round was self-evident. The earlier trial recommendations in rounds 1, 2, and 3 had all been leading up to this pivotal moment. When Jiang Han initially embarked on the preparation of this book, he did not anticipate achieving such remarkable success. He merely chuckled at the grand visions he had for himself as an editor. Had it not been for the phrase "the minimum is negotiable," coupled with the necessity of being confined with Su Qian due to pandemic control measures, he might still be just another lukewarm fantasy writer struggling for recognition. Riding the wave of website traffic support, he diligently endeavored toward becoming a noteworthy figure in this industry. At present, Jiang Han's aspirations extend far beyond merely fulfilling his income requirements for a full-time career. He now aims for a coveted position within the top 5 of the final rankings. Ever since Su Qian's father visited, the boy's ambitions have crystallized once more. Over the past few days, Jiang Han has meticulously refined the outline of this book, and the intimate interactions with Su Qian have vividly taken form at his fingertips. Male-oriented urban romance stories are often humorously referred to by readers as autobiographies of male authors or mere playthings for female authors. Without profound emotions and a genuine understanding of the nuances of romance, one cannot write effectively. It is precisely due to Su Qian's companionship that he has been able to traverse this path further and further. Jiang Han is acutely aware of his girlfriend's expectations, and thus, he is determined not to disappoint her. During the preparatory phase for the 4th round of recommendations, the website optimized its ranking criteria. The sole determinant for the order of works in this 4th round is the ultimate sales chart, which essentially reflects the subscription data during the recommendation period. Currently, Jiang Han's book occupies the 30th position on the list, a ranking that is neither particularly high nor low. Jiang Han harbors no complaints regarding this position, especially considering his recent output of 4,000 words daily, which has allowed him to hold his ground against those who frequently update with 10,000 words. After completing today's update, Jiang Han opened his somewhat forgotten reader group and sent out a message. Hello everyone, I am Han Jiangshui. This book has now reached a climactic turning point and has entered the 4th round of recommendations on the website. The coming period is crucial for both me and this work. Starting tomorrow, barring any decline in quality, I will ensure a minimum daily update of 10,000 words, with no upper limit. I kindly ask everyone to lend a hand in support, ensuring a perfect conclusion for Han Jiangshui. Jiang Han let out a long sigh of relief. And as he sent this lengthy message, the previously silent reader group erupted in cheers. Each member of the group is a seasoned reader. Since Jiang Han began his daily 4,000-word updates, nearly 60% opted to save the book. Most of these individuals are waiting to binge read once the story concludes or reaches a substantial word count, as being left hanging by an author is far from pleasant. However, within this group, Every individual is a loyal fan of Han Jiangshui. Here, no one wishes for their beloved author to falter on this journey. At the end of the alley, coffee. Has the dog thief been recommended? Han Jiangshui, yes. Coffee. Then I shall no longer keep my book, but will wholeheartedly support you. Tian, so will I. Although the author's character may not be commendable, the work produced is indeed remarkable. Lanyin Sanshao. If this book has a disappointing ending, beware of my mother's relentless pursuit. Before long, Han Zhang's chat window was filled with these warm, yet polite messages. Han Su, keep it up, Han Jiangshui. After reading these messages, this sun-kissed and handsome young man felt a hint of moisture in his eyes. Writing a novel is, in essence, a process of soul communication between the author and the readers, as well as between the characters within the work and the readers, all conveyed through seemingly cold words. The living room lights had long been extinguished, leaving only the bedroom and bathroom illuminated. A woman with an exquisite figure changed into comfortable home attire and stood before the mirror, drying her damp hair until it was halfway dry. Grabbing her phone, which was still open to the chat interface of the reader group, she turned off the bathroom light and returned to the bedroom. Brother Jiang Han, keep it up. Su Qian encouraged sweetly, looking at Jiang Han, who was sitting at the edge of the bed. Jiang Han wiped away the slight moisture from his eyes with the back of his hand and nodded with a smile. Yes. I will definitely fulfill the promise related to you. Oh, really? After climbing into bed, Su Qian snuggled under the covers beside Jiang Han. Are you this confident? Brother Jiang Han. Jiang Han pulled up the backend data from the website, hovering the cursor over some core statistics. If the upcoming plot proceeds without significant issues, my subscription count should at least double, along with the word count. Jiang Han turned to Su Qian with a smile. While he couldn't guarantee a solid spot in the top 5, a place within the top 10 was assured. Moreover, I have 2 major events yet to be released. I will unveil those 2 pivotal plot points on the 3rd and 5th days of recommendations. Then, Han Jiangshui, could you possibly reveal a bit in advance? Su Qian playfully glanced at him and nestled into Jiang Han's embrace, her legs naturally resting on his. Not possible, Jiang Han said with a teasing smile, unless. Su Qian, understanding his hint, pecked gently at his lips before he could finish his sentence. Can Brother Jiang Han tell me now? Still not possible. Jiang Han deliberately kept the suspense alive. This is a surprise for Sister Su Qian. Su Qian gazed at Jiang Han with a pout, suddenly huffing, you stingy boy. Jiang Han chuckled helplessly, holding Su Qian close while intertwining their fingers. It's getting late. Let us rest, he suggested. Okay. Chapter 94. Regarding the matter of sharing a boyfriend the next day, aside from the absence of the early morning class, Jiang Han spent the entire day immersed in the campus environment. Although he was not actively listening to the lectures, unlike other students who appeared lost and distracted, he remained engaged in his own thoughts. Jiang Han sat in his seat, his mind fervently engaged in the intricate weaving of a narrative. To capture those fleeting sparks of inspiration, he had borrowed a power bank from the lobby of the first floor of the school's academic building, ensuring that his perpetually low battery phone remained charged. Jiang Han had to concede that aside from his handsome appearance, a gentle girlfriend, and exceptional culinary skills, he possessed a modicum of academic talent, albeit not in the classroom, but rather through the patient guidance of Su Qian at home. Naturally, having a brilliant student and university tutor as a girlfriend did not grant Jiang Han the audacity to brazenly skip classes. At the very least, it allowed him to indulge in the whimsical fantasy of role-playing. The young man gradually realized that university was not an institution for nurturing talent, but rather a crucible for sifting through it. Here, even with exceptional innate ability, one could easily be consumed by the comforts of campus life without a resolute will. University resembled a microcosm of society, where the knowledge imparted often lagged behind the real world by 2 or 3 years. Thus, its purpose lay not in cultivation, but in selection. Jiang Han had already made his choices for the future, with Su Qian being the most steadfast among them. After classes ended at 5:40 p.m., Jiang Han did not immediately seek out Su Qian in the office. Instead, he wandered alone to the playground to clear his somewhat fatigued mind. He took a lap around the rubber track, casting off the chaotic thoughts that cluttered his brain. As an online literature author, his imagination often soared to fantastical heights, especially when drawing parallels between himself and Su Qian in the roles of the protagonists. At times, vivid and colorful scenes would unwittingly materialize in his mind. However, Jiang Han maintained a certain boundary. He would not indulge in self-reward, unlike Li Zongyang, whose lengthy contemplations often led to a dizzying state. He was, after all, a quintessentially na-ve university student. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 6:20 p.m., and as the fresh air filled his nostrils, he strolled leisurely toward the college building. Just as he reached the entrance of the college building, he was intercepted by 4 rather attractive young women. A casual appraisal suggested they were likely from the same dormitory. Although the dynamics within a female dormitory could be intricate, they generally maintained amicable relationships, particularly in public. The 4 girls each exhibited distinct styles, yet collectively radiated a predominant aura of youthful charm, complemented by their carefully applied makeup, albeit accompanied by an air of naivety. They were undoubtedly first-year students, embodying a certain innocent frivolity that made them less resolute than their second- and third-year counterparts, thus easier to persuade. Jiang Han, the senior, noted that each girl had a unique voice, yet all carried an undertone of playful coquetry in their tones. The experienced Jiang Han naturally understood the intentions of the several young ladies approaching him. However, he courteously paused and replied, "We wish to discuss some matters of the heart." One of the taller girls took a step forward, meeting Jiang Han's gaze, and shyly remarked, Her words fell upon Jiang Han's ears, leaving the innocent young man somewhat astonished. "Are you jesting?" Jiang Han scrutinized the serious expressions on the faces of the 4 girls and, with earnest gravity, replied, "Setting aside whether I would agree, even if I did, the law of our nation would not permit it. Senior Jiang Han, we simply wish for you to be our shared boyfriend, to accompany us in gaming and conversations daily, allowing us to gain some experience points," said the smallest girl, growing more animated. "When you have needs, we can stop," Jiang Han interjected, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. "I am currently doing nothing, yet I find myself constantly featured on the confession wall. If you deplete my experience points, I would surely become the subject of confessions at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Senior Jiang Han, I like you. Senior Jiang Han, I like you too. Senior Jiang Han, all 4 of us like you," Jiang Han responded. "Therefore, please agree to be our shared boyfriend." Is this how the younger generation plays these days? Observing the peculiar turn of events, Jiang Han adopted a serious demeanor and declared. As he spoke an extensive string of English, the 4 charming girls appeared momentarily perplexed. They exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with an inexplicable brilliance. "What? I didn't quite catch that." "Neither did I. Is this the disparity between art students and seniors?" One girl sighed, but then added, with the senior's words, "We can bridge that gap, can't we?" At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed from the design school's atrium. "What you possess is already the best. Learn to let go." Su Qian emerged from the building, smiling at the helpless expression on Jiang Han's face. "Come along, Jiang Han," she said, walking beside him. As the 4 girls watched in astonishment, was that just now Jiang Han's girlfriend? Seems so. "Quick, let us take a photo for WeChat." Although they failed to make Jiang Han their shared boyfriend, they had discovered that this aloof senior indeed had a girlfriend, and what a splendid figure she possessed. Su Qian led Jiang Han out of the young lady's line of sight and playfully began to toy with the soft flesh of his palm. What was the situation with those 4 little girls just now? "Jiang Han, you should provide a thorough explanation to the teacher." Jiang Han turned his head to glance at the beaming Su Qian, inexplicably feeling that his girlfriend appeared more delightful than ever. "It's simply that your boyfriend possesses an irresistible charm. Those younger girls lined up to ask me to be their boyfriend. Is that true? Don't lie to the teacher." Su Qian elongated her tone, casting him a look that conveyed her honesty. "Indeed." Jiang Han, with an air of mystery, added, "I misspoke earlier. Those girls were hoping I would be their shared boyfriend." "Su Qian?" Jiang Han observed the increasingly vivid expression on Su Qian's face, shrugging in exasperation. "Are these girls truly so playful nowadays?" Su Qian rubbed her forehead, realizing that she was indeed out of touch with the youth of this era. "If I had known, I wouldn't have watched the spectacle from the stairs," Su Qian lamented, evidently still reeling from the shock. "Qian Qian, what did you say about watching the show?" Jiang Han's expression turned playful. "I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" "Oh no, I let it slip." Su Qian mischievously stuck out her tongue and then skipped away. Don't run. Chapter 95. Sister aspires to become a wealthy woman, spending all her money on her brother. The 2 of them frolicked back home. Jiang Han busied himself with recommendations for his new book, while Su Qian settled beside him, propping up her tablet and taking up a stylus to draw on the screen. Whenever Jiang Han's attention was drawn to her, Su Qian would swiftly minimize her drawing software. Jiang Han, thwarted, could only gaze longingly. "Have you finished your manuscript?" For some reason, I hit a creative block despite having a detailed outline. Jiang Han shifted closer to Su Qian, inhaling the sweet scent in the air. And his previously agitated heart found solace in an instant. Is it a lack of material? Su Qian met his deep gaze, studying his earnest expression as if she understood something. Perhaps. Jiang Han's somewhat evasive response made Su Qian smile softly, and she then climbed onto his lap, gently holding his chin before leaning down to kiss him. They lingered in their embrace for a while. And only when Su Qian's soft lips finally parted from Jiang Han's did she ask, "How was it?" "Delightful. I suddenly feel as though I could write another 10,000 words. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing Jiang Han's cheerful demeanor, Su Qian momentarily felt as though she had been deceived. What do you mean by writing another 10,000 words? Jiang Han, you ought to embody the sense of responsibility that comes with being a web novelist. Su Qian's serious and earnest expression made Jiang Han chuckle. However, it was already 6:30. My dear sister, Jiang Han leaned close to Su Qian's ear, breathing warm air against her skin. So soon? Su Qian felt a flutter in her heart, her body growing soft. Stop it. She instinctively opened the food delivery app, her enchanting eyes blinking as she spoke in a tender voice. What should we eat? I'll order something. While waiting for Jiang Han's response, she was taken aback as the boy snatched her phone, locked the screen, and tossed it aside. Can takeout ever compare to my cooking? Su Qian. Realizing the implication of Su Qian's meaningful gaze, Jiang Han recognized that his previous words had been somewhat misguided. A slip of the tongue. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Su Qian fought to suppress the smile threatening to emerge. I asked if takeout could ever match the flavors of my dishes. Can it understand your preferences as I do, dear sister Su Qian? Jiang Han's expression remained stoic, his voice resounding with conviction, clearly revealing his true thoughts. Su Qian merely chuckled, choosing not to expose the boy's clumsy act. In fact, she found it rather amusing. I'll wash my hands first. What do you want to eat tonight? Fish-flavored shredded pork. All right, then you stay on the bed for a bit, and please don't fall asleep. Got it. After closing his laptop and setting it aside, Jiang Han cast a significant glance at Su Qian before donning a pair of cartoon slippers and heading to the kitchen to cook. Once Jiang Han exited the room, Su Qian quietly opened her tablet, returning to her drawing interface. As she painted, she replayed the image of Jiang Han's earnest demeanor in her mind. Can takeout ever compare to his cooking? With Jiang Han absent, Su Qian could no longer suppress her grin. Oh, little brother, haste makes waste. The decision to order takeout was intentional. It was not due to Jiang Han's culinary skills being lacking, but rather because her boy had been extraordinarily exhausted lately. He had classes during the day and needed to prepare updates at home. On weekends, she would tutor Jiang Han to help him catch up on his studies. Once he finished this busy period, she would ensure he had a break. Su Qian saved her unfinished artwork and plugged her tablet in for charging, then donned her slippers and made her way to the kitchen. The mundane aspects of life require two to navigate together. The following days unfolded in this manner. While Jiang Han rushed to meet deadlines, Su Qian would lounge on the bed, lost in her artistic endeavors, her little feet swinging in the air. Even while engrossed in their separate tasks, this mode of coexistence remained comforting. Ultimately, this serene lifestyle was disrupted by Jiang Han's final day of recommendations. Today was Friday, and due to her responsibilities in teaching, Su Qian granted Jiang Han a day off, while she herself did not take leave. On ordinary mornings, Su Qian would typically awaken naturally in the warm embrace of Jiang Han. However, today was different. Her small hand groggily groped around the bed, only to discover that Jiang Han was not there. Rubbing her still sleepy eyes, she wobbled out of bed, clad in comfortable home attire. Su Qian yawned and leaned against the bedroom door, observing the young man diligently typing at the coffee table. I will go boil you 2 eggs, she offered. Jiang Han replied, glancing up at Su Qian and nodding with a smile. After a brief flurry of activity in the kitchen, she returned with 2 peeled soft-boiled eggs and a cup of warm milk, presenting them to Jiang Han. Hold on, don't type for now, Su Qian said as she settled beside him, her voice still tinged with the remnants of sleep. All right, Jiang Han accepted the eggs from her, taking small bites. And what about you? I'll manage at the school cafeteria later. Observing Jiang Han, Su Qian chuckled softly. No wonder netizens say boys are most radiant when they are striving. Jiang Han, you are truly handsome. Not quite. First of all, I have always been handsome. Secondly, what? It's merely a standard set by my future father-in-law, Jiang Han shrugged, expressing a hint of resignation. Su Qian giggled at his antics. playfully pinching the boy's cheek. You know, you really don't need to try so hard. Love and marriage are matters that I can handle on my own. My parents have no say in it. Yet I want to earn money to buy you beautiful clothes. Before he could finish, Su Qian pressed her finger to his lips. Actually, my greatest wish is to become a wealthy woman through my own efforts. However, that has changed. First, I must strive to become a little affluent, and second, I want to spend all the money I earn on you, my dear Jiang Han.